Good morning. My name is Joseph Illidge, and welcome to the first annual Black Comic Lords Virtual Comic-Con. In 1925, Alain Locke wrote The New Negro, which was really a call to action for the evolution of the Black individual and the Black community. That would be known as the historic and philosophical and symbolic kickoff point for the Harlem Renaissance. We are at the 100-year point of that, and we are in a Black comics renaissance. There has never been, historically, more Black creators, Black entrepreneurs, Black business people, and Black comics than there is now. Comics are unique, a very unique storytelling form, a synthesis of words and images unlike any other. More powerful than cinema, more powerful than prose. Comics change lives, and comics save lives. And we all know that because that's why we're here today. Comics have a global impact. And if you have any doubt about that, let me remind you that in 2008, the corporate owner of the Black Panther character and everything that comes with him and Wakanda and the entire mythology was purchased for $4 billion. And yesterday, it was reported that the corporate owner of Black Lightning, Vixen, Bronze Tiger, Amanda Waller, and Batman will be purchased for approximately $83 billion. Comic book universes, the stories, the characters, the mythologies are amazingly powerful, amazing cultural engines, amazing business engines. And at the center of those culture engines and the center of those business engines are us, Black people, Black communities, Black thought. We are at the center of comics as we are at the center of all the arts on this planet on which we live. We are the tastemakers. We have changed and transformed art, music, fashion, architecture, literature, philosophy, science. We've been here since the beginning, and our stories chart the future. Our stories have both specificity of experience and perspective and universality of theme and humanity. And just as the Harlem Renaissance emerged during times of strife and migration, forced migration and prejudice, what came from it was courage, more courageous art, more courageous literature, more courageous music. Our stories are going to do the same. We are living in ruthless times. And we are going to meet those ruthless times with unrelenting stories, unrelenting art, unrelenting business, and the unrelenting mission to continue celebrating and growing our community. Comics brought us all here today, which is at the nexus of Black comics culture, which is Black Comic Lords. And for those of you who are new to Black Comic Lords, Black Comic Lords is a community that has brought together so many of us over the last, I would say, near half decade. There are a number of juncture points on the internet. Black Comic Lords is a unique one, all in its own, in this constellation of communities. And this community is about comics, and comics is the best storytelling medium that humanity has made for itself. The stories that we tell here are the stories that chart our future. This is the code that we are giving ourselves to find the answers to the essential questions. What does it all mean? Why are we here? What is my purpose? How can I be of service? Those are the core questions. And beyond that is genre and adventure and anything from the corner of your block to the edge of the universe. That's comics. That is Black people. That is Black community. That is Black thought. And so you are about to spend the entire day and night in celebration of that, meeting a number of minds in a number of industries, and we're all coming together. And just as all of us have our individual origin stories, today may be your origin story. Today may activate you towards your future. So stick around. You're going to have a great time. You're going to learn a lot. Welcome again to the first annual Black Comic Lords Virtual Comic-Con.
Welcome to the Black Comic Lords Con. You've just entered the nexus of Black comic reality. From comic books to pop culture, from indie visionaries to industry legends, from collectors to creators, to the fans who keep this whole thing alive. This is your one-stop shop for everything in Black media. Now, we know you're watching from living rooms, home offices, maybe even on your phone while you're supposed to be doing something else. We see you. But make no mistake, wherever you are right now, you're exactly where you belong. Because this room, this stream, this moment, it's ours. We don't just celebrate the culture, we are the culture. We're the readers who saw ourselves in heroes when the world didn't bother to draw us. We're the creators who said, if they won't tell our stories, we'll tell them ourselves. We're the collectors who know that these pages hold power, history, and legacy. So stay locked in. Watch the panels. Bid in the auctions. Grab that limited edition BCL Con gear and let the world know where you stand. This is your day. This is your community. This is your con. Our stories, our heroes, our legacy. Black Comic Lords, we got you. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It's the Black Comic Lords Virtual Comic-Con, y'all. What's up?
Yeah. Rip your brand, baby. Yes, sir.
Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready?
Listen.
What's up,
Listen,
family?
yeah.
Listen. This is going to be a different experience. This has been a culmination of a lot of things over a long period of time.
Facts.
I feel blessed and honored to be here with these people on the screen with me and with all of you. Thank you for being here. Black Comic Lords started as a Facebook page. Big shout out to Herschel Lewis, Richard Wright. They started doing lives on a Sunday night on Facebook. We evolved that and said, hey, why don't we do this on YouTube? Started doing it on YouTube, developed a YouTube channel, and it just kept growing from there. What are we? The Black Comic Lords is a community at the end of the day. It's a hub for our Black comic community over multimedia platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, all that stuff. But it's not really a thing. I sometimes we get these comments. People are like, well, you know, Black Comic Lords, this is this, that. And I always clap back and I say, Black Comic Lords is not that. It's you. If you're a fan of Black comics, Black comic characters, if there was a writer, an artist who inspired you, who entertained you, that's this community. It's an idea more so than a thing. So with that, I'll open up to all y'all, man. Chocolate, you've been hype all last 2 weeks, bouncing out of your chair. You are muted, my friend. Your mic is not working.
That's how you know I'm so excited that my Tech 101 just went out the window, right? My Tech 101 just went out the window. But no, I mean, first and foremost, guys, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Konnichiwa, how you doing? Salutations. It's the Black Comic Lords Con, baby. First ever, we are here live. Get your merch. Go to blackcomiclords.com. Get your merch. Hop on in. Rep your colors.
Does everyone have your shirts? Let's get the shirts.
I mean,
Angel, what happened to your shirt?
Man, I wore it last night, and did we forget we didn't close out till 12? So what laundry is getting done in the last 5 hours?
Just throw it in the laundry.
It's called a sink, water, soap. We all Caribbean here. Come on now, get it.
Man,
the breeze.
Febreze.
Yeah. Listen, I wore my shirt on Friday, on Wednesday, and I'm smelling so
Wednesday.
Cool. Listen.
I literally wore it this morning before bed.
All right. Let's not talk about Angel.
Nonetheless. But yes, the Black Comic Lords, we're here, right? What does Black Comic Lords mean for me? So for me, as a young pup hopping in the game, I compare it to, we are the ESPN of Black culture. Point blank, period. Right? We are that media company, because it's not just, I think Joe put it so eloquently, it's not just comics. We got collections from original art. We have artists, writers, game designers, because you guys do know that Paul has interviewed individuals that are designing games. We have individuals that are writing TV shows, movies, music. It just so happens that comics are the common denominator that links us together, but we're covering everything across the diaspora. I mean, where else are you going to get this? And then where else are you going to get that point of view that's genuinely from us? It's one thing when someone else is reporting on your story, but when someone who's involved and invested in your story tells you about it, there's a different look, there's a different layer, there's a different care of how these stories are being created and curated and being presented to you in a way that not only informs you, but edifies you at the same way, right? So there's a difference in that, because everyone covers the same news, but not everyone gives you the same news the same way. You're only gonna get that here. You're only gonna get that.
Damn,
here.
I love that last part.
Listen. Boys and girls, if you see, I'm gonna give the floor to someone else because I'm excited. You can feel it moving through my bones. You can feel it. Listen, before I give the floor to someone else, I need everyone to go to Sexual Chocolate Comics on Instagram right now. 9 o'clock.
That's the real name, y'all. He's not
I'm not joking.
He's not joking. That's real.
9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We are going to have the BCL auction. I just dropped a little preview of what we will be auctioning off tonight. Boys and girls, students of all ages, welcome to the Black Comic Lords, Black Comic Lords Virtual Con. What more do you want? Let's go.
And shout out to Joe Willage for kicking us off, man. That's the mayor of comics. If you know, you know. That brother is comics history. He has been part of history. He makes history. He is so well connected, loved, and respected in our community. It is an honor and a pleasure to have him kick off this entire event. So shout out to Joe Willage. I wish he could have stayed. He has other stuff he has to do. He's always here in our hearts, and we know that we're always in his. So thank you, Joe.
Absolutely. Extra Smoke Dragon. Please go to Instagram and see what we just dropped that will be auctioned off tonight. I'm gonna leave it there.
And while we're at it too, I think it's important that everybody, first and foremost, want to thank everybody for actually tuning in to us on an early Saturday morning. There's so many other things you can be doing, but you decided to join us. And like you said, follow all of us on our Instagram pages. You can do the Collections in Black at Instagram, DJ Big Phil at Instagram, Black Comic Lords at Instagram, Sexual Chocolate at Instagram. It's important that we do that because we'll also be dropping things on those particular pages as well as we share each other. And just do your due diligence. And also, I want to give a special shout out to those who hung out with us last night and are back with us this morning. You know, we have a very today's going to go by like this. It's 12 hours. It's going to seem like 2, I promise you, because we're just going back to back to back to back with the content that you like. There will be no superhero fatigue today. If anything done, you're probably going to be saying, man, I wish I were going for a couple more hours, but we'll save that for something else. We really have a jam-packed show. And shout out to people on the West Coast and other time zones who are on even earlier. We really do appreciate that. So, you know, I'm gonna be brief because I have like 2 different sections. I'm on in the collection section and in the collections in black, and I'm gonna let everybody else talk. But I will say this: it's one of those things where you sit back and you say, you know, I talk to Paul all the time, and you know, we talked this morning. We talked this morning before we even got together, man. You know, and I said, it's just amazing of the journey to get to this particular point. And you sit back and we look at everybody on the screen's individual journey and what all brought us here. And it's just amazing. And you know, we'll get into that a little bit further into the program. But once again, I just want to thank y'all for joining the con. And we have a serious day for you. I promise. Trust me on that
one. Serious is an understatement. Listen, we're being very coy and very respectful. And
I'm
all
not
that.
being coy. Y'all
Listen.
just talk. I was letting y'all talk.
I'm
Go
excited.
ahead, talk, Angel.
I'm excited. Go ahead, Oracle.
I came into this group because it is important and imperative to always have those markers in history and recognition in teaching and telling our own stories. Comic books for me are time capsules. People don't realize that even down to the lettering, the paper, and who the artist is a stamp in time, regardless if it's a fiction or a true story. So I've collected comics since I was very, very little till this very day. And I can look back from Bronze Age, Silver Age, Golden Age, down to modern, and you can timestamp to the month what was going on in that time period for society by the language used, by the color palette, by how many Black people are in the crowd. You know, it's just it has so many elements of a time capsule in each comic book, and it's so important that we teach each other, each one teach one, about our stories. So that's why I was like, I'm gonna hang on tight. I'm gonna tell my what I can do. I'm gonna share what I can do, and we all in this together. That's all we got is each other.
BCL, we all we got, baby.
Yeah,
Derek,
and
you've been kind of quiet, man, because you Dr.
Yeah, you
Wizard.
know.
I know you're doing all the production stuff behind the scenes. Let me tell everybody
yeah.
something. Derek Harrison, I used your full government name. I'm sorry, Dr. Wizard.
Oh well.
Who has a job we can't talk about. Thank you for making it back, man. I appreciate you coming back from wherever they sent you.
Keeping the world safe.
That only has 3 letters.
Oh my God.
If he is literally the hardest working member of the Black Comic Lords. So just special shout out to him because he's always off screen, and he's always, if he's quiet, it's not that he's quiet because trust me, he has a mouth on him. He's always trying to make the rest of us look good. So he's behind the scenes clicking on the keyboard and make sure everything's right. But how about you, man? What's BCL to you, and why is today important?
I feel like BCL is a megaphone. We exist to help make the voices that are out there louder, to make them heard. And we also exist so that this ecosystem that we have, that is quite fragile, I believe, has a way to exist. If you are a reader, you're going to learn about more creators and more things you can read. If you're a creator, you have a space where you can be heard. If you are a collector, we got you covered too. But the key is we're trying to make an ecosystem stronger so that everybody that's part of this ecosystem, they get out more of it than they're putting in, because that's the only way that people want to participate. So I feel like that's our number one job. And then our number two job, which you and I have talked about, Paul, is the fact that 10, 15, 30 years from now, when people are looking back on some of this content, some of these discussions we are having, people will know exactly what was going on. And they know what's in the mind of the creators and what this time period is like right now. And it's so important because as we look back into our past 30 years ago, we don't have as much insight as we really should have had. And a lot of people should have gotten flowers that didn't get them. So we're there for all those things.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
It's funny that Derek says that, because it makes me go back and think about the first time we met each other, right? Which was at the Schaumburg after party that I threw. And the second thing I said to Paul, right? Because the first thing I said was, "You're Black Comic Lords, you're Black Comic Lords." Right?
That's fact. Like, that's actually 100% true.
Like, calm down. Okay, who are you? And I'm like, "I'm Texture Chocolate." And he goes, "You're what?" And I'm like, yeah. But fast forward, I invited you guys to the Schaumburg after party that I was throwing. And at the shop, right? So Phil's there, Paul's there, Tastemakers, Moving and Grooving. And I took Paul aside, and I was like, "I don't think you understand. The event that I threw that day in conjunction with Bulletproof is literally because of you guys." Because in the back of my mind, I was like, I want to do this comic media thing, but how do I do it? It's not done before. And you know how you always hear the story of somebody says, "I saw you do it, so because I saw you do it, I knew that I can do it." That is 100% the truth. I literally said, I am a fruit off of the BCL tree, because I was a fan, a consumer, just like everyone else first. And I'm like, wait a minute, you guys are interviewing Dennis? You guys are interviewing Vita? You guys are interviewing XXX? These are my people. How do you know about these individuals? Who is this YouTube channel interviewing the people that I love and the books that I love? And obviously you do the deep dives and whatnot, and you realize these are bigger than just interviews. But you guys, at least for me, you guys are partially the reason why I do what I do. And like 100%, I give it all to you guys. Obviously, yes, God, the glory, 100%. Never want to disrespect the big man. But because you guys led the way, I think Phil said it yesterday, our ancestors bled so that we can run. 100%. I'm a fruit off of you guys' tree. 1,000%. And then to look fast forward, because of that meeting that we had, look, you got myself, Phil, Oracle, Dr. Wizard, rocking and rolling. I'm not saying that meeting was it, but that's where we met and built that foundation. But that meeting, that event would not have happened if I didn't watch you guys online, because I was terrified. I was like, I don't know how to do this. There's nobody that's done this before. BCL's doing it right now. And I was like, oh, shoot. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, that event that you put together in Brooklyn at Bulletproof, we had, I mean, run down the list. We had N. Stephen Harris, Larry Stroman, Todd Johnson, Greg Elise, Anderson.
You had Marcus William and Greg Burnham there.
Right.
You had EJ Empadu. You're Phil there. And respectfully, I didn't realize, you never know who anyone is, but I didn't know who Phil was. Phil was just there, just enjoying comic art. But I'm like, wait up. This is next level comic collecting there. You had you there. And I'm like, I know Paul, but I'm like, whoa, this is a Black Comic Lord.
Yeah, Newton was there also.
Who?
Remember? Newton.
Yes, Newton LaValle.
Yeah, Newton LaValle was there.
Yep.
Yeah, what that represented was a moment.
Yeah.
Right. We talk about this all the time, is creating these moments. Comics is one thing. Chocolate talked about how comics is a singular thread that ties this culture together, which is so much bigger than just simply comics. It's about these moments and the relationships that's fostered as a result. That's what makes the community. There are lots of Comic-Cons that you can go to. There are lots of Comic-Cons that have fans. But this Comic-Con is about our community, and this Comic-Con is about our family. Because that's the difference between us and them. We're a family. This is a family reunion. This is a celebration of our community. This is a celebration of our culture. This is it's more than a Comic-Con. This is us coming home and having a celebration. So let's I want to give a shout out to those who helped sponsor the event today. Wait, pause. Wait, hold on. Phil, why are you so damn quiet? This is unnerving.
Who? I mean, I'm trying to be quiet, man, because I got a whole. I'm coming on at 11, man. I'm gonna be talking for a whole hour. Then I'm talking later. I got a collector's ball later on tonight. Also, man, I'm not being quiet. I'm trying to be respectful, and I want everybody.
Phil recognizes he's got mad airtime. Listen, there's a guy who keeps trying to get in. Dr. Gaius, your slot is not now. You keep trying to come in at midnight. We'll try and get you in there. All right, midnight our time. So back out of the thing. That's why you can't get in. All right, so bring up our sponsors, if you would.
Hold on, wait. Chocolate's too early to start, man.
Chocolate.
Listen, no. You know what?
We're not even at the next session yet. Stop.
We had to activate Phil. Enough was enough. This is a BCL.
You're gonna irritate that,
activate
man.
Phil, baby. People can't.
All right, stop triggering Phil. That's a slippery slope that we can't stop. Shout out to all our sponsors. Look, when we threw up the cap and said, hey, we're going to be doing this con, we originally intended it to be an all paid con. For logistics sake, it just didn't work out. So all those original people who immediately said, hey, I'm in, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and I'm in. This is that list of people. So shout out to all of them. We did a special exclusive show for them last night, a backstage pass preview show for this event today. They got some stuff and they will be getting some stuff. If you want to know more, well, you should have been there last night. Join the Black Comic Lords YouTube channel and you know what I'm talking about. Special shout out to our other sponsors that we have here, Collections in Black. Some dude runs that. Stranger Comics.
Oh my god.
Shout out to Sebastian, Bulletproof Comics, Everyone Comics, Anyone Comics. They've been tremendously helpful, giving us donations that we will be sharing with all of you today. Shout out to the Illustrated Guild, Angel. If you have your logistics and you're trying to make a comic and you don't know what you're doing, holla at her. And Sexual Chocolate. I can't even say that with a straight face, but yes, Randy Wilson Watson. He's that boy good. Just trust him. Shout out to Comic Art Fans and Original Art Expo. Kazra Gunbari. He has made some donations of stuff that Phil will bring up during his segment that are very significant. Heritage Auctions, Xavier, thank you for all of your contributions. Phil will get into that during our Collections in Black segment, which will be airing later on today. We also have artists that will be contributing today. I know that we have Ken Lashley is going to be doing some live art during the Collections in Black segment. Marcus Williams is going to be doing live art to be auctioned during Chocolates. Did we come up with a name for your section?
Oh, you mean the chocolate show?
The chocolate show. We need to rename that on the schedule. Yes, the chocolate show. What time is that?
9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't forget to check your local dials and TV channels, baby.
You're not gonna want to miss that, y'all. I mean, the stuff that he has. He gave us a preview of it last night that he's gonna be auctioning off. I might be broke at the end of this thing.
And the auction's open for everyone.
Yeah. Shout out to Joshua Swaby as well, who's also given us some dope art. And shout out to one of the groups in our community, Sanford Green. Oh. Sanford Green stepped up to the plate and said, "Oh, y'all got a con? Let me hook y'all up." Yeah.
Did he?
He's that dude. So yeah, thank you to each and every one of you. So let's see what we got going on today. Dr. Wizard. Bring up what our list
Hey,
is.
Also too, go back for 1 second, Paul. Go back for 1 second.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that if we go back to that previous slide, if we can, I want to make sure that I want to name all of those particular sponsors. The particular ones.
Yes, sir.
The expensive paper, Wise Acre Comics. Well, I'm gonna say that wrong. Azazel Valentine.
Azazel Valentine.
Man, that sounds like a spell.
My gosh.
Like I just Antoine Dodson, Wayne Bacard, Marvin Wright, John Carton, AJ, the brother Deron Flood, Aurora Comics Podcast, Luana Peoples, Derek, H&H Comics, of course, my 33 and the Third Media and Manifesto, James A. Statton, Marwan Williams, Paul W.D., Travis Holloway, Bo Big, HHB3, Gene Donovan, Ashley and Andrea, MD Johnny, Sexual Chocolate, Anthony Davis, Kevin Pitts, Joshua Swaby, Sanford Green, Marcus Williams. Y'all see all the other names on the side with the logos, but I just wanted to make sure we did a verbal shout out for everybody.
And then, Phil, let's not forget, you had people who came in this week, like Sir Darius Crosby, who dropped the hammer, right? Sure. You had Guru, who came in a couple weeks ago, who dropped the hammer. You have people who are still reaching out to me talking about, listen, even though the con is over or whatever, or I'm late to the, I still want to donate. We still are accepting and receiving donations till this day. To this day.
Yeah, it's real. I mean, it's just, and I just want to let everybody know that because I know a lot of times when we do these things, it's very easy to, I don't want to say skip over or miss somebody, but when you have so many people, I don't want anybody to feel any kind of way. We appreciate everybody, and if we have missed anybody, trust me, I apologize. Charge it to my head and not to my heart. There's people who have done so much that we haven't mentioned, and we'll make sure we're gonna try to recognize and acknowledge everybody, because I believe that acknowledgement is very, very important.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to make sure that that we do that. So for anybody that feels a certain way because because of your contribution, trust me, we appreciate everybody's contribution, and we love all of y'all. So that I'm gonna be quiet. Let's keep on going.
All right, let's check out what we have for today.
Let's do it.
What's on the menu? All right, after our kickoff, promptly in 20 minutes, 11 o'clock, Phil's going to kick off the collectors panel. This will be a mixture of collectors at different levels. We want to promote comic book collecting. We do. That's the core of our culture is collecting these comics and reading these comics. So we're going to have people at different levels with different experiences and different interests show you what they got. And you'll have an opportunity to ask them questions. If you're a novice collector or just interested or just want to get into it, perfect opportunity to learn how to collect. And if you're more advanced, it's your opportunity to see some savant collectors. We got some dope stuff there. At 12 o'clock, we have a panel on supporting your local comic shop. We're going to have three comic shops that are across the United States. Give us a walkthrough of their stores and talk about the importance of the local comic shop. Next, we're going to have the panel of the history in comics. It is important, particularly for us in our comics community, that we use comics as a method of edutainment on occasion. It's an opportunity for us to, when we're sharing these spectacular stories, these fantastic stories, it's a great way to reach out and help to educate us about us. And that's not a disparagement. That's a necessity, because on many levels, when we have a larger community, a larger world that wishes to erase our history, comics are a great way for us to explore that. Because at the end of the day, comic books are modern day fables. Just like you had Beowulf, just like you had Achilles, just like you had Anansi. Comic books of today are modern day fables. There are stories that are geared for the inspiration and the aspiration of people to want to be more. And I think beyond the fantastic, we have real life superheroes in our history. It's important that we learn about that. So that panel is going to discuss that. Megascope Comics with Professor John Jennings. Megascope is one of those imprints that definitely takes the edutainment portion of our comics culture to its highest heights. They're comics off the beaten path. It's not about, they're not mainstream at all, but they have some of those elements for those that are interested in that. But it's about putting the story first. And oftentimes you don't get to do that as a creator and still be successful. So it's a great balance of doing stories your way with your characters, from your perspective, with your intent, without compromising for the mainstream. And I'm not doing it justice, but that's what Professor Jennings is for. Next panel. This is one of the panels I'm most excited about. The writers panel. Let me run through the list of who's on this panel. We describe this con as an assembly of the best in comics. We're not joking. Stephanie Williams, Brandon Thomas, Rodney Barnes, Maria Ayudelli, Tim Fielder, Greg Burnham, Brian Edward Hill. There is no way that you can say that you're into comics and you don't know the majority of those names.
Facts.
That's the level that we're taking this here today. We're going to have these writers talk about what it is like to be a writer and what is the trials and tribulations of that. And hopefully, we can get them to give us a sneak peek as to what projects they're working on. Next up after that, the artist panel, not to be outdone. Here's our list. Kanan White, Sanford Green, Ray Anthony Height, Aletha Martinez, Chuck Patton, N. Stephen Harris, and Torrin Clark. Come on. That's the best of the best. Publishers. Now, every creator's goal should at some point be to own their own imprint. As Black people, it's important to us to own our own businesses, to be the masters of our own destiny, so that what happens where you create a brand new comic done by you for us, such as All Negro Comics, they can't take away your paper. Let me just say it like that. On many levels, we need to create comics where they can't take away our paper. And that's what these brothers are doing. Derek Lonzo, Star Allen of Concrete Comics. Tony Cottrell, Advent Comics. Sebastian Jones, Stranger Comics. Frederick Littles, Wiseacre Comics. Tyler Forrest Martin, Godhood Comics. All of this will be moderated by Troy Jeffrey Allen. These are some of the best independent comic publishers in the business. Period. Next up, we have an award show, something we've talked about for a long time. We need to recognize some people in our community. I will just leave it at that. I'm very excited about that one. I know Phil is.
Oh man.
Well, wait. I don't want to skip over that 2 seconds.
Yeah, I don't want to give away, but I'm like really excited and I want to give it away.
I don't want to give anything away, but I just want to say this. Me and Paul put in a lot of work on the design of the awards the we just the integrity of what the awards mean. I'm talking about the physical, and then when we were talking about who we were going to have give the awards to, we had Angel in there, we had Sexual Chocolate, we just had everybody. We all put our input in. This is our first one, so this is the inaugural. So this is very important, and we didn't want to go with 1,000 different awards and a whole bunch of different categories. Next year will be a little bit different, but we kind of wanted to set the tone on what we're looking at. But the thing that I'm talking about more than anything is just, the detail that we went into for just how the award looks. We went through a couple of different iterations, and we wanted to make sure we got it right. We talk about the history and everything else. We want to make sure that everything is correct. So not only are we happy and proud of the awards that we are given, we are sure that when those who get them will get them, when they open it, they're going to go, wow, this shit's crazy, because we want everything to be able to compete with everything else. That's just the competitive nature that's in me, and we didn't want to skip on anything because we're not going to. So that's all I'm gonna say. Please make sure you tune in to everything. But the 6 o'clock joint, man, that's going to be really special. That's really special.
While you're there,
Oh,
Phil,
go ahead.
the next section is Collections in Black. Why don't you talk about what people have in store for that?
So Collections in Black is a labor of love for me. Like I said, it's my love story to the culture, but it's also my family history. Because just having that in the family. Shout out to the August Wilson Center for holding the very first Collections in Black, which was just unreal. 2 floors, multiple rooms. It was just, if you missed it, you missed it. But it was an incredible experience, and to be able to do that at the historic August Wilson Center, was a blessing. That has allowed me to take it to Florida, take it to Charlotte, prepping to take it to other places as well. And all I want to say about what I have in store for this is that we're going to have my brother Kazra from OAX. That is, one of the greatest cons on the planet. We got Xavier from Heritage Auctions. We got brother Ken Lashley doing a live piece. Like, we're going to talk about the future of Collections in Black. We're going to talk about the Original Art Expo, and a lot of times I hear us talk about OAX and comic art fans. We have a very unique family relationship with them. We're not distant cousins. We're like brothers. You know what I mean? So we kind of work together in tangent, and it's just going to be an amazing experience. I mean, y'all know how I do things. So, and also you might get a sneak peek of something real crazy that's getting ready to come. So make sure you jump on Collections in Black at 6:30, and then after that, I got my own Collections in Black Winners Ball going on the same day tonight here in Pittsburgh. So you will probably see me in the green room getting all this stuff together. Then I'm getting ready to hit this, get ready to hit the stage as soon as that's done. So yeah, I'm on 6. I'm on from 6 to 8. So hey, it's on.
All right. And right after that, we have, I'm sorry. We have a typo on our schedule. It says no, sorry. We have after that the from comics to animation. Mm-hmm. Now, every creator would probably agree with the concept that one of the aspirations you have is to have your product, your IP, translate to the screen, whether it be television, movies, or an animation. These particular creators have experience and success at that. Dawood Anyoblile, Brandon Easton, Jeffrey Thorne, Chuck Patton. That's going to be a dope discussion.
Oh yeah,
that's going to be a dope discussion. And after Paul, that, and here's where the
real quick. Real quick. I just want to say this really quick. And before I forget, I need for everybody to understand. I believe it's at 1:00. Sanford Green has a special announcement. And that's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say, Sanford Green, Bitterroot, Into the Spider-Verse, collections in black. You know, we going to tie all that in. Oh, he's the man. Sanford Green has a special announcement at 1. And I've tried to pry it out of his hand to know what he's talking about. I ain't been able to get him to say anything. And this is a brother, listen. I don't know who Sanford Green is. You know, everybody on her knows who he is. So trust me, if he has a special announcement at 1 o'clock, it's going to be something special. So y'all just be ready for that. I just want to make sure we didn't skip over that. 1 o'clock, a very special announcement.
Can you talk about, he could have dropped this news, whatever it is, he could have dropped it anywhere else, any other platform, but he's dropping it here.
It's a BCL exclusive.
Oh, come on now.
Where's the sound fix? He's a sound fix guy.
This is a Black Comic Lords exclusive.
All right, so we're going to do it at 1 o'clock.
Come on.
We have the Sanford Green special announcement. And once again, Sanford Green is another person who's very dear to our hearts. He's a person that, you know, he could be doing anything else, trust me. But he's going to be here with us. I'm just going to be quiet. Let's make sure y'all.
All right. So this is where I was talking about where the typo was in the schedule. 9 o'clock, the live auction. That should actually say the chocolate show. The chocolate show.
Hello.
Why don't you talk about that?
Let's talk about it. So the BCL and I reached out across the entire comic diaspora and said, hey, we have the BCL Con. Not only do we need items, not only do we need sponsorship, but we need items to auction off. And I made sure myself and Paul and crew, Phil, Angel, and Doug, make sure that these items need to be top of the top, creme de la creme. These are sought after items. So I have right now in the chocolate cave, Phil, behave. I have a multitude, I have a litany, I have a smorgasbord of, I'm going to call it inventory that was donated by the BCL.
You can tell the other one, the spelling bee in Brooklyn back in the community.
That's 1. 2, myself, as the proprietor of the auction, also dipped into the chocolate bank and have items for auction tonight. Boys and girls, students of all ages. Once again,
wait, pause. Did you just call it the chocolate bank?
Listen, we're gonna move and groove him today, baby. Listen, there's gonna be chocolate acronyms all up and down the BCL. God dang it. This is what we came here for today. That being said, if you go onto the Sexual Chocolate Comics Instagram page, you will see a very small preview, glimpse, little small microcosm of what we are auctioning off tonight. And then, just when you think it can't get better, you have Marcus Williams, one half of Tuskegee Airs, who's going to be doing a live sketch, and we will be auctioning that off as well. We have items across the collecting gambit, meaning we have what I consider big boy babies. We have things for neophytes. We have things for right in the middle. We have grails. We have hard to find. We have I need to fill that run. Oh, look at that. We have full sets of comics, boys and girls, children of all ages. You don't have a local comic book shop near you today, it doesn't matter. BCL is going to fulfill that hole for you. Oh, boys and girls, let's rock and roll. Oh, let's go.
He's not joking. He's not exaggerating at all. All right. And rounding out our discussion at the end of the night, look, in my profession, we talk about primacy and recency. You got to start strong. We started this con strong with Joe Illich. So it's important that we end strong. And who better to have than our man, Mr. Sebastian Jones of Stranger Comics.
Yay!
Morning, guys. Hey, what's up, Black Comic Lords? Let's go.
Let's go.
Are you guys settled in for 12 hours of sitting in front of your screen? I know what it's like. Your back's gonna go. You're gonna be armed with some snacks. That's not gonna help, but you'll be experiencing the love from the community. Thank you so much for all the love that you guys have shown Stranger Comics, and yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I like seeing myself too in on a phone. It makes me feel even more kind of intimate and crusty-eyed. We're out here.
Seb, you are known as the King of Con. King Con.
Oh, look at me. Woo! I appreciate that. Thank you. No, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for having me, guys. Guys, for folks who are in Black Comic Lords in the virtual space out there, my name's Seb. I run a company called Stranger Comics. I'm mostly known for variants, stuff like Niobe, those types of things. But
the best covers in comics.
Thank you.
That's not
thank
even
you very much. I appreciate that. Now, I've been asking the good folks at Black Comic Lords if they can put it in the description, because I can't pop this post in the chat with a direct link. So what I would like you guys to do out there in the virtual space is my gift to you guys, my gift to Black Comic Lords, my gift to the community all day on the Stranger Comics website. I'm giving away as a gift Tales of a Thunder Niobe She-Tribe for free. This is yours for free for just coming to this beautiful event. And it would be rather lovely if you could subscribe to Stranger Comics. I'll just put a little heart right here in the chat. Boom. No, I can't post that. Can I post anything in the chat? I can't. For some reason,
private one on the main chat.
So I can't post anything in the comments for some weird reason. YouTube, who knows what's going on? But anyway,
DMS will take care of it.
Thank you. You can get these. Go to strangercomics.com, guys. Go to strangercomics.com. You'll see a banner. There's a link there. Click the link. Get this for free. You just have to pay for shipping. Because what do you think this is? So get this comic for free. Now, who does the interior art? The interior art is done by Kanan White. I had the honor of this with Tusu Mbedu, the lead actress for The Woman King, Children of Blood and Bone, Underground Railroad. Amazing stuff. The comic is absolutely beautiful. Shout out to the critics out there that are doing wonderful critiques right now of our stuff. Shout out for the ratings. I love it. Check this out. If you like Kanan White's art and you want to see amazing fantasy comics, this is yours for free. Crazy stuff. Crazy for free. strangercomics.com. The link should be up. And also, because we are partnering with Black Comic Lords, we've got some Black Comic Lords exclusives, some Black Comic Lords exclusives for you guys. We've got, of course, the Us Homage version. It's the Black Comic Lords exclusive for you guys, okay? We've got this edition. We've got the Virgin edition. We've got metal editions of this. And we also have, check this out, both editions. We've got some copies up for you guys. These will go quick. It's in the Black Comic Lords section on strangercomics.com.
That is dope.
All right. Thank
Seb?
you. And these are super rare. Only 25 of these. So go grab these. Yes, sir.
Seb, that link is now active in the description for this con. So whether you're watching on mobile or on your laptop, just go to the description. You'll get the link. And then also there's a code that people can use if they're going to buy some other things too, right? That gives them a little bit of discount.
Absolutely. So you guys in the chat, type in simply, when you get to the checkout, type in BCL. That gives you 15% off the exclusives and anything off our website. So if you're like, hey, I've always romanticized about having Sebastian read to me with a very British, confused accent, my poetry from these books, go grab Niobe, go grab The Untamed. We've just signed a huge deal. Big announcements coming soon. There's a forward by Viola Davis in the hardcover. I can't say who my announcement's with, but there's a forward by Viola Davis in the forward of the Niobe Shears Life hardcover. Go cop that. All these joints, 50% off bundle deals. And also you can get the new comic, Jason Wise. This is also the Black Comic Lords exclusive in the Black Comic Lords section. So look at all this Black Comic Lords stuff. You get all these goodies, crazy. And you get the freebie. And if you didn't know, yeah, it's Stranger Comics that makes Defiant with Rob Edwards, who is now going to be a guest of mine on I'm a guest of yours at 8 o'clock Pacific, 11 o'clock Eastern. So you can also get Defiant on the stream. You can dig in for all the exclusives.
You just glossed over that, man. Rob Edwards is going to be doing what with you guys?
So Rob Edwards is the writer of Captain America Brave New World, Princess and the Frog, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and also the amazing writer of Treasure Planet and Defiant. And he is joining me to talk about how I do a panel. I teach this around universities around the world called How to Take Your Idea from Concept to Creation. So if you're a creator and you're like, I don't know where to start, I don't know where to begin, come and join me and Rob. Stay up, as Phil likes it, put a cup of tea on, get some tea, get caffeinated, join me, and we will share some insights and tips and tricks on how to take your idea from concept to creation with Rob Edwards, legendary writer, 8 o'clock Pacific, 11 o'clock Eastern. I'm going to be coming on there. They've honored me as the closer
That's
of the show.
That's him right there.
There he is. Oh my God, look, just hanging out. What is going on?
Pop that out of nowhere. Look, it's the BCL Comics. Right, it's a Black event. People will pop up.
I heard my name
here and there. This is how we roll. I'm sorry.
What up? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
What's up, Rob?
Okay, excellent. Yeah. So what I missed? Catch me up.
You're here early.
You're here early, bro.
What up, guys?
In the evening, but you're here now too.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You got AM. We're supposed to be here at PM. All right. Look,
he's good.
Thank y'all.
Oh, there you go.
We got Big Phil is itching at the bit because his session is up now. Collectors panel. Dr. Wizard, take us out, and we'll be right back, everyone, after this short break.
I can't hear you.
Let's do it.
Okay, now I can.
This week in Black History, Black Comic Lord celebrates the artistry of Dennis Cowan. Dennis Cowan is a comic book artist with a flair for naturalism. If I didn't know any better, I thought the brother lived and breathed in brick-walled alleys, inhaling the pollution of the city streets and exhaling with pictures of agony and anguish. You see, it's hard to describe Mr. Cowan's art, so I'm forced to use a ghetto analogy. Dennis Cowan art is like fish and grits. It's not first on the menu, but you're glad you spotted it. Visually, it tastes good and your eyes will be filled. Yes, filled, I say, filled with detail. They say the devil is in the details, but Dennis be like, hold my beer, because the brother crafts scenes and faces where it makes you wonder, did he miss anything? Each panel is filled with action, and though pictures cannot physically move, Dennis Cowan shows and proves that they actually can. From Batman to The Question to the Black Panther and others, Dennis Cowan's art speaks like Terminator X speaks with his hands. That makes him a bad man and worthy to be celebrated. Salute the living legend that is Dennis Cowan, a Black history legend. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And until next time, peace.
Yeah, we are here.
Hello.
How you doing? What's up, Mike? Hey, we gotta unmute Mike, or Mike may be muted. Brother Carson, you muted again, brother. All right, come now.
Big Phil.
My man, there we go. Now we
go.
keep it with Grease. Hey, before we get started, I want to say really quick. Once again, we got that special announcement from the entire Bitterroot squad. And I know I said Sanford Green because I know Sanford Green personally, and that's my man. So that was just me making it a personal situation. But we got the entire Bitterroot squad with a very special announcement at 1:00. So we want to make sure we get into that. Really quick, one thing I wanted to say real quick, we got on the screen some people that I really do respect in our space. I really do respect in this space. And it's incredible. The only person I ever met in person is we won't call her Sister Shears. She's the only person I didn't meet in person. And everybody else, I done kicked it with everybody in different levels. And I just want to say, my segment up until noon, man, it's not going to be very super crazy academic, man. We just going to talk about what we love, and we're going to talk about what we collect, how we collect. We're going to show some things, and we're just going to talk about the different sides of collecting. So the one thing I do want to do is I'm going to just ask everybody to do a brief introduction about themselves, and then we're just going to start talking about books. So we'll start off with Sister Shears first. You'd like to introduce yourself, how long you've been collecting, et cetera, et cetera. You don't get deep with it because we're going to get deep in the next hour. Let's get to it.
Oh, no, it'll be short and sweet, no worries. So my name is Amber Shears. I go by the nickname Am Bam sometimes, so that's what's in the middle there. I've been collecting comics only for about 6 or 7 years now. I started as a reseller half-time, and then when I joined Black Comic Lords and this whole Black history universe opened up to me, that's when I got really, really deep and really, really sectioned into just collecting Black history.
That's what's up. Brother Mike Carson, if you want to give a brief description of who you are, how long you've been collecting, you know.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Carson from Super Slabs Comics, representing Columbus, Ohio. Go Cleveland Browns.
Man, hey. So before we get started, we're not playing them games. We're not doing that today, Carson. We're not doing that at all. But let's go.
You got to represent. I started collecting as a kid. My dad would give me a couple dollars, and all of us would get on our bikes. You know, we head to the shop. Fast forward some years later, girls and everything kind of took me a different direction. And then in 2007, probably with the Marvel boom and everything on the movies and TV and whatnot, I started getting back into collecting. Like most people, I started going for, popular characters, and then eventually it kind of led me to kind of the books I love. So you see behind me, I have a whole wall of celebrating Black history, all Black first appearances, important events and everything and whatnot. So that's pretty much my focus on my collection, as well as static books as well.
That's what's up. Brother Kenya, you want to go ahead, brother?
Oh, word. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool, man. Y'all already know, man. I'm just a fish in the pond. I'm just a little fish, man. I just been collecting, I'd say about 7 years maybe. And dude, I fell in love with the hobby. I mean, I took my dad to see Black Panther, and I'll never forget this, man. And as we were driving to his house to drop him off, he was like, I owned a lot of those books, and I didn't believe it. And I just got to just researching all the stuff that he was, talking about, and I was just like, oh my God, that it's unbelievable what he had, So I mean, that's what inspired me to get into collecting, and I've been on ever since. I mean, it's a love now. It's a love and a passion. It's a great feeling. So I'm a part of a awesome family, an awesome culture. Is yeah. Thank y'all for inviting me.
Appreciate it.
So yeah.
So I would say real quick, the reason why I invited everybody here is, like I said earlier, these are all people that I respect in our particular space. And I'm talking, these are people I respect just even beyond the comic collecting, the sphere itself. So what we're going to do today is we're going to do a little bit of show and tell. You know what I mean? We're going to do a little bit of show and tell. And the one thing I will say before we get started is Carson is showing out with that wall behind her, y'all. I need y'all.
I was about to say something.
I know, right?
Now I've been. Now I'm gonna
I
say this.
know, right?
That's not special effects. I've been to his crib, and he has one of the most impressive comic walls I've ever seen. Literally. And if I'm correct, one of the things that I give to Brother Carson is that I remember at one point, I think he's laser focused with his Milestone collection in 9/8 or whatever. Am I correct, Brother Carson, or was it Static, or which was it?
I started with Static. I completed the first ever 9.8 full set of the original set of Static Shock series back from the 90s. Now I'm currently working on the modern ones, the Static Shadows of Dakota and season 1. And I also started dabbling into Icon and hardware now. So it's a labor of love. Cost me a lot of my lunch money and my lawn money,
Yeah,
but
that ain't lunch money and lawn money up there.
Say, I had to mow a lot of lawns to get here, but I always tell people that, hey, while you collecting what you love, that's very important, but you also want to pay attention to the investment side of things.
Sure.
There's no problem for people in our community to acquire pieces of art and collections that are noteworthy to pass down to our children. My whole thing was I have 2 sons, and I wanted to collect books that reflected us, with characters that look like us, and to be able to teach them these type of things, because it's an art that's starting to die off. So as you see up here, I have first appearance of Eben. It's one of the first Black characters to be featured in his own title, written, created by the great Larry Fuller. Books like that I feel like are important, just as important as the Supermans, the Batmans, and everything, because we need to champion our own work as well as the creators behind them. So everything up here, I take a lot of lessons and history from the group. If you don't pay attention to some of the posts where people come through and they're teaching you and you just kind of scroll by, you're missing out, because there's a lot of good knowledge as well as money involved. And sometimes you'll catch some deals early just by paying attention and listening. And then you'll fast forward, 5 years later, and it's like, oh, like I got, some history that's actually worth something that you can pass down to your kids. So I emphasize getting in the chats, talking to people, and just doing what you got to do to acquire whatever pieces you can while you can, because a lot of these are low print run and they're very historic to the point where colleges, museums, and this not are acquiring these pieces. So.
And let me say this too, for people to understand, when he talked about Eben, and that book only had a print run of 100 copies, allegedly. Shout out to my man Jay, who owns 95% of the copies out there. That's a conversation for a whole nother day. But he's laser focused in that. Like we have collectors that collect on different levels. There's that one particular row that has the Lobo, the Crown, the True, the Weird Fantasy, the Jackie Robinson. And here's the thing too, I want people to understand, your collection does not have to look like Mike Carson's to be a great collection. Mike Carson's collection and my collection, we're on a different. Mine looks a little bit bigger than others because I've been collecting for so long, and I've stopped and collected for so long. Other people are it's just different. It's just different.
If you don't.
But one thing I want to say is, so I want to go to Brother King real quick, because you post a lot of books, brother. If you want to show a couple, tell us about how you collect and give us some examples of some of the things.
If you don't mind me asking, just to add to what you were saying, it's not so much of, some people may perceive it as being on a different level of collecting, but to me, it's just a different branch off the tree. It's all collecting, but it's just collecting what you love, and people get laser focused as to what drives them and what fuels them to collect. And that's what I love about this hobby. You got some people that they get into raws, like my boy Spawn, and you have some people that get into collecting, slabs, you know what I mean? Then you got people that get into, like you, Phil. Come on, bro. You one of the OGs of the OGs. OG art, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the avenue that you pick out of collecting. Of course, it also goes to budget and time, patience, because a lot of people don't have the patience for collecting original art versus going to the store and picking up a $5 book. So I mean it yeah. So it varies. So I mean, when getting in collecting, I always tell people don't feel intimidated by what you see. Feel inspired. You see what I'm saying? To go after what you see. Like you say, Mike, you know? But that was pretty much what I had to add to it, man. But I got a couple of books I got on the side, man, just some sleepers that I don't hear too many people talk about. Like this was a great book.
Definitely.
I know I'm kind of switching gears. This is Juke Joint.
No, I actually want to know about that one. I've never seen that one.
Oh man, it's honestly is.
Let me get this too, Kenya, because I was going to say
What's up?
we're talking about sleepers. So you got Moon Girl. Last time I seen you,
Yeah.
you was rocking Moon Girl.
Always.
Moon Girl's one of your favorites. So I mean, just talk about like keep
Yes.
doing what you're doing, but I've noticed that's one of your favorite characters.
Yeah, and the reason being, and I mean, it's crazy. When my daughter was younger, right now she's 16, and y'all already know where little 16 girls into. They into makeup and fashion and trying to look cute. But anyway, I introduced her to comic books. I took her to my local comic book store at the time, and me, I was heavy on Miles Morales at the time. I was still, dipping my toe in the comic book collecting. And here it is. I had her pick out, a book, and she picked out a Gwen, what was it? Spider-Gwen.
Okay.
And the reason she picked it out is because she know I love Miles Morales. So, the similarity. Anyway, we get home and she opens up the book and she starts reading it, and she was hyped to read it, and she got a couple of pages in, and I hope I don't offend anybody, but she said, oh man, like her hopes were down when she found out that Spider-Gwen was white. And I switched gears and I, started researching, and I found out about Moon Girl. So I bought a couple of issues. I think I bought maybe the first 10, and dude, she blew through them. I'm talking about she liked Spider-Gwen. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. She liked Spider-Gwen, but her level of interest wasn't as laser focused as I saw when I presented Moon Girl to her. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It also made me go back to, how we pay attention even in school. When you learn about people in history that look like you, it piques your level of interest versus learning someone that doesn't.
Right.
It's a common fact. So when I saw that, it was the first comic book I ever saw that literally had her laughing out loud. Like, when a book got to be good when you laugh out loud. So I just, started getting frantic, and I just started grabbing every Moon Girl comic book I could find. And at the time, honestly, I wasn't reading the books. I was just collecting them because I was like, oh, this is a cool hobby. I don't want to, but I want to introduce my daughter into it. I think I was kind of dibbling, dabbling, but not seriously going as hard as I am now. And honestly, Moon Girl was one of the first books I really read the entire series, like after my daughter. So I fell in love with the character. I fell in love with what the character stood for. And it reminds me of my daughter.
Nice.
It reminds me of that bond with my daughter. And she's a lovely character. She's an awesome character. I hate that her show ended so abruptly. It should have got more publicity. It should have gotten more everything. That show should right now be in its third, fourth season, in my opinion.
Well, me
But yeah, that's why I have the love for it.
And listen, and you know, me and you got a Moon Girl connection, you know, because we was in, you know, Charlotte, and when we were showing, I just pulled, you know, one of the things that we, if I may share,
Brody, bless me.
If I may share, we were in Charlotte, Stephanie Williams, and I had the art of that nature, and we were just talking about getting to original art, and he had a Moon Girl, and Brother King had a Moon Girl shirt on. And we were talking about getting into it. And sometimes we talk about the barriers about getting into it, like spending all the bread and whatever. I grabbed my Moon Girl piece, man. I said, here, man, I'm gonna start you off fresh. You know, I blessed you with,
bro.
And the reason why I did that, it wasn't for no flexing or pat on the back. It's just that there's been so many people that have blessed me in this hobby and in life. So I always feel like if I have the ability to do the same to others, you know, who am I not to do that? You understand what I'm saying? And I feel like that's when we talk about it's the family reunion, that we got to do that, and we throw those particular alley-oops. So now, and guess what? And like you said, the fact that it belonged to your collection, it didn't belong in my collection. I got it, but obviously I was holding it because it needed to be where it needed to be. With the connection between you and your daughter, you having that piece means more than me having that particular piece. So I'm more than proud to make sure that, and it went to the right place.
Thank you.
Don't let Kenya be modest. See, Kenya might have the greatest Moon Girl collection I've ever seen.
I know.
That's why he's being modest, but hands down.
Hey.
Oh, so now we got
hold on. Yeah, because
Hey, Kenya,
it's not in this pile. It's in my other pile.
We're gonna do a little flex show and tell in a second.
Yeah.
Sister Amber, man, I just want to talk about your focus and what, you know, your particular focus on collecting, how you collect, real quick, and then we're gonna go to what people want to see, man. We're gonna start pulling some things out.
So I started a little different than everybody else. Like I said, I started as a reseller, but really I started my love for comics started with the character Black Panther. And the reason is not just because I knew of the character before the movies and everything, but I knew of the character when the movie came out because of Chadwick Boseman. I come from the area where Chadwick Boseman lived. I'm from South Carolina, specifically.
Same here.
This is specifically born in Anderson, South Carolina, where he's from. And so when I had watched all of his movies, when I saw that he was going to be Black Panther, that's when I really started to dive into the character and really started to collect the comics instead of just getting big comics, turning around and flipping them, that kind of thing. I really wanted to stick with collecting and getting into the comics. So I started with the 77 series of Black Panther without FF52. That was at the time, that was like out of my range. That was just, nope, can't get that. So I started with Black Panther #1 and went through and really honed into collecting the entire series. But I knew when I joined Black Comic Awards that there were other things out there. There were other comics. There were other history. Watching you, Phil, and Herschel, and Paul just show your posts and getting into other historical pieces. Mm-hmm. And also, speaking of people who kind of really just give you something, just bless you with something in I actually posted a video recently of someone in this group who blessed me with a big boy book. Like, I'll show it later. I won't say anything right now, but I'll show you what it is later. And they just gave it to me for free, for nothing. But getting back to how I collect, now I collect based off of rarity and cultural significance. Okay. So anything that is not in any books that I had before, if it was just like the regular series Spider-Man, not Miles Morales, if it was just regular books, just regular comic mainstream books, I actually pared it down so I could purchase Black cultural significance and rarity comic books. And that is all my comic collection is about now.
Nice. So as we can see, everybody has their own particular take on collecting. Like I've said on many occasions, there isn't a wrong way to collect. You know, I feel like everybody needs to collect in the fact in which they want. So let me ask you this: if I point this way, am I pointing to Carson?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Because when you, when you mirror, it looks crazy. What we're going to do right now, people want to see the flex particular situation it is. What we're going, and it's not going to be a flex. I want people to grab. We're going to do like almost like a lightning round.
Step up right quick.
We're going to grab a book, talk about it under a minute, and then we're going to go to the next one. So we'll talk about it significant. It doesn't even have to. Sometimes it doesn't have to have a monetary significance. Sometimes it can be a personal significance. Sometimes it could just be something that you just like and love. What we're going to do is we're going to go through our personal collections and we're going to talk about a piece. And Brother Carson, you will go. Amber will go. Kenya will go, and it'll go. Maybe should I start first? I'll start first. So, you know, I'm gonna start we'll start with a rarity. So one of the things that I got in my collection, and it doesn't have to be a book per se, but it has to be, you know, comic book adjacent. So Black Panther was my favorite character growing up. It was the books we used to sneak and read that my dad had. We used to risk getting beatings because if he saw us in the books, we would get whooped. It was real. It was dangerous, but it was all worth it. And I've just always loved the particular character. I'll be very honest. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of the films. I feel like the films could have been done a little bit differently, but that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. So what we had, I'm gonna show y'all this. See this drawing right here? This right here was the very first time. You know what, too? Hold on. I gotta take this down because it's trying to focus on my eyes as a kid and it's making me, and it's not focusing on me. So we gotta change that. So real quick. So if you look right here, this was the very first time that Black Panther was ever featured in anything outside of a comic, ever. So this was the first item. So this was a puzzle from 1968. It was a Fantastic Four puzzle that came out. And I actually had this piece featured in collections in Black. And it's one of these things, it's grossly undervalued. You could go to eBay and find these relatively cheap. But this is super important. This is the first thing that T'Challa was ever on outside of a comic. I mean, I got a raw drawing right here. And then, you know, of course, I had to get one framed for when I put it in the exhibits. This is the actual joint that's usually hanging up. But if you can find one of these, you can usually find them on eBay. They're not ridiculously expensive. And like I said, this is the very first time that T'Challa was featured on anything outside of a comic. 1968, people.
See, Phil, this is why I take screenshots when you're on the screen, because you just show things I didn't even know about.
Right.
I try.
Man, listen.
Brother
man
Carter,
got heat for days.
we'll go to Kenya. Well, Kenya, what you got, bro?
Hey, man, like I say, man, I wanted to keep it light for sweet.
Keep it
light. I know we always talk about, I just want to talk about some of the subscriptions, like current subscriptions that are Black centric, and I mean, just great. I mean, I know everybody's up on Roots of Madness. That right now, this is dope. This is a really dope read. I'm really enjoying this. Yeah, she got a banger right here. If you are not reading this book, you need to be. You need to be. Here's another one. Ancestral Recall. Man, when I say just this book will have you sitting with your phone out, Googling some of the information that you get out of this book. It's a really dope read. Oh, and of course, y'all already know.
I just picked that up too.
Crownsville.
I picked that up.
Man, listen.
I
don't know how this man find the time. I really don't. I don't know how you find the time to just create all of these bangers. I really don't. But I know we were talking about Moon Girl earlier, and Mike, I already know you got this one. I got this in a 9.82. I know, Phil, you probably got the original art, knowing you. We either got more original art of Moon Girl, because you keep it on deck. But this is just 1, 2, and 3.
That cover was from the legendary
Yeah.
Von Eden too, just so everyone knows.
Nice.
Right. But yeah, and another sleeper, and I hate it just ended. But Farmhand. I don't know. I'm proud to get this one. I got the last one in blue. But if you get all of these are the connecting variants. I'm a sucker for connecting variants. That's actually what made me get that Miles Morales Ultimate Fallout 4 1 in 25, because I didn't even realize that it was his first appearance. I just got the book because it was a connecting variant. See how things work out. But yeah, man, that was crazy, man. And I think that was one of the things that kind of blew my socks off, man. And I hate I ended up getting rid of the book, because now the value of that book has went up in price by so much. But it was just amazing, the journey that I went through to get the book. It was the Amalgam Invincible Iron Man.
Right.
I ended up selling the book. I think I ended up paying like $20 for the book. And I kept it. I didn't know nothing about grading. Like I say, guys, I was still green. I don't even think I knew any of you guys yet. Not personally. Man, yeah, I'm reminiscing, because I ended up selling that book from, I think I sold it for like $1,200 or $1,300. And I had never had anything where I had a return on an investment on that level.
Right.
And that was what I think put me in the next gear of collecting. You know, it was, oh man, I have something that I can leave my kids. I have something that I can put towards other things. It's a liquid. It's a liquid investment. And a lot of people just look at it as, oh, that's just a little sheet of paper. But at the end of the day, where do you think Hollywood and other, places of media get their ideas from?
Right.
It's from books and comic books. If you look at it, I would say high 90% of all media is either a novel or a comic book.
Right.
I mean, look at Netflix's catalog. Well, let's say newly acquired catalog.
And we're gonna get into that too.
So
I want to get, if we could do this. I hate to cut you off, my brother, because I want to get through these. Because I only got like a half hour, and make sure we show these books, go through this round. You know, I got you, bro.
Yeah.
Sister Amber, man, show us some of this heat. We gonna heat this John up. Show us something.
Okay, so you want me to start light, or you want me to start heavy?
Start how you want to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is, we want to go a couple, and one more too. I'm gonna give you a shout out for representing Pittsburgh in your background. You may not understand it, but we got Jackie Orms, who's from the crib, and we got the GOAT Matt Baker, who grew up in Pittsburgh. I don't want Rico Jones to say nothing crazy. grew up at the crib, but keep going. Give us something, and then Carson, you up next, brother. Then we're gonna keep it going.
Well, and this is not light, and I might have to turn my background off because I know sometimes it doesn't show the book, but this is, I actually have 3 live wire. Can you see it, or do I have to turn my background off?
We got that with Matt Baker's eye on the corner, but it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I might have to turn my background off too.
I gotta turn them backgrounds off.
Yeah. Sorry, my home office is currently under construction.
That's all right.
So
yeah, I'm kind of jacked up behind me, but at this point, hey, we all living.
Yeah, but so I have all three of these, and they are all signed by Vita.
Nice.
And I also have the rarest #1 live wire is the glass variant. So I have the glass, yeah, the one that glows under blacklight. So I think they made technically it was like a 1 in 2,500 or something like that per store, but the store had to reach 2,500 in order to get one of these, and a lot of the stores did not reach that. So there's very, very few of these out in the wild. So I actually got this one off eBay. You can't find this in the store. They don't have them. You have to order it somehow.
That's the glass variant, correct?
That's the glass variant, and then I have the other 3 live wire #1
nice
variants. And then so I'm starting modern, and then I'll go with the vintage a little later, but black #1.
Okay.
And then I also like to make sure I buy comics from the non-mainstream publishers. So I wanted to shout out that I just got this actually. I just got my Acolyte comic.
Very nice.
Concrete Comics, shout out. They will be on later. And I also wanted to throw in, I'll go a little vintage. I'll throw in the first appearance of Monica Rambeau.
Nice.
And I'll stop right there because what I really want to do, well, never mind. I'll show it now. I'll show the comic that I got from the person in this group, Jay, Mr. Evan himself. He just gave me a Lobo #1.
Very nice.
So and I showed it in this. I showed it in the video of where I was going to, where I was going to different stores and doing comic book hunts and just trying to find Black comics out in the wild. And the reason why I wanted to do that very quickly, because I know Phil, we are on time, but
do you think?
Okay. So the reason why I wanted to do that was because I wanted to show the disparity between how much our comics are and how much the mainstream comics are that are from the same realm with the same genre and the same like first appearance of this person or first appearance of that person, and they're substantially lower. So I used the example of Black Lightning #1, and I posted up that you could find this one. You could still find it for maybe like $30, $20, $30. There was a comic book store that had it in their $2 bin, a near mint Black Lightning #1. And it's because they had no idea what it was. And so that's the reason why I started the show, because they not only do people not know what our history is, but it's disappearing while people have it in $2 bins. Like
Amber, can you drop the name for your show so everybody can go take a look?
Yeah, it's the first episode is on Black Comic Lords. It's Comic Book Hunter. And the next, I'll be doing 2 episodes a month, and it'll be exclusively on Black Comic Lords. I won't be putting it on YouTube yet or anything. So it'll just be like a little. If you hop on Black Comic Lords, you'll see that I'll go to different comic book stores. I'll find different comics, and then at the end I'll post, this is what that comic is, this is what this comic is valued at, this is what a similar comic is valued at in mainstream, and this is what this comic would be if it was valued in the same way.
Free information, free game out there.
Free game. And I'll be honest, I'm one of them people. Look, if I see it and they're cheap, I ain't going up to them and arguing with them about it. I'm just gonna pick it up and grab it.
Oh no, I didn't. Hey, I picked it up.
Let me tell you something. I found my Lobo #1 for $3.
Nice.
And when I found it for $3 years ago, and it was at one of my favorite shops. And I was with my son at the time, and I was literally, it was funny because I was particularly looking for it, and I was asking about it. It was like, no, they said, you know what? We do got an old Dale section. Go through there. It's like $2-3 books. Went through there. It was in there. I picked it up. I punched my son in the chest so hard. I was hyped. I shouldn't have did. I was like,
Wow.
what the what? Boom, boom. And took it up to the front. And of course, Miles, man, it's cool people. They was like, I'm glad you found for 3, but they did, and a lot of times I'll say this, playing devil's advocate, a lot of times those boxes and bins they got, they may have priced things years ago and they don't go back and price. During the comic boom is when they will start to go back and price and overprice some things. But I appreciate the info. Brother Carson, you up next. Give us some heat, man, on the back, man. Grab some of them. I want you to go big boy on this, man. Grab a couple grab like 2-3 big Johns and talk your stuff. And then we're gonna keep it going. We ain't got but 20 minutes, and I want to get into some other sides of collecting.
For sure. I will say I want to emphasize on that Black Lightning one. It's a very historical book. Not only was Black Lightning one of DC Comics' first Black characters, he was actually the first one with his own featured title and his own name on DC Comics. You can find copies of those very affordable for people trying to get into the game who don't want to spend a lot of money. I think that's a very good starter book to start out with. It's a good corner piece to have. And I feel like Black Lightning is a positive character, an important character that all comic collectors should have in their collection.
And Carson's being very, very chill right now because he loves those DC Black characters. I'm gonna give it to him, man. Me and him will go back and forth on the DC Marvel thing, but he is an advocate for Black Lightning. I got my 9/8 because of Carson. So
I'll say it. A lot of people don't pay attention. Everyone is on the Marvel train, and I get it. But DC actually has more Black characters than Marvel, and they actually have some earlier historical characters. If you look on my top row up here alone, you'll see the first appearance of Mal Duncan right here, is first Black hero. I mean, in DC Comics, right there, as far as like Cape and Cow type situation. And then you can keep going on down. You got Karen Beecher Bumblebee. Those are comic characters that I think are important.
But hey, Mike, before let's do, I don't want you to say it like that because those are in that Bumblebee's in a what? A 9/8?
Yes, sir.
Highest grade. Come on, man. Talk your stuff, man. Man. Let's go.
I just want to give a spotlight on that character. So first off, I will bring this book. A lot of people, when you Google who is the first Black hero in comics, more likely than not, it'll show you Lobo. When you Google it, and for that reason, that book is very liquid.
Come on now.
It's a very historical book, and I'm with it. But Lobo is not the first Black hero in comics.
Who would that be?
The first Black hero in comics is in Crown Comics #3. My main man, Voodoo. This was created in 1945 by the legendary Matt Baker.
Wait, one more time. Who created that?
The legendary GOAT, Matt Baker. How about I say it like that? So this predates All Negro Comics. This predates Black Panther, Fantastic Four 52. This predates Eben, everything that you can think of. So when you go out there and you try to figure out who is the first Black hero, is Voodoo, Crown Comics #3, 1945. All right, I will throw a caveat out there to say that this book isn't, easy to come by, and it isn't cheap. So if you see one, grab it, hold it down, never sell, give it to your loved ones.
And also, too, that's not Voodoo on the cover.
It's not.
And also, Voodoo, if we be honest, the first couple issues, Voodoo was Black, created by none other than Pittsburgh's own Matt Baker, who went to Westinghouse High School, which is 5 minutes from my crib.
And shortly after that, they did, however, whitewashing, which is, a tragedy of sorts. But again, if you want to know who the first Black hero is in comics, is Voodoo. Now, I will throw a caveat out there, and it depends on if you consider Lothar a hero or not. Lothar does predate Voodoo. His first appearance, and it's I don't know anyone who has this book personally. But it's in Popeye #1, or back in 1934, 35, or something like that, along with Mandrake the Magician and a couple other characters. They all started in the comic strips, and then they all went on to create a book as such, where it's a whole bunch of stories thrown into one. So if you consider Lothar a hero, with his stereotypes and everything of that nature, I would say he's a hero or character of strength above, or whatever you would say, that would predate this. But other than that, it would be Crown Comics 3, Voodoo. After that, you can go to All Negro Comics and go from there. This book right here is not affordable.
Come on, man. Hey, let's go, man. You already know. Let's
come
go.
On. All right, so this right here is Peanuts Volume 2, number 7. This is and this is in 2013. That's how long it takes to get.
I need that book.
To get Franklin.
I need that book
in the comic. So, first cover appearance, and if you go on the back right here, it shows you the short story of how Charlie Brown and Franklin actually meet years ago. It's the actual comic strip right here. When I talk about ghosts,
come on, man.
Try to
For
find
real.
this book. Try to find it. It's from 2013.
I second that.
You won't find.
I second that.
Nobody's good. I couldn't find this book. I was actually gifted this book from Brother Shabazz because he knew I've been looking for it for so long, and he actually happened to just toss me one. First Franklin.
I see how y'all doing me. Okay.
Of course, he is in the comic strips eventually, but this is his first comic right here. And this, like I said, 2013. So that'll show you the love that they have for Franklin and Peanuts history, whatever.
Is it okay to talk about like the value? I just want to know like the value of some of these.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. This book right here, like I said, I didn't pay anything for it. There's never been a sale in a graded copy of this book at all. So as far as value, I couldn't tell you. But yeah. I know some folks who bought some raw copies and they were only like $30-$40. The problem is finding it.
Yes.
So I think as more people know more about this book, it actually starts to pop up. I think the value is going to shoot up a lot more. This book right here, even in a 9.0, I'm not selling this. Yeah. I'm happy to have it. You see Phil over there with his.
I have been looking for that book.
I'm gonna say this too for people.
You know what?
One thing about this particular book right here that he just showed is that it's a book now. It's one of those books that people who own them are going to sell it super high. Who know?
Yeah.
People. If somebody knows what that book is, they're not selling it low. I don't care if it's a black collector or a white collector. They're selling it high. Franklin's in high demand, and he's one of my favorite characters for multiple reasons. You see, I got the jaw. I'm gonna put Franklin back, but I just wanted to let y'all know that I second what Carson said, man. That's not an easy book to come by, y'all, by any stretch of the imagination. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
To go back to the value I paid for this, Amber, in the auction, I paid $1,200 back in 2022-ish. The price maybe almost half and doubled from now. So, and this is in a 5.0. Another book I want to show right here is a very important book, a very important character. This is Friday Foster 1 from Dell Publishing, October 1972. One of the first positive black characters out there, as well as one to have her own featured title. I'm pretty sure, if not the second or first, I don't want to say the name of the first because I just don't like the name. But after that, Friday Foster is the first black character with her own featured title, woman featured title. If you ever seen the movie back in the day with Pam Grier, what does it come out? Feels probably like late 70s, 80s.
70s.
You can find these books online. I paid $65 for this copy. Got it clean, pressed, and graded. So overall, I'm under 140 or so on this book. But you can find slab copies on there around the $200-$300 range, depending. Definitely another book I would tell everyone to add their collection. And then I want to show.
You have the same grade too.
Nice. And I seen you post yours the other day. Congratulations. Welcome to the club. And I want to show one more book that's not, I didn't spend a lot of money on these, but another book that's actually kind of hard to find. And it's Little Kids Calvin edition. There's 3 of these books. It runs from 10, 11, and 12. I probably paid about 25, 35, and like another 30 or so or whatever for each copy individually. Another I would consider a grail. Phil would probably consider a grail.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to find as well. So
and one of the things about that particular piece is that little kid's Calvin, the character Calvin wasn't introduced until like the 10th issue. Another thing about it is with me trying to search down the cover art for it, we found that the artist was a young individual who worked for Marvel at the time, and there's like no information about him after like the 90s or something like that. And he was like super young. That book is super important because it was a young Black kid who had his own title during that time period, and I think it was the second Black character to have his name in the title. Yep. And that's a big deal. And one thing I want, and I know Carson, you being humble, but there's two books behind you that are equally important. And I think that as a collector and as a historian, it's important that we talk about the importance of true comics in the weird fantasy that's behind you.
Yes.
So I'm gonna let you finish what you're doing, but I need you,
for sure.
If you can grab those. I think it's very important that we talk about that, because those two books. We would be remiss if we didn't talk about how important those are.
So I will say, so two things I want to note, and then I want to also note, if you notice on here, I don't know if you can see, he's not drawn as like a racist stereotype. He doesn't have the big lips and the talking and shucking and driving. So that's kind of one of the main important reasons that this book is important, that they actually drew him with grace and some love. Unlike in Police Comics 12 right here, I don't know if you can see this book. This is the first appearance of Ebony White. Those of you not familiar, he ran around with the Spirit as like a sidekick, servant, very docile type character. Yo, mama, stuff like that. That was very racist. At
that time. Voice was crazy.
So that's kind of how they did us back in the day. Which brings me to the book Phil is talking about, True Comics 5. It was in Parents Magazine Institute, October 1941, which features the Bronze Bomber Joe Louis. I don't know if you can see there. This book right here is the very first positive image of a Black man. Not only was he featured on the cover, he has a feature story on the inside talking about, his heroic feats. For those of you not familiar, back in the Golden Age era, our heroes were Black athletes of the time. So Joe Louis, you got your Jackie Robinsons of sort. Those were the heroes that were actually initially featured on comic books and were considered heroes at the time because they were they were first of their time. They were breaking barriers, whatever. So this book right here, and as you see Phil throwing on his black gloves because he's ready to flex a little bit for you, is the very first positive image of us. And like I said before, they were drawn in the
Let me go ahead and put my little books on up
and everything like that. So.
Go back one more time.
I got you.
We gonna take this to the next level. Give me what was that again? The
very first positive image. Look at the flex right there. And what Phil's showing you right here is the original art, the original pages from this book right here. He has what he's holding in his hand, one of one. Nobody else in the world has it. That's the original page drawn way back in 1941.
Not one page, but I own the entire story.
Yes, sir.
All 5 pages of that, John. So we just, I'm just,
And Phil has decided to bless the entire collectors panel with that. We appreciate
and it's just, my reason for that is not just for flexing purposes, it's for historical purposes. It's important that we also own our history as well.
Salute.
Yeah. And I want to note about just paying attention, listening, and executing. When somebody throw you a oop, you got to finish the shot. So shout out to Rico Jones. If you don't follow the Black Conservator on IG or Facebook, you are doing yourself a disservice. Not only is he probably the most knowledgeable person I know in comics, he's always willing to teach you and answer any questions that you may have about certain books. He mentioned this book to us a couple years ago. I paid $50 for this book. $50.
Yeah.
All right, I was able to snag me a pretty clean copy. I graded it myself. Came back a 5.5. 4.0s to 5.0s right now are going for about $1,100. So it just shows you time in the market actually, outweighs, snagging certain times and certain things. Grab the books when they tell you about them, and hold them. Like I said, for a $50 investment right here.
And let me say this real quick, Carson. In the interest of time, because we have like 5 more minutes, I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna show anything else. I have some more time. I want people to understand, we didn't necessarily go through our most expensive pieces. We went through different things. We could have been doing this for another hour or two. And I just want people to understand that there's different levels to this. There's no way of collecting is wrong. I mean, I do own the original art, etc., but I own it because it was important. And I will say this: I've taken that piece with me at all the different times I've displayed collections in black. It was on display at the Arthur Wilson Center. It was part of the original Art Expo. I had it at 989 Studios in Charlotte, and it's a conversation piece. And to think that 1941 was the first time we were depicted positively on the cover and featured inside, that's not that long ago.
Nope.
That is not that's not ancient history or anything of that particular nature. I do want to thank. I mean, there's so much I want to show right now, but I'm not going to do it for in the. I want to respect the time that we have, but I think what we will do is we're going to. While I'm doing a part 2 with my same individuals, we got 4 minutes. Everybody has 30 seconds to show one thing really quick. 30 seconds, and we starting with Amber. Let's go. 30 seconds. Quick. You got 15. So now go ahead. We can't hear you, sis. We can't hear you. Your volume's off.
Sorry. So this one is not one of my most expensive books. I could have showed like the FF52s and the Weird Fantasy and all of that. I also want to show 2 actually. In honor of Phil hosting this, I want to show my 2 Matt Bakers that I got after seeing his live and introduction to Matt Baker. So it's Jumbo Comics 116 and Hawk number 9. But this one in particular is a really important book for me because Fantastic Four 119 is the only issue in which Black Panther is called Black Leopard. And the reason is because of the Black Panther Party and the negative connotation that people were associating with it. So it's really art and life colliding. They changed his name because of what was going on in history. And it was
I had that original page in Collections in Black. I want to say my man Khalil owns that page. I could be right or I could be wrong.
I think I saw it in your doc. I was like, I got that book.
That's
so yeah.
Brother King, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So you got 30 seconds, bro. 30 seconds.
All right, here go my 30 seconds. Boom. That's one good piece that was from the show. You had to be at the promo to get that. I'm going to show it one more time. Boom. Real quick. All right. This is one of my favorite pieces right here. This is Moon Girl 9.8. I love this piece just because of everything that's going on in that piece. This meant a lot to me to find, especially in this grade at a 9.0. You guys already know who it is.
Facts.
Now, this is a throwback because I love homage pages or homage covers. This is Nita Hall's Nightmare. Very dope series. King, your
time's up, bro. Your time's up. Your time's up. All right, that's it.
I had to throw one in there. Monarch, number 1.
Yo,
30 seconds.
I will add, don't sleep on that Nita Hall series. It's very affordable right now. The legendary Rodney Barnes is cooking something up with his own universe. Don't sleep on him. You can get 9.8 for $30, $40 right now. All right. I'm only going to show 2 books and they're affordable. One, I want to give a shout out to my man Torian Tarrant with No One Left to Kill. This is his own individual work he's putting on right here, right now. He's actually shooting his own film So this needs to be championed. This needs to be supported. Not only is it his own book, but he's actually making his own film. He's doing it all independently. If you get a chance to go out here, this is the ash can I picked up for him a couple years back. And then I also want to show, everybody always talk about, flexing and stuff like that. A simple book. This is a simple grail right here. It's Adventures of Superman 500. I know there's tons and thousands of these, but this is cheap. You can go get a 9.8, $35, $60 at the most. First appearance is Steel. John Steel is the longest running solo series of a black character on DC Comics. Simple book. I feel like a nice corner piece that everyone should have in their collection. That's all I got for you.
And real quick, so I'm gonna end it like this, y'all. I appreciate y'all coming to the collectors forum with me. And I'm gonna show something real quick. One of my favorite characters of all time is Nubia. So we're gonna show some Nubia pieces, some Grail pieces, but the domestic version is not the first time, was not her first appearance. Actually, it was in the I believe this is the Dutch version. He actually predates before the DC. The foreign, this is one of the few times that the foreign version actually came out before the original version. Those who know that Nubia is actually none other than Wonder Woman's sister. And on a quick note, shout out to my man Robert Fordham. He's the king of the foreigns, and he put me deep. And I think only me, Robert, and maybe one other person owns this particular one, and this actually predates the American version. So this is one of the most, is a precious piece in my collection. Hey, I want to thank y'all for being part of the Big Phil Collections panel. I'll be back again at 6. We have so much more in this con right now.
Indeed.
And, this was dope. And I apologize for only having an hour. We didn't even get a chance to go in everything.
Down for part 2. I'm already down.
We're gonna get part 2 going. So stay tuned, keep watching the show, and keep collecting. That was corny, but that worked, didn't it? Hey, Derek, Paul.
Hello. Tim Fielder here, author of Maddie's Rocket, Infinitum and Afrofuturist Tale, and the graphic history of hip hop. I'm a visual Afrofuturist and graphic novelist. Buy my books. Go to Diesel Funk, at Diesel Funk on all social media handles. I need you to buy my books. Thank you, Black Comic Lords. Peace.
Where's everybody?
I'm here. What's up, Paul?
We're missing.
Joe, what's up, man?
What's up, folks?
What's going on with you, bro?
Oh man, just living another day, bro. Just living another day, man.
All right.
Ready to hang out with you folks for an hour, I guess, or so, and talk the talk, man.
See, you brave. You doing it from the store. I knew I couldn't get this done in the store, man. Folks have been walking in trying to talk to me, bro.
Oh, well, you see, that's because you guys are on a different time zone. I don't open up for another 2 hours, you know what I'm saying? So I got it like that with you guys right now, you know.
Real. That's real.
So I was able to do this in the store. I was hoping I didn't have to do this at home, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Y'all saw me all in a whole different mode, man. I see I wore my comics rule everything around me t-shirt, got the cream on the back, man, you know, so I was able to come in full representation, man.
That's sick, Joe.
What's up, Paul?
What's up, y'all? Listen, we are now into our next segment. Support your local comic shop. It's the cornerstone of our community. It's where many of us got our start in our comic book journeys. For me, it was going to the local bodega back in Brooklyn and going on the spinner rack and getting my comics until I was older, and moved and found a local comic shop to get all my comics from. Supporting the local comic shop is critical to this industry and to this business. And you know, a unicorn amongst that is the Black-owned local comic shop. Sometimes, you know, as we're in this space and we talk about various books that we should get, or things that are hot or what have you, things that we wish we had gotten when we were younger, there are a lot of books I realized I never got exposed to at my LCS because they didn't put them on the shelves. For whatever reason, they chose not to put the Black books on the shelves. So having a Black-owned local comic shop is critical for the Black independent comic industry. Having someone who's not afraid to put books with faces that look like us on the shelves, someone who can cater to our community, have a place where many of our creators can come and do signings of books, meet with the community, inspire the youth to become creators in their own rights someday. So what I want to do is first, let me introduce Mike Davis, Blurred's Underground, one half of Blurred's Underground. Where's your partner, Marcel Kirk?
And look, I wanted him to be here, but my godson, his son Noah, has his first basketball game that's going on right now, and so I'm running solo, but I'm sending all of my thoughts up with my godson, man. I hope he's over there crushing it right now.
All right. He is with Blurred's Underground, based out of Chicago. We also have Mr. Joseph Woods from the Comics Den, representing Los Angeles.
Yes, sir. That's where we at. Right in LA, right in Ladera Heights, the Comic Den. We're about to celebrate our first year on in Black History Month in February, because that's when I opened up the store and for February for Black History Month.
That's what's up.
Looks like one of your patrons is there. D. Will Maddox says, dope shop. Salute to Joe for rocking my t-shirt too.
Yeah,
we're supposed to have a third individual. I don't know where Brian Kennedy is from Gulf Coast Cosmos, but shout out to him. He might be running a little late. Black folk, this is what we do sometimes. I mean, what am I going to say? So, Joseph, you're already up in the corner. Why don't we start with you? Let's do a run through of your shop. And as you're doing it, why don't you tell us about your shop, how you got started, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, so I'm going to give this to you.
Can it be flip or?
I don't know. You can.
Let me try real quick.
Hold on 1 second. We're about to.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Well, this is my store. We're a small but mighty organization. What got me into comics is I'm in my 50s. I've been collecting comics over 40 years. I've loved it my whole life. My mom bought a house over in Watts. When we went to go view the house, there was a mom and pop store around the corner. They had comic books on a rack there. That's where I first got my book from. That's where I fell in love with comics. And from elementary to middle school to high school, I've just been a collector ever since then. Into my adult years, I jumped into the corporate world. I ran big box operations for over 20 years, and I hit a stagnant area in my life. As I got more gray, I didn't want to stay there no more, so I kind of wanted to just live out and do some things that as I got older, and as I wanted to set an example to my 12-year-old son to go after your dreams and do what you love to do. So this is the primary reason why the Comic Den exists, but we're all about community, and we're all about supporting our local writers, artists, and creators, and we're out to build that next generation of writers, artists, collectors, and readers. So when you come to our store, you'll always see our little den area here, you know what I'm saying, where people can always come in and have a seat. This is where a lot of girlfriends come when they're dudes, or some couples or collectors, they come in together, but some people just sit down and they wait while their other half does the shopping. I support everybody. If you come in here with no money, you can walk out with a free comic book or with free readable items. Or if you come in with $1 or whatever, you can still walk out of here with something. Whether with something or nothing, we just want you to get your read on and get into this world so you'll understand where we're coming from. I am truly a man of God. I know that this is a blessing to me. So one of the things I promised God for blessing me to get this place was I would put his word in this store. So for the 4 churches that I have around here, we donate books to them. And these are Bible-based comics here from Genesis to Revelation. And that's kind of my commitment to stay true to the man upstairs for blessing me to get this place. Once you come from over that area there, which we call the den, we have an entrance of where you like I mentioned, you can get the dollar books from here. Some books here we sell bundles. Sometimes I sell the books $3 for $1, $2 for $1, whatever, to just lower the stack.
$3 for $1.
There. Oh yeah, I just did that for the Black Friday weekend. We sold a lot of dollar-based books $3 for $1. Like I said, the goal is as much as I know, once you get into this world, there is no turning back. I've had people say, man, I've been out of comics for like 2 and 3, 4 years, but something got me back in, and now I'm back reading. So that passion never leaves you. You may step away from it for a while, and sometimes a dollar bin book is what get those people back in. And when they can get 2 or 3 for $1, man, they get to read. Next thing you know, they're coming back and they're patronizing the business. It's all part of the plan, my man. Over here, we have children's books. So you come in here, whether you're a teenager or an adult, you can, a teenager or a young adult, you can get that. We also carry books like Vixen. I have Stephen Curry's book here about sports superheroes and stuff like that. So we do mix the genre and diversity. We also have Little Golden books, which is for our young audience. And you can get everything in here from Harriet Tubman to Little Mermaid to Rihanna, LeBron James, Falcon. We try to make sure Moon Girl, Martin Luther King, Serena Williams. We try to make sure that we are able to feed our young Black youth with great books that they can read about themselves. One of the things that I'm most proud of about this store is my local writer and creator area. We push these books like I preach and teach people. Marvel and DC will sell themselves. I don't have to sell them. People are already coming in here to grab those books. So what I do is I push books like Florence and Normandy, written by Rodney Barnes and Exhibit. I love this book here. I love what he done with Blackula, because this was actually the first page is filmed there. The panels are in Watts, and that's where I was born and raised at. His son, RJ, just wrote this book, Super Predators, which is a great read. I just read this about 2 weeks ago, and I'm kind of like, wow, I wish I would have read that earlier. He's a very talented young man, so the apple did not fall far from the tree. And everybody here from Jamal and Nancy, Marcus Newton, we got Britt Sands, who writes Impound Comics. I have Ray Heights, Midnight Tiger. I have his wife's What the F Mama. She got a nice little.
That book is hilarious.
Yes,
hilarious.
It is indeed. We carry New Little Voices, Keisha Demon Eater, Crescent City Monsters. We have, which I know you mentioned, this is the Killer Bee book written by David Crownson.
Is that the sign joint?
Oh man, David signs everything for his boy. David signs everything for his boy. Except for
I need you to send me that. I need you to send me that.
But when he comes around, he'll sign these for me as well. Harriet Tubman, Demon Slayer. I got TJ Sterling's book here. I have everything from
Bro, you got the best of the best of our community all on that bookshelf right there.
The Shattered. I got Chris Robertson. He signs my all Negro comics here. I carry Tyler Martin's The Antagonist. I have Jared Sam's Space Negro, and my dude Keithan Jones, who hosts Black Comics Day. I have his Power Nights, all the way down to Creed, written by Latoya Morgan, supported by Michael B. Jordan. And then I have my guy James and Mike, who writes for Thingamajig Studios. They have everything from Me and Mr. Jones to some other books that they have here, Gabriel and things like that. And I even support my man Kevin Grivas, who is right over here with his whole book thing, Black Storm Comics, and I have a whole host of stuff that he has here. I've dedicated a whole end cap because he's been so good to me in the store. And then another guy who I love so much is Sebastian Jones from Stranger Comics. That's my dude, man. You know, I only wish I had his accent so I can charm half of my customers like I seen him do buy their book. I met him at a Comic-Con some years ago, and I didn't even really know him at that time, but I still ended up walking away with books because he has a magnificent pitch on selling his books. Then from there, guys, you come over to our end caps. So our end caps, we have a DC end cap gondola here, which all the DC trades and stuff like that. Then you can see from there, we have a Marvel one here. So this is all Marvel comics over here. Then we have the well, these are books that that I know that are hot right now. The Marvel DC crossover with the Deadpool Batman. So you know we're pushing these. A lot of people are still picking up the Storm Wonder Woman combination right there, which is one of my favorite covers as well.
That Jenny Frison cover is hot.
Yes, indeed. And then we have independent, so everything from Image, Boom, IDW, and stuff like that we have over here. And I always push what's hot, so everybody's buying Invincible, so we put that forefront, and people are going to come and grab it. Also, these compact collectibles have been selling like crazy. I need to reorder my Static Season 1s because people have been burning out on those, and I think I'm going to double my order on those. And then I get into the manga. And one of the things I'm really working on next, because I've encountered a couple of gentlemen that are working on some block manga characters. One young man, I know he does one with the mustard seed and stuff like that. I want to carry those books in the store. My goal is to like get everybody who's being creative in our community and in our culture. I want to have their book in my store, especially if it's something that we can really get in the eyes and ears of our youth and get them to grow up seeing what these guys are doing so their talents can be exploited. From here, gentlemen, I have my indie wall. This is our indie comic zone. So this is where all of my past issues of indies are, so you can come in here and grab back issues from the last 3 to 6 months, depending on the push. See, we even got Charlemagne the God's book here with Dennis Cowan, Brian Hill, Bill Sienkiewicz, a whole, and I got my girl. I cannot leave my girl out. Stephanie Williams, her book Temple. I've been reading this.
Temple,
this awesome read. I love this book. I love the motherhood and the fatherhood story arc that's based around. And then here we carry like all of our new books. So this is where I host all my new books at. So anybody who comes up here from Marvel and DC knows that they walk this wall here, which I kind of do every week for them to come and get what's new and what's hot and what's out. Everything down below is from the prior week or weeks going to the 4 weeks behind. Nothing down here is nothing more than a month old. So they come and walk the wall. They hit these drawers here for back issues that we carry from different genres. We carry a DC first. We go with Marvel. Then on the end here is independent, so they can know what they're actually looking for. And then we come here. This is our new wall for all of our independent books, you know. And then I also try to gift stuff because I got this nice Panthers Rage book with the toy to go along with it. And I'm only selling that for $25. So just trying to hook people up with some good deals. And then we come on over here, gentlemen.
Yeah, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, man.
All right, I'm gonna move it. Here's all my store supplies. You can get your store supplies. I have my statues and stuff like that right here. These are my action figures. And then right behind here, we have some of our graded comics. And then here I have my my gems, some of my gems here. Now, most of my gems, I still have a mountain of gems at home, but I still am able to give you books like this.
Wow.
And believe me, I have more than one. That's why it's for sale. And then other than that, we have some other books, you know. Like I know I carry high-end books. like this. You know, you can get a high-end book like this for about $4,000. And so we try to handle every level of collector, every price range of a buyer, and that's pretty much our thing here at the Comic Den. One more thing we're doing right now for the city of Inglewood and underprivileged kids and mothers getting out of prison and stuff like that. We just filled up one of these bins right here and turned it in, so now we're working on filling it up the second time, and that's our journey, folks.
That's what's up. That's up. For those who don't know, he also there is the television show The Comic Shop, which films out of his store out as well.
Yes.
All right. So who's up next? Mike Davis.
Thanks, Paul.
And we have Byron Kennedy in the house. Gulf Coast Cosmos. How you doing, man? You're muted
right?
or something. You're muted. All right, we'll get back to you.
There we go. Hey, good morning, y'all.
Peace.
Good morning.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
You're on CP time, right?
Not even close. I was super early, super excited, but couldn't figure out how to get the settings right.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll work it out.
Yeah.
You're gonna be right after Mike. Mike, tell us about Blurred's Underground out there outside of Chicago, Illinois.
That's right. Thanks, Paul. I'm jealous. Unlike Joe, I couldn't be in my store today. It's actually open, and I knew there would be no way I could walk through and give a tour like that without some folks running up in there. So I'm just. And by the way, Joe, you need to stop saying you got a small store. I wish I had the space you had. Look, I can you got a couch in your joint. I ain't got no couch in my shop, bro. it ain't that big. I'm jealous of that couch. Look. Blurred's Underground, like you said, Paul, is located right outside of Chicago in the town of LaGrange. And, you know, that's been an excellent journey for me. I can talk about the makeup of the shop, but I think first I'll just give you all a little bit of background into what got us in this business in the first place. All right. So like you mentioned, I have a co-founder, Marcel Kirk. He's actually my best friend. We grew up together, went to high school, college, we're roommates, and over the course of our friendship, we always bonded over comics. It was our thing. So like when we were in college, you know, we would study for a few hours, get tired, and we go to the comic shop and just pick up a stack. And there was a store out there in Macomb, Illinois, Western Illinois University that just had a crazy back issue collection. And the guy who owned the spot, this old dude, man, he just let us go through the crates. Even if we didn't buy the stuff, he just let us sit there for hours going through it. And he was selling them for ridiculous prices. So like, we were in college, but we was telling our parents, and I think my mom's watching, so I hope she'll hear it. But we would tell our parents, man, I need some money. We ain't got no money on our food card, and we was taking it straight to the comic shop, coming out with bundles, man. And that was our college experience. And then we got out here in the real world and started making our money and looking for shops. You know, we were born and raised Southside Chicago. Most of our, you know, experiences going to comic shops required us to go very far outside of where we live on the south side to find a store. And even after we got done our college experience, the stores that we were looking for to go, you know, satisfy that need never really felt inviting to us. You know what I mean? The owners weren't really engaging with us. We weren't really getting the vibes. And like Paul said earlier, it was hard as hell sometimes to find content that we were interested in. You know, the books that were being produced or published by Black creators, written by illustrators, you just couldn't find them on the shelves. And so, you know, we tried that route for a long time and we're just, you know, kind of disappointed with it. But neither of us had in our head that we would get into the business of it until one day a guy was on the news talking about he owned 3 comic shops and he was getting ready to close one. And instead of just closing the business, he said he was going to host an essay competition. And the person who won this essay competition, it was like a question about what would make your ideal comic store. You submit the essay. If you win, you won the store. And he would just give it to you at no cost. And so I thought it was a scam. I'm from the south side of Chicago. I'm like, man, ain't nobody about to give away no good business. Like, that's got to be some kind of scam. And my wife's an attorney. She said, look, that's all you and Marcel do anyway is talk about comics. You both need to write for this. And if it's a scam, I'll just sue his ass. Like, let's just see what happens, right? So I go ahead and I write the essay. And at first, it was very generic. You know, a good comic shop will have a good collection of blah, blah, blah. But this is right around the time of Black Panther, right? And the more I start thinking about what would feel authentic to me, the more I just changed that essay into, it wouldn't just be a regular shop. We'd make sure that we served all people, but it would be intentionally Black. Like, we would make sure it was in the name somehow so that people could understand that this was a space that was open and inclusive to everyone, but that would have a Black identity, right? And so we wrote our essays, Marcel and I, his more from an educator standpoint, because he's a principal or dean of students, a dean of culture at the time, and I'm a sales guy. So we both wrote our essays, submitted them. Neither one of us got the store. All right. So he ended up gifting it to somebody else. But I'm persistent. After I came out with this essay and I started dreaming about it, I couldn't let the idea go. You know what I mean? Like, it just became way too real to me, this idea of getting ownership in this space. Then Black Panther hits, and you start thinking about this blockbuster movie making billions of dollars all over the world, and all the actors and actresses and directors that got paid that look like me. How many shops where you go and buy the books now, you buy the merchandise, were owned by people that look like me? Now I got into the story. Somebody brought up Amalgam earlier. Start getting into her story, and I'm like, you know what, man, I can't kick this idea. You know what I mean? Like, we got to get this store sale. So I reached out to the guy who held the essay contest, and I said, look, you don't know me from Adam, but you know, I didn't win your competition. Cool. I still want to meet you. I want you to mentor me, because I'm gonna get in this game no matter what now. And so he agreed to meet with us. We talked during the pandemic, and then right after, he was getting ready to close his last store out in LaGrange. And Marcel and I were having dinner with him. We're talking about getting in. We had no interest at the time of getting the store. We were talking about opening our own, like Joe. But he said, well, I'm getting ready to close this store. Before I close it, why don't you all go out there and take a look at it and see, right? So we go out to LaGrange. We start spending some time out there. And originally we were just like, well, maybe we'll just buy the stock and take the comics and everything and the fixtures and bring it to the South Side. But then we got out in LaGrange and we started falling in love with the town, and the people that were there loved the store. And I mean, we're coming in heartbroken that the store was getting ready to close. We listened to people talk about how they grew up with the store, because the store had been there for like 10 plus years. They grew up with it. Their kids are now going to it. So I told Sal, you know, maybe instead of just starting from scratch, we give it a go out here, see how this town is, and it'll allow us to learn the business, and then we can take and expand it from there. So that's what we did. That's how we got into the business. We bought an existing store, and it has been a great journey, man. The people out there in LaGrange love us. They have supported us from day one, and we have been in business now since 2022. So we're going on our 5th year, and it's been an amazing journey. It is not easy. I will tell anybody, opening and owning a business is not easy. You get to 5 years, it gets a little easier, but the first few years you learn a lot through trial and error, and we did. But one other thing, you know, because I'm not in my shop, I can't do like Joe and take you through a tour, but I want to just say one other thing real quick before I yield my time. We invested early in making our store accessible to people who didn't live in the Chicago boundaries, because whether you lived in Chicago or not, like I shared my experience earlier, you sometimes, I hope nobody has this experience, but you may live in a town where your local comic shop ain't giving you the feel goods. Like, you know what I mean? You go there for your books, but you may not feel like this is where if I had a choice, I probably would. So we invested a lot of time into our website, our shipping. We can ship any place in the United States. So what we tell people is, whether you can make it to Chicago to support us or not, you can go on our website. And we took time. We didn't just throw shipping on as an option. We took time to research the best shipping methods. We would order stuff from Midtown and all the giants, figure out what packaging they were using, what boxes they were using, so that when we start shipping, we could make sure that we did it right. And so while we have the brick and mortar, and we would love to have anyone come up and visit us, right? We also have an online store where you can pre-order your comics. You can have them shipped anywhere across the world. So like, all of our stuff is available, blurdsunderground.com. And so that's the quick and dirty version of how we got into the business. I'll yield the time though, because I know we got other folks who got to talk. I think that's gonna be you, Byron.
That's what's up. You're up next. But before we jump to Byron, if you're enjoying the content of this channel, please make me big, Herschel, Derek. If you're enjoying the content of the channel, please go ahead, like this video, share this video over any of your social medias. And if you want to watch more, subscribe to the channel. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Hit the notification bell. It'll let you know when we do content like this every week. Now, swinging over from Chicago down to Texas, where everything's bigger and better, Mr. Byron Kennedy, Gulf Coast Cosmos Comics.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Live from H-Town. I am Byron Kennedy. I am the owner and proprietor of Gulf Coast Cosmos. We are Houston's first, I say first, I hope we won't be the last. We are the first Black-owned comic book store in H-Town, Texas, currently holding it down for the entire state of Texas. That's not to brag, but, you know, it is what it is. So Gulf Coast Cosmos started very much like Blurred's Underground. We started off as an e-commerce website because we started in August of 2020. So that meant nobody coming outside. You were crazy if you were trying to come outside. But we took our business plan, turned it upside down, and created an e-commerce website where we gained a lot of popularity and a lot of interest. When we were able to finally come back outside, we started doing pop-ups and slowly moved into a brick and mortar space. So we kind of technically have two locations. We have our brick and mortar space in the heart of the historically Black creative community of Third Ward, Texas. And we have our e-commerce website, gcccomicshtx.com. We feature, just like any other good comic book store, we feature comics, graphic novels, trade paperbacks, and manga. Our one degree of differentiation is that we intentionally create a place and a space for Black comics, for Black authors, for Black artists, for Black creatives of all sorts to come. This is your space. This is your home. We also position ourselves as a third space. So not only can you come and, you know, buy comics and what have you, it's also a place for us to chill and just be ourselves and enjoy the things that we love. We have events every month, like our world famous Geek Meet Up. That is a monthly social salon where customers host the event themselves, and you can talk about literally anything that you want to talk about. If you want to talk about subjects or if you want to play games, you can do that. It is your night to do just that. We also have movie events, we have talkbacks, we have panel discussions. All of the things that we do is centered around us folk and celebrating our creativity and our stories. We have our new comics this week. I saw Joe giving the tour of his space. Our space is a little it's not as big. We got about approximately 500 square feet, but still, we managed to pack a lot into our space. We have our customer favorites. Customers here like a lot of graphic novels and enough for people to have some interest in. David F. Walker is the man that actually got me back into comic books, David F. Walker. So we always make sure that we have space for creatives and writers like David F. Walker. We have John Jennings with the Parable series. We have a lot of local comic book creators. That's important to us because in this city of Houston, which is the fourth largest city in the U.S., Black comic book creators barely get enough shelf space. So we make that happen for them. And that's incredibly important for us here at Gulf Coast Cosmos. We have zines such as Sun Hero magazine. I know y'all remember that one. Sun Hero is another favorite. You got to excuse us because we are putting things back. We had an event the other night. We had a zine workshop and art exhibition. So a lot of the creators from the historically Black college and university, TSU, are just down the street. So they come and they are able to utilize the space as an event space. So not to brag, but that's how we do.
That's what's up. That's what's up. All right, squad. So here's the thing. I want you guys to talk about the importance of the LCS. When I talk about the greater comic book community, why is it important to support your local comic shop? Joseph, why don't you start?
Well, I believe it's important to support local comic shops simply because it's just like everybody was saying here. You know, I have received so much support from our culture because I thrive on service. You know, I try to make this kind of like a Cheers of comic book stores. I try to know all my customers by name. We have group chats in here. We do throw events. The events that we've had like 200 people show up in our whole parking lot when we take over the parking lot over the weekend and stuff like that. And the thing is, I find that comic books help people from a mental health point of view, something that gives people just a place to relieve themselves, a place to come to, a place to feel comfortable at, a place to open up. And at the Comic Den, we try to provide that for people. And, you know, I know a lot of people know that we live in a digital market right now. You can go read all these digital comics. But, you know, like I said in the interview before, nothing beats that feeling of holding that nostalgic issue or grabbing that new issue and putting it in that bag and board and collecting it for yourself. I believe that if the digital market was that dominant, it would have already taken over. So we do still have people who love comics, still people who want to read and open up books. And I think that's why we still stand on 10 toes with these other two bookstores that I'm standing on this platform with. And that's why we're standing strong, because we still do have readers that come inside the stores and support our businesses.
All right, Mike, let's get your perspective.
I mean, I agree with everything Joe said. I would say it boils down to connection and community, right? Stores offer something unique. You can read a book on a digital format, like you said, but when you support a local comic shop, first of all, you're supporting the local economy, right? Like people are hurting all over, right? We employ 6 people at the Blurs Underground, and that is a sense of pride. There are people who we are helping in their livelihood, you know, like by employing them, but also people are looking for connections, right? Like I mentioned earlier, I'm in Chicago. I went to plenty of stores around here and didn't feel like I had a connection to the store, connection to the people, and I yearn for that because like we get excited about these books. Comic fans are some passionate people. We want to debate. We want to go talk our shit to each other, right? Like, excuse me, by the way, I don't know kids, but like having a safe space where we can go and we can nerd out. We can talk about the things that we're excited about. We can debate folks about, you know, characters in the comics. So those are the types of connections that can happen organically and only in a comic shop. And then, you know, Joe's done it. I'm sure Byron is too. Like, we're giving back to the community. Like, we're not just in business, you know what I mean, just for the sake of making money. A lot of shops do, but like we're out giving out these books. I'm doing panels at schools. We're going, taking and donating comics. You talked about that bin earlier, Joe, that was up in your shop. We got one in ours for the Windy City Ghostbusters. We're giving away comics for kids and like these types of things you can only support if you support a comic store. And then the last thing I'll say is we support a lot of publishers and a lot of creators that look like us. Every store you've seen here, including ours, although I ain't in my shop to show you, all of us have a section that is uniquely focused on Black creators, Black publishers. I saw Concrete up in the chat. My boys, what's up? We all do everything we can to make sure that we're also supporting our creators because they need it. Like you said earlier, Paul, a lot of these stores aren't taking the risks on our stories, on our publishers, right? And that was known to us. And it's not always. I'll say this. I won't say it's always embedded in racism. I think as a business, comic shops operate on very thin margins. Every risk you take could mean the difference in you paying your bills that month. So we're taking the risk on our people. Like I take the risk on Black content. Period. Like that's where I take my risk. Other stores decide where they're gonna take their risk. But when you support a shop that has owners that look like you, we're gonna take the risk on our people all day, and you can rest assured knowing that. Which is why whether you can walk in our shops or not, you can shop on our stores, you can support us on our socials, do whatever you can to support because it matters. Like when we go out to these cons and we see folks that look like us, we big it up in them. I see Stephanie Williams got some content coming up. That's the homie from Chicago. I'm making sure our shelves are stocked on it. So it's not just about supporting our stores, how we support and show up for these publishers and creators that are also putting out content that we want to get in the hands of people. So I'll yield my time, but that's an important question, Paul. I'm glad you asked it.
All right. Byron, you're up, brother. Is he frozen? Am I frozen? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can see it here. I think
I can see he looks. Unless he's great at like standing still.
Oh, hold on. We got him back.
Yeah.
There he is.
There we go.
Man, don't ask.
We're having some technical difficulties. We'll make it work, man. We'll make it work. It's all right.
Having some technical difficulties. Why should people support their LCS? Because we support the community. Plain and simple. My people who work here in the shop have been listening in the background, and they keep saying, "It's like, talk about yourself, talk about the workshops, talk about the incubator space, talk about all this stuff." And they're right, because this is what we do. These are the people that we love. The business plan that I created back in 2018, I literally had incubator space baked into the plan, where this shop has to be more than just a store in a neighborhood. It has to be part of the neighborhood. I literally know the people down the street, the recurring customers, the kids that come into the shop. They go to the school that I teach in. So, yes, I'm a teacher during the day, and I have an amazing staff to help run the shop while I'm not here. So it is all of that communal love and support, and just basic love of the community, love for what you do, love for the stories that you are sharing and telling. That's why people should support their LCS.
That's what's up. Now here's the $1 million question. One of the things that we emphasize here at Black Comic Lords all the time, particularly me, I'm very passionate about this, is the concept of pre-ordering your comics.
I knew you was gonna say it. I knew you was going there.
You can't be on this channel for 5 minutes without me talking about this. Listen, at the end of the day, this is an industry. When we talk about why is this book getting canceled? Why can't they promote this character better? Why is it that I can't get this storyline? What a lot of people fail to realize is that this is still a business for many of these companies. And you have to make money to print these books. You have to make money to put these books out. And it's great to go in on a Wednesday, a new comic book day, and buy your stack of books that you see on the shelf and take it home and post it on Instagram or what have you. But you have not supported that creator, that publisher, that character that you love by buying it after the book has already come out.
Right.
I want each of you to talk and emphasize the importance of how this system works. As a local comic shop owner, what is the process and why is it important to pre-order your comics? Joseph, let's start with you again.
Okay. Pre-orders, to me, like I couldn't define it more than better than how you said it, Paul. It's the absolute beginning of your interest in that book. One of the things I know I do here is I often buy stacks of the preview guides for people to view books for them to buy, so they'll know what they're previewing and what they want to pre-order. A lot of my customers are also on websites like the one you had suggested to me when we were speaking the other day, where they are allowed to pre-order comic books. So I get these emails in with stacks of books of already I know what to order and what to buy. So it really helps me as far as inventory control, what to order for the pre-order customer, as well as to get for the walk-in customer. And that's how my business has grown significantly because of pre-orders, because people are anticipating books to come in. And, just like you said, it does support that writer, it supports that character, it supports that book for people to be able to get those covers that they're interested in, that story that they're interested in, and so forth. So I think the pre-order is a large market of the business. It really helps me manage my inventory significantly, and I'm always looking at new ways as a former store runner to improve inventory management.
That's right.
Mike?
Look, it's as important as you say all the time, and we emphasize it every time somebody walks in the store. If you love that book, you should pre-order. You should subscribe to it. We made it easy when we got involved in the game. We invested in a platform called Comic Hub, and if you all are wanting to support, there's an app that we invested in. It's called Comic Hub. Comic Hub has plenty of stores that use it. We are one of many. So if you actually create an account, you'll have to tell it you want to order from Blur's Underground. But the reason we did that is because Comic Hub made it easy to pull in all of those pre-order books. So every distro that we order from, and there are only about 4 or 5 of them that we all order from, they issue out every week a last call. Hey, these are all the books available for pre-order this week, right? And of all of the books and all of the variant covers, you're looking at 100 some odd books. And we got to make decisions every week. What are we ordering, right? For us, pre-orders is the guide for like, what are we going to order this week? If we have a book that somebody's already pre-ordered 20, 30 copies of, then we know we should stock it heavy on the shelves. If we got something that only one person pre-order, then that tells us maybe we'd be a bit more conservative. So it's a way for us to measure, like Paul said, what it is that we order, but we invested a lot of time to make the process simple, because it can be, I'll be honest, before I owned the store, I really didn't know what a pull list was. Of all the stores I told y'all I went to in Chicago, every time I buy a book, nobody was telling me, hey man, you should actually, subscribe or pre-order that book. You know what I mean? Like I didn't even know that was a concept until we got into the business of it. So now I talk about it all the time. I've invested in this app to make it easy. People can go on Comic Hub, look every week at what's coming out, pre-order the book with the variant that they may want, and it'll be either shipped to them or it'll be at the store sitting aside for them when they come in. It is a very big thing in our industry. When I talk to publishers, and I've met with some of the execs at some of the big publishers about why they aren't making more ongoing series for Black characters. Like somebody mentioned DC earlier has all of the Black characters, like more Black. They do. But when I talk about how many of them have ongoing series and like why that is, like a lot of it boils down to pre-order numbers, because the publishers are looking at that too. Like how many people are actually pre-ordering this book as a way for us to gauge how much money we might actually make on an ongoing Black Lightning series, an ongoing Power Company, and all these things. So it is really important that if you love these books and these stories, that you don't just buy them when they come out. Try to pre-order as much as you can, because it helps the stores, but it also helps those artists, those illustrators, those publishers that are putting this work out. Sorry, Joe, I got on the tangent, but I'm passionate to Paul about this one. Go ahead, man.
All right, Byron, give us your perspective.
My perspective is it's kind of different. While I agree with what everyone is saying, and I pretty much echo everything that everyone is saying, because we are in a different demographic, we are in a different region. I also have the responsibility of co-curating, if you will, comics and manga and anything that comes into the shop. Otherwise, if individuals place their pre-orders and we simply rely on pre-orders, then we're going to get, just more of the same. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, all of those things, without introducing other titles like Monsters We Make, like Death to Pachuco, and all of those things. While they are incredibly important, it is important for individuals to say, hey, remind them that, hey, there's more than just what's being promoted to you. There's just more than what's being marketed to you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. Well, I was trying to remember.
I got something to say.
Please.
Go ahead.
I don't want. I think that it's misconveyed. I mean, because I know the writer of Death to Pachuco. He came and introduced himself. I carry his book in the store. I sell it very well, and I agree exactly with what you're saying. I invest in local writers, but I also invest in first new series. This is how I know if things are working or not, because I order a large array of books in this store. And the thing that I really love to do is order first issues of a new series, for example, because I know if I order anywhere between 4 to 8 of those, possibly 10. And if I sell more than half of those, I'll support that as well. But I've also learned this. I mean, with just any book, you know, the first issue will pull people in. It's the goal of the second issue selling. You know, because some people will buy the first issue because it is the first issue, you know, but the second issue is the one that's going to make your bones, you know, because it's the one that's going to actually push that particular story arc into interest for the customer to keep on reading it. I agree exactly with everything you said, but I just wanted to bounce off of what you were saying just to let you know, like, hey, no, I think all of us look at books from a wide array, but when you pre-orders, like I'll give you a perfect example. That Absolute Batman Annual, I ordered over 200 of those books, and I don't have a single one to stand on. And the thing was, 40 of those books were pre-ordered, but 160 of those books walked out of this store from walk-ins alone.
Yep. That's incredible.
Yep.
Real briefly before we end, because we only got about 7 more minutes here. Where do you guys see the future of the industry? The reason I asked this question, Joseph, you pointed out the fact that those mini Marvel and DC books are selling really hot right now. And we know that manga is really hot amongst the youth. So Marvel and DC have now tried to emulate that style by putting together these Marvel and DC books in that very same manga style, where you have a smaller book, but it's packed full of stories in a graphic novel type of, or trade paperback type of format, but in a manga size and at a very good, affordable price rate. Do you see that? Where do you see the future of print comics?
I think right now, for the comic book industry, it is the best time to be in comic books right now. Honestly, I mean, I just as a new store owner, I think I got in at the right time. I mean, I had this idea 5-6 years ago, and I don't know if I would have thrived the way that we're thriving right now. People are coming in reading books more than I've ever seen. Even when I was going to bookstores myself, I see more people interested in picking up comics. I'm seeing more younger audience saying, hey, I just heard about this. I mean, social media is a great illustrator to get and encourage people to come out and read more. As far as the manga goes, I was what you would call as dumb as dishwater to some of these books. I'm not gonna lie. I had to learn, you know, more about manga, and thank God to my 12-year-old son who actually educated me. I mean, we've been going to watch Chainsaw Man, Jujutsu Kaisen. We watched Demon Slayer. So now I know what to buy, and I talk to the community. The community talks to the store, and I feed the community with what they want to read, you know. So that's one of the things I think that's golden about being a bookstore owner and building that community, because your community will talk to you and you buy what they want to read, and then you feed them like that. That's how we feed our community, with giving them everything that they're interested in that they want to read. And that's how I have a growing manga section right now. That's how I have, like, when I started off with just buying a few of the compact books, now I have a whole end cap full of the compact books, because they're coming in and buying those books on that level. And I only see things like that improving. I think that DC, I've already pre-ordered some for, you know, some future books coming out. Marvel probably need to step their game up a little bit more and grab more of those books. But I know that it is something that is in growth, the compact book. And listening to conversations, they're good for backpacks, they're good for traveling. Yeah. So the convenience of those books are great, but still it doesn't take away from the actual comics that people like to buy and collect and get in. But I think eventually, when those books come into like graphic novels, they'll probably will do a compact version of that book as well.
Yep. No, I agree. I think they have been well received. I think it's, and I'm almost jealous. Let me just say, when Joe was like, "This has been a great year," like, man, them first few years I was in the game, it wasn't like that. It took us some years to get to this point, but I think this has been, the last year or so have been the best year
moment.
Yeah, of our business, man. Like we've done some great numbers these last couple of years, and I think that's in large part to some of the decisions that that DC has made mostly, and Marvel's getting there. But these compacts are selling really well. Like you, I've got the manga too, and I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't the best with it. Luckily, Marcel was more into the manga, so he could help curate.
Right.
But we're experiencing the same trends. And I also will say too, I'm really inspired by the amount of Black publishers that I'm seeing come out the gate and are getting some very strong, Kickstarters like New Horizon Comics. I saw y'all on here. We just got our first exclusive variant done with them. Concrete's on here, like a Stranger Comics. Like there are a lot of folks out here that I think are also going to help add to comics in the future and make it more diverse. So it's an exciting time to be in the industry. Don't let people fool you into believing there is not money in comics. Midtown would not have 5-6 locations if there was no money in this shit. You wouldn't have 5 or 6 graham cracker comics in Chicago if there was no money in this. It's a game to figure out. You have to understand margins. You have to understand business. But if you love this medium and you actually want to take a stab at owning a piece of it, there is money in this medium to be made. Don't let anybody tell you any different. All right, that's my time. My bad. Go ahead.
Byron?
And again, to echo everything that everybody's been saying, yes, manga, you cannot deny the power of manga. The formatting, it just simply makes it easier and more travel friendly. And the fact that we have more and more Black creators coming into the medium of manga. For example, we have a local mangaka that's a manga creator. We have a local mangaka here. Goes by Red F Manga. He created this super dope story called Golden Mist. Golden Mist. Brother lives like 30 minutes away. So it's one of those things that we really appreciate having access to. We have, Joe, to your point of having Marvel step up and get to work on creating some more manga titles. This is volume 2 of X-Men, the manga remastered. So yeah, I think it's incredibly important that we learn to embrace and diversify our inventory and to listen to what people are wanting and introduce them to some new things. I just had a conversation last night with Saturday AM Comics. Saturday AM Manga. And we had a long conversation about manga and about how it is increasing interest, and specifically stories with Black characters. I think that's incredibly important.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we only have a couple seconds left here. I want each of you to tell people where your store is at, where people can follow you on social media. If you have the ability to sell comics online, let people know about that and where they can order comics from you.
I guess that would be me go first again.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, well, you can come to the Comic Den. It's located in Los Angeles, city of Ladera Heights. We are at 4912 West Slauson Avenue, right on the corner of Fairfax, deep in the back, the last store on the corner with the perfect city view. And all are welcome here. And you can go find us on social media, both TikTok and Instagram. You just go under the Comic Den. You can also go to the Comic Den LLC website and you can buy comic books from us, and which I am going to be talking to one of you guys about some of the great omni-channel processes that you guys use, because that's somewhere that I can move and improve on.
Awesome. All right, so real quick, Blurs Underground. You can follow us on socials at Blurs Underground. So just type it in Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. We're on all 3, so you can follow us there. We also have an e-commerce site. So if you want to buy any of the stock at our website, you can go to blurredsunderground.com. Again, we've got pre-orders, we got in-stock stuff, and for Black Comic Lords exclusively, we created a special coupon code. If you don't live in Chicago and you can't come visit us in person, we have a special coupon right now. We're giving free shipping on orders over $20. So if you want to go to our website while the con is going on and order any of the books that you see them talk about, you can order from us. And if it's over $20, we're going to ship it to you for free anywhere in the U.S. All right, just enter in BCL. I'll throw it in the chat after I'm off the panel, but BCL is the coupon code. Type that in, it'll take off shipping on orders over 25. And if you're in Chicago or around Chicago, we're located 15 South LaGrange Road, which is in LaGrange, Illinois. It's about 15 minutes out of Chicago. We would love to see you if you can come out and visit us, but thanks for allowing us the time. I'll yield over to Byron.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. So Gulf Coast Cosmos is right in the heart of Third Ward, Houston, Texas. You know where Beyonce from. We are in Third Ward, Houston, Texas.
Has he stopped by the store yet?
Where we at? 2408 Wheeler Avenue. 2408 Wheeler Avenue. We are also talking about our second location. We are at GCCcomicsHTX.com. We're also heavy on social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X. All of them are at GCC Comics. Holla.
All right. You'll have to let us know what's on Beyonce's pull list when you get a chance.
She got an
All right,
expensive.
thank y'all for being here. Support your local LCS, everybody. We're going to go to our next segment. We'll be right back after this quick PSA from us to all of you.
Peace, fellas.
Comics are different. Those things cannot be returned if they do not sell. Okay, so that means that if they buy 10 copies of Monica Rambeau Photon and nobody buys it, they eat that money. And your local comic shop is, the margins are very thin, right? Times are hard for everybody. And so what that means is that it gives comic shop owners incentive to be very risk averse, right? And so you could order a bunch of Batman and you know that every month people are going to come in and buy Batman. It's often characters of color, new characters, lesser known characters where they're like, I don't know, this could be good, but if I put this on my shelves and people don't buy it, I lose money. And I'm sympathetic to that. That's a real assessment that they have to make. So the way that we avoid that is you go in and you pre-order. So Paul goes in 3 months before the comic set comes out and says, hello, I would like to pre-order Monica Rambeau Photon #1. I'm not going to wait till it comes out. I'm telling you now that I want it. And at that point, they're like, okay, let me go ahead and order this. And in the comics world, that is the sale that counts. By the time you come into a store and purchase a comic book, that sale does not count. I know it is ridiculous. It is very silly. That is the way it is. The sale that counts is when the store orders it from the distributor. That is what they are counting. And so what that means is that when you go in and you pre-order things, it actually gives that store confidence. Like, okay, Paul said Paul's going to be back and spend his $5 on this book. So we're good. If we order this one, we know it's going to sell and we can pay our rent. We're not going to be eating this cost this month. The best thing to do is your subscription or your pull list where you go in and you say, I want you to put these in every month for me, right? And then they will set that aside in a box.
Message.
All right, we are back. Black Comic Lords Virtual Comic-Con with our next dope panel.
What up?
History in Comics. Let me introduce who we have here. Guy you might have heard of, wrote a little ditty called Bitterroot or something. David Walker in the house.
Chuck Brown. Don't forget Chuck Brown. He writes Bitterroot too.
I'm getting Chuck Brown. I'm not going to forget Chuck Brown. Black man.
I just want to
say, you do your thing. Let me do my thing. David Walker's in the house. With him and his partners, Mr. Chuck Brown. How you doing, Chuck?
Good. I'm doing good, man. Doing good.
All right. Also with us, Jordan Clark. He's kind of youngin' on this panel. But I thought it important to invite him. He's written a really dope book that's on the shelves right now that everybody should read called Ancestral Recall, Milestone Initiative graduate. And he's a rising star. Also with us, Mr. TJ Sterling. We had a long talk with you last night. Pleasure to have you, sir. Has a book in Kickstarter right now called Musa, the Lion of Mali.
Yes, sir.
All right. The reason we invited each and every one of you is you have all written stories where history, specifically Black history, has played an important part. You have taken the medium of comics, this form of entertainment, and pushed it further to something even more relevant, that of edutainment. And moreover, edutainment in our history, in our culture. I want each of you to talk about, because you didn't have to do that. It's a choice as writers. You guys have the ability just to write about anything, about any culture, but you chose to write about us in a way that not preachy, but still sparks people's interest. And in each one of your stories, I find myself pulling out my phone and Googling references and saying, where did that come from? Is that a real thing? Oh my God, that is real. I can't believe that. And that's kind of the point. So I want each of you to talk about that. Why is it important to obviously for all of you to have incorporated history, our history, in the stories that you've told? David, why don't we start with you?
I knew you were going to do that.
Well, you jumped in after me, man. Of course, you put on the hot seat first. Come on.
You know, it's part of it is real simple for me. Is that like my grandparents had this. For you young people, you won't remember, but you know, there was a thing called an encyclopedia. It was a collection of books, and it was full of facts and information, right? And my grandparents had the Encyclopedia of Afro-American History, which was published in the 60s, and that was sitting on the bookshelf in the den. And I was just fascinated with history. I still am, and it's always like you always discover something new and interesting, right? And I'm the sort of person who's like, yo, I want to tell people about this, right? Because when I was a kid growing up, we just learned the same things over and over again, right? We learned two things. Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves and Martin Luther King marched, so Black people got their rights. That was it. And there's so much more to our story there. There's so much more interesting material there. And as we struggle just to have a voice in pop culture, it seems to me like there's so much material out there that we can use and can inspire us as creatives, but then can also educate, and not in a heavy-handed way, but educate readers.
All right. Chuck, let's go to you next.
You know, similar to what David mentioned, when I was a kid, my dad, before he died, he bought us this set of encyclopedias, and that's where I used to kind of go for that was my Google when I was a kid, to kind of, you know, create characters and research things. And I remember seeing the president section, and all these presidents were white, and it just made you think about, you know, why is it that way? And you just kind of keep digging deeper and deeper, and you just find out these fascinating things about history and how it kind of, you know, affects what we're doing today as of right now, and what's going on in the country right now, based on the fact that people are kind of somewhat ignorant or blind to what we've done in the past and kind of repeating things here in the present. And just, you know, when we're creating Bitterroot and other properties, you see all the horrific things that humanity has done in the past, and history kind of reads like a horror story. And it's just, you want to try to educate people the best way you can, and also just kind of understand things yourself, to kind of understand humanity and why we do the things we do and how we interact with each other. And it's just, you know, people are still being, you know, oblivious to, you know, the fact that, you know, you hurt your neighbor, you can hurt yourself, right? You know, you're doing all suppression to Black people, you're just killing your own self in the end, basically. So, you know, it's just something I'm fascinated with. I'd like to learn. It's something I'm interested in. And I'd like to add it in mostly anything I write, and just kind of share it with everybody else and hopefully educate someone.
Jordan, let's go to you.
Yeah, I think I might be a little too young for encyclopedias. But in a similar sense, though, like growing up, my dad very much into jazz. And I feel like for a lot of Black people, like Black history is kind of osmosis. Like I feel like we just learn things because you're in a barber shop and people are talking about stuff, or like you're at a cookout and your uncles are talking about things. And you don't know what they're talking about specifically because you don't know maybe who all the names are or all these things, but like you kind of pick stuff up. along the way. And I think for me, you know, similar to both what Chuck and David were talking about, like in school, you learn, you know, basically two things. And especially in that moment when you learn about slavery, it's like you look at the other kids and they look at you, and there's a moment of recognition of like, oh, it's different. There's something different happening here. And so for me, specifically with Ancestral Recall, I really wanted to dig into a lot of the Black figures that you don't get to hear about in school or other places, just because school maybe is not, you know, you're not going to learn everything there. But I think, unfortunately, Black history, specifically now as it's being repressed in a lot of educational systems, like you're going to learn a lot less than you will just doing the research on your own. But I also feel like our history is so vast. There's so many things. I'm learning new things all the time, you know, like from various amounts of places, movies, music, books. And like David was saying, like I want to share this with people, and it's kind of difficult to just be like, hey, do you know about this Black person from like 1832? Like just in a casual conversation to bring that up, but in a story where you can kind of give people bits and pieces of things, where whether it's what the story is about full stop, or whether it's just a little moment in there. Like I remember in just reading like Milestone books, you know, and they would just bring up, you know, Black historical figures, and it wouldn't be, that's not what the book is about, you know, but just that little drop there to kind of get you going, to get you to look stuff up on your own, I think is important, because it does give people just that feeling that there's more out there than you know, right?
It was also cool that you mentioned jazz. I know Thelonious Monk is kind of the influence on your story, so, and his wife, so that was kind of cool.
Yeah, no, I just walk in and my dad would be watching stuff like, you know, Jazz on the Summer's Day, or, you know, other things, and I just sit down and watch it. I didn't know what was going on, you know, but we'd just be watching it together, and I'd kind of, again, pick up all of the stuff that is, you know, with me still, and has kind of fostered that love for it. But I think people need to be exposed to that in order to have that curiosity.
Right. All right, TJ, you're up.
Yes. So history really is the foundation in which we can continue to build towards a brighter and more powerful future for our people and really for the world. So without it, you know, you're kind of building in with really without a direction. And to everyone's point on this panel, when I think about the book I created, you know, Musa Lion of Mali, we had to do a ton of historical digging, and it was crazy to me that I didn't learn about this figure until I was in college, and I was, you know, taking African American studies on purpose. You know, it wasn't something that was taught in grade school or high school. Again, the cap on the knowledge about our history stopped with slavery and civil rights. That's what a cap stopped. So there's so much more to our story than that. And I do feel like when we have the opportunity to build a sequential medium like graphic novels and comics around these historical figures, we're literally kind of giving people these incredible you know, windows into educational elements and entertainment at the same time. And I think comics have always been the vehicle for people, for younger minds as well as adult minds. I do think that when a lot of times people look at an encyclopedia, because I remember those, they're a little overwhelming because there's so much data. And I do think that the visual component is the reason why I think social media are so powerful and can strike a specific point, because there's the visual that goes along with the historical. And, you know, to me, when you have the opportunity to tell a story like Ancestral Recall or Bitterroot or Musa Lion of Mali, you're literally gifting people, you know, hope, really. And you're gifting them, again, this view into a world that they don't even know anything about. And to Jordan's point, that like you literally have this, I have this ability to like, okay, now I'm curious. Now I want to do some more research. Now I want to learn about this character. And, you know, me and my writing partner, Ade Haru, on MusaLionofMali.com, I'm sorry, Musa Lion of Mali, our book, literally had to do a ton of research, and it became this amazing exploration on this man who actually lived. But there's all these potholes in this story because back in like the 14th century, the 15th century, and before we had the advent of the internet, tons of stuff wasn't written down in full detail. And that's why it's our job to really be able to take these incredible stories and put them in a narrative that everyone can understand and everyone can see.
All right. So here's the thing. I'm always fascinated by what you guys do as writers, your process, as they say. How do you, because at the end of the day, it's one thing to educate folks about things in history, but you still have to sell the book. You still have to get people to engage beyond that first issue and want to keep reading. How do you make that balance between education and entertainment? How do you convey these messages while still making the book challenging in the realm of the fantastic, so to speak? One of the things I noticed, like David and Chuck did in Bitterroot, beyond the story itself, you guys decided to have these addendums at the end of every issue, which talked not just about history, but of culture. And oftentimes it was tied into what was going on at the story at the time. So that's kind of a conscious decision on you guys' part. Can you talk a little bit about, let's start with the two of you guys and talk about that.
Well, you know, from the beginning, I was really influenced. One of the books that was coming out before Bitterroot was Kelly Sue DeConnick and Val DeLando's Bitch Planet, and they had just this tremendous back matter section, and there was always interesting stuff in there, interesting essays. And so I was like, you know, I'd love to do that. Like I as a kid growing up, this was, you know, in the 70s, Marvel put out these black and white magazines, and they had like Deadly Hands of Kung Fu, Savage Sword of Conan, they had Planet of the Apes, and those magazines had comics and articles. And I just love that, right? I always thought, yo, you're getting even more for your money. Like it felt like, and it always felt like a good excuse. If someone ever said to me, why are you wasting your time reading these comics? I could go, you know, open it up and show them an article, right? So that to me just felt like, yeah, this is something I really want to do. And so I threw it out there to Chuck and Sanford and said, you know, the person we should get is John Jennings, because John Jennings is like the smartest guy any of us know.
Yeah.
And so, you know, to me, it's when you're crafting the story has to come first, right? Like, because we've all seen movies or read stories where like the history part of it is so heavy-handed. So it's like getting hit. It's like Wile E. Coyote with the anvil landing on your head, right? And it's like, yeah, I don't want that. But comics, the beautiful thing about this medium is that you can layer it. There's subtext. You can do more than one thing on the page, more than one thing in the story. You just have to be careful how you craft it. You need to be mindful of it. And so to me, it's like, okay, let's do a dope story first. And then, you know, and if you're a research junkie like me, the ideas are always floating around in your head anyway. And then it's just like, okay, where can I, it's like adding spice to a meal, right? Or when you're cooking, you taste it, you're like, oh, yo, there's not enough garlic here, or there's not enough pepper, and you add it. That's where all the historical truth is. That's the spice of the story, right? You got to know the basics ingredients in order to make the meal, but then you got to the spice, and you know, Black folks know about putting spice in their food, right? Like maybe it's ingrained in us because that's the only way we could learn how to eat chitlins, right? You take the nasty stuff there is and add spice to it. That's it. So,
Chuck, what's your perspective on this? How was your process in this?
Yeah, I mean, you haven't. When I first heard David and John Jennings are going to be doing the back matter, you know, that really helped legitimize what we were trying to accomplish in the book. To your question of how you separate the two, just have really engaging, interesting characters. I've had someone come up to me that speculating, I'm pretty sure they may have not been an ally in the past, but all they cared about was Berg was going to be okay. That's all they cared about. Is Bird going to be okay? What's going on in the story? We run with the story, and then we get them with John Jennings Blackmatter to kind of educate them and elevate their level of consciousness. So like David said, story first, really engaging characters, dope artist, of course, with Sanford Green on board, and hopefully the rest will take care of itself. But all of us are doing this on the panel, putting out this stuff about education in the Blackmatter history. I hope to see more people do this, because it's more and more I learn, the more and more I learn that people aren't really understanding what's going on in the world, right? My son was maybe 13 at the time, and he came up to me and said, "Hey, my history teacher was telling me about, why the South separated from the Union." And he was saying it was because of state rights and freedoms. And I'm like, what? Right? So even today, they're still trying to miseducate. And we as parents and uncles and nephews and nieces, we got to educate, our own and our friends and our neighbors and our kids, let them know the real history. Because Bitterroot is, Bitterroot, the next movement, is all about the big lie, right? That
Not the war of northern aggression.
Right. So yeah, so that was being taught in the school. I'm in South Carolina, right? So that was being taught in the school at the time, right? So engaging characters, a great story, really dope art, really quality art, and just put it out to the masses and hope for the best. Hope for the best.
Jordan, what's your take on it? How did you do what you do? What you did?
Well, first, I do want to shout out that Blackmatter and Bitterroot, because I think the thing that was so beautiful to me about it was, one, it's obviously supplementary to everything that's going on in the book, but at the same time, like, I think a lot of the times we think about history as like fact, just like this event happened, this person existed. But then there's also the cultural history, and talking about things like root work and talking about, other cultural things that maybe, because I live in Maryland or you live in California, like you don't know anything about that. But like you go down to the South, you talk to your cousins and they're like, oh, you don't know about X, Y, and Z? Like you make Kool-Aid like this is how we do it over here. And you're kind of like, oh, you're just picking up these small little things. So like, I think that was so fascinating to me. Every time I would finish one of those issues and I would go into the back, I never knew what I was going to find. Right. Cause it could be some like, hard historical fact, but it could also just be like cultural things, that kind of traditions that continued over time. So David, Chuck, thank you for that. That was great. For me, I think it is very much in that vein of like, how do you flavor the medicine, right? Like, how do you kind of put a little bit of that in there? Because obviously if it's too strong, you might as well just write an essay, right? Like you might as well just do nonfiction work. It just like when you look at stuff like March, right? March isn't it's not fictional. It is, the life of a real person, but at the same time, the way that the artist delivered, the way that the story is told is still engrossing, right? So like if they just told it dry and straight, like there would not have been 3 books of that, right? Like it sold like it did because people were intrigued by the story. They knew some of it, but maybe they didn't know all of it. But it still has to engage you in that way. And so for me, I think when I think about story, I'm a very character driven writer, and so like I really want to get to what does this mean for these characters, like in Melvin's journey where he's meeting all these historical figures. Like if it was just like, wow, Sojourner Truth, like what do you do, and you kind of talk to them, like that's cool, like you might learn something, but it's not really that interesting, as opposed to like, oh, like what does this mean to Melvin to meet these people? Like what does it mean for his life and his journey to have a connection to these people? And I think in trying to craft a story that you're bringing in, historical things and historical figures, historical events, even thinking about stuff like Watchmen, even thinking about stuff like Lovecraft Country, like they didn't throw in, a lot of that stuff just to do it. Like it had story purpose, like it meant something to those characters, right? When you saw the massacre in Tulsa, it wasn't just like sensational. It like the characters were connected to it in a central way. And so when you saw those events and kind of how it rippled through time, it had more of a meaning than just, wasn't that crazy when that happened, right? So like every time I'm trying to connect these dots of like, who are these historical figures? How do they connect to Melvin? What do I want to get across in this? I'm always thinking about, what does it mean to the character? Because if you connect with the character and you're living through them, and then they're making this connection, you're also making that connection. You know what I mean? And so as much as I can do that when I'm constructing the story, instead of just having it be Melvin running into people and then moving on with his life, it's like he's taking these lessons that he's learning from each of them as he's going along and putting it into the next thing that he does, right? And they're giving him that strength, they're giving him that power to continue. So, you know, I never wanted it to be just, you know, here's me on my soapbox, you know, telling you about this, as much as I wanted it to be, here's a story about a person who's going through something, and these things are all connected in a way that by the time you get to the end of it, I hope you learned something, but more than anything, I hope you really connected to his journey and his story.
All right, TJ, you're gonna end this out here. What is your perspective on this?
Yeah, so with history and, like, I guess edutainment, as they could call it, when there's a split, I do think that the entertainment part is the vehicle in which people can really digest the history and get curious enough to be on their own journey. Because when
you have kind of a slight edge, because you got that whole swords and sandals thing. Which, you know,
we
shout out to big
sorcery, but yo, we went off last night with that. We shout out to Phil, man. I was on your team, Phil. I just want you to know, man. But, yeah, so the behind the scenes part of each graphic novel is my favorite, and that's one of the reasons why now I do mostly graphic novels, because I like to get the behind the scenes information in the back. And when you guys check out our new graphic novel, Musa Lion of Mali, there is a good 20 pages of just behind the scenes back matter stuff that builds on the actual history that Mansa Musa and his entire life was all about, as well as a lot of the production that we put into behind the book, which can give you a deeper appreciation for all of the research that we had to do to accurately tell the story of this character. And again, to everybody's point on the panel, making the character because I feel like history class, you sit in history class and you're learning, and the lecture part is cool, but like, it's better when you have the entertainment factor, because again, it makes the vehicle of the history just flow a lot easier. And everybody's talking about seasoning. I think every story is like a gumbo, right? It has the ingredients. It literally has all the stuff that you need. And history is a piece of it, because again, it helps us relate to a real person, and making the characters relatable, focusing on character development, but also feeling out and searching for pieces that are missing within a history. Because to me, those are really grand opportunities to, again, add in that drop of fantasy. I know in our book, we didn't, go all the way and, put, Mansa Musa in, a Japanese mech or a floating ship. We didn't go all the way there, but we did add a slight magical element that does seem plausible and real for that particular area, because it is a sword and sorcery type of book, besides it being historical fantasy. So these types of books are just so much fun, because what you can do, you can riff off these characters, and that really does open the lane. Because if you have a great book like Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, or even a great book like Isnana, you can riff off of these characters of stories that about real people and real things and real spiritual deities that can just grow. And I do find that it's one of those genres that is something that we're just kind of tapping into and really expanding as a whole.
All right. Well, look, gentlemen, thank you very much for this discussion. Keep doing what you guys are doing, man. It's important. It's great to be entertained by these stories, but the writing that each one of you guys do expands it to something more and makes what you do important. It allows you the opportunity to move the needle for all of us. So my hat's off to all of you. Thank you all. We're going to break real quick for what? What do you mean we have a special announcement? My producer's saying we have some type. What's going on?
This is a Black Comic Lords exclusive.
What's going on?
How did I end up here? What's happening here?
Sanford Green is in the house.
How did I get here? I was supposed to be on at 4, but they told me I needed to show up right now to hang out with you guys.
The whole Bitterroot team is in the building.
Yeah. Hey, David, what's up, Chuck?
What could this all be about? I don't know.
I don't know. Hey. Well, I guess no better time than right now to make this special announcement with these awesome dudes here. I guess we could have a drum roll or something, I guess. I don't know. We got to make this thing feel special.
Boy Chocolate handles the special effects.
Oh, I like that. African.
That was like bongos, basically.
It sounds like bongos, yeah. Well, guys, Black Comic Lords family, we are excited to announce our next venture into the Bitterroot mythos. And next year, we will be launching a Bitterroot anthology.
Yes, Bitterroot anthology.
There you go.
The shock is there. Everyone's, and there's more to it than just the Bitterroot anthology. Chuck, do you want to say what makes this different than from what we've been doing with Bitterroot so far?
No, go for it. You good? Go for it.
I'll say this. I'll say this. This was the brainchild initiated the spark from David, and then we brought Chuck in. He thought it was a great idea, and we've been behind the scenes working on what this could look like. And I'll say this without divulging too much information. This thing is going to be huge, and I'm not saying that. Why am I doing? I'm doing the Trump hands.
Don't do that.
Jesus. Oh God, I'm sorry. But yeah, we're this thing is going to be tremendous. We're excited about it. Star-studded talent from every genre you can think of in terms of the entertainment space, novelists, illustrators, of course, comic creators are going to be a part of this thing. We're slowly putting together the I guess the stories and the plots, and we're putting together the teams, and yeah, we're just excited about it. Once we started to put together some of the ideas, we felt like this could be the next level. It could be like what Hellboy is in terms of the mythos, how it's so vast. And I know many of you you had questions about what does the serums, how was the serums created, or what's the origins of the Inzando? And of course we touched on those things, but now we have more space to really explore those theories and those different concepts.
And I have so many questions.
And we may have answers. We may have answers, but I'm not sure. Sorry, David, you were saying?
Oh no, Paul should ask his questions first. Maybe.
Okay, here we go. Question number one: the anthology setup. Is it going to be are you bringing other creators in? Is it going to be different segments? Are you going through different parts in history? Are we going to go to cover the areas of time in between the two major books, the original Bitterroot and the next movement? I'm sorry.
The answer to all those questions is yes.
I'm fanboying out. I apologize.
As Sanford said, expanding on the mythology of Bitterroot, part of this came just from the fact that all of our schedules are sometimes just can't align, and internal conversations would be like, oh, it would be great if we could do this. It would be great if we could do that. Shelley Bond, our editor, asking questions about, well, what's going on with these characters over here? Oh, well, we want to get around to it. So we just started talking about it. And then we were also talking to other creators who were like, yo, when are you going to let us do something with Bitterroot? And so we decided it was time to test the waters, and see what we could do to expand this world, also to help introduce our fans to other creators that they might not know, but then to get just to get other creators, give them a leg up, give them, you know, all kinds of stuff. So we've been slowly putting together the teams. We're working with you know, different writers, different artists to create stories that will feature characters that the readers already know and love, but stories and aspects of those characters' lives that, you know, there was one thing Chuck and I were talking about that was essentially cut from the initial run on Bitterroot. It was just there's never enough room. And Chuck was like, what if we do this? And I was like, what if we do? Or what if we let somebody else write it and somebody else draw it? And you know, that was Sanford talks about Hellboy and what Mike Mignola did with that. And I look to that always. I always go back and look to that and see what some amazing creators have done with what Mike Mignola created, and the opportunities that were presented through how he handled Hellboy. And I was like, we should at least give it a shot. I mean, the worst that'll happen is that, you know, it like only a handful of people will buy it, and then 10 years from now they'll be sitting around going, remember that Bitterroot anthology that they did? Oh yeah, I got my copy. Or the best thing could be like thousands of people read it, right? That's what we'd like to see.
Yeah. Oh,
that's what's different about, you know, what we're trying to do here is that we're like they said, we're opening up this universe to more people, right? And you may have picked up our books and seen covers, and you're like, who is this character? You know, Sanford may be drawing. We're going to be answering a lot of those questions. We're going to really dig into the lore, and also just the overall feel of the books are going to be different from here going forward. There's going to be more. We're going to talk more with each other. We're going to communicate more with each other. We're going to collaborate more with each other. We've done great things, barely talking to each other now, but now we're going to basically take it to a whole nother level, right? So we're just really excited, really open up to more creators, and just kind of take it to a whole nother level with the different ideas and how this universe is going to be expanded more and more, and just kind of see where it goes. So David, I was talking to David, you know, when our first meetings, it's about how you kind of, you know, let it out to the world and see what comes back to you. You know, be a fan of your own work and see what other people create and what you can bring to the table. You
know. And I don't know, could we make this other announcement to go?
There's
along?
more
now.
But wait, do we really want to say
Oh,
this?
yeah, we here. Why not?
Why not? Just put it out there. So another drum roll. Oh wow, there we go.
All right, give me another BCL exclusive announcement video, guys.
And I think this can be explained a little more once I say this. I'll let David and Chuck explain this part. We're going to kickstart this project, okay? And the main reason for that is not because, oh, well, we can't do it at, obviously we can do this at Image, but there's another component here to the point that we were having these discussions about the special exclusivity, if you will, of what this could be initially. Like we'll expand it, and it will be produced on a broad level, but how can we launch it to where it really feels special? And the idea was to possibly make this happen through Kickstarter. So I think David can.
Yeah, there's a couple reasons behind that. You know, the panel before ours was about retailers, and like I am so cognizant of what the retail industry looks like right now for comics retailers, but the reality is that as creators we need to reach people the most in the most ways possible. That means going through traditional distribution routes and dealing with retailers, but also going to Kickstarter. And one of the things we talked about was we don't have the money in our pockets to pay the creative teams that we're hiring. And Image doesn't hand out money like that. So we're like, okay, how are we going to pay for this? Because we're not going to ask anybody to do this work for free. And I was like, let's just go to Kickstarter and let's turn this into an event. Let's make this into something that that on our own we couldn't necessarily do. It's the same principle as what the anthology is about. The anthology is all about us expanding what we can do with Bitterroot creatively by working with other people. But then we started thinking about how do we expand the community of Bitterroot? And by the community, we mean the fans and the readers, and the fans and the readers are what make Bitterroot what it is. We, you know, otherwise we're just, you know, 3, 4, 5 people sort of just, you know, jerking off, whatever, you know, to put out a comic. But it's the people who pick it up, read it, share it with their friends. It's all the teachers at colleges and even in high schools and people who have reading groups, people that they're buying it as presents. How do we expand that, right? And then hoping that as we expand that in its wake, other creators, other independent publishers can get their exposure, can be connected with a fan base, and that we can grow this whole community that a lot of them are here right now. Black Comics Lords has brought a lot of these people together, right? And now it's like, okay, how do we make this get bigger and not continually get shut out of this process, right? I mean, so much of what we do, you know, TJ and Jordan were in the earlier part of the panel, and every creator is going to be on later, and the people that are in the chat right now in the comments. So much of the reason we're here is because we've been shut out of so many other things, and we decided we need to create our own stuff. We want to see our own stuff. It's the reason why not only am I part of this team, it's the same reason I'm reading TJ's stuff, the same reason I'm reading Jordan's stuff or you know, Rodney Barnes' stuff, why I'm backing stuff on Kickstarter, why when I go to conventions I'm trying to talk to other creators and see what they're doing and spread the word, right? Because right now the people that are watching right now live and then are going to watch it later, we're the ones that are doing it all. We are that community, but we need to grow it if it's really going to survive and thrive.
Right.
And into the you know, the panel before us, the retailers, we do want to have retailers involved in this Kickstarter, include them. I'm not sure how, but I'm sure we can find a way. Retailers, reach out, let us know what you need from us or what ideas you have, but we definitely want to have you involved in the Kickstarter, but we don't want to leave you out of this.
And that's a conversation that we obviously we're very cognizant of, you know, what the situation is and how it, you know, how this industry works, the infrastructure of it. That's another reason why we're doing this approach, because to David's point, we want this to feel special. This is about this community, you know, above everything. If it wasn't for this community, we wouldn't have what we have right now, the opportunities that we were afforded, the success that came with it, is because this is the foundation of it. And so we're thinking about that first and foremost. And that does include like those retailers that supported us. So we're working on some really creative ways to make that special for them as well. We would love for every retailer to support it and be a part of it. And we're going to make it to where they can have the opportunities. But first and foremost is the ones that's been there for us from the very beginning. And so we have, I want to say one more thing, because this thing is exciting, because David and Chuck know once they put something out there to me and I respond to it like aggressively, it's definitely, you know, resonating with me. We were very intentional about bringing in creators that are not only industry movers and shakers at this point in time, but we're also looking at bringing in up and coming creators. So we're trying to do a nice balance of that. And I'll name one person that he said absolutely sign me up for this, is Cody Ziegler.
Oh, come on, man.
This is a Black Comic Lords exclusive.
So again, I'll leave it there. No more names, but some of those names are in this chat, or they're going to be present today. So there's that too. But as far as writing and art talent, it's second to none. Yeah, this thing is going to be pretty special.
As I said at the beginning of the day, this con is a celebration of this community. And we were assembling the best in comics. These three gentlemen certainly fit that definition. Bitterroot is the best in comics. Period. No adjectives or additives required. Wow. First of all, thank you all for blessing us with this announcement. You guys could have gone anywhere and made this announcement, I'm sure, but it does my heart proud that you guys decided to do it here.
I'll say this one more thing. Sorry, Paul. One more thing.
There's more?
No, it's not more like that. No, don't. Because of your reaction, I have to say this. Please be patient with us. This thing is going to be a mothership to navigate, because we have a ton of creators that are involved, and so we have to take care of all the moving parts. So we have to be very meticulous in how we operate this. To Chuck's point earlier, the communication has to be really tight. But I can say this: we put it out there already. It has to get done, or else you guys will have us burned at the stake. So we're not gonna. We can't back down now. It's out there.
It's a good thing.
So
there's no backseats, man. There's no backseats.
No backseats.
No, but Sanford's right, and we're figuring out so much of what we're doing with this. It feels like we're going into new territory. Not a lot of other creators do stuff like this. So I'm talking to some others who've done similar anthologies, using set within their worlds, right? Their creator-owned worlds, but more than anything, like I was thinking about this. Somebody posted something about New York Comic-Con, and it's like, yeah, like it would be dope to have like some sort of release event at New York Comic-Con. That's a realistic time frame, given how long it takes to get the stories together, to run a Kickstarter, do all that sort of stuff, right? But I want to be able to do a panel like this in real life and meet people. And I want to have an anthology that Cody Ziegler can sign. I want to have my own copies signed, because at the end of the day, I'm also a nerd and a fanboy, right? And there's some people that we're talking to right now that I'm like, yo, we're gonna get to work with this person, right? And there's people in the comment section who are like, I'm already thinking about the second anthology, right? Because I'm like, there's so many talented folks out there, and the frustrating thing is, I know this, we all know this, that there's some incredibly talented people that aren't really getting their shine, right? They're not getting their shine because they're not getting asked to write for a bigger publisher. The bigger publishers are ignoring them. People don't know their independent work. And I go to conventions all the time, and some of the best stuff I pick up, little mini comics, little things that are, that have a very limited run. I was that person. Sanford was that person. Chuck was that person. So many of us were the people that were, sneaking into Kinko's back when it was still Kinko's during the midnight shift, and getting copies made for free because they knew someone who worked graveyard, right?
Yeah.
And I think about the people who gave me a hand and helped point me in the right direction. And it would be nice if I can do that, and if we can do that for other folks.
This thing is going to be pretty big in terms of the volume, the scope of it. I'm looking at the list right now. I'm looking at the list of creators, and we're talking easily close to 30 creators. And
let me ask you one question on that.
don't ask me. Don't ask
I'm
me.
not going to ask you names of that list. Are
Uh-huh.
any of those people in our con today?
I
A
think
lot
I've
of
seen
them are. A
Yeah.
lot of them. Well, not a lot of them, but at least look. We also were thinking outside the box. Like, who could we get that is of note, that has a connection with this genre? And we have a few of those as well. Like, there's some names on here that will be jaw-dropping when you hear the announcement. Unfortunately, not today.
All right. Look, fellas, you gotta promise me you're gonna come back and talk to us about this. You gotta come back. I mean, this is huge. Bitterroot's like one of our favorite books in our spaces, period. You guys are huge. This announcement is huge. And I can imagine that you have your pick of any writers and artists in the industry to work on this book. This is going to be nothing less than look, if I could send you my credit card right now, I'm ready. Just before even a Kickstarter comes out, whatever it is, I'm down. Just sign me up for everything.
Let me say this. I'm sorry. I'll say one more thing. I know I'm excited about it. There is we have lined up for the format. So when you think format, regular comic format, that's there, but there's going to be some other stuff. If we get, again, we're kickstarting this thing, so we're thinking of creative ways to make this thing really stand out. So yes, we're formatting and planning ways to make the format really special.
We also focus on, we're not forget about, the main continuity of Bitterroot. So in the anthology, there will be teasers about the future of Bitterroot main continuity. Me and David and Sanford are working on a story right now and illustrations right now for what's next after the anthology, but you'll get a taste of that in the anthology.
So are you going to have it? Are you going to have a version where it's basically like, how many pages are you thinking? Just ballpark.
Like 126 pages or
500 pages.
Don't tease me.
We're eyeballing the magic number we're looking at right now is that I look at is I say 120 pages. That would be minimum. But we don't want to go too big right away, in part just because of the expense of doing it, right? The expense of paying teams to do this, paying individual artists, right? And we have to be careful. Sanford, Chuck, and I have to be careful, and Shelly, our editor, and everybody that's going to be involved in this, to not bite off more than we can chew, right? And we've all seen this. We've all seen this with various projects on Kickstarter where they're a little too big, and then we struggle to get them done, and they don't come out, and everyone gets mad. And where's estimated delivery is a certain date, and then it's a year later. We don't want any of that, right? And so the key thing is if we do this right the first time, we can do it a second time and a third time and a fourth time. But if we do it wrong the first time, we're ass out. You know what I'm saying?
We got this. We got it. Good.
And I know we've got it because we've come this far, and this is what we keep talking about as a team. And Chuck and I are better at. We're the ones that go, okay, Sanford, like a 500-page treasury size edition, absolute edition. We're not talking about that right now. We're pull it back. Let's do this. We can't resurrect, James Baldwin to write a story for us. It just doesn't work that way. And I've tried to contact James Baldwin through a seance before. It ain't working.
We have people in the chat talking about what types of covers are you going to have, which beggars the question: can we get a Black Comic Lords variant?
That's a conversation off the grid here. We'll have to talk backstage and see
whatever you need, we'll do.
It's definitely there's again, we're just we're getting started on it, and this is why when Sanford said, "Please be patient," it's a work in progress, right? And there's all sorts of opportunities that we haven't even thought of yet that are going to happen.
All right.
So
I'm
there
kind
you
of
have
blown
it.
away right now.
There you have it. No more. I'm sorry, Paul.
This is one of those. I don't like surprises.
You look emotional, man. You look like you're about to.
I am. Look, part of this job doing interviews with guys like you is I have to balance out being professional and not fanboying the hell out, and I'm really struggling with that right now because of my excitement over this announcement. We've talked about, we've all talked about your books in the past, and I've had you guys on, and this is kind of something I've been dreaming about, and it's coming to fruition, and I'm not certain how to react on with all these people watching me right now. So I will say thank you. And
Thank you.
you guys adieu
and
until
thank you also to Jordan and TJ, who were part of the earlier panel that we kind of bum rushed.
Thank you.
And
bring them back in.
There he is.
I just want to hang out and listen, man. That's exciting.
Yeah, didn't mean to drop you guys off. It was kind of this announcement. And I know you didn't know it was coming.
Hey, I like surprises. I'm with it, man. It's the holidays, so this is Christmas for us.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to the entire Black Comic Lords community.
Merry Christmas. There you go.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
120 pages, obviously 100, like all these opportunities for like variant covers and like inserts and pin up images. Like, yeah, that just sounds dope. I'm very excited for you guys.
Yeah, TJ's throwing his pitch. He wants to throw into it. Right.
I want to draw some stuff, man.
I got you, TJ. I got you. All right. Man, do we still have rest of the con? Is there more? We're only halfway through. All right. There's still more. Still more to come, everyone. Thank you all again for showing up and blessing us with your presence and your time. Wow. Dr. Wizard, take us to a break. I gotta take a moment.
Where's our black real estate in comics? What do I mean? Let's check out Black Panther. He is gone from the MCU for reasons. And what is happening in the comics? We can complain all day about how our champion is being treated, but we don't own that character. Look at Milestone character, curated by one of the greats, Dwayne McDuffie, my guy. But we don't really own or control any of his characters. DC does. So I'll ask again, where is our black real estate in comics? Meet Delta Dogs from Millennial Comics, created and controlled by us, where story sits in the forefront. Delta Dogs is more than just black characters being black for the sake of being black. This story is about 7 cousins that gets into an encounter with a mysterious glowing stranger that changes their lives forever. And with their unique abilities, this family may be the one thing that can save their hood that's being ruled over by a vicious super gang. With an ex-criminal as their leader and other superheroes that looks the other way when it comes to their environment, this will be an impossible mission to pull off. Grab these books in our hardcover Ultimate Edition bundle at millennialcomic.com so we can really have some skin in the game when it comes to the comic book industry. Keep doing y'all thing, Black Comic Lords. Peace.
Welcome to the Black Comic Lords Con. You've just entered the nexus of black comic reality. From comic books to pop culture, from indie visionaries to industry legends, from collectors to creators to the fans who keep this whole thing alive. This is your one-stop shop for everything in black media. Now we know you're watching from living rooms, home offices, maybe even on your phone while you're supposed to be doing something else. We see you. But make no mistake, wherever you are right now, you're exactly where you belong. Because this room, this stream, this moment, it's ours. We don't just celebrate the culture, we are the culture. We're the readers who saw ourselves in heroes when the world didn't bother to draw us. We're the creators who said, if they won't tell our stories, we'll tell them ourselves. We're the collectors who know that these pages hold power, history, and legacy. So stay locked in. Watch the panels. Bid in the auctions. Grab that limited edition BCL Con gear and let the world know where you stand. This is your day. This is your community. This is your con. Our stories, our heroes, our legacy. Black Comic Lords, we got you. Woo! Wow. I don't even know where we're going to go after that. I mean, let's see. What's next on our list? We have Megascope Showcase. Professor John Jennings. Professor John Jennings is one of our fellow Black Comic Lords, and he has brought together an assemblage of people from his squad at Megascope Comics. John, how are you, brother? Can you hear us, John? It looks like he's typing.
Hey, John.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, I can't hear Paul though. That's wild. I'm like,
that's right. That's all right. I'm not.
Is also muted, and there's Stacy. All right.
You hear any
rejoin? You said okay. Hold on.
He's having some technical difficulties, and I know John is.
I'll leave and rejoin then. Okay.
Hey, John, we can hear you.
Yeah, but I can't hear Paul, but I can hear Stacy say something.
You can hear everybody else. I'm gonna bow out. This is you guys' show. This is the Megascope Showcase. Just to introduce everyone.
Hey, Lauren.
We talked about this before. Megascope is one of the most unique comic companies.
I know you're speaking. I'm just saying, like, I can't hear anybody else.
Okay. Hey, John, just want to let you know, Paul said he's about to sign out, but you can hear me, and he's giving the close out. And when he
Derek
gives
said
the
I need to
close out-
rejoin for some reason. Okay, all right. I'll leave and then rejoin. Okay. All right.
This
Well,
is classic. This is
And,
absolutely.
and Paul, this is why we have co-hosts. I'm Yatasha Womack.
I'm very familiar with you, Natasha. Thank you for joining us here today.
All right. How the hell
I'm going to bow out, Natasha. I'm handing over the reins to you.
Less complex.
Okay.
Megascope.
Great.
And
Well,
Stacy got that hookup, I see.
I see. So let's just be clear here before everyone goes. Hey there, Lauren. Hey there, Stacy. John, can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, John.
Okay. So do I still need to leave?
No, I don't think you need to leave. Everybody
no.
else.
Derek said no. The producer said stay. Okay, cool. All right, we good.
Yo, this is hilarious.
Online
live
about
TV, It's
This
live
is-
TV. Yeah.
This is great. Well, I have to say that this is always a pleasure and an honor being with some of my favorite Megascope people here in the room. John Jennings and I are going to do some tag team action with our fantastic guests that we have that are here. And wow, it's just so great to see everyone. This is really, really cool.
There it is.
So we are going to talk a bit about being a part of Megascope. And the joy of being here. We have Alvin Ball, we have Lauren, we have Stacy Robinson, and this is going to give everyone here who's paying attention today some insight into how graphic novel publishing works, the collaborations, the teams, the time, the intensity, all of it.
The amazing amount of stress. I'm just kidding. that is well.
All
Anyway.
quite manageable. Well, John, first off, can you tell us how tell us more about Megascope? Obviously,
Okay.
we know it's, this premier premier graphic novel publishing line under the Abrams imprint. But can you tell us how it came together,
Yes.
how you came to be curator
Yeah.
of the project? Thanks.
Okay. First of all, thanks again, Black Comic Lords. And I look, it's a lot of really cool friends. Dennis Cowan just signed in. What's up, Dennis? Shout out to Kenan White. Yeah, so let me see. So basically, me and my friend Damian Duffy got a chance to adapt Kindred by Octavia Butler a few years ago. And that was an amazing opportunity. I was extremely honored. And, we did our best to get it done. It was the first time her work had been adapted. And lo and behold, people seemed to enjoy the book. And it became like a New York Times bestseller right out the gate. And then, garnered some awards, including the Bram Stoker Award and also the Eisner, for Best Adapted Book. And so I remember being at ALA a few years ago. I guess it'd be like almost 5 years ago, with then publisher Andrew Smith at ALA, which is the American Library Association. We were at dinner, and I was telling him, I was like, well, at this particular point, we're already signed up to do Parable of the Talents and Parable of the Sower, as a 2-book deal, and of course, Parable of the Talents just came out in April from Abrams. And, I said, well, there's a lot of Black speculative work by various people that we could do, as graphic novels, because this is actually kind of like leading into a new kind of a renaissance of like adapted, books, from prose, And so he said, okay, well, let us know whatever books you want to get, and we'll try to get them for you so we can adapt them. And I was like, well, I was also thinking about original content, right? And he said, oh, well, that sounds like an imprint. And I was like, oh, okay, well, yes, let's see what that looks like, So I sent them like a one sheet of what like Megascope might be. The name comes from a relatively newly discovered science fiction story by W.E.B. Du Bois. As you know, Du Bois also wrote speculative fiction. His first piece that we came across was called The Comet. That was 1920 or so. This story, The Princess Steel, was written in like 1905 or so. And so what ends up happening is there's the Megascope is a device inside of the story that actually allows you to see in the different dimensions, right? And I was like, that would be a great name for an imprint, and they agreed. And so, I proposed, some titles. Some of them actually on my original proposal we've actually done, stuff like that. And and so I started acquiring books, and at this particular point we've published 10 amazing books, with the help of folk like Lauren there, by the way, who is the editorial assistant, which she's going to tell more about herself there in a little bit. And also, we're getting ready to go into our 5th year of existence. So essentially, I'm the curator, which means that I acquire the books, I pitch the books to Abrams and their marketing teams, and if there is a fit for what they think they can make some money from and also fits the line, then we produce the book. We can go into like process a little bit more, but that's the gist of it. So if people don't know what an imprint is, it's kind of like having a record label. That's probably a good approximation. So you actually have like the big label, and then you actually have like these smaller, very boutique, kind of specialized spaces, right? So that's what Megascope is. And so particularly we look at speculative fiction. That's mean like everything that's not considered real, right? Like, so science fiction, fantasy, horror, by and about people of color. And we also do crime fiction, and we also do historical fiction, right? So, and that's the skinny so far, but we can talk more. I don't want to feel like I've been talking a long time. So
Well, no, this is great because it gives us the ground floor for how this exciting imprint came together. And I want to ask both Stacy and Alvern about how they came together to create the book Across the Tracks, which is one of Megascope's top sellers, a fantastic, exciting work. Can you guys just talk about how you came together and a little bit about your process of creating this graphic novel?
You can go first, Stacey.
I was gonna say you go first because I think it started with you as a writer, right?
Okay. So I guess you can call it kismet, or maybe it's just been in the right place No, I won't say that. I'll say it's kismet, but a lot of it is hard work. And how I came to meet Stacy, I had known about Stacy because as Black comic creators, we know everybody. We know of something of everybody. And how the story is told is that I had emailed John about Tulsa, and I think I'd emailed her and texted him. But anyway, he hits me back. He goes, "This is funny because I just got off the phone talking to Stacy Robinson about doing a project on Tulsa." And I was like, and the next thing I know, he goes, "Well, since you're talking about it and he's talking about it, would you like to write it?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" And so for me, it was kismet. And then how it ended up being was that the short amount of time after from the idea to approval was something like a week or something. It was like very, very fast how the process of everything worked. And I ended up meeting Stacy after I had actually wrote the script. He called me up. He's like, "Hey man, I read the script. I really love it, but I got some questions about some things." And we started talking, and I was telling him my process for how I wrote it was that I listened to a lot of blues and jazz. And before you know, he goes, "I'm listening to the same thing." He goes, "Oh," and so we're in that process where we're simultaneously creating at the same time, but listening and being influenced by a lot of the same media. So I thought that was interesting. So that's my story of it.
All right, thank you for that. But what also happened, and because you've said this on other things, I'm going to share this, Alvern. So when Alvern wrote the story, he knocked this out during COVID. Like having COVID, right? Like I think that this is something really powerful in this. So as and we have a deadline that we have to hit. So when this book was greenlit, we were up against a publishing deadline of we needed to knock this book out and have it printed before the centennial of the Tulsa Race Massacre. So we knocked this book out. It's 45 pages roughly with back matter as well. And literally we were on like a page a day schedule once the script was approved. So I was knocking out about a page a day, having about 45 days to get this book done. And shouts out to my son Solomon, who was a color assistant on the book. It was because it's historically factual, I ran into some problems. So because it was COVID quarantine time, the limited time that we had to knock out this book.
And how much time did you have?
We had like 45 days.
Wow.
Yeah. So we were on a page a day schedule, but we were also up against, I could not travel to the Tulsa Historical Museum in order to do research, right? Which would really be responsible to do. So there were, and some of the other things we ran into were being historically accurate. Mm-hmm. I didn't have references for some of the people who we're talking about in the book. I don't even know if pictures actually exist of them.
Yeah.
This was difficult for me because I wanted to be accurate, right? And then later on, I would find more and more information. But at the time that I'm looking, I had very few resources that I could rely on for historical accuracy. We did the best that we could in the time that we could do it in order to honor this history, the survivors of this history, the ongoing fight for reparations from this event. But I want to say just in closing really quickly that Alvern and I had to have a really awesome working relationship. And I was able to call him, talk to him, and we would go back and forth on things he had written. And I'm trying to make sure I interpret that well. It speaks to the importance of being able to have a good working relationship. A lot of collaborations fail because people don't know how to really collaborate. They don't know how to communicate disapproval sometimes, right? And they don't know how to necessarily share the same space. So Alvern is a writer. I guarantee he's sensitive about what he writes. as a visual artist, I am also very sensitive about what I write. And I will say some of the concessions that we made in creating the book is most of the book is flat tones with highlights on the foreground figures. So that was a thing that we did in order to save time, but make it as beautifully opulent as possible as well. All right. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
no,
excellent.
it's beautiful, and that process, I could speak more about it in a few because I'm working on a graphic novel called Black Cube with Tana Tucker.
Yes, you are.
Which we've been, putting together, coming out on Megascope. And I'll go into more of that in a moment. But I want to talk to one of my partners in crime here, Lauren, who is an editorial assistant with Megascope. And has helped worked on the project that I'm doing, among other things. And I also found out Lauren is a Chicagoan who came under the tutelage of Tertel Only, who was the father of the Black Age of Comics. I, consider Tertel a colleague as well and a mentor, friend. So this is a extra bond because I'm a Chicagoan, because Chicago's dope like that, as all Chicagoans like to say. But hey there, Lauren, can you, tell us about your actual position with Megascope, and then also talk about the process, not just the role you play, but also the process of how people get graphic novels developed within the publishing system.
Absolutely. I'm shocked that I didn't share I'm from Chicago. I almost can't shut up about that. So that's very funny. Yay, family. And yes, bless Tertel. We miss him. We love him. Definitely a lot of like uncles and aunts in the comic book industry, born and raised in Chicago. So it's beautiful over there. But yeah, I can start. Essentially, I think my job, although it's called editorial assistant, and that is very much so what I do, it tends to be almost like leaning towards project management. You definitely have to have a relationship with each creative team. You definitely have to have a good sense of organization. So while you're reading the material and you're looking at the art, and you're assessing it for how it can be, sculpted and changed the way editing is, I think it is just as much about deadlines and compromise, and geeking out about how cool everything looks, because we don't work with anyone that's not super talented. All the teams that we work with clearly know how to do their job. It's great. But yeah, I think it's a lot of basically trying to see how I can simplify the process. Usually we find either a creative team or we hear about a story. It's not always one that's written, as we just heard, like sometimes it's made from scratch. It varies. Once we get the story, it's written not as a prose book would be written. We're wanting this to be like a script. So closer to like how a play is written. We will edit that, look at it, work with the writer. Once that's approved, the artist, which is sometimes the same person, oftentimes not, basically swoops in and almost like interprets that into art. And that's a very beautiful process, regardless of whether the person is the same, the writer and the artist, or if it's a different team. I actually love when it's a different team because you're basically watching them speak different languages with each other. And you end up with a piece later that you worked so hard. Making a comic is not fast. I know you said 45 days and I made that face because I don't know how you did that. Usually making a comic takes years. People have deadlines for other projects. They care just as much about your project. But still, it's a lot of like reaching out and having meetings to discuss the edits, reviewing things, talking about the cover, which is also really exciting. Once you get closer to, I'd say, the back matter stage, and back matter just means not the story, but we might put in like a little extra. So maybe if the artist had character sketches or blurbs or a dedication from someone else in the industry, they just want to talk about the background of that, that's where that would be going. That stage means that you can kind of think about the story as more than just the story. Obviously, the story is very important, but maybe, you want the book, and I'm silly because I have the books and I should be holding them up, but we have art there. Sometimes you can put some of the art on the inside of the book, or you can put the art on the physical jacket of the book, the part that like slips on, to really make it almost like a bigger picture thing. And that's personally why I love books, and also why I love graphic novels. But yeah, hopefully that answered the question.
It's funny. One of my favorite people, Sean Taylor, said that Abrams' books are like it's like a gallery show in a book. And that's how I feel about it. I mean, I feel like their slogan is the art of books, right? And just to kind of like circle back to like what Abrams is, Abrams was started by Harry N. Abrams in 1948. It's the first art book publisher in the country, and so a lot of the work that they were doing would be with galleries and museums, and would do these really, really intricate books around artists like Cezanne and Picasso and things of that nature. I want to say in the 1980s when they did the World of Disney book, that's when they started doing popular culture book. So if you look on your shelves, you probably have an Abrams book on your shelf, and so particularly like if you read Diary of a Wimpy Kid, for instance, which is a breakout book for them. But also, there's a bunch of calendar books, behind the scenes art books, beautifully opulent books. And so, when Charlie Koshman founded Abrams Comic Arts, they started to segue into doing more books, not necessarily about comics, but also comics related books, And so this is how we get Megascope, and also Shirley, and the other projects that Lauren works on so diligently and so expertly too, by the way. And I wanted to make sure that you got your shine, because you're having to deal with the tantrums, and you're having to deal with like the rigmarole, what I'm saying, between different people, and you always have a calm and cool head about it, what I'm saying.
Well,
so
I
really appreciate it. And also too, honestly, there's not enough shine on women in comics like you and Yatasha, actually. I was talking to Yatasha earlier, and she was like, wait, I've been in comics for like a decade. And I was like, yes.
Right.
just before we move on, I want to make sure that people understand, like, Yatasha Womack not only wrote the primer for Afrofuturism, right? It's like the first book on Afrofuturism as a primer, to actually help jump off this interest in Afrofuturist spaces. But she's also written a book about the cultural impact of Black Panther, right? It's a really beautiful coffee table book if you haven't seen that. And the other one that she's just finishing up, you want to talk about the current book you're working on? Or the one that you finished up?
Yeah, well, there's a few. There's the
in our book too.
Right, exactly. I'm in the pipeline.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, there's the Afrofuturist Evolution, which talks a lot about just the application of Afrofuturist ideas in your life. That came out several months ago. There is, of course, Black Cube, which is coming out later, and I'll discuss a bit about. I did the book Black Panther: A Cultural Exploration, which is about the history of the Black Panther comic. It's a real deep dive and a great collector's item. And it really breaks down all the writers and the theories and the subjects that were addressed, the artwork. I'm really proud of that one. And I have a book on Miles Morales that's part of the Marvel Age of Comics series that's Bloomberg is putting out in the summer. It's putting out this summer. And that's, about the first kind of 15 issues of Miles Morales. I went really deep in the weeds about not just the storylines, but the significance, and talked a bit about how I got into comics and got connected with the character Miles Morales' significance. And what else can I say? And I do have a comic coming out in February.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I have one coming out in February that's called Black Moon Ritual. That's coming out with AWA. It's a 40-page, what they call graphic novella, because it's 40 pages actually. So it's a busy season, but I have to thank actually a lot of the people on the panel, and John and Stacy's illustrations for Black Kirby were featured in my post-Black book. And that was when I was just starting to learn more about comics. and had met John. This is before Megascope was created. Then I write the Afrofuturism book and featured some of those works as well. And it's a fascinating sort of evolution into comics. But I was very much immersed in the local comic scene that was sparked by Turtell Only. And that was some of my initial engagement. Turtell, father of the Black Age of comics. So in my mind, I think of myself as a newbie to comics. In reality, probably done more. So, but all that to say, I think one of the great things about working with Megascope, and at least some of my process was there was this concept about thinking about Egyptian gods and their life around this art gallery. It was something John Jennings was talking about, and I felt like I got the inspiration from the gods with a take on how to really write about it, and was partnered with Tana. And so it went through a lot of iterations even before we got to book proposal stage, because a lot of times you start with the actual book proposal. And so some of those pieces were written as short stories, and then those short stories kind of amalgamated into a summary and a proposal. Then there's the period where Tana was developing images for it. And then we pitched the project along with an actual chapter from the book, which I wrote. So we did have some sequentials in our pitch. And the project went through, and the writing process for me, probably, I'd given a lot of thought to it, but the actual writing process might have taken maybe a year or so. And we're, in the pandemic, and then there's the edits, the notes that you get, and then you go back and you incorporate those. So, for this process, at least for me, it was my first immersive experience really writing a comic, of course, of that length, a graphic novel of that length, because it's 200 or so pages, 240 pages. But more specifically, thinking about the text, the subtext, the panels on the page. As a person who's written in a lot of mediums, it was really fun to write in that medium. And then having to go back to Tana and then saying, hey, Tana, I visualized 4 or 5 panels on this page. Does this make sense for you? And Tana's like, for some of it, like, oh, yeah, this works. Or, hey, you know what? I think we should just take this and make it a full spread, or we can take some of those panels, you have 3, we could turn it into 5. So going back and forth with that process, it was very collaborative. But, as Stacy had noted, it's very collaborative, but that doesn't always happen. Sometimes you have moments the writer writes what they write, and you have the editorial team, they hand it off to the illustrator, and you get to see it in the process and maybe make some notes, but it's not as integrated. And so Tana and I became really close through the process. And I'm wondering too, what suggestions, Alvern and Stacy, actually. Yes. I mean, one, you guys worked with a very intense subject matter. So you're talking about the Tulsa, race massacre, the riots, and you did it in a very fast period. John Jennings is someone who could draw very quickly, and you too, John, you did Parable of the Talents, Parable of the Sower. I mean, these are really intense stories, and I'm wondering what sort of insights you guys can give about the responsibility of the historical responsibilities of either adaptation or working with difficult histories, but also how you stayed refreshed through the process.
I guess I'll start since Stacy mentioned it earlier. Yeah, when I was writing the script for Across the Tracks, I had COVID, and so I could only work for like 2 hours a day, and then I was just out. So for me, I always say it was a fever pitch, and it had to be, as I always say, it had to be the ancestors for me, because after I turned in the script, some weeks later, I was like, wait, I wrote something? I had like really no idea that how fast it had gone. I just knew I had wrote it, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna go lay back down. it was one of those kind of things. But I think also about how to stay true to the history was that I think that was something that early on, Stacey and I both had that idea even before we had met, that we wanted to stay true to the story, and we wanted to show not only the tragedy but more so the greatness that had come out of before the tragedy. And as I began to research and write, because I had a week to write this thing, I was pouring through so many archives of things that I could pull and could find. And the biggest thing that I kept hearing as I was writing was show the greatness, because a lot of what had happened after the Watchmen TV show came out is that everybody was interested in the tragedy. And I was like, for me, I was like, that's great, but I cared less about the tragedy, and I wanted to know more about the people that had built this amazing, city, and how it's been spoken of, in silence between Black folks, but now everybody knows about it, and the world wants to know, well, why aren't we talking about it? And part of it is like, we've always been talking about it. Our grandmas and all that, they talked about it, and it was always at the dinner table. So I think for me, it was just about making sure that when the story was told, that years from now, somebody can go, okay, they did it justice. They went and they told the story of the people and not of the tragedy. That's what it was for me.
That's a great focus. What were you thinking, Stacey?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, thank you for bringing up Turtel Only. I wanted to pull this album art.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, 1974, Together, own album, Joseph Jarman and Anthony Braxton. Shouts out to the father of the Black Age. Alverne is absolutely right. With some of the problems that we ran into when we created this book, where I remember we were coming up with cover designs, and the covers that were designed. First of all, I think the artist, I think this is me, and John could talk more about this, but I think that the artist who creates the interior art should also have a voice in creating the cover art. I remember some of those, the covers that I made, for some of the covers that came back did not feature Black people on the cover of the Tulsa Race Massacre book, right? And this is about remembering Black Wall Street and the Tulsa Race Massacre, right? And so I remember a point where I had to push back on, I don't know if it was editorial or marketing, that had these designs that had no Black people on the cover, right? And I talked to John about this, talked to Alverne about this, and we pushed back on that. And come to find out, they didn't even realize that they had not even thought about putting Black people on the cover of the book, if I remember this correctly. John, correct me if I'm lying on folks. But these are the type of things that we're thinking about and looking at and showing the opulence and the beauty of the people in the moment. Some of the other critiques of the early images were, okay, why isn't this shown in a sepia tone, right? Because it's a historical book. And I was like, well, history didn't happen in sepia tone. These people, they wore colors, right? There was color in their community. There was opulence. And I wanted to make sure that even though we're talking about history, I didn't want to show this as something that we look at only through the eyes of history, but this is something we're still dealing with today. There have not been reparations today, right? Unless they happened within the last 5 or 10 minutes, right? So I wanted to show that I wanted to show this beauty and this opulence as something that we need to look at happening. Yes, it happened historically, and we're about to hit the centennial marker of this massacre, but also we're still dealing with the remnants of this as well. So I hope that makes sense, and I hope I answered your question and all of that. But go ahead.
I think that was great because it inspired me because I had a statement about that too, because this whole idea of wallowing in the tragedy, right? So right quick, I want to state when I was thinking about Megascope, I was thinking about the idea of Sankofa, or what we call Sankofaration, right? Going back and getting it, pulling history into the future, that kind of thing, right? But also showing different voices in comics and actually kind of diversifying what people see in the medium, because a lot of people really focus on superheroes a lot still, because that's what American comics have been, So I want to think about, I was thinking about like the people have come before, as far as like inspirations for making Megascope. Of course, Milestone Media was a massive influence, right? I mean, the work of Dennis, Mike, Derek, and Dwayne could not be overstated, and it's an honor to even have Dennis in the room, like listening, right? And I just want to make sure that they understand, like, Milestone was definitely one of the reasons why Megascope exists. And the other person I want to shout out is Karen Berger, because I was thinking a lot about from a representational standpoint, Milestone, but from a taste standpoint, I'm thinking about the extremely diverse and nuanced conversations that Karen Berger put into Vertigo, right? So my whole thing is like having that kind of aesthetic, but also with like the variety of, say, like a Def Jam, Def Jam records, right? So when Lauren was talking about like, she loves looking at the different, different art and stuff. Yeah, there's not a house style for us. We're speaking through different lenses, and just like the Megascope itself, from the short story, it was looking at different things from different perspectives, right? And so we want to look at all these different things from different perspectives, right? So that's how I look at it. The other thing I didn't want to do, I didn't want Megascope to be the Black trauma imprint, right? I didn't want to be the trauma imprint. And so, but we are doing some books with some heavy subjects, And like, for instance, we can talk about the Emmett Till book in a little bit too. We're doing a book about Emmett Till. This is going to be our next piece. Because this particular climate has been anti our stories, anti-stories that aren't of the quote unquote mainstream, or our stories that are like pushing back against homogeneity. Now I feel like even when we're making stories about, tragedies, we have to protect even that pain now, because those particular histories are being disrupted left and right now. And as you know, if we don't protect our history, then our past, our future can be forfeit, or what. So basically protecting the past now has become part of our mission, So you're probably going to see some more historical books coming out from us as well, One of our friends, Gil Ashby, said it's not just tragedy, it's the truth. And so we're telling the truth about the past, the present, and the future through various lenses. Before I, because I will talk a lot. I want to ask Lauren, actually, what are some of because you worked on a lot of these books, right? So what are some of your favorite books that you've helped put into the world? Because it's like birth. It really is like birth.
Oh no! Is that my political answer or my actual answer? I mean, even before I try to answer that, to be honest with you, I just want to speak to the points that we're making.
Okay.
But I will get to that. I think what's so important, part of what's so important about what we're doing is that you're right. I think all of us are right. These stories kind of need to be told. And like they've been told in other mediums, but there's a lot of people who almost, I think, don't think of graphic novels as a medium for these stories. Like they only think of them as something you might learn about in an AP class in college, or again, you might learn about from your own family talking about it in private. Like us putting them in stores changes the landscape of what it means to talk about these stories. And it doesn't have to be trauma, obviously. It is involved in some of the stories, but we have books also that are fun and vibrant. And it doesn't mean that it's like an integral part of it. We can have fun. Like we're allowed to have fun while also addressing the things that are important. Honestly, and Tasha, I'm not just saying this because you're here, I promise. I really love the concept of Black Cube. I think it's just very innovative. Yeah, I promise I'm not doing the thing where I just say it because you're here.
Even if we were, I'd be very perfectly content with that.
Yeah, I think this is what I mean by like, there are concepts that we enjoy talking about as a community, but actually getting to pull from them reinvent them, talk about them in a way that's like fresh and I don't know, both like very impactful but fresh. I just think of Black Cube as like a very fresh take on that, so it's fun. Am I allowed to talk about any of the books? Must I be secretive about some of them?
We can't hear you, John.
You are muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was like, go for it, because honestly, you know, I think people need to know what we're up to, you know, because you know, this is the audience that we're speaking to us. So let's talk about what's coming up, you know.
Yeah, Eric. I'm sure we all know Eric Battle. This, frankly, I could name everyone that I've ever worked with, but the incoming Emmett Till book, that's really important. And God, it's gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. I've had to go through this book maybe 10 times, which obviously that's a little traumatic. But the art, the art is, I am, you know, you have to like clock out a little bit thinking about it. But yeah, there we go. The talent on this imprint is something to be remembered. It's frankly gorgeous. And even before it has color, you know, even if it were to simply be as you're seeing it right now, just as impactful. I had to do what is called a lettering guide for this book. So for those who don't know, but if you're attending this panel, you probably do. Lettering is when you put the bubbles, the balloons, and you're like having the word that you're transferring the script basically to the comic. So obviously sometimes you don't have enough space for all of the script, everything that's written in the script, but you're definitely going to make sure that you get those impactful lines in there. So at some point I was just looking at the art. There were no words. And I had to basically make decisions on what parts of the words needed to be there. Lettering can also involve things like sound effects. If you see on, I think 186 at the bottom there, that part that's going down there, that would count as lettering. So yeah, this book, I also really like Death's Day. We haven't really talked too much about Death's Day, but frankly, I almost don't want to talk about it because I feel like you should just keep your eyes out for it.
No, let's talk about, I mean, yeah, you know.
A fantasy concept, thinking of like death as like a character, really pulling from, I know, right? I'm a big geek when it comes to like all of our projects. I have to like lock in for work, but I'm gonna have fun here. Yeah, I think just like if you're a big, I don't know, nerd about tying in magic to maybe what you think is like a bigger story, I think this story does that quite a bit. And it's cool because Chuck Collins, the artist behind there, I believe, John, it's right that he was an animator. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Chuck, he's worked in, he's a very talented animator and
and you can tell, like we are almost constantly, we would often have check-in meetings where it would just be him and I talking about some edits or changes that could be made. And in his art, almost before he told me that he was an animator, you can tell because the expressions are so, you know, like super zoomed in, super zoomed out, like, I don't know, very innovative. And it's just fun. I think like because Megascope doesn't have a house style, we get to see how many different artists and writers and letterers and colorists are really almost like putting in their own concept of what it means to tell a story effectively. And that's never the same. Everyone is very unique and has their own vision for what it's supposed to look like. And I think that's what keeps me, and I'm sure a lot of us, motivated, that we're moving toward a shared goal. And I'm not disappointed in any of the things I've seen, frankly. I think we do a really good job. But yeah, I don't know. Those would be my three.
No, definitely. You know, one of the things I'm excited about too is, you know, Black Cube, definitely. It's amazing to have that coming out. You know, very excited about this book in particular too. I love the fact that we actually have some raw behind the scene images too, so you can see sketches and stuff. Because I think like one of the reasons why I wanted to have this panel was to kind of demystify some of the process, you know. So you're seeing like sketches, you're seeing character sketches, you're seeing blue lines, you're seeing like just the undergirding structure of like how comics are put together. Because as you're stating, I mean, you know, you can work on some of these books for like, some of these books have been in production for like 3, 4, even 5 years, you know. So we're talking about like opuses, you know, these like, you know, extreme undertakings. And then of course you had COVID, and then there's like just stops and starts because of different things. People are working on multiple projects while they're doing this. People are having, you know, life is happening while this is happening, you know. so we try to be as lenient as that. Again, you know, I'm privy to the production process, but for the most part, once I sell the story, or when I get this story picked up and kind of present the opportunity, I step away. You know, I step away, and then, you know, the different aspects of Abrams get to work. You know, so it's exciting to see this stuff. But you know, I want to show some more of the art that's kind of come through here. So I'll make a note to Derek. But I had a question for Stacy right quick, because you know, you're coming from independent comics. You're award-winning graphic, professor of graphic design, you know, and but you started at Milestone, you know. So I want to get your perspective of where you situate something like Megascope in the spectrum of representation, because you've seen like a bunch of stuff, you know. So yeah.
Oh dang, that's a huge question. That's like an essay question.
You'll be graded.
Oh my goodness. Where would I situate that? I think it's fair. I think it's fair when you talked about Milestone and Vertigo. Milestone was my first internship, actually. So I worked with, and shouts out to Joe Illich as well, who opened us up this morning with a beautiful intro. Worked with him as well. So, and because when I was there, I was working in the same building as Vertigo and Milestone, and getting these books like in real time, right off the shelves, like they were coming and we were reading all of these books. I think that's a very solid assessment. But in reference to representation, I haven't seen anything like Megascope before. And I remember, and I knew you were going to have an imprint after Kindred. I knew. I think we've talked about that. I was like, they're going to ask you about an imprint. Y'all are going to have that conversation. And I think that, I think we talked about, like, there's been nothing quite like Megascope before this. So I feel like this is, in a particular way, a type of template that will that should be documented. Like the template should be documented so that we could duplicate it in the future, right? This should be something. I think there's a lot of exploration that is happening. I love the fact that there is no house style, because I did try. I was like, what is the style of Megascope? And I'm glad that you said there is no house style. So in reference to the representation, I feel like this feels to me like, for some of you may not know, Omar Belal's blacksuperhero.com, the Museum of Black Superheroes and Heroes Forum, that's where John and I met, actually, about 25 or so years ago. There was an amalgam of really super talented creators, many of them who have commented in the chats today. Joe Curry, shouts out to you. I saw you in here, right?
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, another Chicagoan, I believe, right? For Chicago?
Yes, well, Chicago.
Absolutely. Midwest is representing. I'm in Champaign. Really? I'm gonna claim Chicago too. All right?
That's the real takeaway from this panel, that Chicago is a great place for comics.
It really is, right? It really is. The Midwest is a very beautiful place for comics. But I feel like I said, in reference to representation, it is very early in its stages. I want to be able to answer this question in another 5 or maybe even 10 years about representation, what this means for Megascope. I even think after this Comic-Con, you're going to get a lot more pitches, a lot more assessment of Megascope, and a lot more of what Megascope feels specifically to particular fans, right? But I will say, though, like the type of representation that we feel like we're constantly missing, right? The diverse Black representation, even. because we're not only situated, for example, like we're talking about, like not just in Chicago, right? But we are a diasporic people, and this is, I love that you're showing this, right? Because like we're talking about the Orishas, right? And that our representation is all over the planet throughout, even before recorded history, before recorded time, we existed. This is what Megascope is bringing forth in the types of books and projects, and the opulence of what is showcased within this. I think this is an art gallery of books and stories. I really do. But the diversity that's being built is still in its earliest stages. Still only 5 years in, with 10 books and more books coming. I want to have this conversation in another 5 years.
I think you're making a great point. Earlier, we saw images from Tale of the Orishas by Hugo Canuto. And that was, Hugo is actually based in Brazil. We also saw images from the Hard Ears.
Hard Ears.
Right. Which is a dynamic comic, and that one's put together by Matthew Clark and Nigel Lynch, who are based in the Barbados.
Yep.
I'm correct, right?
That's correct.
There's a whole fantasy story pulling from the Crop Over Fest. And, a lot of, Across the Tracks obviously is a historical piece. But the Black Cube, which you saw images from, that's the project I'm doing with Tana Tucker. It deals with these Egyptian gods who are a part of this interdimensional art gallery. So they're at the beginning of a lot of art movements and get to be very fantastic and sexy. And so there's a lot of surrealism or Afro-surrealism in how those images are coming across. And the piece that we're looking at now is this. Which one is this, John?
Yo, I wanted to make sure we did a shout out to my friend Sean Martinborough, right? Because the top three images, heavy. This is from The Heavy, yes. And so The Heavy is Sean's first, graphic novel that he's written and illustrated. And it is it's a wonderful work in progress. He's almost done with the principal images. It's going to have spot color from the great Christopher Sotomayor, and also John Workman, one of the greatest letterers in comics, came out of retirement to letter this. So we're very excited about this book. And and Lauren also said we should shout out the Count of Monte Cristo book as well, because that's Taryn Clark's book, Taryn and I use Jamal Everett. But I also wanted to make sure that Alvern told us if he's comfortable sharing what his next project is with us right now. So because we're close to the hour, so I want to make sure you kind of plugged the thing that you're working on now. So.
Oh yeah. So the next book I'm working on is called Rhineland, and it's the true story about a group of Black Germans who banded together and fought against Hitler as he was coming into power. So again, that idea of representation and telling stories that not only inspire the world, but directly inspire us in that diaspora to understand that we're everywhere and we've always been everywhere. So for me, telling Rhineland has been, it's the joy, and it's a dream come true. And I remember just talking to John years ago, and when I was writing it and putting it together, and he always kept a mind out for it. And so after doing Across the Tracks, they were asking, well, so what's the next thing you want to do? And I pitched Rhineland, and before I knew it, it was like, okay, we got to do this book. So that's going to be, again, I can't wait for that to come out for people to understand that before anybody was fighting the Nazis and everybody, it was Black people that were on the ground, and we were the first to really do it, and set the stage for what we know now is, the resistance of that time. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, for sure. And just because I don't want to make sure that we, give the masters their due, we are also adapting The Middle Passage, the award-winning book by Charles Johnson, adapted by this gentleman named Reginald Hudlin and this other gentleman named Dennis Cowan, with colors by the great Tristan Roach. So that's another piece that we're working on right now too. You can see a couple of pages here. And I wanted to make sure that
amazing.
I know, right? It's
You know,
so
It's insane.
and let me
I
just say in
love
the
middle
comments, a lot of people are really excited about the pages and excited about the dearth of the storytelling, and it looks like a lot of anticipation is being created here. And
that's
then
good.
Charles Johnson, if we could just give a shout out. He was actually featured for a lot of his early illustrations, which in this particular piece he didn't illustrate this, but he was featured in the Museum of Contemporary Art's celebration of underground comics and comic creators here in Chicago. So he was
Yeah,
a part of that. And Tertel's work with Nog was featured as well. So
that is totally true. And I want to make sure that we shout out Charles and Stephen Barnes, Charles Johnson, Stephen Barnes. We actually have a book called The Eightfold Path with Brian Christopher Moss as the illustrator. That was fantastic. It's about Buddhism, but told through these like really titillating, like scary tales, like EC Comics. And Stephen Barnes' partner, Tanana Reeve Do, we actually published a book of those together called The Keeper as well, which is their first graphic novel together. I think Tanana Reeve's first graphic novel, period. Right. So not only are we trying to cross the stream, so to speak, with like books that are fun, books that are like showing us aspects of things we never thought before, really mixing things up. And we want to actually show more stuff from the not just from the diaspora, from different backgrounds as well. You know, I think because I'm a middle-aged Black man, I know a lot of Black folk. so right now, Megascope is very Black presenting, but we are looking for stories from people from all over the world, right? Just to kind of push back against this kind of monoculture that actually states that it's just for superheroes and it's just for a particular story, right? So we want to mix it up. And also, too, I mean, we need more women on the imprint. We need to actually push those particular stories as well. Those perspectives are something that we're actively looking forward to putting out into the world. And we have like a couple of other projects coming through that have just been signed that I can't necessarily speak about, but we're very excited about. And we actually have a really big announcement coming up soon that has been in the works for like a couple of years. So, watch this space, as they say. So,
and
but
also let me
yeah,
know
go ahead.
the last count of Monte Cristo
Yes. Yeah.
that was put together. That's
Let's
a
see.
futuristic tale on the story of Afrofuturist take on the tale, which and placed in the far future, which is pretty fascinating. And I just love the Eightfold Path as a book. So these are just other works, and you have the adaptation Queenie.
Yes. Yeah. We've shown images of it. So my plan was to kind of show like a smorgasbord of all the images, because we've shown pieces from Queenie, which is about Stephanie St. Clair. And this is a scene from the Count of Monte Cristo book, which is Tristan Roach's awesome art.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, Yeezy Jama Everett is the writer for that. My guy, our box of bones brother, so to speak. So, yeah. But yeah, but this is Megascope. Go ahead, Yatasha. I'm sorry, I'm speaking.
Yeah, well, I see some people were asking if they had projects that they wanted to pitch. Where do they do? Where do they go?
Well, you can pitch to me. I'm the curator, so get in touch with me would be good. You can find me at johnjenningsstudio.com. And I'm easy to find. And also, you can go through, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Lauren, but some of the contacts you can find just through Abrams Comic Arts too, right?
You should be able to, yeah.
Yeah, but as far as like our lead editor, Anita Koye, wasn't able to make it today. She's not feeling well, but she's also like, guiding the future of Megascope right now and into the future. And she's another person to contact, a really wonderful editor with experience at Marvel and Tor Books, who's our current editor. So,
John, I wanted to jump in really quickly before we leave. You talked about representation, like we had that conversation. Yeah. I think one of the things that makes Megascope really unique as well is there's an amalgam of practitioners on here. Like there are academics on here, there are curators, right? And this family, I'm going to call it Megascope, this family of Megascope, professors, artists. We're an amalgam of really, really intricate individuals who have mastered our very niche craft, right? And we come to this as comic fans and geeks, really, first and foremost, and help to make this family just amazing. When I'm looking at this collection of books and this artwork, I'm honored to be, I'm a fan, right? Like I can sit in the fan section all day. So I just want to, I'm honored to be in this space with you all. All of y'all are dope.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you all taking time out to come and join us to celebrate what I feel is still in the becoming. You know what I'm saying? I think that first of all, I want to say, like, don't start an imprint in the middle of a global pandemic. That is that don't do that if you can avoid it. Yeah, and I think that, you know, getting the word out. I want to do a shout. Speaking of getting the word, I want to shout out our amazing marketing PR person, Jacqueline Cowan, also known as Jack Cowan, who has been like really pushing these books and the energy that she puts into it. I also want to shout out again Anita Okoye and also Charlie Kochman and Joseph Montagna. Joseph is our publisher. Charlie is our editor-in-chief, who basically gave us this opportunity to put these books out. And someone just asked about like submissions. If you just contact me through my website, johnjenningsstudio.com, all one word, then you know, we'll see what we can make happen. Okay. Right now we have a bunch of books on our table to try to get done, but you know, we're probably going to be looking again probably in the new year. So, you know, thank you so much for this opportunity. Shout out to my brethren and sisterin at Black Comic Lords, the amazing Black Comic Lords. Thank you for this opportunity. I cannot thank you enough. And we're gonna shut it down. And you know, let's keep streaming and dreaming. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
Thanks, everyone. This has been fantastic.
All right, let's get up out of here.
Dear Mr. Billy Graham, I know this letter is late, but you know what they say, better late than never. And I'm writing to you because I know you'll never read this or hear this. It's a measure of therapy for me, I guess. Wondering how you never get mentioned when you are really only one of the few worth mentioning. After all, I don't think Sam and Dave had you in mind, but without question, you are a soul man. How else can you explain how a man can draw tears so well if he never shed any tears of his own? Yes, and I hear music, especially drums, when I see jungle action panels. And when I see Luke Cage panels, I hear the jukebox blaring out horns in the after hours joint. I guess I'm trying to say, Mr. Graham, that I dig your style, and you deserve to be celebrated like the heroes you drew. And like I said, you won't see or hear this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Thank you, Mr. Billy Graham. You are a Black history legend. Respectfully, the Black Comic Lords. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Until next time, peace.
Wow. Sorry, I was playing Marvel Cosmic Invasion.
Are you doing the Storm T'Challa thing?
No, that was pissing me off. Gene was pissing me off.
Yeah, I know. Wow. Man, we're only halfway through this thing. It's a marathon, not a race. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. How you doing?
Hanging in there.
I'm hanging in there, man. This has been a thing. Shout out to everyone watching us today. I have a question for you.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Are you not entertained? We promised you an assembly of the best in comics. of all the panels, you can't challenge us on this one. Greg Burnham, Milestone Initiative graduate, writer of Tuskegee Airs, writer of the Saga of Sidikwa, even though I never say that name right.
I can't hear you guys.
Nobody can hear me?
I can hear you. Oh,
Everybody?
okay. I can hear you, Greg.
Oh, well.
But Paul is talking and I'm not hearing.
Everybody translate what I said, because everything apparently something wrong with my mic.
I'm gonna be like the ghetto sign language person.
You do that. Rodney Barnes. We constantly ask, who's the best writer in comics? Your name always pops up. I am shocked to see. Is that a virtual background behind you?
No, it's an actual. I'm outside.
That's impossible, sir. That's
actually
we all know that you are a vampire. It's impossible for you to be outside. That's a virtual background. I don't. No one can put out as many books as you can and be a living person. Tim Fielder. I see you live Instagramming right now, like pictures of people. He can't hear me, but that's cool. Writer of one of the greatest, if not the greatest, in my opinion, Afrofuturist story of all time, Infinitum. Maria Ayudeli, you already know how I feel about you, bro. This cat has written the greatest Storm run ever done. Storm is the #1 Black superheroine in the world. I would actually argue she's the #1 superheroine in the world, but that's just me. Phenomenal writer. Stephanie Williams, you've had a year. You're doing some things. I'm going to my LCS. What's coming to my pull list this year? Oh, I got Temporal, Roots of Madness, Street Sharks. I mean, you've been busy. You've been busy.
Yes.
I still need to get the hair oil, even though I don't have any hair, just to have it.
It'll nourish your scalp.
It'll nourish my scalp. Keep it shiny. Brandon Thomas, thank you for joining us, sir.
What's up? What's up?
Why is my sister calling me? Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Writing excellence.
I can hear.
Writing excellence. That's this panel. I don't even know where to start with you guys, honestly. Let me start with this. You guys, oh wow, she's really trying to reach me. Sorry about that. You guys are
You're the one with the phone.
Yeah, that's not normally me. Let me put that on. Stunned. Let's start with this. What inspires you to write? Well, let me be more specific. What is your muse, your inspiration for the things that you write?
Because
Greg, let's start with you.
Oh, I was ready.
Stephanie, you jumped in. All right. You jumped in. I was going to volunteer people. Stephanie, you stepped to the plate. Go ahead.
Because I can, I will. Lately, that has been my muse. Just because I've had incredible opportunities that I hope more Black women can get, so that when I'm on panels like that, is like this, it's not just me here. That would be great. But yeah, because I can, I will. That's been the muse this year.
All right. Maria, you're right next to Stephanie, so you're next.
I think I'm sort of an energy vampire, and I feed off other people in my life. I feed off other creators, I think ever since I was a kid, I read something that's very interesting. I watch something and I'm like, you know what? I think I can do that as well. So, and it's how I've always been, I'm someone that attaches to people very intimately. I don't have many friends, but the ones I have, they last very long, 20 years kind of relationships, So I think I'm an energy vampire in that way, with creative people, with family, with everything. And it kind of feeds into my work. And I think that has been a major inspiration to my work and a big motivation as well.
Tim?
Oh, yeah. So
Yeah, it's interesting. I write stories because if you're African American, it's pretty basic of what you should do, right? At least for me, it's like, oh, I'm tired of black folks dying in the movies and in stories at the beginning or at the absolute end. I know I'll do a story where the guy can't die, right? Or there are no black women that I know of who were visible in the 1930s and 40s and 50s in science fiction, other, Nichelle Nichols in the 60s. So I'll do a story based on that period. So that's basic. That's the basic tenets of how I go about it. Now, whether or not it's complex enough, that's something we can discuss. But it's so many different social points that have not been touched upon that I'll have to work for the rest of my life to even scratch the surface.
Brandon?
I will say what I try to always keep in mind is writing for the spark, basically. I'm writing to trigger something in another person the same way it was triggered in me. When I was 7 years old, the first time I saw Star Wars on VHS, which was basically like the moment that, changed and kind of dictated the course of my life. So that's one of the things that I try to remind myself on the difficult days or on the days where you're like, I'm not any good anymore. I always try to remind myself that, I'm here to continue storytelling is what I'm to try to spark that feeling inside someone else. And I also, when I kind of came into comics and discovered comics, I didn't know about cons. I didn't know about anything. And, so a lot of the people that initially sparked me to do comics didn't look anything like me, and come to find out might not even enjoy people like me. So that's something that I also try to keep in mind. So I'm writing for the spark. I'm writing to keep it going in myself and others. So,
Rodney.
Similar to what Tim and Brandon said. I mean, I think growing up, saw a lot of movies, TV shows, read a lot of comics that really didn't have not just black people in them, but culture. And I wanted to tell culturally specific stories, like people that lived like I live and saw the world like I saw it, but still could fly and do a myriad of things and bite people in the neck and all of that. And life has afforded me the opportunity, so I may as well keep doing it.
Greg.
Like Brandon hit it on the knob. Like it started off with like 7-year-old Greg. I'm at my desk. I keep my huge stalker action figure right next to me because this is like the first black action figure that I ever had. Of course,
mine
it was a
too.
small one.
Stalker's my dude.
Yeah, and just like that feeling that I had when I go on the block with my GI Joes, like, yeah, I'm gonna definitely be stalker, and I don't have to pretend the voice because I'm black too, So it was like that spark, the Lando Calrissians, like all these characters that would pop up on screen that we would just be like, we would feel like, yeah, that's me. So that's where it started. At this point, I'm like, because we have like such a plethora now. I go to a comic shop. Sometimes I might leave like every Wednesday. Sometimes I might leave with like 10 black books, and if it's black, I'm buying it. If it's Rodney, I'm buying it. If it's Brandon, I'm buying it. If it's Stephanie, like this is just on GP. So now we have so many of them. It's really just now I can really get deep in and not worry about like trying to craft something that I think is going to go super crazy. I can just craft stuff that I want to tell. So it's really cool.
You mentioned something. You said, I can do this story without having, or I could be this character without having to fake an accent or dialogue or voice. How do you guys craft dialogue that sounds natural without it being cliche, or even just in not just dialogue, it's stories. Do you guys ever worry about, I don't want to write something that's a trope? You know, I don't want to do something that's cliche. I don't want, although I want to do a story that might involve Black people, I don't want to run the risk of having them appear like this stereotype. What do you guys do? And please just jump in and talk. You know, you don't have to wait a turn. Just, I want to hear, this is a discussion. This is not a class. This is a family reunion, man. Y'all loosen up. I know each of y'all can cut up because I've talked to you behind when the camera's not on. So just be yourselves, man. Just tell me, like, what do y'all do to, like, make sure you're not doing something that's fake?
I feel like I've been in conversation with other Black people since forever, right? And it's second nature. And I've been in contact with so many different Black people, whether my family members, friends, people that I've met at school, whatever. And because of that diversity and all the Black folks that I know, I don't necessarily, that doesn't cross my mind, because I'm not thinking about that. I'm not thinking of us in tropes and that type of thing in my day-to-day life. And because I'm writing from such a personal space most of the time, I just feel like that's inherent. So it's never really something that I'm thinking about doing wrong. If anything, when that thought crosses my mind, the type of stories, I don't like that, because it's almost the reason why I didn't do Roots of Madness. I was unsure about writing a story about a Black woman set in 1905 because of, you know, a lot of the mainstream stuff that we've seen in the past, and how, you know, it's always, well, this is a story about Black people, but really it's a story about white people. And I did not want, I don't know, like, I just knew that the story that I told would not be that. And I just hope that others did not assume that would be the case. But anyway, no, to answer your question straight out, like, no, that doesn't really cross my mind, just because I've been so steeped in Blackness since birth. It's second nature.
Yeah, and Roots of Madness feels like home, Stephanie. I just want you to know
Thank
that.
you,
Like,
Greg.
that
Man,
was like,
I haven't seen a negative review of that book yet. Everybody loves that book.
No. It really did. And like, I just always say, like, I got my people with me, you know? So I didn't get into this. I got into this to, you know, break the stereotypes. I had one of my friends, he was like, with Little Rock Files, he was like, man, I love it, but there's not like really a good example of, you know, a Black man in this book, like, so far. And I was like, well, if you want to see, you go look at Tuskegee Years, go look at this, look at that. You know, it's like, I'm not going into it like I have to check certain boxes to appease people. It's like, I want to tell a story, and I want it to be authentic. And, you know, I make sure not to try to, you know, hit any tropes and stuff like that. But I'm not going into it like with that mind state. It's like, I'm telling a story. These are my people. Take it or leave it.
Just to bounce off that, about sometimes you just, you know, tell stories, and sometimes I think the audience might think you're trying to represent like Blackness itself. I had, you know, a similar kind of like example where I have like a pharmacist here. There are like 3 pharmacies here, but there's a particular one where anytime I want to buy anything like really embarrassing, he voices out my order. So it's like, oh, you want to buy this? Or anytime it's my girlfriend that wants to buy anything that's super embarrassing, he says it as loud as possible. That's when he forgets the prices and asks somebody else that, oh yeah, what's the price of this thing? You know, and says it for everybody to hear, you know. So, and, you know, I put it in a story of mine, you know, of a rude pharmacist, you know. And some of the feedback I got about that scene was, oh, you're saying Black pharmacists are like this? And I was like, I wasn't even thinking about race. I live in Nigeria, the most, you know, Black populous country in the world. I don't like, I've never even seen a white pharmacist not to be like, oh, I know the difference between a white one and a black one or anything. I was just writing a funny scene. So, those kind of things happen too, because there's you trying to write a story and there's also expectations of the audience. But there's balance too. I'm also trying to write stories of, some African gods as well. And I'm being very, very deliberate there. For example, that I'm like, okay, they need to look a certain way that is not just about my own personal preference alone, but how, because these gods are still being worshipped in several communities, I need to be able to represent them in a way that are the ways these people also envision these gods, are the ways that would not be insulting to these cultures, and in that way too, I might not necessarily be writing to my own sensibilities or my personal experiences. I'm now writing almost as representative of a group of people. So now there's that too, so it's balanced and depends on situations. But usually I think it's safest to write your characters as who they are, and naturally the blackness, the culture we ooze out, and you end up with full characters that are not, proxies or caricatures of a group of people, just write humans, just write people. And it's naturally just, bleeds out. And that's been my approach so far.
Well, let me jump on that for a sec. Of all of you, I think the one person who I've interviewed the most would certainly be Maria, because we have a monthly show that we do on his Storm run. And I know, Maria, I don't want to talk out of turn with you, but I know that Maria has had a lot of feedback, for lack of a better term, with regard to the moves that he makes within that story. Which kind of leads to my next question. Do any of you ever, or how do you deal with the concept of feeling the weight of your blackness in your writing? Like, do you ever feel like, look, I've got to do this a certain way, I got to represent for the people, or else I'll have my card revoked or something? Do you ever have those type of struggles where you feel you've got a lot of eyes on you? All of you have written books that you've had eyes on you. Have you ever felt like the weight of that and having to worry about making a wrong move or making the right move to represent?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. I think it's interesting right now. It's like I'm doing this project, High Giant Conqueror, and it's online. And my Instagram account was it was stopped. So I can post, but I can't stream. Because someone said I was suicidal, right? Whereas the section that happened at was I had the main character killing a bunch of Klansmen, right? And then I suddenly got cut off. And I thought to myself, I'm doing something right, right? Because, yeah, of course, that's uncomfortable material. Part of being, at least, I consider myself a lifelong visual Afrofuturist. And part of what you're doing, your job is to engage that material, which can be uncomfortable, right? Speculative fiction, science fiction, so on and so forth. Dealing with race is always done via proxy. They never can deal with it directly. It's always difficult for them to do that. There is an avalanche of story, an avalanche of concepts and tropes, frankly, that you will encounter just by injecting and observing race from that position of the speculative, and when you're a writer and artist, you have to both tell that story with the word and with the image. So it's a challenge, but I'm almost 60 years old. I don't care so much anymore. I'm losing my filter.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, Paul. You'll know this, but there is a um, when I was doing the excellence, or when we had just started excellence, there was a lot that was kind of like on the surface, but there was even more kind of under the surface. At least when we first started, and we did this on purpose because I don't know that we were trying to trick people or what, but we wanted to. There was something about us that felt like, let's try to kind of lure some of these people in and not tell them exactly, kind of like the larger kind of subtext of everything. And then we just kind of get to a point where there's a scene in the book where it's kind of like it's kind of like the astral plane of white supremacy. And you see like all of these different kind of visual representations of white supremacy throughout history. You have obviously the more kind of overt stuff, like there are like a couple of Klan members there, but there's also the kind of softer, kind of even more dangerous version of white supremacy, where it's like the white parents that didn't want the schools to integrate. And in this scene, we actually show, like it's basically it's Donald Trump in his stupid, golf outfit, and the letters that we got after we put that in the book visually were just very, very, entertaining. We were just kind of, chuckling to ourselves because until we made it so like overt for them, there were some people that were kind of lying to themselves or like pretending like, is that really what they're saying? Is that like really what like the subtext of this whole kind of story is? And once we just like, yeah, it is, the response to it was very, very interesting. But I found that funny because, unless you make it very like overt, like on the page for a big part of the audience, they are just kind of going along like in a dream or something, kind of like telling themselves that like, I don't think that's really what they're saying, right? And then when you tell them, then some of them get a little upset. But I don't know, it was funny. But I always think about that, about the letters we got once we like physically put like Donald Trump in the book, and then they were just like, wait a minute, I didn't know that. So I don't know. It was just funny. I'm so glad we did it, and I'm so glad we did it the way we did, where I felt like we kind of like entrapped them, like we made them feel like they were safe. And then when we told them that they weren't, some people responded like favorably to it, but a lot of people did not. So oh well.
A lot of you guys have written stories in different genres, science fiction, horror, superhero stories, crime stories, period pieces, action pieces, etc. Do you ever feel the need to like, hey, I want to make sure I don't get pigeonholed into doing just this one genre, and I want to stretch my legs and go into other genres to know that I'm not relegated to doing just this. I can also do this, and that, because I'm a writer. I write. I don't just write this. I can write. I want your thoughts on that.
Yes, because I want to pay my bills. So
now that's real.
So it's important for me to not even just from a bill paying perspective, but also to challenge myself as a writer. But I learned very quickly early on in my career that they will try to pigeonhole you or just not really call you up. Like my first pro comic thing was Marble Voices. It was like a 2-page story, but I also knew that the year prior that same Marble Voices, majority of those writers, unless they already had established careers, I never saw them again. And I didn't want that to be my experience. So if anything, I was like, well, I'm going to have to double down on my my efforts. So thankfully, Nubia and the Amazons came, but then I was like, well, damn. Well, now they're just going to call me up to do all the Black women, which would be great, but they don't really give Black women solo books or any books like that. So that wasn't going to be very productive to my wallet. So with that being said, I tried to be as intentional as I could be with the type of projects that I took on, and also just the way that I wrote, period. To show that there was some versatility. So if I got offered an anthology and a sci-fi thing or a horror thing, like went ahead and took a crack at it. Because at the end of the day, like, I just want to tell stories. That is just what drives me, and whatever that story calls for, then I'm gonna figure it out tonally, genre-wise, whatever. So yeah, that is in the back of my mind, but really more so from just a career and survival perspective. Really, because we are writers, we're able to do a lot of things. And I don't know, for me personally, because I know the fight that it took to get here. I want to make sure that my foot is firmly planted, and the way for me to do that is to make sure that I am sowing a bunch of seeds with my abilities. So yes.
And shout out to you, Stephanie. The announcement of you doing Star Trek. I am
You know what's funny? I didn't pitch that for Black History Month because, again, we are always at the forefront of my mind. So for me, I'm like, I'm just telling a story with, Lieutenant Aurora. Like, that's what I would do. Yeah. Now, I'm happy that it's coming out in Black History Month, but I just thought that was really funny because I was like, I pitched this in like May. We weren't even close to June.
It's all in the marketing.
It's all in the marketing.
It's all in the marketing.
I'm sorry, y'all.
We all y'all get work in February. I mean, let's keep it.
Well, yes, you also better call me in February too.
Right.
Double.
I think, like Stephanie said, like, I just try to keep my head on a swivel. When I got my editor for DC, he was like, "Can you write horror?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." He was like, "You have any examples?" I was like, "No, not any." But I can do it, And then he offered me the Superman story, and Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun. And I was like, yeah, I got this. And I wrote it, and he's like, dude, this is too horror. Like, dude, you can't do this. He's like, can you dial it back some? I was like, yeah, I'm here. So I think the challenge for me, because I don't want, like, for a long time, people was like, all you do is, like, you do history books. Like, I'm like, no, I do all kinds of stuff. So it's a challenge to like veer off into something that you haven't done, but I just want to keep working as a writer to where I can tackle like a project I'm working on now is something I never would have ever expected to be able to do, and it's so different than anything that I've done, but it's like challenge, let's go.
Rodney, of everybody you've written, I think the most genres.
Everything.
I mean, you've written every damn
most
thing.
Period.
Blueprint.
You kind of all over the place.
I think for me, apologies for that alarm that just went off. I don't know if you can hear. Oh, I'm glad it stopped. Started for me with TV. I mean, I think it's difficult for African American writers in television because you get pigeonholed so quickly. First 3 shows I did were like Black sitcoms, Wife and Kids, The Boondocks, and Everybody Hates Chris. And, when that went away, I had to figure out something else. I always wanted to do other things. And I started writing TV before I wrote comics. So I sort of went in with the idea that I have to do more than Falcon, I think, was my first gig. So I knew that if, much to what Stephanie was saying, now I'm going to be that guy. If there's a Luke Cage story, if there's this story or that story, I'm going to get that and pigeonhole there. But fortunately, they gave me a Star Wars story. And I've been writing Star Wars books like sort of under the radar the entire time. And that opened up the door to write James Bond books and different types of books. So just from diversifying a portfolio, I think it's necessary to be able to show that you can do a myriad of different types of stories. Because it's very, very easy. You're already pigeonholed sort of being Black, that they see they see you anyway. And so the fact that you can do a myriad of stories, I think can only help you as a writer.
Right. And you really have done it all.
I got kids. I got to feed these kids. I got to feed these kids.
You got to
So
feed these kids.
Yeah.
Also,
I think you're the first writer to do Black writer to do Star Wars. And Stephanie, I think you're the first definitely Black woman who's ever written Star Wars in comics. I can't think of anyone else, and
I know Mark Bernardin also does some Star Wars stuff too.
He does. That's
big
right.
Fan of his. I don't know how long. I don't know who did it first,
but I think you did it. I honestly think you did it first.
Okay. Like being first is something that doesn't involve crime, so that's good. That's good. At least my grandmother be proud.
Let me ask this: if you guys along those lines, because I know I mean Christopher Priest talks about this all the time. Al, he, doing Black Panther was kind of a double-edged sword because you wrote one of the most seminal stories on the world's most well-known Black superhero ever, but then that's all you get offered, or that's what people tend to associate you with and don't think you can do anything else. So along those lines, if you guys had your druthers, if you had some publisher say, hey, I'm going to give you a blank check to write this, what is it that you would write?
You'll have to check that out next fall.
Are you saying you have your dream job already?
Well, yeah,
Stephanie, you have your dream job? You have your dream work coming up?
Yeah.
All right. And you can't tell us any details yet.
Of course not.
All right.
I mean, for me, Philadelphia was my dream. That was a story I always wanted to tell. And now I'm writing about in Crownsville, this mental asylum back in Maryland, Black mental asylum that my grandmother worked at. So most of the things that I've wanted to do, I'm actually doing. Thank you. I'm doing the things that I want to do. So, but I would like that check though, if they're still willing to write it.
I'll take another one.
Yeah. And that's why you're Rodney Barnes.
Yeah,
Brandon.
I have to say that.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No. Tim jumped ahead of you. Tim, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon. I'll go ahead.
No. Tim, you had something. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm now doing what I want to do. I'm overwhelmed now at this point because it's I'm adapting the comic. W.B. Du Bois is the comic. That's the seminal. That's the one that the science fiction story by a Black writer, 1920. What else is there to do? I wanted to do Nova, but the comic, I can live with the comic. I'm doing the projects both commercially. Infinitum was a big deal for me. Mm-hmm. So I have my foot in both the independent space and the mainstream space. So I'm doing what I want to do. I just want to finish what I'm doing. That's the big thing for me. It's just, can you finish writing and drawing all of this? I can't use profanity, but that's it for me right now.
Brandon.
Well, like Stephanie, I am working on one of my dream projects right now that hopefully will be announced hopefully in the spring. Something that I've been after for probably 3 or 4 years. So I'll be very excited to have that. But given where this all started for me, I have to write some Star Wars someday. Officially, I've written a lot of it non-officially and kind of fan fiction versions of it, but I'm still on that path. Like I need to get paid to officially write some Star Wars. So that's
and any particular character in Star Wars you want to write?
Skywalkers, any of them, particularly Luke, but that's probably what and there are also, I always I feel this thing, especially like with the Black characters, I always feel like this kind of I feel the necessity to kind of take like a Black character that hasn't been treated with the proper respect that character deserved. So I'm always collecting. There's always a list in my head of those characters. So I would like to give John Boyega's Finn his just due, the story and the arc that he deserved and was denied. And then also, even most recently, I would love to have a crack at the new one of the new characters that was introduced in the Obi-Wan show, Reva. I always kind of keep a list. Like anytime I see them kind of like mess up one of the black characters, I'm just like, okay, I'll put that on the list. I'll fix that one day. So
man, I would so love a Reva story. That's a character that has some legs.
Yes,
really do some
I think
things.
so. Like I did not, there are parts of that story that I really liked and really worked for me. The twist really worked for me, but there were some kind of execution things that I would like to get in there and kind of clean up. And that's kind of one of those. That is a character that I know that not a lot of people are going to be interested in. I don't know. I have it on 100% authority, but there are certain characters where I'm just like, there is no white writer out there that's taking that character personally and how they were treated like the way I am. So that means that it's my responsibility if I ever get the opportunity to, fix it.
Yeah, kind of like what Justina Ireland did with Sanaa Starros. Took a side character and made her into a star. That was stuff. Yeah, very much.
Yep.
Greg.
Man, I was listening to everybody and thinking really hard. I got into it to tell my own stories because honestly, I never in a million years did I think, I would get to do something with DC I didn't even know it was possible for the stuff that's happened. So I look at like what we did with Tuskegee Airs and what we're gonna keep doing because I know you're gonna ask that next.
I asked it every time I see you, right?
On my head.
Looks like the excellence question for me. I'm used to it.
That book and the Search for Sadaka, those are the dreams for me. But I won't lie, I'd love to do some G.I. Joe stuff. I got to touch Icon a little bit and I would love to, get to do more with Icon, Black Panther, Spider-Man. I think Spider-Man was my favorite hero growing up. So any of those guys.
Maria, I am fascinated to know your answer on this because you're so damn evasive.
To kind of respond to your previous question before answering this one.
So you're being evasive yet again. You see what I'm talking about, everybody? Literally.
Sometimes I think when you're starting out, it's very hard not to get pigeonholed, your previous question. And but I think one of the solutions that I think worked for me is I sometimes publish free comics, and so when I was getting pigeonholed into the black sci-fi writer, did Akogun Brutalizer of Gods, did a couple of a free kind of this oral fantasy comic, released it, send it out to a bunch of editors, and that's when I got the call for Storm. And now a short story for Black Panther, things that are more in the fantasy line, and I think that kind of happens, do something free. It can just be 10 pages, 20 pages, put it out there, or an indie stuff to say, I can do it. And also, I think your fan base also appreciates that because it feels like you're giving back to your fan base as well when it's something free too as well. So it's something that I think works. The model that I do that I think works for me is, it's a way of saying that I can do this thing and it also rewards your followership, that says, and you do something new, you do something fresh. It's creatively rewarding as well. Maybe just join a couple of anthologies where you just do 5 pages. I did some of that recently too as well. And it opens doors. It actually does work. when it comes to dream projects, I think I already tried to make everything I'm doing a dream project. But if it's about a goal, one of something I'm working towards on is I hope to be able to write a big 2 crossover event. It's a dream of mine that I want to be able to do. I want to throw Black Panther, Iron Man, everybody in the Marvel universe or DC universe. I want to be able to throw them all together in a big crossover event story. It's not something I've seen many people of color being able to do, and I want to do it in a way that it's said that it's the best. And on the independent side, it's more of longevity. I want to be able to tell a story that's as runs for like years. Like you have something like Saga and Walking Dead. It's more of that's a dream. I want to have a book that has 50 issues, 100 issues to my name. I think it's more of that.
Yeah, I think everybody wants that. Last question for all of you. What upcoming works that you have that you can share with us that won't get us in trouble with NDAs? What announcements do you guys have that you'd like to share with just a couple people that are watching us right now?
Stephanie, dream project. What you got?
Well,
no pressure.
No.
No pressure. Peer pressure.
I want to plug some upcoming books that are coming out. So this month we've got Roots of Madness, Temporal, and Street Sharks #3. Street Sharks is out next week. Roots of Madness and Temporal are both out December 24th. And then the one that I am very, very excited about, because I never thought I'd get a chance to write on the main title. And hopefully one day I'll be doing the main title full time, but that is Wonder Woman 29 and 30.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
This is why I have my notepad for when y'all drop stuff like that.
Congratulations. I'm very excited to see that.
Thank you. So both of those, so Wonder Woman 29 is out January 21st, and I think Wonder Woman 30 is out the 25th. And of course, the Star Trek Deviation story one shot is out on the 25th as well of February. And I think that is all I can talk about.
To all my fellow Black Comic
Street
Lords,
Shark annual coming on the way, though. I don't think
annual.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. For all of you who are watching, my fellow Black Comic Lords, this is what we call your pull list portion. Yes. You're welcome. You should all have pens and pads out, writing down what's coming out, so you could add it to your pull list. Don't say I didn't warn you before.
Oh wait,
who's next?
Milestone. I'm sorry, real quick.
A little Milestone thing?
No, it's really great. It's the Black history at DC. We are doing the nigger rapture in this story.
With the what?
I'm not repeating that.
The what?
I'm not repeating that. You don't catch it as bad. But anyway, that will be out in February. I got a chance to work with Joe Illich, Morgan Hampton, Nick Drapey, and it's like I got to write some Icon, Rocket, Hardware, Bronze Tiger. So anyway, yeah. Okay, I'm done.
I have so many damn questions. All right. But y'all heard the same thing I heard, right? Like,
I don't know. I need to read it so I can be sure.
I can't. No, I'm not doing that. Probably got in trouble anyway. So sorry. It's Saturday. I'm clocked out.
What you talking about?
Maria, you're right next to her. You're next, man. What do you got coming up? I know you got a couple things.
It's the Storm series still continuing in February as Storm, Earth's Mightiest Mutant, and in that same February, that's a one-shot celebrating 60th anniversary for Black Panther.
What was that? Say that a little louder. 60th anniversary of who?
of Black Panther. So I'm writing a 10-page story. They wanted to be 8 pages, but I begged for like, please make it 10 pages. I really want to tell the story. So of a Black Panther adventure that takes place in an old Wakandan forest. That it features Storm, but it's mostly starring T'Challa, and it's me trying to I love Afrofuturism, and I love how Black Panther has a lot of tech and everything, but I've always wanted to tell a Black Panther story that deals a lot with African Jujuism and mysticism, and so I write a story of T'Challa tussling with mystical creatures in Africa, and it's a really brutal, fun stuff. I had a lot of fun writing it.
You know you and me ain't gonna talk about that, right?
Hopefully.
All right, Tim, what do you have coming up, brother?
Working on 3 graphic novels, the adaptation of The Comet, which I got to be done with next year. Black Prince, which is a adaptation on the life of a civil rights figure named Prince Rivers for University of Georgia Press. Graphic History Hip Hop Volume 2. Let's see what else. Gunna and Maddie's Rocket 2, which is like 2 years past due.
Maddie's Rocket 2?
Yeah, I have 2 and 3. I just got to finish, man. I got too much work on me.
Bro, that's like one of my favorite works by you.
The project that I am really putting a lot of time into is High John Conqueror, which is what I call a comatic. It's an online story that utilizes the language of comics, but told in video format. Yes, thank you. There it is. And that comes out 3 to 5 days weekly.
Wow.
And go to @DieselFunk. We're also on all major social media channels. That's what I'm doing.
This one image is giving me Akugan Brutalizer of God vibes.
Thank you. That is what I'm doing. Thank you so much.
That's dope. Who we got next? Brandon.
My turn. All right. I can't say much. I'm working. All I can say, I'm working on easily the biggest project that I've ever worked on for a company that I've already worked with before. So hopefully that'll get announced in the spring. They'll probably announce it in February just because, coincidentally. But even though it's not coming out in February, it'll probably get announced then. But I don't care.
That's like saying it's a Black project.
Right. Well, no, this is the most, I don't want to say unblack, non-black. This features, okay, see, I'm gonna get in trouble. This features a character that Black people usually don't get to do anything with.
Oh, that whittles it down.
For me, that works because that's pretty much everything. But it's one of the biggest things I've ever worked on. When people hear who is illustrating it, they're gonna be in disbelief and a little upset. Could be like, why does he get to work with them? So it's that type of project. So I'm really looking forward to that. Right now, it's kind of recent, so I can talk about it. The Black Lightning collection came out a few months ago from DC. That was a really fantastic time. Work that was me and Marquise at DC, who I'm sure everybody probably knows. But that's the entire 5-issue series of that was collected, and then also the short stories that I did to help set up the Power Company revamp or included in there too, and also the very first time that I wrote Black Lightning is also included in there. So it's a really nice big chunk of me at DC. So it's a lot of fun. But stay tuned. The big thing will be getting announced in the next couple of months. I'm actually working on it today. I'm working on the final draft of it. So,
well, hit us up when you're ready to release that. When you're capable.
We're gonna need a big one for this.
All right, yeah, I got you. Mr. Barnes.
Yeah. 30 Days of Night is still running now. Crownsville. I've got a book, Last Words, a detective story coming from Panic. I think DC is re-releasing, doing something with Batman Full Moon. Han Solo's finishing up Star Wars. I've got some celebrity collaborations. I'm doing a Jamaican pirate horror story with Shaggy.
Wait, pause. What?
I'm doing a Jamaican pirate story.
There's not a single word of that sentence that I find not incredible.
Rodney, we gotta talk because we got. I don't know what's up with these celebrities and pirates, but we need to talk.
Happy to.
First of all, I'm Jamaican. Second of all, my dad made me grow up on pirate stories.
There you go. It's kind of like the Fog.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about the Fog, but with some history tie-ins to the Caribbean and pirates and the port. Basically, that's what it's called, the port.
Port Antonio?
Port Royal.
Port Royal,
from way back when. We've got another one with Sting.
You got to come back and talk to me about that, man. That's like my dream story right there. I'm sorry.
Yes, happy to. I've got another one with Sting. Doing a book with him that's also a novel and a graphic novel. I've got one with Aquafina that I'm doing. What else? Image is about to do a Philadelphia compendium thing, collecting all of it. And in television, I'm doing the Jack Johnson story at HBO with Mahershala Ali.
What?
The GOAT.
Yeah.
Y'all see how he also just dropped in a
Yeah, you know, on television side. Rodney, I would like to be like you when I grow up.
You don't want that. You don't want that. It looks pretty from the outside, but you don't want that. It ages you. This used to be all black, and the sides. It's like Obama after 4 years. He was black going in, but it's gray coming out. So you don't want this. Be peaceful. You look happier. You look happy.
Yes.
Wow.
You know, I'm a slave. They're gonna find me, even though Chris Rock said the slaves wasn't allowed to read, so they probably couldn't write either. But they'll probably find me at my desk somewhere, like pen in hand, the corner, cause of death, writing.
Right.
And I'm
you got last word, man. What you got?
I'm supposed to go after that, right?
I'm glad I was before.
So Rodney blew my mind.
I'm sorry.
Remember what I have coming. We just yeah. That's cool. Thank you. We actually just Quinn McGowan, who's my partner on Little Rock Files, and we're having the time of our lives. He just turned in the last page. So if you don't know, Fabrice at Fair Square, they've been doing the last couple. Noir is the New Black. They're like smaller issues.
Yeah.
And so,
shout out to Fabrice Zabolski.
Yeah. So we got Little Rock Files in there. Joe Illidge has a story running in there. And then there's a switch up this time for the next story. And I don't want to say it wrong, so I'm just going to be quiet about it. The Search for Sadaka has been picked up by Rosarium Publishing. Bill Campbell. So we're going to be compiling everything that's already here. And that's going to be like a re-release coming in spring. And then we'll, like from there, we're going to aim to, finish out like the first arc. Because what we have is like 112 pages, but it's really like the first 3 issues. And then Bridges is a book we're working on the next issue of for superpower teenage girls in Oakland. I'm having a lot of fun with that one. I'm working on 2 projects that would make my grandmama like extremely proud. I can't talk about those 2 graphic novel projects right now. I'm not allowed to talk about, but those will probably slated to come out in like 27. And then there's other stuff. I got a lot of stuff. I'm trying to get into the pitching thing so I don't have to do everything because it's exhausting. Like I'm to the point where like I wake up and I see how many orders came in and I'm not happy about it anymore.
because it's like now it's gonna take 3 hours to package everything, go to the post office, like all that stuff. So trying to get it to where maybe I can just write and then collect money, see what that's like. So I have a few pitches out right now, and I got some more stuff that we're developing to pitch as well. I also one of them I'm talking to somebody about, possibly doing as like a movie. So yeah.
All right.
Basically, I want to be
everyone
and Stephanie and Tim and Brandon and Maria. Like that yeah. That's my goal for 2020, whatever this next year is coming. 6.
Oh my God.
26.
Each and every one of you is extremely talented. Each and every one of you is respected in our community. And each and every one of you I invite back when you're ready to promote all those works that you just described. Rodney, that pirate story, I'm still twisted on, man.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
12-year-old me inside is like screaming right now. That's
kind of bloody though. The 12-year-old in you shouldn't be allowed to read.
That's all right. That's all right. What's the name of the story, by the way? Can you tell me that?
The Port.
The Port.
All
right,
right, Port.
I'll look out for it. For it. All of you, please come back when you're ready. You're welcome anytime. Just hit us up. Appreciate each and every one of you. Dr. Wizard, are we on time? We're barely on time. Let's go to commercial and let's go to our next panel.
T'Challa's been knocked around a lot. And I wanted the story to feel like T'Challa is him, like he's that dude. And
you want to give the swag back.
Yes. I wanted him to, get some, I don't want to say arrogance, but to me, T'Challa doesn't need to be humbled. And
say that part louder again. For the people in the back.
I don't think that T'Challa needs to be humbled. There are things that he needed to learn, and I think multiple writers have done a great job in T'Challa learning and growing. But I don't think he needed a humbling. And I wanted, even though I know that he was like, he had fallen prey to Blade and he was serving someone else, I wanted to emphasize that Wakandans may have a broken government, but they aren't a broken people. And T'Challa is that dude. T'Challa is, king or not, he is that dude. Heart, soul, mind, all of it. And so I kind of wanted the last of the first to show this man is important and should be treated as if he is important.
Message.
Wow. We go from best to best in this con, man. I hope y'all appreciate this, man. The amount of talent that agreed to show up today is phenomenal. These are the creators of the stories that we all love, and just good people. Every one of them, just good people. We're truly blessed. Along those lines, we go from the writers to the artists, those who visualize these stories that we so love. And we've assembled a good group here. Am I doing these individually? I didn't think we planned this. Oh, they just popped them all in. Look at that. Look at that.
What's going on, y'all?
Kanan White, Sanford Green, Ray Anthony Height, Chuck Patton, Eric Battle. Eric Battle. Wasn't expecting that. Eric Battle's here. Jeez. It's like the 90s are rushing into me all over again. And Stephen Harris.
Hey, you may want to move Eric from beside Steven, because they're practically twins.
I didn't see that until you said it. Now I can't get it out of my head.
You can't
That's
unsee
right.
it.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't
unsee it now.
Dude, for the longest time, I thought they were brothers.
That's it. Yeah, they're twins. It's like the question books.
This
Each one, the other one's going to scream.
This is an incredible amount of talent. I don't even know where to start. Again, I'm pushing down that fanboy in me right now.
Let them out. Let them be free. Let them run wild.
Let them run.
Shoot, you fanboy and I'm fanboy. I'm like, dude.
I know, Kanan. And this is the first time we've had Kanan White and Eric battle on here, so that's huge. We're gonna have to do something special about that. We have a little tradition at Black Comic Awards. We'll talk about that later. Let's start with this. I think I asked Angel to ask each of you to think of a question for me. If you had one piece of work that you've done that you're most proud of, that you think summarizes who you are as an artist, what would that piece of work be?
I mean, obviously,
Doesn't have to be your most notoriety, the one you've got the most notoriety for. Doesn't even have to technically be your favorite. It has to be the one that, if someone were to say, who is this dude? What summarizes what his art is? What would that be?
Dang. Now you're gonna make me change my answer. I thought I had an answer.
Because it's a little twist.
Yeah, it's a little twist on it. No, I was gonna. I guess still Bitterroot is still the one that that's cool. But just kind of how you phrased it the second time, I would say Power Man and Iron Fist was the one that opened the door. I kind of cut my teeth on that, my first really big series with David, and that kind of put me in a different space for the first time, and learning how to navigate that, especially being a Black creative. You're now in this space that you're like, oh, this is what it's like up here.
Yeah.
There's fresher air up here, and but no, those two for sure.
I think for me, it's not even a recent piece. It's a piece I did a long time ago, but it was the cover for Harlem Hellfighters, book that I did with Max Brooks, and it was three-part thing. It made me angry. I learned a lot, and it was just like eye-opening to just kind of, first of all, be kind of connected with someone like Max Brooks. Anybody who knows Max Brooks, he wore World War Z, the son of Mel Brooks, the whole nine. So that alone was pretty awesome. But then the education of just doing that book, and then the cover, which kind of summed up everything. It shows the main characters charging. Yeah, that's the one. They're charging, and without going too much into their story, they were just. It's almost like it was a mirror image of what happened with the 54th in World War II, or Civil War. I'm sorry, and but it was just many years later, same circumstances almost, and then these guys just decided that they were going to, when they got the opportunity, show up. And they beat the brakes off of Germany so bad during that time period that they didn't know what to do. And that's what turned a lot of the white politicians' mindset to let a Black soldiers fight, because of how they displayed themselves. And then when they left in silence. And when they came back, they got the full ticker tape parade and everything. So, yeah.
Wow.
That's a hell of a story, too.
Oh, yeah, for real.
That's an amazing story. I mean, the one breakout brother, well, I wouldn't say breakout, but he was the one that stood out, the one that
Henry Johnson?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hand in hand against the troops all by himself, buck crazy. Yeah, they knew what they were getting into when they saw that,
Yep.
That was an incredible story. That's one of so many. But I'm glad that one was told. You did a beautiful job with that.
Thank you.
Ray, give me your answer.
Man, you had to go to me, huh?
Of course.
Well, I got it's two, right? Just singular piece. It's the cover I recently did for the book I'm publishing, Sincere American Nightmare, because it's me. I did all the artwork, but it is a homage to Boys in the Hood. You know, that is a quintessential Compton story. I'm a Compton boy, you know, so is that. But as far as like overall, I'm gonna say the Superb series for Lion Forge, because it was the first time I launched a series. I did the covers, and I proved to myself that I could hold down a series. We were, I believe, number 2 of that line. You know, and so that definitely was like, oh yeah, you know. So when Sanford's talking about, oh, this is what the air is like over here, you know, and at the same time, and I don't recommend this for any artists, upcoming artists, whatever you're doing, even us old heads, don't do 2 books at the same time. You can't handle that, because when I was on that book,
unless you're Dan Mora.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, if you can handle it. Dan has been killing it.
Yeah, man. He the junior too, man.
Dan is, man. Oh my God, it's like, and I remember following him from Klaus. But anyway, but yeah. So, but no, that's when Marvel picked me up for the X-Men. I was working on Superb, and then I said, hey, Joe Illich, you know, the amazing Joe Illich was my editor. I was like, Joe, Marvel tapped me for the X-Men. He was like, you better go over there and do that.
Yeah.
You know. I was like, okay, you know, I did that. I will never do that again. I'll never do 2 things again. But no, it was all good. It was all good.
All right. Aletha Martinez.
Hey, Aletha.
Yes, I'm here. Took a bit to get in the room. Why?
They had messaged me behind scenes. They're like, Aletha's not here yet. And I was panicking. And that's why I seemed a little discombobulated at the beginning. I'm like, oh my God, what happened to Aletha?
I texted him and said, I'm trying.
I know you texted me, but I was on, so I didn't see your text. I so apologize. I apologize.
I tried. It's a touch of cold weather, a flake of snow, a single flake, and everything explodes. Take it all down. Oh my God.
How are you?
I heard that whole talk about 2 books, Ray.
Yes, I know.
Half that book with me, and I was on a different book with Marvel at that time. When I got
we're
that code,
always neck and neck, though, Aletha. We're always neck and neck. Oh Lord.
No, Aletha does 3 books at a time, a month.
Aletha, the question that I had asked the panel before you got on was, if you had one piece of work that you've done in your career that exemplifies who you are as an artist, not necessarily your favorite work or the one that you got the most notoriety for, but what you think really exemplifies who you are as an artist, what would that piece be?
Not a thing. I don't get to draw things that reflect my particular likes as an artist or who I am as a person, even my own particular likes. I think I was closer in the beginning with things like Iron Man and Voltron and getting to do Lazarus Plus 66, things that feel like G.I. Joe and they're unbeautiful characters, than anything I've ever done. Because I like superheroes and violence. I do not like superheroes and sitting on couches talking and complaining and doubting themselves. I like superheroes and sexy women. And I like friendships. I'm like, let me draw Robotech and then we can talk.
Oh God.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I've talked about you and Robotech. You know, that's my thing. And you're the second person this morning to mention G.I. Joe. I think you and Greg Berner need to go work together on that. I'm just saying. All right.
Yes, then I would be happy.
Okay.
No doubt.
So Aletha's answer is I haven't done it yet. I love that answer.
So G.I. Joe would be the thing, Aletha, or is that what you would want, or Voltron? Out of the 2.
I've already had Voltron. I would really want Robotech badly.
Oh yeah.
Because I could kill that book.
Oh, you can have it. That's too many right angles for me. I don't
the mech stuff. Oof.
Yeah.
The greatest anime ever done. I said it. I meant it. Greatest anime, Robotech. Eric Battle.
Hello.
I think the work in like past work that I've done that was significant, most significant for me was the work that I did with the beloved author L.A. Banks on her Vampire Huntress novel series.
Vampire Huntress novels, yeah.
So yeah, I just loved working with her, and just like our collaboration on those images just helped me kind of like galvanize what I was doing and what I wanted to do going forward. So like the thing that I think that I hope grabs people coming up is the Emmett Till graphic novel that I completed with Megascope.
Megascope, yeah.
So,
yeah, they were just talking about you.
Fingers crossed. We'll see.
All right.
It's crazy.
Mr. Chuck Patton.
Yes. Yes.
I'm very curious as to what your answer would be, sir.
Not to be a smart ass, because there's a part of me that wants to just lighten it up, because I heard your last one. It's like, I love when you went, no, don't make me be a teacher now. Lighten it up. So, well, then let's just burn this mother down. I'll keep it clean.
This is a family reunion, man. We all family. Don't do your thing.
I've seen all these faces of people who, Ray and I have met, but I've never met anybody else. But I've seen all your works and love your works and inspired by your works. And it's a great, I'm just glad to be in here with you guys. From Steven to Aletha to Eric to Cannon to Sanford. Ray knows how to feel.
Anyway. First of all, Chuck is one of the most
BCL, man,
modest
we're about
dudes.
bringing people together, man.
Super modest. Don't let him fool you, y'all.
That's why I had to stop. It's enough about me. Let me crawl about you people. Y'all coming up behind. Y'all carrying the banner.
The real question is, who's doing the potato salad? If we're doing this whole
bringing the drinks.
I can't even eat
you got to be real. If you volunteer that means you are special.
Absolutely.
Sanford, I'm bringing the ribs, bro.
There you go.
Oh,
yeah, Ray keeps talking a lot of mess about his ribs.
You know what? I've invited people. Y'all in Long Beach. Y'all come down. I'm doing
I
something.
told you next time I'm in LA, you better have a plate for me. We going to get some
and then
ribs.
Sanford promised me when I'm in his hood, he was going to take me to some spots. So
yeah, I mean, you got to come down. Heroes Con is probably the most advantageous time because you get to go to the convention, and there's a ton of really great spots around that area.
Which con?
What was that?
Which con is that?
Heroes Con.
Heroes Con. Okay.
Heroes Con in Charlotte. It's in Charlotte. That's about an hour away from here. Yeah. What we should do, crazy idea, Paul. We should do comic creators that know how to burn. Like get cats in here that know how to, and maybe share a little bit of what they, what their special dish is.
Oh, mine is vegan.
I like that.
I tell you what. I'll tell you what you should do.
So
go to Heroes Con. Go to Heroes Con. Go to the parking lot and have a straight up cookout tailgate style.
There you go.
Make it happen.
We'll have a BCL cookout at Heroes Con.
I think we got something.
Then I'll throw the gauntlet down because I make the best ham and paneer. I don't care. None of you Hispanics. No, it's mine. It's our family. Honduras. Right. They know what they're talking about. The rest.
What is it? Ham and.
So the ham. The ham they make for Christmas.
Yeah,
my people aren't Americans. They can slap that ham. They put the back of the ham on the ham, and then the paneer. The pork shoulder.
Yeah.
And roti. Those are my dishes. I can make that.
Roti. All right.
Hey, y'all, don't let Chuck off the hook now.
Let's get back to it. Did you say roadkill?
We said roti.
Yeah.
Roti and curry.
Yeah.
No, I was raised by a man who was a gourmet of roadkill. So I was gonna say, what did you cook? But anyway, my old man ate everything that had 4 legs, and he shared.
Right, Chuck. What's your piece of work?
Long story short, because I sent it to you. For me, the most significant thing was my first JLA cover. That was at that time I turned 29, I think. So that's 29 years of hustling, bustling, trying to break the door when I was told people like us didn't even exist there.
Yeah.
And then here I am. I've got not only the cover, but I also, that character was one that I created. And I was officially known and not said or spoken about for X amount of years as the first Black person to draw JLA.
Wow.
So that was, for me, a significant, always will be a significant thing, even more than the statue next to me. With that, I wouldn't have been able to get that without that. So that was how I started. That's what I wanted to do since I was 6 or 5. And there it is. That was the cover. And that was my first cover. And no idea what I was doing, but at least I went nuts on that. So.
All right.
Never forget your first.
You never forget your first. And Stephen Harris.
Yes, sir. I'm just happy to be here, man.
Come on, stop.
You came dressed for the occasion. Look how fly you are here. The rest of us.
Yeah, right.
I barely stroked my hair down.
I got a question for you, and Stephen Harris.
Brother has on.
Just, how many hats do you have?
Here.
Just 3.
Just 3?
No, actually, I have this one is like it, a black one, a beige one, a sienna one.
I don't even know what that means.
Corduroy.
There's more than 3.
Raw sienna.
Yes. Are you keeping count? You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
He has 3 hats, but he wears them.
And a Jets hat and a Mets hat.
Wow.
You're a Jets fan?
Don't
My
start.
condolences.
You're
Well,
so fair from Widow.
Hey, you're doing well to wear that hat, man.
Listen, doggone it, Sanford, don't start, man. You know we hurting, man. So don't.
Hey, bro.
Yes, but you're not the Cowboys.
While they're down.
Not the Cowboys.
They're not the Cowboys. That's right.
Mr. and Stephen Harris, what would you say your work is?
Oh goodness. Oh, I can't just name one, man.
You gotta name one. That's the challenge, man. You're on your deathbed. They're like, no, and Stephen Harris, what's your favorite work? It's
That's like Monty Python. Wait a minute.
No,
Right, yeah.
Okay, the film. Oh goodness. Because Eric mentioned one that we share with L.A. Banks, but that's one thing I did with her. There's The Fringe. There's Watching the Holmes. There's Indigo Clan. Oh gosh.
You going down the library?
What's your favorite?
that was a bit of a flex. That was a bit of a flex, just so you know.
Right? It certainly was.
Let's say, oh goodness, I'll go my most recent stuff. Indigo Clan work.
I was literally gonna say that. I mean, the Indigo work that you've done is fire.
Although I got to flex with Watching the Holmes, I really got to flex with Indigo Clan because it's most recent, and I got even more time to do that.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So look, one of the things Chuck had touched upon this about some of the struggles he had early on getting work. And Aletha, I know that we've talked about some of the stuff that you've gone through, which has been very unique, and angers me to this day, quite honestly. What would you say to up and coming artists today, Black artists today? What are the lessons that you've learned through your own journey and what you've seen happen to others in the past? What would your advice be to up and coming Black artists today?
Can I start with that one?
Any of you?
So I would, it's like I've had some very interesting experiences with editors who, looking back on it, it seemed like they were like practically like toying with me, So the main thing I would say is like, stay professional.
Yeah.
And don't let anyone take you outside of who you are. But stay. Don't let anyone discourage you from what you're doing, and like recognize your talent. And if if one door won't open up for you, there's always others, and eventually you'll find your own path, and sometimes you have to just make your own path, but don't let anyone discourage you through their actions of
Yeah,
trying to see.
I'll also add that we're a lot of us are fans of this medium. We grew up as Marvel fans, DC fans. Don't get caught up in the fandom. Don't get caught. Don't get your personality caught up in these companies. This is a business.
Yeah.
The business has their interest, and you as an entity have your interest too.
That's good.
You are just as valuable. You are just as entitled to what you want in this business if you have a talent, and if you came up and are talented enough and skillful enough to do this work. So if you have a set goal, if you have a set rate in mind, and don't go below a certain amount that you set in your head. I mean, of course, we negotiate, but don't get caught up in working for the big two. There are other avenues out there. There are the avenues of your own that you can create as well, like Eric said. And if they turn you down, don't get caught, because I know plenty of people who got caught up in being validated by Marvel, DC, and they almost took themselves out.
Yeah.
Literally.
Definitely.
Almost took themselves out because they weren't getting the phone call that they were used to getting from them before or ever.
Yeah.
So you gotta know who you are. You gotta be confident in who you are, in your skill and your talent, and not just gas yourself up. Be honest with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not up to that snuff, then get yourself up to that snuff. But you have to be confident in who you are, where you are at this point. And if you're not good enough, get good enough.
Yeah.
And recognize you have value in this industry, and not just with Marvel, DC, or any other big company.
I'd say along the lines of what you both said, Stephen and Eric. Going into it as a young artist, especially Black artist, of course, know the business before the artwork. You got the talent. That's a given, but the business side is something that there's an aspect I'm still learning, and I wish that was my focus going into it rather than just. It's no different than being in the music industry. They go after people that are ambitious, that are hungry to make music, and so a lot of times they think when they sign that deal with that label, oh yeah, I'm taken care of. No, you're not. That's just to get you in the door, but you got work to do. And then all that stuff is recoupable. You buy all these cars and vacations and stuff, you got to pay that stuff back. So as an artist, not so much in that aspect, but all of us have done something, I'm sure, for some big two, in some point, and some probably still are. It's a machine. And so, like you said, Stephen, you're a person first. You're human. And a lot of times people will literally, I know a lot of manga artists, they'll literally draw themselves into the grave, working crazy hours, man, and making less than what they're worth. So know your worth, know your skill set, learn the business. Don't be naive, and just because your name is all over the internet doesn't mean anything. It's just like somebody having a platinum record and then living out of their car. Like that's the reality. Because you're your own brand, you're your IP, and the more you know, the more effective you will be. And then they always say, man, nothing more dangerous than an educated Black person. That's true.
Right.
And that's in any genre. Real quick, I remember my father, when he was younger, he worked at this place called Carnation. It was where he moved. I think it was in Nebraska where he lived, but he was the only Black guy in his department, and he was like 19 years old, and his boss made him manager, and so he got so much flack, man, and so much blowback for being that, but his manager didn't let him forget who he was. And he was a white guy, his manager, but he put him in that position because he knew what my dad could do. And once my dad understood that, It didn't matter what, even if the people don't like you, when you have the answer, they have to deal with you. And when you have that ability, that's your yes, that's your way in. So they make me as racist as all get out, but if you making them the money, it's like, I think I need to have that individual attached. And then from there, sometimes you can work and fix things, but if not, start your own. So yeah.
Anyone else have any advice for up and coming artists?
I think he just wrote the Bible on what to do. That's a great blueprint of just understanding your value. And it's interesting because we're in this space now, especially with the young up and coming creators, where the internet really is the audience, right? Yeah. It's their market, it's their audience. And so how do you navigate through that? I tell students all the time, I'm like, good luck. You're dealing with AI and those types of things. That's a whole nother conversation. But it also should hopefully make you even more resilient. You start to understand that, you can't just rest on likes or clicks or anything like that. You have to really manufacture your brand and your skill set, because it will. I think, and I hate to kind of go down this rabbit hole, but I think AI is, in a weird kind of way, is going to take away those low-level art opportunities. So you have to make your skill set the next level, so that, because all of us, I would imagine, I know for me, I got my first art jobs was doing logos for friends or doing some kind of one-off art job that, truth be told, the individual who wants this kind of stuff, they can just go to some AI thing and generate that now. So how do you navigate your artistic skill sets in spaces where a lot of that stuff is going to start to weed itself out? So there's some value that you can take from that, and you just have to just take your work to another level. I think a lot of you guys had already alluded to that, about just there's nothing will beat hard work. I don't care what age you're in or what generation it is. The hard work is going to be the thing. But what that looks like in this day and age, in this space, that's for the individuals to really learn and navigate through. So
you raised something that was actually on my list of questions. AI.
Oh, we already covered that. We don't want to talk no more about it.
It feels like every time one of us is on, that subject comes up.
Yeah.
It's the elephant in the room. That's why
it is the elephant in the room. We got to deal with it. It's not going to go away.
Right.
But Paul, I'm gonna tell you like this: like, we don't think about AI because it's exactly what Sanford was saying. Like, we've all made our own lanes. It ain't nothing that AI can do that will take us off of our lane.
Right.
So, I mean, if you're doing it and that little situation is happening, it's all that low level stuff. But if you want something that has a real voice that people are coming on to, like when people see Aletha's work, they're buying Aletha and Aletha's work. They're looking for that.
Yeah.
Right? They're looking for that flavor because Aletha carved that lane. Right? So that's really the deal, right? Like if you are beyond reproach, if people's looking for all of that flavor, that's what you need to be. If you want to be run of the mill, then that's your competition.
Well, the truth is, I hate to bring it that way because I've been in the business enough to see it happening. I'm still talking to people. There's not a week goes by I don't have some kind of conference. I'm talking to somebody about it. The worst part about it is exactly what you missed. Sorry to say that, man. But the thing is, they do want your uniqueness. That's how they train these things.
Yeah.
I can tell you there's over 5,000 authors, meaning there's about 5,000 to 10,000 artists that these things, and there used to be a list was put out 2 years ago of all the people that have been scraped and put into AI so that it can be trained off of your work. So your work.
Now, Chuck, I will tell you this though: they can do that all they want, but what AI can't do is replicate it every time.
They don't care.
I know they don't, but that's the thing. They don't care.
This is the thing to look out for, because what we're seeing now with Netflix being bought or buying Warner's,
Warner's. Yeah.
We're going to see some of this in action. I'm already seeing it.
It's already happening.
Yeah, a friend sent me a thing where they took a George Perez Titans pinup. George did 9,000 pinups before he died. God bless him. I mean, there's so many of them. And somebody decided to run it through one of those. It's not Mid-Journey, it's whatever the next generation of it is.
Yeah.
And I can hear execs sitting there going, or publishers going, oh man, George is dead. I don't have to worry about paying his family. We can just run this through. And that's the thing I'm bringing up, is that, yeah, we may not worry because it's not affecting us directly, but indirectly it is. Because
the question is, it's not affecting you right now. I mean, AI is still not at the point where it can say, hey, go draw me a whole Bitterroot comic book and it'll do it. And people will be like, that's not Sanford Green.
Because one thing, they're not stupid enough to do that because, again, we're alive and we can sue. However, they are sitting.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. I've seen
moments that Sanford was talking about. Low level is in danger.
Mid-level. Exactly.
So
I mean, I've seen.
Guess what? You're the next one coming up. I say that because I've seen so many and been in meetings where we have to, the only thing we got as creators is to stay, and that's the only thing I would add. What everybody said was exactly, we got to be our own business, we got to know our own IPs, be our own industry, but you also have to be a student of the game and learn how to take advantage of it.
Yeah. So that was kind of
learn the business.
I'm just saying there is more to this.
Yeah, I mean that's the exact point I was trying to make. Is owning your own IP is going to be critical for your profession.
Yes.
AI can do a lot, not everything, but it can do a lot. And I foresee unscrupulous companies using that to cut corners in the future. I've already seen some beginning writers.
I'm seeing scrupulous companies doing it, or unscrupulous in the sense of they are a reputable name. Again, man, this thing with Netflix. Why do you think the writers are so upset?
Yeah,
we just made the biggest biggest roar to combat right now is WGA for a reason. We've heard of GPT.
Yep.
GPT is learning or trying to become fictioners.
Yeah.
That's why when people get lazy, and young kids, and I have teachers in my family and teachers in my life who have told me how just so upset they are when they give a kid an assignment. He just runs to ChatGPT.
But the one thing I could say about AI for now, you cannot trademark or copyright AI. So you guys being able to create your own and get your own IP is still critical for your profession. You invent your own character and AI says, hey, I'm gonna go emulate this character. Great, you get to sue them and get your money for AI trying to emulate.
That's the thing that I think is one of the biggest no one's talked about. And again, in these rooms, I'm talking about it. The one combat we have is make them pay.
Yeah, make them pay.
Scrape me. Yeah. My shit, but pay me for it. Because as long as we have that, then as artists, creators, workers in the field, we're protected. Or at least we're giving compensation.
Yeah, there's one thing that we can we can hope for. Right now, AI is not profitable right now. It's still in the
training,
but people are still putting money into it right now. I don't know if there's
teams building it.
It's better because huge farms right now they're putting a whole lot of money into it, hiring a lot of people for AI. I don't know if this goes into generative AI or not, but so hopefully it never becomes profitable. And it'll tank itself, but I don't know. That's in the future.
I want to take
heard such a polite conversation about all of this. I've been listening to the last two questions. Everyone is so polite. Let's call them what they are. So thieves are trying to be you. 1% club. This is a 1% club. The best of the best draw.
did
They
use
draw
that.
until they die. And that's how
That's
it
unscrupulous.
works.
I did do
So
that.
all these people want to scrape. They need me. I don't need them. I
Sure.
tell my students one thing. I ask them, if I promise you now, no one will ever see your work. It will never be published. You will never be read. Will you still draw? If the answer is yes, this is where you belong. So I don't care about that. You need me. I don't need you.
But
At
then
the end of
that's
the day, when it's said and done,
And Aletha, that's
can you
the
remember
part
the
that
name
I
of
was
the
talking
projects?
about. It was high level.
But that's the tools that we have to be able to take. We have the internet. The internet works both ways, just like telephone. So, you know, these computers are taking in things, but we can still put stuff out there to reach an audience.
Yep.
And here's an example of that too, like practical. For example, we have the most powerful computers in the world, but it still can't match the human brain. As sophisticated as those computers are, it can never do what the human brain can. And that's millions and millions of years that's been the case. They can think, they can learn, they can even fake emotions, but at the end of the day, it'll never be what this is.
See, I'm having flash forwards of Wally. Because the whole movie Wally was them saying, "Hey, guess what?" You know. But I hear you, man.
You know what else is really interesting about that? That the audience, our audience, they know that too.
Yeah,
they can see whether this thing is authentic or if it's some generative, you know.
Right. So here's the thing that,
you know, that's more of a big conversation. And truth be told, to Aletha's standpoint, we can just step back and keep doing what we're doing because we've already got the connections. We have that relationship, and so they'll speak out against this stuff. They'll advocate while we just continue to create what we're doing. Yeah,
exactly.
And one of the things we say in the space all the time is how we know that you're a dope artist is you can look at somebody's work and immediately identify who that person is. I can say that for each and every one of you, with the exception of Ray Anthony Height.
I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait for that.
Only because Ray Anthony Height is the chameleon. He is literally Sync from the X-Men. He can go ahead and emulate each and every one of your styles, and he might even do it better because that's just the type of dude.
So what you're saying is he can bring the potato salad, and he can do ribs, and he can do
the whole picnic.
Leave me out of that. I don't do that.
You don't do that. Okay.
There's a word.
Not that I can't. Not that I can't. I just don't.
Okay. So you hold back. You're trying to say you hold back.
Hey, you got to. You got to. Never let them see you coming, Chuck.
Right. Don't tell them all your tricks. Right.
You do.
All right,
you guys, you're something else.
Look, I appreciate and love each and every one of you guys. I have vast amounts of your comics in the numerous boxes that go all the way almost to the ceiling in this place. I want to know, because we only have so much time. I want to know what you have upcoming. Let your fans know. Sanford, you'll be last because I'm still traumatized.
Yeah, I heard. I saw that segment earlier. I was like, wow.
What do you guys have upcoming? Although I do have one thing for Sanford. I hope my team pulls it together. Let's start with you, Kanan. What do you have coming up? You're working over there at Rip Reverse. What y'all got cooking?
Well, let's see. The recently being lost day. It's called Ripple Work, and it's actually a kind of like our own in-house Kickstarter for like all the ideas and things that the fans want created. It's basically a crowdfunding or crowdsource thing that will allow the fans to actually fund it, for lack of a better term. And I'm doing a story with Eric July. Can't say what it is. But it's going to be pretty cool. It's definitely in the cyberpunk genre, which is cool.
Are you a co-creator of a character, Isom? Like the visual look?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. But I do have a character I'm working on. I can't
All
say
right.
what that is. So that got some stuff I'm probably gonna be doing with Stranger real soon here. Involves I can't say anything because it's supposed to be a surprise.
Don't get so mad at me. Don't do that.
That NDA.
Yeah, the India. I was like, but yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Like, that is, like I said, most of my recent work has been through Rippaverse, and yeah, just grinding. So,
all right, Sanford, I'm skipping you. Ray, Ray Anthony Hyde. No, we'll circle back to you, Sanford. What do you got going on? What you got cooking, Ray?
Well, I'm doing the Midnight Tiger Evo series. I mean, I'm doing this publisher thing, y'all. Like, moving along, moving the career along, and really seeing what that's like. There's yes, sir.
Yes.
There's so that new series, which is kind of a soft reboot, that's popping off right now. We just have another Kickstarter that's live right now for the people that's watching. It's called Sincere American Nightmare. Is basically like the main character is a dude. If you mix Nat Turner with the Joker, and
Nat Turner with the Joker,
yes, sir. Ooh. So yeah, it's pretty live, and it's done by 3 cats from Compton: Marcus D. Newsom, Jamal Anansi is the writer. I am the publisher. I did the cover, art directing, all that kind of stuff. So that's live right now on Kickstarter, and what else are we doing? I am working with someone that you had on your last panel, and on things that they couldn't talk about, neither can I.
Okay.
Yeah, so so we're doing that. That my company, Sky Tiger Comics, is doing that with them. We had a couple of anthologies we're trying to do mid-year. Of course, one of your favorites, Paul, WTF Mama's popping out. We waiting on the next book for that.
Say hi to the wife.
Oh yes, I will. Yeah, man, that book kills at shows, man. Like, I mean, it's hilarious. It's funny, but yeah, we're hey, anytime. But yeah, that's pretty much it right now. I'm just trying to get them 50 issues of Midnight Tiger in.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So
that's what's up. Aletha Martinez, what do you have coming out?
Of course, things that you can't talk about sitting on my desk.
NDA.
NDA. That has become a thing. And then another thing that would make the others mad if they knew I was doing that, because it's like.
Can you tell us what companies you're going to be working with?
All the ones I do normally.
Okay.
So it's Marvel, and then I don't want to talk about any of their stuff. Recently, I tried to shop Yumi and Ever again, and it was turned down again. So to get your own, to not be able to produce your own work on a bigger scale, so I do it and I sell it at shows, and it does very well. The first book still sells, and that's we must be in the good 200,000-300,000 range at this point. But it's not. I need to work for other people, and my worth is tied up in what I do for them. I want foreign to go. That is what I'm really working on, book 8, book 9, and book 10, to be able to put out my prose book, because editing that is evil. The worst job is editing, and prose editing is like, that's a demon. But that's what I want to do. That's where I want to go. And if I can't do that, I feel like I'm wasting my time doing this. This is just a job what keeps my animals fed and my kid fed, makes me have money to do things. The very little they pay you. But I hear love in people's voices in future, and I don't see that for myself.
Well, our next panel is with publishers, so maybe you might want to ask them to reach out to you and see what they can work out with you, and see if you can get some of the work that you want to do.
They want me to work on their stuff. So yeah, they'll reach to me, and they know what I have. They will. It's not about what I can do, because unfortunately, being who and what I am and how I started in this business, you end up being a rock in a stream. You don't get to flow with the stream.
You should try to reach out to John Jennings.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
He was.
That would be a good
contact. We talk.
Well, there you go.
Well,
I think that'd be a good fit for you.
I think
Megascope.
Timothy is very true, but I also know that things can change. and your talent and who you are, your vision. I mean, just as the old man in the room, I think it's possible. But I know what you mean as being stuck and going through that. And I know.
I guess you want to see You May Never. I want to see more of that.
I will say, man, where I'm at with the Riververse has afforded a lot of opportunities to actually just do your own stuff. And that, to me, that's the beauty of just, it's like the liberty of being able to create. They're his characters, but at the same time, there's a space in the pool where you can actually create your own and possibly get that real actualized. And so, like you said, Chuck, there is hope. There are options, man. There are people that are doing things that are breaking that standard rock in the pond, in the pool, as you said, where you can actually feel like you're creating and contributing to something and not just an automaton, you know what I'm saying, doing what everybody else does. So there is hope.
I feel confident that there's somebody in our community that can be an outlet for you, Aletha. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. We'll work it out. I'm gonna find something. Eric Battle, what do you have coming up?
What I have, I'm truly excited for what the next year is going to bring. I just finished penciling and inking a short story for EC Comics, and that'll see print in January.
Nice.
The Emmett Till graphic novel, from what I know, they're trying to get that out by fall of next year. And so I'm truly excited for that, because I spent, that was 264 plus pages.
Wow.
So, it's like, put everything I add into it, and
that's why we don't ever see you.
Now
there you go.
I'm coming from under the rock.
There you go.
So yeah, there's that. I recently painted a children's book, and I'm looking to do more painted stuff. So and I've got some other other things that I can't speak about just yet, but because I'm done with the Emmett Till graphic novel, I'll be able to show my face more, and hopefully catch up to a lot of you in person, sometime in the next year at least, so looking forward to it.
Chuck?
Yes, sir. What I'm looking at right now is the latest thing I've done, and I'm drawing the oldest Black superhero known to man. Oh. And it's for an anthology. It's for a memorial book. I can't tell you more. I'm just teasing that part because I can get away with. There ain't a whole lot of old Black superheroes jumping around.
That's right. That's right.
Lothar?
But I'm having fun. No, this guy's older.
Sergeant Joe?
Oh, I take that back. He's not as old as Lothar, but he's more known as, well, when you see it, you'll see it. Because I'm like,
right.
I guess you to say
he's trying to pour it out of you, Chuck.
I'm giving him, well, it's already been advertised. It's a memorial book done by Boom, one of the last works of Mark D. Bright. And it's written by Larry Hama and drawn by Mark. Did some amazing work. And to give a nod to Eric, I know what you're going through, because he drew 180 damn pages of this thing. It's a graphic novel. And one of the characters in it is the oldest Black dude who wears a mask. And everybody else did everybody else. And I went, no, this guy he and I are writing. So I just did his cover and turning that in soon. And that opens the door for me, saying that what I'm doing, I mean, I've been retired out of animation for 2 years. So my days of doing film for other people, making them money, is over. Yeah. And that's what I was saying out there, is that, there is a moment where you can look up and say, all right, you earned this moment. Now I give it back to me. And that's what I've been doing. Everything I draw on has been for me, something I like or turned down. There are things I've turned down because I've had that question saying, I want you to draw this. But yeah, you didn't ask me, do I want to draw? Yes, right. I'm at a point in my life where I can say, thank you, I don't want to draw that. I really don't want to draw. I don't want to make you your name. I already made my name. Now I want to see what I can do for me. And when I draw guys like the 70-year-old dude, I'm having fun.
So
this is all the years of working for DC and Marvel that allows me, or doing G.I. Joe and doing Captain Planet and all those things, allow me to have fun with that. So I know there's a light at the end of the tunnel. It ain't easy. I'm not even through it, but the next thing it opens up for me is my own thing.
Yeah,
that's all I'm going to say.
Can't wait.
All right. And Stephen Harris.
Yes, sir. Okay, I got this top coming out right now. That is where I'm displaying right now.
Nice.
The first time ever on BCL. So, and I got.
I know you got Indigo Clan. The Kickstarter just ended on that.
Next year sometime, the Indigo Clan collected edition is coming out. Volume 1 of the first 5 books that's been is published. Currently, I'm working on. I just finished working on my third project with DMC. Is a Christmas story. Hopefully that should come out before Christmas. I'm currently working on a Teen Titans, doing some layouts for Teen Titans, young adult graphic novel.
Nice.
Okay. And what's out currently is I got these 2 true fiction books out right now. One is called Adele's Testimony, which covers the massacre after Reconstruction, and Gasper's Home. Gasper's Home, which deals with the Maroon community in Dismal, South Carolina or Virginia. Dismal Swamp. And I think it's in either South Carolina or Virginia. I'm not sure. Of a Maroon community of formerly enslaved Africans that are freed, fighting back against a nearby plantation. And I got another DMC story coming out I did 2 years ago. Hopefully it's coming out next year. And issue 7 of Harry Tubman Demon Slayer.
Okay, you're doing that
next year.
All right.
Nice.
Cool.
All right. Most of you have been on here before. 2 of you have not. We have a tradition at Black Comic Lords that when you come on this channel, we consider you family, and we like you to. We have this little ritual tradition. Why don't we start with Kanan White? He's already smiling because he knows what's coming.
You didn't ask Sanford what he was going to, when his next thing is.
Oh, snap!
Hey, look. I figured, I was like, I guess he really does. He really does have an attitude with you.
No. It's not an attitude, man. It's just I
know we're pressed for time, man. I know everyone's pressed for time. I mean, long story short, you already know about we just announced the Bitterroot anthology. We're contacting some people in this space at some point. We're trying to just put everything together. So there's that, and being a part of that, helping to. I guess create the world for the Legends Has It series with Marvel, with Nas and De La Soul and Ghostface, all these hip hop legends, helping to curate that and put that together.
You don't have any more signed copies of that, do you?
I might somewhere, but that's another conversation for another time. We can't talk about that. But so there, that happened, and then got a thing that's happening at DC, hadn't been announced yet, and then something else at Marvel that I'll be writing and drawing. Yep, that's it.
Everybody's staying busy. That's what I want to hear. That's good. Dr. Wizard, let's start with Kanan White. You have to say your name. Oh, you already know the routine.
Yeah.
Back up. I know you've been waiting, man. I know you've been waiting.
This is my moment.
Hopefully I get it right. Let's see. Okay. My name is Kanan White, and I am a Black Comics Lord.
Whoop, whoop. All right. That's what's up. Eric Battle, let's do you next. Say your name, look into the camera, say your name, and say, I am a Black Comic Lord.
My name is Eric Battle, and I am a Black Comic Lord. Thank you.
All right. Now, Aletha Martinez, we have done this with you before, but somehow through the use of some type of electronic trickery, yours became garbled. So we would very much like to redo yours.
My name is Aletha Martinez, and I'm a Black Comics Lord.
There we go. Now my universe is complete. Aletha made a statement about the 1%. That's what I feel like you guys are, man. You guys are like the 1%. Thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate each and every one of you. Whatever you have coming up, please come back. If you want to promote it, we'll be happy to have you back. Just let us know. You guys are family now. You're all part of the squad. So that gives you certain rights and privileges, such as blowing my mind like Sanford did earlier today. All right. All right, Dr. Wizard, let's go to our next commercial because we got our next panel to do. Welcome to the Black Comic Lords Con. You've just entered the nexus of Black comic reality. From comic books to pop culture, from indie visionaries to industry legends, from collectors to creators, to the fans who keep this whole thing alive. This is your one-stop shop for everything in Black media. Now, we know you're watching from living rooms, home offices, maybe even on your phone while you're supposed to be doing something else. We see you. But make no mistake, wherever you are right now, you're exactly where you belong. Because this room, this stream, this moment, it's ours. We don't just celebrate the culture, we are the culture. We're the readers who saw ourselves in heroes when the world didn't bother to draw us. We're the creators who said, if they won't tell our stories, we'll tell them ourselves. We're the collectors who know that these pages hold power, history, and legacy. So stay locked in. Watch the panels. Bid in the auctions. Grab that limited edition BCL Con gear and let the world know where you stand. This is your day. This is your community. This is your con. Our stories, our heroes, our legacy. Black Comic Lords, we got you.
All right, what's up, Black Comic Lords? Welcome to our publishers panel, where we really get into the mechanics of making comics, how the funny books get made. I'm your host, Troy Jeffrey Allen, and I'm joined by, I'm going to go in the order of my document. How about that? Tony Cottrell of Advent Comics. What's up, Tony?
How you doing?
What's up? Maker of Epiphany Engine, I should add. Frederick Littles from Wiseacre Comics, makers of Magnus Jakuta. Am I saying that right, Frederick?
You are.
Okay. All right, that's new issue next year.
Next year.
All right, got you. Alonzo Starr of Concrete Comics, makers of The Acolyte.
Yes, sir.
What's up? What's up? Sebastian Jones from the sexiest publisher, Stranger Comics, makers of Niobe. What's up, man? How's it going, Sebastian? He made sure I said that, actually. He told me to say that.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Tyler Martin of Godhood Comics, maker of the Antagonist. How you doing, Tyler?
What's up, brother?
How's it going, guys? Full disclosure, I've dealt with a few of you at different points in time on the marketing side when I was at Diamond Comic Distributors / previews, right? And we'll definitely get into distribution woes because I think like that's an important thing that maybe we should kind of discuss for this audience. But I feel like every fan thinks that they know what to do as a publisher. There's a lot of armchair quarterbacks who think they have an idea of how you would run a comic book company, right? Particularly like I see all the time people saying Marvel and DC and this and that. Like I would do this, I would do that, right? But the reality is being an indie publisher means that you're wearing a lot of hats. So what I want to do is I want to go around and I want you guys to introduce yourself again, but I also want you to say what other roles do you fulfill at your individual companies? And Sebastian, since you're in the upper left corner, I'm going to start with you.
Hey guys, my name's Seb and I run Stranger Comics. We are in our year 16 of doing this. I've got grays just like you, Troy.
Yeah.
We've been doing this for a minute.
Yeah.
we're mostly known for doing our fantasy world of Asunder, you know, Niobe and all that kind of stuff. And for folks in the chat, just to let you know, thank you so much to all the Black Comic Lords for having us on as publishers, as creators, allowing us to connect, of course, with you guys in the chat. It's a real honor and super humbling. It's a beautiful thing. For everyone that's in the chat, make sure you go to strangercomics.com or you go to the link in the description to get your free Niobe She Tribe. That's our gift to the Black Comic Lords community. I want to make sure you guys know that. Don't forget, it's in the description. This is us to you. Kanan, of course, to the interior art. And use BCL for 15% off the website for everything, including the Black Comic Lords exclusives. So that's one of the hats I wear is marketing, right?
Yes,
So we just
yes.
right, Tyler? That's how we do here. We gotta let folks know.
Yes.
What else do I do? I drive the trucks to the convention.
Do you?
You know, occasionally I'll load those suckers onto the truck and then set up the booth, take the studio meetings, you know, pitch, sell, market. You know, I'm on Instagram. I respond to folks. And one thing that we do too, of course, I'm sure a lot of these guys do as well, is making sure that we don't velvet rope our stuff. We are there to connect to the community, boots on the ground. Like we're on the other side, just like you are, as fans of this beautiful genre. So everything from sweeping the floor to meeting the heads of studios. So yeah, that's me.
You sweep your floor after a convention? You're way nicer than I am.
No, yeah, okay. We might have
Tony, what about you? What other roles do you fulfill over at Advent Comics?
Well, first, I want to thank yourself and Black Comic Lords for opening the door, letting us all be here today. It's been an amazing con so far. I've been watching since 10 o'clock this morning, and I'm going to watch to the end when Seb closes it out because he always got some good stuff coming. So thank you. I appreciate you and all your fans. I wear every hat you can think of. Like Seb, I've been doing this for 16 years now, whether it's the production, the marketing, the editing, every hat you can imagine, I'm wearing on the business side, conducting meetings, trying to get, you know, deals in order, books in stores, books in retailers, and actually some other stuff that's going on, different things. So there's no position that actually I don't fulfill. And that's the thing, you know, my wife always tells me, you just slow down. You're going to try stuff to the ground early. But, you know, it is what it is. I love what I do. And I asked for this life, so I'm going to do it.
There you go. Lonzo, what about you? What roles do you fulfill at Concrete?
Right.
Actually, can I preface this by saying Lonzo didn't know what day it was yesterday, and like I was like, he's working hard. I know he is.
Oh yeah, nah, man. So first and foremost, thank you to the Black Comic Lords for having all of us here, man. This platform has been a staple in the Black comic creator community, and you know, I'm just happy to be here, bro. Yeah. Amongst some of the greats here that I get to run across in the con circuit all the time as well. When it comes to wearing, well, I'm the CEO and founder of Concrete Comics and also the publisher, and I'm the writer of Acolyte, Zoriel, and a few other titles as well. But when it comes to the nitty and gritty, you know, I'm everything. I'm the promoter, marketer, salesman, booking manager, I'm saying, website designer, whatever the company needs, you know, I'm there for it. I am happy to say that I do have a full team now. I got a COO that we're gonna be announcing. We got our editor-in-chief Montrez. We got the creative director. So I should have a little help 2026, man. It should be a little smoother, but for right now, I do everything.
Good. Fingers crossed. Frederick. Can I call you Frederick? Do people call you Fred? They call you Frederick.
You can call me Fred. That's fine.
Okay, Fred. All right. What roles do you fulfill over at Wiseacre Comics?
First and foremost, Frederick Littles, owner and founder of Wiseacre Comics. Shout out to Black Comic Lords for this event. This has been amazing. Again, these gentlemen here on the post and the panel and everything, outstanding. I learned a lot from each of them and watching them in their efforts and everything as they continue to grow. And it's like everybody, I think we wear multiple hats, right? There's no hat we have not tried on to where we can actually run this company and everything. So I feel like I take a behind the scenes role quite a bit. I don't like, unlike Seb, I don't really like marketing as much, but I'm gonna try to do a little bit more. But that's something I've really take the honest and everything on to where I have to be a little bit more of a face of the company. But I love just being behind the scenes when it comes to editing, lettering, just reviewing submissions, writing stories. That's kind of my forte.
All right, cool, perfect. Tyler, what about you? What are the different hats that you wear over at Godhood?
Yeah, man. So, well, first of all, like the other guys, just want to thank you for having all of us here. It's an honor to be in the room with these people, man. They have been huge inspirations to me and Godhood Comics over the course of our 10 years. We're at 10 years now. And like a lot of them, they've named all the roles, but I feel like there are new ones that are created every day, right? It does go into sales and marketing, creative director, right? Writer, creator, publisher, shipper, printer. Like Seb said, you're talking to studio heads, you're looking for investors, you're trying to acquire funding, you are trying to find the best printer, right? And so I think what we didn't mention is graphic design. I was never a graphic designer until I started making comics. And so every day I'm discovering a new skill. Well, for 10 years, you're developing new skills, and the roles like I said, they continue to add up every day.
Absolutely.
Customer service agencies. Yeah. All of it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Actually, that was the answer I was looking for. It's like, it's a little bit of everything for sure. I want to get you guys I want to do like a little bit of origin stories, right? So I want to find out what got you into publishing. Like it was, I recently saw an Alan Moore video where he said like he read a book and he was like, I could write this shit, so like, but I mean, he says like, look at bad stuff, look at good stuff, et cetera, et cetera. But like, where did that nugget of inspiration come from to be like, you know what, I'm going to do this for real this time? And I'll go in Z formation. So I'll start with you again, Sebastian.
I mean, for me, obviously, I'm sure like a lot of these cats, I grew up loving comics, inspired by the creators, and got me through formative years, bullying, aggression, all those, whatever it is. Comics has always been kind of a bit of a safe space. And for a number of years, I ran a record label, and around that time, I was playing a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. Hence, check this out, our Dungeons and Dragons homage.
No way. Nice.
Can't help myself. And when I was playing D&D, I was creating this fantasy world and these characters like Niobe and so on. And as I grew, she grew with me, and I felt I was developing more as a man, as a person. And the world around me was changing. And so I wrote this story called The Untamed. This is where you first meet the whole world of Asunder. And I shopped around to different companies as a film, to a graphic novel, and so on. And this is a while ago. This is maybe 18, 19 years ago. And a lot of the comic companies were very much like, we don't do black comic. We don't do female lead comics. We don't do black comics, and we don't do fantasy. I'm like, I'm doing all three. So I got my credit card and I was like, all right, here we go. And I literally, rest in peace to my mom. She was our angel investor and paid for the first printing of the very first comic of The Untamed that we dropped at San Diego Comic-Con in 2009. We didn't know what we were doing, right? Like Tali was saying, like graphic design, what am I doing? Learning, I guess, no clue, but it was a story that was very personal to me. And I think a lot of times with some creators, they're looking too much at the prize and not enough as far as their soulful resonance potentially within the product that they're creating. Because if it doesn't become a movie, it doesn't sell thousands of units. It's, at the end of the day, you're nourishing your soul with these creations. So for me, that's really the origin of Niobe. And again, like we did this Niobe comic because I wanted to tell this story, not knowing it was going to be the first in history with a black female author, artist, and hero. It was just, I needed to tell this story and work with the creators like Amanda Stenberg and Ashley and Hyung that I wanted to work with. So that's me. I'll shut up now because I'll ramble. But yeah, that. I needed to tell these stories. They were just in me. Yeah. At the end of the day, that's what it is.
That's a real thing. What about you, Tony? What made you decide that you wanted to be a publisher?
A trip out to San Diego. Actually, my wife and I went out there for our anniversary, and a chance meeting with 3 different people. All 3 were in the comic book industry. Went to Comic-Con that was going on that weekend, and ended up going to the Black panel, and it was just life changing, literally. And after that, I went back home, and I was like, I've always wanted to do comics, love comics, like Seb said. Wrote a little bit in college. Like, I write a comic book. Wrote our first graphic novel, 80 pages, Pandemonium, Evil Incarnate. Put it on Amazon. Started to sell. What really cemented it for me is when a comic book shop out in Dubai hit me up and was like, will you sell it to us directly for the store? Well, you want to buy my comic book? They were like, yeah. I was like, okay, bet. Yeah. And then, started getting those royalty checks from Amazon, and my wife was like, you want to do another one? And I was like, yeah. Because everybody was teasing me. They're like, you're a firefighter. My father-in-law was like, you don't write comic books. You're a grown man. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm like, I love it. And, started to pay off. And each one snowballed into the next one. And like I said, I had a whole universe set up. I just went and kept doing it. 55 countries later, 16 years later, we're still here.
Nice.
Beautiful.
What about you, Lonzo? What got you into publishing?
At the time, similar to Seb, I'm a music producer and a songwriter and a rapper. And I had released a song called Clark Kent, and it was pretty popular. You know what I'm saying? I did a video. I was shooting it all around Philly, and it was getting a lot of buzz. So I decided to, if I wanted to market it, let me go to like a Comic-Con. I've never been to one before. So I took a bunch of flyers, me and all my gang. We went out to a Comic-Con, and just seeing the world. It was Wizard World Comic-Con back then, and just seeing the whole atmosphere, seeing the toys, the fandom, the cosplay, it really just like jolted all my love back for the genre. I've always read comics, but it was like a 15-year gap of me not reading, just watching movies, but not reading comic books. And that kind of got me back interested. And because I made Clark Kent, I said, man, I would love to make my own character, Long story short, my boy, he had saw the video. It was like an animated video of a character called Dark Eagle on Facebook. And it was my first time ever seeing like a character that wasn't Marvel and DC. I didn't know there was anything outside of Marvel and DC or like Image. I only knew like those 3, to be honest with you. So when I saw something from my city that was independent and that was by a black dude straight out of North Philly, I said, damn, I didn't know niggas was making comics. let me, so it just like rushed, like all my energy was like, yo, I could make a comic. So I reached out to him because I just wanted to do a theme song for him because it was like a silent video with no music on it. It was just an animation. So I reached out to him. I said, hey, I want to do a theme song for you. He told me no at first. I said, listen, I'm not charging you. I don't want that. I just want to make it. So he eventually said, yeah, I can make it. And when he sent me the script, because I had to learn, how the character was, how he operated. When I read the script, I saw how similar it was to writing a song. And my mind just went boom. And then, I created this guy here, Mr. Acolyte. And the rest was history, man. I figured out I learned the whole process, like how comic books work. Back then I thought it was one person that just wrote it, drew it, right. Did everything. I found out it was a inker and a penciler and a colorist, a letterer, editor, writer. I didn't want to cut no corners because in music you can't cut corners, man. You need that engineer, you need all those things. And I wanted to do it right. Anything I put my name on, I wanted to be quality and professional. So I took my time. I figured out what I wanted to do, and 2019 I started dropping pictures of Acolyte, and 2020 we launched, and the rest was history, man. Now we out here keeping it concrete.
Love it. What about you, Fred? What's your origin story?
So I would say 2018, I lost my mom to cancer. I went through a pretty good bout of depression, right? So I just wrote. I fell back on, 2 things my teachers taught me, Mrs. Welch, art, and Mrs. Robertson, drama. And so I just wrote stories. And I was scrolling through Facebook one night, and I landed on Godhood Comics. Tyler F. He was offering this course, this webinar and everything on how to create comic books. And I was like, okay, the big man above must be talking about me. He must be looking after me and everything here because he's sending me some messages. And in this course, not only did I meet Tyler, I also met David Krause. And these two guys were just talking up and everything about the process. I'm telling myself, I have no idea. I have these stories and everything here, but I have no idea how to create a comic book. And they gave us the tools to really start and perfect that craft. And through it, I pitched the idea to Tyler, Magnus, Jakuda. But the first one he said I pitched was a cover. And Tyler gave me some good notes. He said, hey, Fred, the cover looks outstanding, but everything inside the book does not match the cover. And at that point, I told myself, okay, first impression won't be my last impression. I'm gonna go back and do the work. And from that day on and everything, I pretty much modeled and mirrored and went back to my roots and everything to really, just do a deep dive into Milestone, Image. And I went to the comic book store and I requested the antagonist, and they didn't have it. And I was like, okay, why? And a lot of it because we don't do black comics here. We don't do indie comics here. We don't put those type of books and everything on our shelves. And I was like, okay, I can be part of the process of change. And that's how, Wise and Comics came to life in a way.
All right, great. Well, actually, that's perfect. We can definitely kick it over to Tyler. Tyler, what is your origin story? How did you get into publishing?
Let me before I say that, let me just say about Fred is that Fred, we don't give Wiseacre Comics enough credit, right? Because where we say we've been here 10 years, 15 years, 8 years, Fred has built an entire fan base, community, and comic book company in 3 years, guys. 3 years. From Kickstarters to even his indie prints, where he's taking on other creators, he's giving back and publishing other creator books. That's not something I can take on. That's something I was like, I can barely get my own stuff out. I'm not going to be focused on somebody else's IP. And so I really want, if you're in the chat, guys up here, please check out Fred, check out Wiseacre Comics, because they are doing things at a phenomenal rate. So I'll say that. That's my credit to Fred there. For me, guys, it was a little more life and death. My father was a severe alcoholic, and my mom had fled from him when I was 1 year old. But the backlash of that divorce was echoed through my childhood, from arguments, phone calls, and these big blowouts. And so 94, watching X-Men, reading X-Men, watching X-Men, that was my way out. It was an escape to another reality, right? Because my reality was not stable. And so reading about Spider-Man and X-Men and comic books were just like the epitome, and of course, Dragon Ball Z. And so I also started writing my own comics. I would draw them first. Back then you draw first and you write later. And I take a ruler and I'd be drawing the squares. And then in 5th grade, my teacher said, hey, we got a guy coming. So we went to the auditorium and I met a guy named Bobby Jackson. Look this guy up. He created a comic book. This is probably 2003. He created a comic book called Young Brother. It was the first time I had seen I wasn't really into Black Panther. It was the first time I had actually seen an independent Black publisher, Black man, creating a Black comic book. It blew my mind. I had no money. I said, let me go. I had to go to the principal's office and call my mom, and that she needed to bring me some money so I can get this book. He ended up giving it to me for free, but please check out Young Brother. And then from there, much like Fred, I went to school. I was a high school teacher for 8 years. Very much down on my luck, very much depressed because I was not in an environment where I could create freely, had all these ideas in my head. And on Facebook, I had joined, I think it was ICC, Independent Comic Creators Connection, or something like that. And I saw all of these Black creators creating their own Black superheroes, right? And not even Black, it was plenty, it was just people, creators in general. And I had in kindergarten, I created a character called Mega Woman. She didn't look when I created her, she was white because I didn't think I could create black characters, right? So I had created Mega Woman in kindergarten, and she was this white girl, fashioned after Captain Marvel or something. And I started getting pictures of Mega Woman, getting pictures drawn of Mega Woman, posting Mega Woman, reaching out to artists, reaching out to some of these guys like Tony, some of these guys, who really laid the groundwork for us to come in after. And that's when Godhood Comics was founded. But much to like Alonzo said, I have always had artistic marketing in me. I always, my grandma used to tell me I could sell a Bible to the devil, right? I was always able to sell and market. And I knew, that anything I did had to look good. And so for Godhood Comics, I said, listen, if I'm going to do this, it's got to be great quality. I want my books to look just as good or better than any Marvel and DC book. If I ever got a Godhood comic book on the shelf, right? If it was ever on the shelf, it needed to look where the person trying to get it, it would look the same. You got Marvel, you got DC, you got Godhood Comics, and you never know what's indie and what's professional, right? And so with that in mind, that's how we created Godhood Comics. And I started working with amazing artists, and we just became known for a brand that put out quality Black comics, and the rest is history.
That's perfect. So you mentioned stores, and actually mentioned shelves. Actually, I think this is actually really important because I've been hearing a lot from the industry wide that stores, comic book shops, are actually doing good right now, despite all the distribution, musical chairs, and all that stuff. I'm hearing this, comic shops are doing well, and I want to kind of gauge everybody here. Is that your experience as well? Because I'm hearing it from the larger industry, but I'm not sure I'm necessarily hearing it from the Black comic space.
So can I let me? So we had a distribution deal with with Diamond, before they went bankrupt, and that kind of we lost some money there. And so it's really hard because I'm sure everybody in this group, you have comic stores reach out to you personally all the time wanting to carry your book, right? But you have to find the best way to go about getting it to them as far as distribution, because there's only so many avenues that you can take as a publisher with distribution, whereas it's going to be beneficial for both parties, right? So for me, that's something that we're looking forward to. In 2026, we submitted to about 3 different distributors, and so we'll be hearing something back soon. But that's something that we're having a hard time with, for me personally.
Okay. Yeah, what about, go for it, Sebastian. What's up?
Yeah, it's such a kind of a delicate time, I think, with the state of grabbing people's attention, and so. Ultimately, our goal as a publisher is to have the consumer consume our product, whether it's from Kickstarter, comic shops, whatever. And comic shops, I think, are important in the sense that I always say this: our product doesn't change. It's still high quality, A+, so on. Whether it's in a comic shop or it's at a convention or it's only on Kickstarter or whatever, the comic is the same. But to the general consumer, there's almost a validation thing, like, oh, you're real now. You're in a comic shop, and that makes them feel good because they also have the nostalgia of going to a comic shop and interacting and wanting to support their local comic shop, as we all do, as we all should. So when the Diamond, and same for us as well, Tyler, it certainly resonates. We lost a bunch of dough with Diamond and so on when they went bankrupt, and sitting on, it was tough. And we're going to be, thank goodness, announcing soon that we have a new distributor. Thank you. But it is a really tough reality. And also, I heard the chat earlier with when you're a comic shop, there's only so much shelf space,
right?
And the comic shop owner has to pay the mortgage and pay for his kids and so on. Mm-hmm. What is important to the comic shop owner is you have to educate them on why your stuff is good. Like Tyler said, the covers are great. Like Fred said, do the interiors match? And do they care about the story? Like, I'm pretty good at selling at a con or online and so on. We have to educate the stores as well so they can make money as well. And how do you then build those relationships and so on? So I think it's important that we're in comic shops, A, because of the extra revenue stream, but B, the validation and the sense of awareness. Like there's been quite a few fans have gone like, oh, I seen you you're at a convention. I picked up your whatever at a comic shop. Oh, this is great. I didn't know you existed. So it's just more avenues to reach the consumer. But to the creators out there that can't get into comic shops through a distributor, you have my pitch is this: go on Google, type in top 10 comic shops each state, and then contact those comic shops. Go on Google, top 10 top Black independent comic shops, blah blah blah. Contact them, build your relationships, and so on, and then expand from there into comic stores on that one-on-one basis if you can't get a big distributor as well. So
what's up, Lonzo?
So yeah, I was in Diamond. I think me and Tyler went in at the same exact time, I believe. And you know, I talked to the big homie Tony and Marcus Roberts at Second Sight. They kind of already had their feet wet within Diamond and gave us the rundown of how it works and what to look out for and things like that, scheduling, because you know it was a whole new world. Luckily for me, when I first started Concrete Comics, we've always been our own distributor. You know, we always had the mentality of like a 90s rap group, you know, straight out the trunk of the whip. You know what I mean? If you can get it, if you want to get it, you can get it from me, you know, or anybody else. But getting into the comic shops was like, for us, it was more so like just a milestone. Just like, you know, we've been publishing for a minute. We got the awards, we got this, but we're not in the stores. And people ask. Some people never go to Comic-Cons or they don't like buying online. So how can we reach those people, you know? And Diamond was the answer for that. Or, you know, just another distributor was an answer for that. But I think it's like, for an up-and-coming creator, I wouldn't recommend going right to there. Like, really build your own numbers up. Like, as much as you can, go to the Comic-Cons, get your product out there, get it familiar so that when you do reach out to these comic shops, you got a little more leverage, some more backing, some history of people investing in you. You know, having successful Kickstarters is a good thing because the comic shops, they'll look at that as like, okay, people want the book, so I'll take a couple copies here and there, you know. But I really think like just the overall scope of the setting between, you know, publisher, comic shops, Comic-Cons, I think everything has evolved but the comic shops. And I feel like if we got to find a way to save the comic shops, because I think the generation that appreciates comic shops is aging out. The younger audience prefer to meet you at a con or just get it online, you know? And you got to find a way to make the comic shops be the mecca once again of where you get your books. And they're going to have to play ball with the indie community because, you know, there's a lot more to comics than just the big companies. There's a lot of us out here that can bring a lot of quality to the stores, and they got to start realizing that because we got options. They're soon, comic shops are soon running out of options because Marvel and DC are doing Kickstarters now. They're doing other things. So, you know, that's just kind of how I feel about it.
I will jump in here and just
with
say
that said, let me say one thing, Troy.
Go ahead, Tony. Go ahead.
Publishers and people who are just looking to get their books in stores, there are things that you can do to help comic shops out and let them realize what you're bringing to the table, whether it's the quality of your book, the art of your book, or your ideas. There's a little trick, well, not a trick, but we do shelf talkers. So whenever we bring new stores into our Advent Retail HQ program, stores who sell our books, we send them shelf talkers, or basically little quick elevator pitches of what our book is. Depending on the store, some stores don't like to read full books. Some do if you give them full preview books. Send them emails of little stories or previews of what the book looks like and what it's actually about. they appreciate that because then they can judge whether or not they're going to spend their hard-earned money to put it on their shelves. So that kind of worked for us in the past, and stores tend to appreciate knowing, okay, well, this is a quality book. Basically, I can see it, I can read it, I know what it is. I think my fans will like it. And we also send out at Advent, we send out preview copies sometimes. Give stores advanced copies. Now I tell them, don't sell them yet because they're not ready for sale. But I'll let the stores look at them, let their fans and patrons look at them, and that way they can get a judge of whether or not they're ordered for their stores or not. And it works for us. It works. And but like I said, we were also with Diamond, and when they crashed, we had to scramble and do some things because I didn't want to be out there too long. So right now, presently, we're with Philbo, but there's some other people who've been knocking on the door. Luckily, our time in the industry has gotten us noticed, and people are coming to us now.
Okay. Fred, do you want to chime in?
Yeah. One of the biggest things at the time is take advantage of book signings at your local comic book store.
Yeah.
I just recently did one, and it was amazing. I got a chance to interact not only with the new customers and readers and everything too of the series. It just gave me opportunity to actually present first impression everything to that store owner, to where now they're asking me, hey, when is issue 2 coming out? And so, yes, we landed a distributor this year, and a lot of it came from, being out to the convention trail. And Lonzo was right? You have to do it in layers. As a new creator and everything, I would not suggest you send out and trying to get distribution deal from the onset. Get out on the convention trail, share your story with these readers and everything to get new customers that want to gravitate to your brand, and then build from there, stepping stones. And then from there, like I said, as you continue to grow and you sort of now outpace Kickstarters or your online sales, then look at distribution.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was actually going to say, one of the things I have been hearing from other retailers is that they are getting a new generation of fans in now, which, actually kind of surprised me, to be honest. I had fallen into the mental trap of, well, newer readers just want to read manga, right? And they're probably pirating manga, you know what I mean? So it was actually encouraging to find out that there is a new generation, possibly from the MCU movies, probably just because the last 10, 15 years has been superhero movies, and now they want more. It's become a common thing for them. But that new generation is walking the comic shops now, so hopefully it's a good sign for the future, because I agree with Lonzo. There is the current generation is going to age out eventually, probably sooner than later. So you do need something to fuel the next generation of comic fans. Tyler, I actually wanted to ask you about comicpreneurship at Godhood. It's kind of like a manifesto, it sounds like. Can you kind of explain what that is?
Yeah, so we have a what I like to call the Godhood Schoolhouse Initiative. Fred mentioned it earlier, where I have mentored a lot of creators, both independent and who write for Marvel and DC. Dorado Quick is one of our greatest success stories. He joined the Milestone Initiative. That's written for Cyborg, Kid Flash over at DC Comics, and we were just talking. Comicpreneurship is, we teach about the difference between a comic creator and a comicpreneur, right? And so what is a comic creator? Well, a comic creator is what we all are, right? We're all someone who we enjoy making comics, and that's fine. But comicpreneurs are kind of what we all are also here, and kind of we touched on that earlier by being publishers. It is, how can I make comics, but also think about profit, margins, optimizations, operations. I learned early on with my first Kickstarter that I was like, oh, wow, I can make money with this. I had never seen a $6,000 check. I had never seen, I just had not seen it. I'm from Atlanta. I had a single mother. The most we had was $4,000 in February when the income tax came. I had just never seen what my ideas could produce. And what I found in private DMs and emails with people, just the people I mentor, and just in general, is like, well, how can I make money doing it? How do I make money making comics? And to each their own. I mean, there's different ways to go about it. But comicpreneurship is just what an entrepreneurship is. It's a comic creator who wants to make a living off of making comics. I think we all was sold the same lie early on, where art, you can't make money with art. I wanted to be an artist. My mom dead set told me, you're not going to be able to make a living that way. And this is me as drawing in kindergarten, first grade. This is what my mom said. She didn't mean to say it to be cruel. She said it because it was motherly love and she wanted to protect me. But I found out that that was wrong when you look at Kickstarter, when you look at online sales, when you look at, I remember my first convention at Atlanta Comic-Con. I think, Lonzo, you were there at that time. And we all just made a killing, you know, and so I want people to understand the difference, because we need comic creators. We need people who love comics. They don't care about making any money off of it. We need those guys. All they want to do is put paper to pen and put something out there. We need that. But we also need comicpreneurs, as we all said, who want to take the independent comic scene a step further. Well, where we just talked about, we want to build relationships with distributors. We want to build relationships with our local comic book shops. And so that's what it is, why I coined that, because I think it is a difference. And furthermore, knowing which one you are early on is going to save you a ton of money, trouble, stress, and headache, because then you need to talk about budgeting and all this other stuff that I missed early on, guys. And so if you know that you want to make comics because you just have something up here and you want to put it out no matter what, then that's fine. But if you know that, hey, this is something that I want to do creatively, I want to make comics because I want to sell them, I want to market them, I want to do all these different things. Well, now you have to have this business savvy and this business mindset. And so that's what why I coined the term comicpreneurship.
Okay, cool. Anybody want to follow up on that at all?
Yeah, he's 100% right. There are so many people who come to me and may say, hey, I want to get with your creator-owned line, Unbound Realms, or I want to get with the new one that I got coming out. They're like, well, what do I need to do? I'm like, first, you need to know about the comic business. Anybody can make a comic book. And I say that with no malice or anything, but you have to know what goes after you make the comic, how to do it correctly. How you're going to get it in stores, how you're going to get it to your fans. I mean, there's so much that's involved with making comics and then selling comics that most people they just think about, oh, I just want to make a comic book. No, there's more to it than that. So you got to know the business side. Always learn what you're going to do if you're in the comic book industry. Learn about marketing, learn about production, learn about every position to make a comic book, actually. Now, I don't actually do all the work, but I know what it takes and what it entails to do every step of the comic book process. And then you have to know about shipping. You have to know about relationships with stores. A lot of stores don't deal with Kickstarters, and I hate to say it, they just don't, because they don't want a comic book after it's already sold to the fans, or they want to wait 6 months later. But you have to be able to sweeten the deal for those comic shops and say, hey, look, I want to put this book in your store. What would work for you? Sam has great covers, variant covers. A lot of stores will be like, hey, give me one of those variant covers you got. We can do some, special for our stores. We did that with Black Star Collectibles, like our Southside book. We gave them a variant copy of Southside. I think it was Southside 3, but only to their store. And I never reproduced it again. No one will ever get that copy unless you go and make a sale from Black Star Collectibles. No one will get that book. I mean,
we did that with
stores like things like that. They love that you're caring enough about their needs because they're caring enough about you to put your book in their stores. So it's a process. It's give and take on both sides, and hopefully we start cultivating those relationships with stores, and stores will see that Black comic book creators have a lot to offer, and that there are so many of us out there with so many different stories to tell, and that our stories belong on their shelves.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, no, sorry about that. I was gonna say, cultivating our community is what we got to do. No matter what level you're at, if you just put out a comic book, there's somebody lower than you that doesn't know how to do it, but they got a great idea. I started my consultation and mentorship program, I think 1.5 years ago, and you'd be surprised how many people that are already 3 books in don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Or just like they're 3 books in, writing books, creating books, but they're just lost. They're just shooting for the fences, but they got a dream and they're not giving up on it. And they wind up investing in guys like us to help them, or just reaching out. And when I first started, I didn't really know who to talk to, or didn't really reach out. I'm good at observing. Me personally, I can observe and rebuild, but a lot of people can't do that. So I know when I got to a position, I was going to make sure to always look out for up and comers. And if I see a book that looks dope, you'd be surprised what just a like or a share from one of us publishers does for somebody just coming out. You know what I'm saying? Just a little, this is great work, man. Keep going. Make sure y'all check out this book. Our words hold a lot of weight, no matter what the level we are. But there's a lot of people looking up to us at where they want to be. And I feel like it's our duty to always reach back, especially in the Black community. We got to reach back, man. You got to grab somebody and bring them up, because they're going to grab somebody, bring them up. And that next person but before you know it, we have panels like this. You know what I'm saying? This wasn't a thing, I'm sure, for the guys growing up in the 90s. They didn't see something like this. In the 2000s, I didn't see nothing like this. I'm saying, if I would have saw this, it would have blew my mind. But we don't see it. So I make sure to do it. Me and Tyler be chatting, me and him and Impound Comics and whoever. We
shout out to Impound, guys. Shout out.
Looking up, because we all kind of we're the class of COVID. I'm saying, me, Tyler, and Impound. When we came out, that was the exact time we dropped. And a lot of people came out when we came out. A lot of people still ain't here right now, and I don't know what the reason is. Some of them had good books. Some of them may have spoiled their names in the community, but none of that matters if you're doing this to really benefit the next generation and just build a legacy, man. So I just encourage people to look back every now and then, bring somebody up that you feel is worthy to be up in the cloth of the Black Comic Lords community, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's beautiful. Can I piggyback on that, Ruth? Just
go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Because I think, Lonzo, you hit it on the head with bringing up the next generation. I'm probably just, I'm in my 50s now, and like seeing kind of the different evolutions of the last few years. So for folks that are in the chat, to echo what Lonzo said, I do a panel called "How to Take Your Idea from Concept to Creation." For folks in the chat, I'm going to be doing that panel tonight at 8:00. So that's my gift to you guys. I'll show off some tips and tricks and some ideas and thoughts. And that panel I've toured around and to different conventions, different universities, South Africa to Sweden to New York Comic-Con, whatever. And I get messages from people out of the blue going, you changed my life with that panel. You gave me that kick in the butt I needed. Can I reach out to you? Can you review my stuff? I'm now a video game developer at this big studio. Can you write something for my video? So all those interactions that I think when we're in the lab, and I don't know how it is for the rest of the panel, but we're in the lab, it's just such a crazy vacuum. And then when we go out to these conventions, we're reminded with these real personal interactions how we're doing this for community, and to have that soulful connection through this medium. We're connecting in a soulful way with soulful resonance through this comic medium. And I'll also just come back to just something a little bit earlier. When you get into the industry, you need to learn this, you need to learn this, and it can be overwhelming, and it's a lot to take on all at once. I think ask yourself why, as much as that you want to. And I don't know how to do this, so I'll work with somebody that knows this better, and I'll learn. But work with people who are smarter than you in those various categories. But why are you doing this? Did you just see a movie and you think it's a lottery ticket? You're going to make some money selling to a studio. That you ain't going to make anything, right? You want to get into comics for the craft of the comic, and and wanting to see your story told in a real honest way. And Tyler, I had something really similar. You resonated with something with me when you said with Godhood earlier. When I started Stranger Comics, I modeled it after 3 companies. HBO at the time, right, for quality storytelling, Deadwood, The Wire, Sopranos, etc. I wanted my stuff to be, if you A+ quality, passion for the presentation. Like if you see a Stranger Comics product, whether it's a variant cover or a dust jacket hardcover, we're gonna compete, and we're gonna be just as good, if not better, than the past, right? Like I want that folks to have our hardcover coffee table books on their coffee table. Like this is a source of inspiration and pride and honor. And then the last one is Blue Note Records. There's an aesthetic. You can pick up a Blue Note album and go, that's Blue Notes, like Spike Lee or David Lynch.
That's our age group.
Right, Blue Note, right. So Spike, it's got to have a signature, right? So if you're a creator out there, what's your voice? If you're so if I see Concrete Comics, I'll know that's definitely Keep It Concrete, right? It's a voice. He's got a voice. The same now with Wiseacres, the same obviously with Tyler. Don't be a sound-alike. Don't auto-tune your stuff.
Right. Really quick, Troy, before you move on. Now, unlike Seb and Tyler and Alonzo, I don't teach courses, but my door is open. It's always open. And you'd be surprised how many people, whether they're novice, whether they're peers, and actually a couple people work for the big 2. They'll hit me up, privately, and I don't share anything that people say to me. But I always give advice whenever I give advice, because I've said this quite often. And there's part of the reason when the door was open for me, for instance, to get in the diamond by Second Sight, I would have conversations with Bradley and Marcus, like, we need to bring everybody else up. We need to get Lonzo. We need to get Tyler. We need to get other people who are no longer here. Bring them all up. Like each one is bringing up one. Wingless, bring them all. And that was the goal. We were going to bum rush Diamond, but unfortunately things changed. But the thing is, it is a community. You bring everybody up, and everybody has the same exact chance that you had. There's no one bigger than the other, and that's the way you got to roll. And that's the only way we're going to make it, actually, is if we each continue to help each other out. So just out of clear blue sky, Seth could be running a campaign. If I hear about it, I'm posting it. Lonzo could be running a campaign. Tyler could be running a campaign. Fred, I'm backing everybody's campaign. I'm putting it out on my socials, point blank, because that's what I feel we need to do. Support the other brothers. So it is what it is.
Absolutely. Go ahead. No, I love this because you guys are riffing now. So it makes my job easy.
Something that's dope that a lot of people don't get to see the behind the scenes of is we're at like these big Comic-Cons, and like say all of us are there. We're like say like New York Comic-Con. A lot of us do, like, we direct people that bought from us where to go next. We be like, yo, make sure you go stop at Stranger Comics. Make sure you go downstairs to see Greg Elise. Make sure you go here. So it's like we're like a secret Hydra inside of a corporation that don't know we're there. You know what I'm saying? We're just moving through the veins of the system, and I'll see somebody with a Stranger Comics bag or with a Ray Comics bag, and then they're like, yeah, I know, I just got from TJ. But, oh yeah, well, you gotta get from here now. So keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? So,
right. And most people under that false impression that we all don't talk behind scenes or we all don't know each other or support each other. That's far from the case. Far from the case.
Exactly. Yeah. I actually want to ask you guys about like going back to the distribution point. Actually, we kind of touched on that, so I'll jump ahead on that. What is your biggest stream of revenue? Like, where does that, without giving too much away, right? Is it your online store, your cons? Is it the variants? Is it like brick and mortar stores, Kickstarter? Like, where do you see the most movement at usually?
What was the question? I didn't hear it all the way.
The biggest stream of revenue, like where do you
biggest
see the
revenue
most,
stream. Okay.
Yeah, like where do you see the most movement as a company? Like, yeah, is it like online? Is it your store? Is it Kickstarter? What is it? I'll start with you, Sebastian.
For us, I mean, we cut our teeth on the convention circuit, right? So I like conventions because it's on my graft, right? It's how hard do I want to hustle to walk out of the booth, drag someone in. I'm like crazy at a convention. I'm like, hey, you like denim? You like denim? You love this stuff, right? Or you know, if they forgot what they're wearing, you can make someone laugh, you can connect, you can sell, right? So for Stranger Comics, the convention circuit, we do really well on the conventions. And there's tricks as well on how to sell and how to turn a $10 sale into a $40 sale, a $60 sale into a $100 sale, and then spotting a whale backer who might spend in the thousands, right? So over the years, I've managed to learn these things. And then, you know, if someone might want the NARS exclusive. Oh, NARS happens to be in New York Comic-Con. I'm going to drop my NARS Jason Wise exclusive foil edition, and I'll do the, hey, who did NARS beef with? Jay-Z. All right, I'll do the black comic. And you want to get the set, right? Now already folks in the chat go, wait a minute, I need the set right here. I already need this set. So I also started to cultivate live streams. So a live stream, I did Stranger Con on a virtual con in 2020. So shout out to Sebastian Jones for rocking like the first kind of like online Stranger Con 5 years ago.
I was there for that. I'm still a Patreon member.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Nobody's supposed to know.
So folks, right, who are in this Black Comic Lords chat, we do live streams every Thursday on Instagram Live and YouTube Live. We do folks in the chat. I've got Stranger Con next Saturday, drop with more freebies, more rare exclusives, more 10-year anniversary editions. It's being able to go like, oh, we work with Kane and White. That's why we do the Black Comic Lords Us Homage exclusive, which you can get right now on strangercomics.com. So again, marketing, right? Conventions, Kickstarter, and then live streams. For me, you do a post on social media, it's like whatever. Newsletter does okay. How can I connect with you right now in the chat that you go, oh, that English guy, you're either going to love the sound of my voice or already you hate me, you find me obnoxious. But either way, you can't deny Kane and White, right? So you're going to want to come and check it out. It's how can I connect with you? So if you're in the chat or to other publishers that are listening, for me, Troy, and I'll shut up, is connection on a convention, a Kickstarter. We crush Kickstarters.
That you do.
I was gonna say you were talking about conventions. I'm like, he's being humble. He also
I was actually surprised by that answer.
That's how well we do it. But
he rose. I first met Seb at Baltimore convention, and I was looking over. This is like one of my first years there, and I was looking at him. He was just rolling in and out. PV had like 2 tables back to back, and everybody was coming to a table. So I went over to after the show, introduced myself to him. I was like, "Man, y'all doing okay over here?" And he was like, "Yeah, we doing okay." You know, he's real humble the way he is, but he was killing it. I watched him the whole day. I was like, "Okay, I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing."
Yep, super.
I got one more question
if
for you
anybody
guys.
wants some tips too on why we do well at Kickstarters, if you're a publisher or you're a creator, like I'm super giving with my knowledge. DM me on Stranger Comics on Instagram. Just make sure you follow and join just DM me on Instagram, Stranger Comics. I'll answer some questions. And tune into Stranger Con next week. I'll also talk some more stuff. But why do we do 80 to 120, 130 on a Kickstarter? It's really difficult. So it's not easy. It's a real science to it, right? And a lot of it is interacting lives during it with your community. Something Lonzo said earlier about before you worry about comic shops, establish your core relationship with your consumer, right? Value them. It's like the same way you value the busboy to the king or the queen. In the same way, everyone's equal. I don't play any of that hierarchy stuff. The same with your consumer. they're taking a risk with their $4 or their $20 or $1,000 on you versus Marvel.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
So that's why, like, yeah, I totally believe in what Tyler said. Like, it's the quality they expect and deserve. So you have to put your soul into this stuff.
So if somebody said this guy can sell a Bible to the devil. So you got my grandma's quote there on you. but Troy, I want to answer this too, because I think for new creators, so for us, obviously Kickstarter and the store, but here's something that here's a some advice for new creators. Create a Shopify, get the book done, and don't forget about the digital sales. Yes, everybody prefers prints. Everybody prefers prints. We know this. We prefer prints. But what happens is with Godhood Comics is even when we went 2 years without prints because we didn't have the supply and we had all of this demand. But constantly our downloads are always going. This is a constant revolution. So even if you have one comic book, get the Shopify. It doesn't have to be a beautiful site. Get the Shopify, put the book on there, and let people download it. Charge them $5, let them download it, and it'll always be downloaded. And over time, that is going to accumulate in sales. And also, 9 times out of 10, people who download the digital are waiting for the print.
Yeah,
They're gonna and they're signing up to your mailing list, and I have to get this print because I read the book, and now I've got to hold that sucker. See, Seb, I can do it too. So now I've got to hold that sucker, right? But yeah, so if you're a new creator, go ahead and put the digital download on the site.
See, y'all gonna play that game. Y'all gonna make a brother start doing it
Hey,
too.
you know what? We might as
Make
well.
a brother start doing it too.
Come
on, man. The Sean Hill Titan, brand new, coming out with 2026 Southside trade paperback.
There you
You got a Southside volume. You got a Southside trade.
Yes, sir. It's coming out the first of the year. But to answer your question really quickly, I can answer your question, but I got to put it in 2 parts. My goal is to put in the hands of everyone. Advent Comics. Everyone, and that's my mentality. That's my focus. Everyone is getting Advent Comics in their hands. So with that said, I'll hit digital marketing. Christopher Priest told me in 2009 when I was to bother him on his old website and tell him I was getting ready to start Advent Comics. He was like, "Go digital, young man." He was like, "It's the way of the future."
Yep.
I started digital. That was one stream. I go to stores. I go to conventions. And I did Advent different than everybody else. I was selling out of the country before I started selling in America. So people were like, "Who's Advent?" People didn't know who Advent was. And this is as late as 2019. I mean, I had already had money coming in from outside. People were like, "We don't know you."
Yo!
Hey, how you doing, Paul?
Look,
thank you for letting us come to the show.
I recognize the fact that we assembled the best independent comic dudes in the business. I recognize that. Shout out to all of you. Thank you for showing up. By the way,
they're better than us. They're still out there. Trust and believe. You just haven't seen them yet, or you haven't put them on the show yet.
Well, that may be true, and hopefully y'all can direct them our way. We'd be happy to put them on as well.
Definitely.
But in terms of the publishers that are most popular in our space, it's you guys, and there's a reason for that. All of the reasons that you just said. First of all, you work your asses off. Second of all, you focus on customer satisfaction. You do quality content. You get great writers, great artists. You do it the right way. And then on top of all that, you help others come up. And I have mad respect for each and every one of you. I think you all know that. You wouldn't be here if I didn't respect you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
But
time to go. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I look forward to watching the rest of the show.
We got other things to do.
Indeed. Thank you guys for letting me be up here with these powerhouses. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And everybody, I'm going to say this real quick because I know we get to it. But yes, it's coming. And Stephen Harris is finishing the epilogue now. Epiphany Engine is coming. We never stopped working. When the Kickstarter was finished, the work began. And there hasn't been a day that it stopped working. Even when I was in ICU for 2 months, 2 weeks, a couple months ago, work never stops. It's coming. We're almost done. We're almost done.
I'm going to say
We're all
this
looking
one. I'm
forward
going to
to
say
that.
this one thing at the end, just because I think it's important for everybody here. Anybody in the chat, make sure that you are following these people, but also make sure that not only you follow them, but that you like a few of their posts on top of that. That's how you combat the algorithm. It is very important, and make sure you see it in your feed. So
And
follow
please
them,
go to your comic
like
shop
them.
and ask for these publishers.
Yes.
Ask for the Stranger, ask for the Concrete, ask for the Godhood, ask for the Wiseacres. Please ask for Advent and everybody else who we didn't name, Impact, Wingless, whoever else, Fourth Wall. Ask for them. Let them know you're interested. That's how comic shops know that you want these titles, and hopefully we'll start breaking through. And once they see what we're doing, the floodgates are going to open, and Black comic books are going to be on everybody's shelves. Mark my words. Trust.
That's the goal. That's the goal. Much success for all you guys in 2026.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes,
Much
sir.
success. All right, Dr. Wizard.
We're Black Comic Lords.
Yes, you are.
We are
each and every one of you.
Shout out to Wiseacre with a Niobe poster in the background. Thank you. I see it.
Let's go.
I hope you guys will come back next year, and we'll do it even bigger with the other names that you mentioned, Tony, because they need to be here too.
Y'all get ready for the Antagonist Volume 2, issues 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, definitely. I'll hit you up with a whole list of up and comers. There's
Look,
some people
fellas,
on the back.
I want y'all
back
all
page
have
we haven't seen
upcoming
yet, like-
projects. I want you all to come back individually, promote your product with us. Okay.
My new publisher I'm coming out with next year. Lore, get ready for them. Get ready for Ed and Deathblade. They all deep. They all deep. There's so many
I'm
people
kicking
coming.
y'all out. I'm kicking y'all out. Get out the house. Get out the house.
This week in Black History, Black Comic Lord celebrates the artistry of Dennis Cowan. Dennis Cowan is a comic book artist with a flair for naturalism. If I didn't know any better, I thought the brother lived and breathed in brick-walled alleys, inhaling the pollution of the city streets and exhaling the pictures of agony and anguish. You see, it's hard to describe Mr. Cowan's art, so I'm forced to use a ghetto analogy. Dennis Cowan art is like fish and grits. It's not first on the menu, but you're glad you spotted it. Visually, it tastes good and your eyes will be filled. Yes, filled, I say, filled with detail. They say the devil is in the details, but Dennis be like, hold my beer, because the brother crafts scenes and faces where it makes you wonder, did he miss anything? Each panel is filled with action, and though pictures cannot physically move, Dennis Cowan shows and proves that they actually can. From Batman to The Question to the Black Panther and others, Dennis Cowan's art speaks like Terminator X speaks with his hands. That makes him a bad man and worthy to be celebrated. Salute the living legend that is Dennis Cowan, a Black history legend. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And until next time, peace.
Wow. Derek did not do what I asked him to do, but that's all right. That's all right. Listen, y'all. With this next section is the BCL Awards. Surprise! Here's the thing. Derek, can you put me on singularly for a second? Thank you. In comic books, we talk about superheroes a lot, right? And I've mentioned this before. I've said superheroes are our modern day fables. There are Gilgamesh, there are Beowulf, there are Achilles, there are Anansi. These are the characters of legend and lore and story who are there to inspire us, to aspire to be more, to be greater, to do things that are fantastic, that seem superhuman. That's why a lot of us love comics. But what happens when in that realm of comics, there's a real life person that becomes a superhero for you and inspires you to be more, to be greater, to see things in a different way. 30 years ago, in 1994 or so, I was a college student, Rollins College in Winter Park, Florida. And I had the opportunity to bring down Mr. Dennis Cowan to the school. A year earlier, I walked into my LCS, went to the shelf of my LCS, and saw this on the shelf. It's like, what? What's that? It's those black faces. They look like superheroes. Is that a black superhero team? Sure, that can't be. I opened this thing up. It's an interview with Mr. Dennis Cowan and many of the other members of Milestone. And they talk about this burgeoning idea that they have coming out the following year. I called my LCS and said, send me everything. I want pre-orders on everything. Add it all to my pull list. And that's how I got my entire Milestone collection. So the next year, when I had an opportunity to bring Dennis Cowan down, I did. His lecture was on the multiculturalism in comics. And brought him down. I was also his chaperone for the weekend. Now, if you ask him, he's not going to remember any of this. This is 30 years ago. But, you know, during that weekend, I got to hang out with him. Took him out to eat, showed him the sights in Orlando, went to a few comic book shops. And he was asking me, what do you like to read? I told him stuff I was reading. Iron Man, X-Men, you know, stuff like that. And he goes, what about Black Panther? I was like, I don't know. He seems kind of weak. Doesn't really, you know, there's not really a lot about him. Not like these other characters. He's like, oh, no. Black Panther's dope, man. And he pulls out his run on Black Panther in the comic shop. So you might read this. And I think I ended up purchasing that and like Don McGregor's Panther's Quest or something like that. Panther's Prey. Then he handed me, he's like, if you really want to get into comics, read this. This is the best book you could possibly have. And he handed me a Kyle Baker book, Why I Hate Saturn. He says, if you want to know what's the best in comics, it's this. I still have that book to this day. Then he proceeded to do his lecture and he talked about the history of comics. He talked about Crown Comics #3. He talked about all Negro comics. He went through the history of comics. He mentioned things like, hey, did you know that back in the 70s, all these superheroes had this V-neck? The black superheroes had the V-neck outfit. I think it was to show that they had to show the black skin to let them know that they're black. I mean, you had Dr. Voodoo had it. Luke Cage had it. Black Lightning had it. They all had that V-neck thing. I was like, oh, it's interesting. He used to tell lots of interesting stories and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, at the end of that weekend, I realized that he set me on a path. He was the Morpheus to my Neo, and he pulled me out the Matrix. And he set me on the path of collecting black. I would not be a Black Comic Lord today if it was not for Dennis Cowan. Not only for that weekend, but for the works that he did that I've always admired and have always inspired me. So it's interesting when you're in the realm of comics and a person can be your real life superhero. not just for me, but for an entire generation. He has inspired many of us. And for that reason, the Black Comic Lords would like to give to Mr. Dennis Cowan the Icon Award for accomplishments above and beyond in the realm of comics. Phil, Mr. Cowan, that is the award on the screen.
Wow, it's like a real thing.
It's a real thing.
Oh my God, thank you so much. Is that going to be mailed to me or something like that? What do you guys do?
It's going to be mailed
to you, brother. When I see you at the next con, that'll be fun.
No, it's going to be mailed to you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's incredible. I don't deserve any awards, but I will. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But you guys know me. I'm not an awards person. It's like
that's particularly why you need to get the award.
But I really appreciate it. But it just embarrasses me because I'm like, what do you say now? I don't even have a speech.
You don't have to have a speech, man. Just be yourself. You're mad humble.
Your legacy and your work alone is the speech. We were more than, and I will be very honest, when we were talking about doing this award, there wasn't anybody else named in the running for this award, for the Icon Award. Like it's not even up for debate. You are that person for us. And it was just very important that, we wanted to make sure we give you your flowers and give you your recognition. The award is way overdue. And so for our first inaugural Black Comic Lords Con, it's only right that we give the Icon Award to an icon. And that will be you, Brother Cowan.
Oh, man, thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry about my messy office, you guys.
That's all right.
I'm in the middle of working on a lot of stuff. Thank you for the award. You guys are awesome. I'm a Black Comic Lord fan. I think I consider myself a Black Comic Lord.
Definitely.
It's not that you consider yourself, you are a Black Comic Lord, sir. You are the Black Comic Lord.
There you go. So thank you so much. So great.
Thank you.
So here we are. Now that the award part is over and you guys stopped embarrassing me, we can move on.
Well, we can move on. Well, with that, we have another award to give out. And I'm not going to do this super eloquent speech. Actually, I have two awards to give out. Dr. Whitty, I want to apologize for us let's say this. There are certain individuals who make an impact in our culture that just goes beyond the spectrum of what we all think. When I sit back and we look at EC Comics, race shock, social protest, desegregating comics in the U.S. South, we can go on and on and on. And one thing about me is that if you know anything about collections in Black, my thing has always been about getting the history correct. And I'm not even going to take a long time with this. All I'm going to say is this. This is a two-part award. This goes to two individuals that I truly respect in the game. I don't have a personal relationship with you. I've talked to Cowan. I've been in cons with Cowan before. I've never sat down and talked to you, but I just want to say that first ballot BCL Cultural Impact Award goes to the good doctor that we have right here. And so
read what it says on top of it there.
Read this, get my dharmas correct.
Oh my
BCL
God.
Cultural Impact Award presented to Dr. Quiana Whitted 2025. And we also have another one that will go to who couldn't be here today, none other than the great Ken Quattro.
Absolutely.
And Brother Quattro gets one as well. And we just, it's just very important that we do this. A lot of awards will sit back there and we can argue about who's the best artist, who's the best writer, who's the best, what's the best company, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to culturally relevant historical situations in our particular lane, it's very important. Like I said, I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it 3 more times, that we get the history right, that we get our stories right. We complain about our stories not being told, but if we don't tell our stories ourselves, who is there to blame for that? So with that, we will make sure, we are more than happy to make sure we send these to you. And to be honest with you, we worked on these awards for a while. We designed them. We ain't cut the glass out or nothing crazy like that, but we sat back. Paul will tell you, man, I'm going back and forth to the spot. They was having issues, and we're doing this and we're doing that, and we're going back and forth. And when I got them, I said, wow, I'm proud of this, and I'm proud to actually just be a part to present these awards to y'all.
Yeah. Dennis, your award, hold that up again, if you would. It's
and by the way, I have an event after Collections and Black Winners Ball. I'm a DJ. I have a big event about to happen. I'm in the green room, so there's gonna be sound checks. So y'all may hear music on the outside. I do this for real. This is real life. So I apologize, but we're gonna hold this award up one more time.
As you can see, it's an exclamation mark, because we thought it was kind of indicative to comics. When you wanted to do a whiz bang boom, you put an exclamation mark at the end of it.
Nice.
And we think that's what your career sort of has sort of represents. It's an exclamation mark on the realm of comics.
Thank you so much.
And I apologize for not wearing my gloves like I do with the art, man. So I'll make sure I wipe them down and everything, man. It's not gonna come to you crazy. I apologize.
Do we have another award there?
Oh, wait a second. And yes, there's more.
All right. So make sure you have it before I start saying anything.
And don't. You know what, man? Listen.
You like the best man with the ring, man. And you screw it up as you mess it up for everybody.
I would never mess. Listen. I was the first person here this morning.
All right. So listen. One last award before we go. In the Black Comic Lord, it's not easy doing this stuff. It's not. And of all the Black Comic Lords, there is one individual that I think deserves special recognition. Someone who goes above and beyond.
Yes, sir.
To make us do what we do, get us right, make sure we don't go off the beaten path, and is unheralded in our community. And that's Mr. Derek Dr. Wizard Harrison.
He's behind the scenes.
He's our behind the scenes guy. I'll try to get him to pop in on the scene. Derek, turn on your camera, man.
Turn the camera on, dog.
Derek has probably gone to the bathroom. There he is. That's for you. He's holding it backwards, but yeah, that's for you, Derek.
Am I? No,
thank
I'm
you.
not. The hell? My bad. We want. Let's go.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
He is a man of few words. But anyway, this class represents our first inaugural BCL Awards class. Thank you all. Appreciate each and every one of you.
Hey, Paul, we forgot to tell him the name of the award was the BCL Superhero Award for going above and beyond in service to the Black Comic Lords, presented to Derek Dr. Wizard Harrison. Love you, bro.
That's right. That's right.
Nice too. Community's worth it. You guys are worth it. So that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Appreciate you, bro. All right. Derek, could you take us out to our next thing? Thank you all for joining us. Appreciate it. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When you go to an art museum and you see pictures on the wall, what do you think? I can tell you that a picture cannot audibly speak anything. Yet you will be challenged to find something, however, that doesn't speak louder. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. And that is how I justify buying Black books at times solely for their covers. Sure, I would love for the story inside to be amazing. I would love for the writing to capture my attention and hold my thoughts for ransom. Yet I have experienced a world of story in an image. I am drawn in by drawings and pulled in by paintings, not having an inkling of the message communicated by the ink. For my mind has made up its own mind, and it has told me it does not care what the artist creates. For I, a created being, see me in the work. I see my babies, I see my ladies, I see my brothers, I see my fathers, I see my people, I see my equals, I see everything and anything and something completely different from you and you too. We see the same shapes and colors, but not the same images. Beauty is truly in the eye of the beholder, for I beheld a canvas that canvassed my heart and mind, giving me peace, giving me sadness, and giving me anger, giving me love and giving me hope. So when I see comic books with a face like me, I see a story where half the story has yet to be told, because truly it can't. After all, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
What's up, brother? What's up, brother Paul?
You're up.
I am here. I'm definitely here for the Collections in Black segment. We're waiting on some of my particular guests. I was waiting for brother Lashley to get in here, and hopefully we get him in here pretty soon. So while we're waiting, I just want to say, man, we could have yeah, I think brother Lashley's about to join in now. And before he comes in, I just want to say that was a really dope segment we just did, honestly.
Like as you said, when we were deciding who was going to get the Icon Award, it wasn't even a quick decision.
It wasn't even
a long decision. It was very quick.
For sure. And it's just to give those three the awards for the first one, we set the bar high. It's gonna be
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
We can't get the next one, the Pootie Tang.
Well, I'll tell you what, the goal for next year, I think, will be to have an entire class, like a Hall of Fame.
For sure.
Because there's one of the things that we've talked about. Hey,
the
lead killer himself.
What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up? How are you guys? What's up?
We're good now that you're here. We just gave Cowan the Icon Award.
Listen, man, this has been on all day. I've been having this on in my studio. This is my makeshift. I had a studio at the home, but in the last little while, I came back home for a bit because they sold the building, and I didn't want to buy that building, so I decided to come home and work. So this has been, sort of my setup kind of thing, and this is the room that I started in way back when I bought this house 8,000 years ago.
Nice.
So it feels like home being in here. So what I did was I just put it on. I said, let me see what they're saying. I've been watching since, like I say, 3 o'clock. I've been just having it on in the background. I'm drawing a few things. I got a cover I'm working on. I got about 4 covers I got to get done for next week.
Nice.
And it's been a great experience just listening to these creatives. Like this has been amazing to see, and watch all these great talented people talking about their journeys and the publishers and this and that. It's just been great, and talking about all these people. Much love, Dennis is being nice, being kind right now, but I appreciate that, but listen to Dennis talk, Sebastian, and all these other people talk. It's been nothing but it's been crazy to see all these talented people. Like even some of these panels, you got at height, all those guys. I was listening very intently through the 7 of them talking, and Sanford Green and everyone talking. It just has been. I don't think you realize how amazing this is. I think you're saying things like, oh, this is great for a community and reaching out to all of us. But no, this has been one of the most amazing experiences I've had in quite some time. Like just watching other creatives talk about them, just talking to them, sometimes putting a face to the work that you already know, and I think that we do that as a community. We don't do that enough for each other. Like I think we need to sort of say, no, this is him and this is his history. I think a lot of people would be shocked at people's history and how long they've been in the game. I mean, you're talking about Dennis getting an achievement award in 1993. That's the year I started. 1993 was the first year. That was my first job. Age of Apocalypse, X-Men. That was my first job. What I mean? So it's kind of weird because Milestone and my career align. You know what I mean? Like, so I always say, weren't you part of the first Milestone? And I was like, I was in college. I was in college, I was trying to get going. And when I love the books, you know what I mean? And to me, it's amazing to see what we've all done. And I think it's really great to have everyone sort of get a little bit of their flowers, you know what I mean? Like, because there was a long time where we didn't, and most of us still don't, you know what I mean? So I think it's very important that we all get recognized for the things that we've done, so I know
on the head, man. You get it. You get it. That's the whole purpose of this. We talk about, Milestone. One of the people that comes to mind is the great MD Bright, and that hit me hard, man, when he passed, and the big two had little or no recognition whatsoever.
What do you expect, though?
What
do we expect?
But I expected it. I mean, that was. I mean, we even brought on Tom Brevoort at Marvel to ask him why, and he said, quite frankly, not enough people know who he is in the editorial. That
young cats over there.
Look,
listen, man. I get my own work sent back to me saying, "Can I match this style?"
Wow.
Right. So like, what do we expect? What do we expect? Like, I mean, it's a young person's the energy to do those books. So, I mean, like, hey, Ken, we love this cover. Have you seen this cover before? I said, yeah, I did that like 15 years ago. You know what I mean? Like this is the nature of the business. I can't be mad, but you know what? That's our problem. We have to take care of that. You know what I mean? So we have to do that.
Right. Like we don't need others to give us the acknowledgement of how dope we are. That's never been the case.
Yeah.
We set trends. We don't need to be we don't need outside recognition and influencers to tell us that we're dope. Everything one of my partners, Richard, always says, everything that we need in our community is already. We did this con ourselves.
When you say things like that, it's very interesting because we almost have to. I mean, like, it's almost imperative. That's how you stay alive, right? Like, if you're waiting for someone to give you a pat on the back, you'll be waiting a long time, right? So you have to sort of just, like, I'm very self-motivated that way. That's how I know it's an awful trait I have. I have an awful trait, and the trait is I could care less what people think of me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's how I survive, right? I don't care what an editor thinks. I don't care what any editor thinks. Even when I hear things they said, I could care less, right? So, but it's kept me moving forward, right, all the time. So whether it's a good compliment or bad compliment, I treat it the same, right? So, I mean, I think that's one of the things people of color have to do in this business, is that we've got to sort of get a tougher skin. You know what I mean? Because I think it's just, your skin has to be tough, right? When I got nominated, even when I went to see Black Panther, and I'm there at the purple carpet and doing all that stuff, and there's a good chance that my name wasn't going to be in the credits. Like, they were like, I felt that. I mean, Marvel brought me out here, and it's all this thing, and you're feeling so good about yourself, but there's a good portion of me that was thinking, well, let's see. You know what I mean? Let's see. Yeah. And my daughter was so, the beauty of youth. The beauty of youth. My daughter was like, I'm going to bring you all the way out here and not put your name in the credits. That's ridiculous. And I'm like, oh, hold on, girl. Hold on. 2.5 hours from now, we'll have another conversation.
Yeah.
You know,
I love our conversations, man.
And I'll say this too. I remember when we first met, when I met Ken in Orlando, it was me and Paul, brother Otis. And, you know, I was walking with Still Freeze, talking to Still Freeze, and we stopped past you for a second. And then we just stopped, and you gave us the dopest 3 minutes of conversation that was ridiculous. And I have it on film. It's a dope picture that we posted, and we were just so attentive to it. And, you know, and I always told this story, and it is in my movie and Collections in Black. And Paul, you know what I'm going to do, man? I think I'm going to stream Collections in Black on BCL real soon. Before the year. Yeah, I'm just going to let y'all get it.
We met him. He did this work for me.
But
that's a pretty nice piece. I'm just trying to hold up my end of the bargain. Yeah, man, that's a pretty nice one.
That day was crazy, but I remember when you showed your we were auctioning off a piece, and you did this really dope Batman piece, and I said to Otis, I said, man, nobody else is getting that but me. I don't care what happens. I'm getting that drawn at the end, and I'm being honest. The movie ends. My Collection of Black ends with me buying the piece. It was Otis narrating me getting the piece, because it got to the point where I got in a bidding war with this guy who was in front of me, and he wasn't letting that piece go. But what messed him up more than anything was when he got up and he turned around, he gave me like this look. Like I wasn't gonna win it.
Oh, you shouldn't.
I don't care if I had to eat oodles and noodles for 2 months. I'm getting that gone.
That's pretty funny.
So I just want to say, man, you know, that was it was real though. So
I really appreciate that. I mean, I and looking back at that piece, it was sort of like I always like to do original pieces when I do those kinds of things, because I think everything has anything that's original that goes into a published book. It's sort of like it's like they're like children, you know what I mean? But the thing that you bring, the commissions that you give, and those kind of things, they have energy and life, and then you just kind of hope they find a home. Like I kept on my Sherry pages, I kept on my Black Panther pages. There's only a handful of them that have gone out of my studio.
Right.
You know, like maybe 15 or 20 of the whole run, you know, are not in my possession. You know what I mean? So and I like to keep, you know, like the first time Sherry puts on the suit. I mean, I tell that story all the time, is that I'm the only one that cared about that. Like I mean, I love this page. I was like, I'm going to keep this. This goes into me. This is my mother when I was a child. She bought me the Black Panther book,
right?
And she bought me this book. She said, you might like this, and it's, you know, Don McGregor fighting KKK. That's the first issue she ever gave me of Black Panther. And I'm reading this book, and I was like, I'm in Canada, so we have a little bit of my racism and the things I think to deal with racial divide is a little different, but it's still there. But I remember reading the book and going, what is this about? This black guy, oh my goodness, right? And I remember this crazy book, and it got me bit. That was the beginning of me falling in love with comic books. You know, move forward to the time when you get a chance to work on Black Panther. Do you know what I mean? To go from a kid who is in Canada and who is loving comic books and superheroes, and then now I'm getting a call from them, and sort of.
That's my mom, by the way, who just said that. Shout out to my mom in the building. There we go.
Hello, Mom. How are you, Mom? Let me tell you about the power of mom. So amazing that she's in here, but I'm just thinking about my own mom. My mom ends up getting onset dementia, and we're at the end of it now, and it's been like 8 or 9 years of this. And I tell you, my biggest regret in my life, I would say, is being a part of the Black Panther, you know, Wakanda Forever, and have my name in the credits, and not have my mom be able to enjoy that with me. And I think about all of that moment, that she would have just loved that. You know what I mean? She would have just loved that, you know? And I started thinking about, like, I'm in this journey right now where I'm doing all these work. Yeah, and I've got, you know, I do, you know, 8 to 10 covers a month for Marvel and DC and all that stuff. And it's great and all, but ownership is my future. And I think that's, you know, and everyone who works with me now knows that, like all the, you know, the companies. Now I have just pick and choose you know, what company I want to work with or who wants to publish it or, you know, whatever, you know, or may do it myself, who knows, right? I mean, I don't know, but I have been working on this thing for a while, and it's just time for me to do my own thing. But I think it's more important that we as creators realize, you know, we give a lot of, we say a lot of things, but the truth is, at the end of it all for me is I've always wanted to work for Marvel Comics. That was my dream. Oh my God, wouldn't it be awesome to do that? But when I got there, I realized, oh, it's not my dream. You know, it's a job. Jimmy's a job. And that's how I treated with Hasbro and Lucasfilms and got nominated for Emmys and all that stuff. But these are just jobs, man. But you know, there are other people's legacies. And I need to create my own. That's just the way it should go, you know. And this whole day for me has been watching all of these crazy talented people who have done such great works for themselves, you know, that I don't know what they do, and I should know what all of them do. Do you know what I mean? And I think that I need to go and walk through Artist Alley and stop saying, oh, I'm too busy because I'm doing this for Marvel and no, it's a point of emphasis that I think we all should just get up and get to the store and ask questions and how to get these things in our hands.
For sure.
And I think that's more important than anything I'm working on.
I think that, you know, when the one thing I want to say though is that for one, I appreciate the kind words. You know, this has been a labor of love putting this whole piece together, and to have somebody who is on the Mount Rushmore of when we talk about you. When we talk about the modern era of artists, you're on the Mount Rushmore. I mean, it's not even up for debate. But to hear that coming from you,
not true though, but I'll take it.
It's true. It's all right. You ain't got to pat yourself on the back. I got you, big dog. You know, it's just it's just amazing. You know, just to have you on here, to have seen, you know, in different spaces and things of that nature. And when you were talking about ownership, you know, I'm working on a book myself right now called The Forgotten. I'm gonna plug my stuff. I don't care, but which is going to be mine, and that'll be 2026. But it's just being inspired by you and the Still Freezes and the Cowans and the Sebastians. And there we go, The Forgotten. You know, even Paul and my peoples. It makes the journey worthwhile. You know, and a lot of times when we sit back, we kind of just want to get right to the end result, and we don't want to respect the process. And for me, when I sit back and I watch you work, watch how I segue into this. When we watch Ken Lashley work, we wait for them pins to come out and start working on something crazy. But to watch Lashley work is a work of art. Like for instance, I saw you do something with some candy bars. That was crazy. You know. But it's just I've seen Lashley in person. I've seen you draw in person. And the one thing I'm gonna give I'm gonna say this real quick. You know, I'm a hip hop cat, and I'm all about, you know, we getting the battling and beef and whatever. Lashley gonna draw. Lashley gonna be at a con drawing. I see that smirk. See, Lashley gonna be at a con drawing. You'll get, and I'm gonna talk stuff now. You'll get some of these really dope artists and whatever. But you'll never see them pick up a pencil or a pen and draw that John live. Lashley does. Lashley gonna draw, and if you're gonna be an artist and you come to these cons, people want to see you draw. They want to see you work. That's like a drummer not picking up the sticks and not drawing and not getting busy. So that's one of the things that, you know, I really appreciate about Brother Lashley, and just the fact that you were able to be on here. That's been a blessing to us.
I'm drawing some right now, so keep talking.
That's what I'm talking about. So we're gonna keep it going.
You know what's funny?
Let me ask you this though, Lashley. Do you have a particular? Well, you may not be able to say it. I'm gonna say this. Another thing I'm gonna say real quick too. What I've seen you do with these markers. I mean, I'm not maybe using the wrong term. I mean, I've seen this brother draw. Don't even start off with the pen, just going crazy with the marker, and it turns into something incredible. Like, what is that thought process in doing it like that, to the point where You don't have to start with the pen or a sketch, and you just get busy with the marker and straight.
Well, I find it more of it's immediacy, like getting into it. I mean, I don't find it that it's not perfect. I mean, nothing's perfect, right? But I always feel of it as, I'm just going to go do it, and if it doesn't look great, well, so c'est la vie, right? I'm just going to keep rolling. I've learned to live with the mistakes. The beauty of mistakes. And people always think, what's a style? Style is a repeated mistake that you make that you do repeatedly, and it becomes your mistake, which means that's what style is, right? And style is, it's something you repeatedly do that's not perfect. And I think that's awesome. I think that's because if it was perfect, it would look like a photo. But I think it's awesome that people, think that what I do is interesting. I'm sponsored by Olo now. Olo markers. They graciously send me stuff, so I use their products, and I love their products. And I think it's in general. I think we have to be okay with making mistakes. I think that's really what the problem is. A lot of artists, all of us in general, we want to be perfect, but once you realize that no one's perfect and nothing is perfect, then everything is perfect. You know what I mean? It just becomes you. Like that's what happens. And like when I'm talking to young artists, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, the stuff you do is this, and the stuff you do is that," and I go, "Well, I appreciate it, but it's about other things, right? It's just not about other things. I don't really worry about. A lot of guys like to worry about, what people say about their work, and all these things that they want the masses to love their work, and I don't really care, right? Because there's a time where no one cared about my work. There was a time before all of this started where, I was doing it for myself, because no one else cared, and then even when I got into business and started rolling, I wasn't one of the fan favorite guys. No one cared. So I just went, okay. So I built my own area, built my own area of the universe, so to speak. I had people in my corner. I had my own my own little part of Instagram. And I just started Instagram and Facebook. And then all of a sudden people started to notice, but I didn't care. Right. So if people were cool with me, that's great. All right. It's awesome. But if you didn't, so what? Right. So, and I think so when people started to like, oh, like it's funny because I'm going to tell you a quick story. I know this is, I'm working on an Absolute cover right now, Absolute Batman. And there was a time where I was working with DC and I wanted to put lead kill on it. And there was pushback.
Right.
And there was pushback. And it was like, oh,
you told me the story of how you came up the lead killer name. Can you tell folks that?
Yeah, it was a kid in my studio was he's like a son to me. And I think I'm like a father to him because his father passed away when he was 17 and he was in my studio. In fact, little weird story. He would be okay with me telling the story, so I'm gonna tell it. So he was living on his own because his dad passed and his mom passed when he was 10, so he really didn't have anybody. And he was working in my studio as an intern. And he said he got an apartment. And I'm like, okay, cool. You got an apartment. I want to see your apartment. And he was like, oh no, it's cool. And I was no. I want to see where you live. You come in here every day, come and be intern. I want to see where you live.
Right.
I went to his apartment. He wouldn't let me in the first day, but it was a rough part of town. Like rough, right? So I dropped him off the first day. Second day, I was like, I'm coming in. You're coming in. I'm coming in your spot. So I come in there, and it was rough, man. It was disgusting. Nobody should live there. So I said, get your stuff. And he was like, what? Get your stuff. You can't live here. You're gonna move in my house. Come on. I went and packed up all his stuff, put it in the back of my truck, drove him, probably lived in my house for 3 or 4 years, till he got himself right. And now he's got a couple of kids and he's taking care of his family, and we still talk. I talked to him 2 days ago. But I think that's what you got to do if you're going to be one of those people. Like you can't say, "Oh, I got a studio, I got all these people of color." And I remember when I was doing the reason why I tell you. So he was the guy who I was drawing something, and he goes, "Man, you're the killer of lead, man. You're the lead killer." And I said, "Okay," and I went with it, and I had it as a pen name for a long time before I actually used it.
Didn't you also have it somehow tied to this?
That's it. That's the logo. I'm wearing my hat right now. What are you talking about? I got my hat on right now. Yeah. So that's the first logo I did. And it was because we were all black studio back in Toronto. We were all people of color. And I remember when somebody else from another studio came and said, "Oh, you have black people working here. You have nothing but black people working here." And I was like, "You gonna do it? What do you mean?" And it was a moment of like, what should I apologize for that? For giving a young black kid an opportunity to draw and fulfill his dreams. So I had 14 guys from here, and we're all people of color. Like, what should I apologize for that? I'm not apologizing for that. You don't apologize for Marvel's beginnings. You don't apologize for DC's beginnings. Like, you don't apologize for those things. I just saw a need for a young black kid who wanted to draw to be around other black professionals. I said, "Well, okay, come in." And then all of a sudden it started to be nothing but black kids in our studio, all giving them opportunities out of high school. Why would I apologize for that? You know what I mean? And this is what I mean. So, and giving guys an opportunity to work on some big things, working for Lucasfilm and Hasbro and all that stuff. I mean, I have a Hasbro toy with my face on it, but how much, based on the volume of designs I did for Hasbro. I did so many designs for them that they said, "We got to honor you some way." And so I have my own faces on a dreadnought. I'm a character called Burnout. Got long dreadlocks. I look good, but it's right. So that's what I mean about you have to sort of, I don't know. I tried to explain to people like why I do the things that I do. Like, it's try to explain because people say, like I always think of it as, you should be more famous. You should be this, you should be that, all these things that they think I should be. I said, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. And it's a kind of, I've had a curated career where I've picked certain things that I think would benefit me. And I don't do things that I don't want to do that are not great. So even now when I'm doing covers, my greatest, the thing that I think is the most powerful is when they ask me to do something. It's like, is it okay? What can you do this for us? As opposed to, we have this opportunity and we've decided to call you. It's not like that. It's more like, we have a cover. Would you be interested in doing it, Ken? And you have to you answer it that way. Like you say, yes or no, right? Yes or no. I'm not saying that it's an ego thing. I'm just saying that it's like, I've waited a long time to be respected in that way. Do you know what I mean? I've gone through a lot of things, and I have to say no to jobs and say, oh, no, and stand up for yourself, and that's the hardest part. The hardest part is standing up for yourself when someone did you wrong. Do you know what I mean? And I remember when I was working on DC Comics, and I also name names. I don't care. Like I'm not afraid to name his name.
Oh, I'm aware.
Dan Rasper was the editor at the time, and he was the big time guy on the JLA. And I was working at Image Comics at the time. I was working on Wetworks. And I had a studio full of guys, and we were doing it as a studio job. So I was doing the layouts, and I was giving guys opportunities in my office to do the finishes. So the book didn't look like me, but it kind of felt like our studio. So giving guys chances. And we were doing we did Wetworks, and then we were doing Rising Stars, and we're doing some other books. So we did all these like 4 or 5 different books for Image Comics. And we're doing these books. And what happened was, he asked me to leave those books and come to DC to do a book there, whatever. But I remember there's guys in my studio that's their job, is to do these finishes, and they're getting the work, and the same opportunities wouldn't have been at DC. It was just like, oh, Ken, we want you to draw JLA. And I was just like, well, I can't really leave these books like this. I have a studio to think about. And I remember the editor was like, basically, whatever, man, like, this is an opportunity for you if you don't want it, And he said, well, I'll wait, I'll guess. Like, it was kind of dismissive. I was so rude. Like, it was so rude. And I remember when the book came out, he put in the title form, you could actually get the book, and you buy the book. And I keep this book, have it in a place of honor, because in the credits, he wrote Lord of Patience beside his name.
Lord of Patience?
Yeah, because he was waiting, and he guessed I'd taken so long. Lord of Patience.
Wow.
I was like, okay. So I said, I'm not working for you. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do this. I remember he called me up, and he was just like upset, like, what do you mean you're not going to do this? And he said, I'm the big dog here. And I said, you misunderstand how comic books work. And he's like, what are you talking about? I said, I know exactly how comics work. I said, no, you misunderstand how comic books work. It's about talent. So you say to me today, you're not going to work with me in the future. I'll work with the guy that replaces you.
Damn.
Just whatever. Like at some point you won't have that job, but I will still have talent.
Right.
So, okay. That's life. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you.
Maybe I should have said that, sir, but I don't care. I'm old now.
No, I mean, we got to take that. Take that with us wherever we go. That was real.
Yeah,
that's real talk.
Well, you have. I want you. I mean, this is about sharing today.
Yes, sir.
And I think what a lot of times what we do is we don't tell the truth in here in these places. We try to be political. We try to be nice. We try to say, well, this is what it's like. That's the truth.
Right.
That was a true story, and I couldn't believe at first when I read the book. I was like, I stood there for about 20 minutes staring at that and thinking, what is this guy's problem? Like, would he want me to be working at DC and getting a chance to work on Marvel and leave his book high and dry?
Right.
No, he wouldn't want that. But he wants me to ruin my reputation with a publisher for him because he thinks I'm a bigger dog and I'm the one I just called you and that's enough. I said, no, I have a whole relationship with some other people. And I can't just firebomb that because of a job on JLA. I can't do that. I can't do that to the people in my office. I can't do these kinds of things to people. Like you just can't.
Integrity.
Yeah, well, it's just I wouldn't want that done to me. Just
Right.
straight up, right? So I thought that was really strange. And my beauty of that was he was in charge of Spider-Man. He was in charge of, I think he was in charge of Superman. He was in charge of Superman office, I think. I don't know what he's in charge of. But I tell you, man, a few years later, I did Doomsday. So I'm not gonna say nothing, but I ended up still, today I'm working on a Batman cover. So
you still working?
You're still eating.
I guess that's how it works.
Ken, what would you say in your storied career is your favorite work you ever? I know you've asked this.
That's my favorite thing.
No, let me change it up. Don't answer that.
Okay.
What would you say in your career, in your opinion, is your most important work?
We know the answer to that one too. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Not what other people say. What you think is your most important work.
Okay, honestly,
I got a quote from him for that, but go ahead.
It might have changed since then.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I could tell you, when I was a child, my favorite, and it's not really a book. It's not even a book, it was a time. I'll tell you what time. My favorite thing as a kid was Star Wars, G-Force, and X-Men. And X-Men. Those are my two. When I was a kid, those are my favorite things. And there was a time where I was designing the G-Force cartoon, the new G-Force cartoon. I was drawing X-Men Gold for Marvel, and I was designing the Forces of Destiny cartoon for Lucasfilm. That was one calendar year.
That's crazy.
So I was like, oh, this is what you asked for, bro.
Right.
You cannot be mad at that. Like that was just an amazing. Like I'm so blessed, man. I know that my grandmother took care of me. Like, she's up there saying, I'm going to bless you. There's no other way around what my career has been than it's other than a blessing. I would be so out of my mind to think that it was me. You know what I mean? It has to be gifts. I try to live the proper way. Sure, I've made mistakes. There was a time where I was working with Sebastian, who was going to do some covers, and I didn't get them done. But what Sebastian doesn't know, and I haven't told anybody, and I'm going to tell it here for the first time, that I was really ill. And I was in the hospital. And I didn't want to share that because I didn't think I didn't want to feel like obligated to him. It just didn't work out. And I left it alone. It was so sick that I couldn't see. That's how bad it was. I was like, oh my God, I got to get myself in order. So it took me months to, regain my eyesight properly and do all those things properly. And I said, I got to take care of myself. And I'm on that path. I'm taking much better care of myself. But I'm just saying that, you worry about the work more than anything else. The work. But it's like, you can't do that. You got to take care of you too. And mentally, physically, all that stuff is part of the plan. right? And we don't think about it. You know, we're not going to be here forever. That's another thing too that got me on this path of getting my own stuff done, because you're not going to be here forever. My mom has
Sebastian heard you, by the way.
That's good. I mean, I never told him that, because it's like, oh, I'm not feeling well, I can't get this done. I'm in the hospital. I'm doing this. I can't do this. And I'm so mad at myself because it was I did that. Like I could have done to care of myself for years, and I didn't. And now all of a sudden, I'm in a hospital and I'm mad. I'm in a hospital. I was mad because I was just like, what am I doing here? I should know. I know better. What am I doing here? You know, and you know, I see these jobs, and I didn't want to say, it's great. I'm glad I'm speaking my truth now, but I'm glad that this day is this day. You know, because I thought about all this today. Oh, I got so much work to do. I got a cover for Godzilla. I got a cover for Batman. I got a cover over here for Ghost Rider. I got another cover for 2099. I got another cover over here for Predator.
Come on, man. Come on now. Hey, that's not a bad problem. That's like a good problem.
Exactly. These are the things to do, right? This is the issue. But
and Sebastian's offering you another cover, by the way. Check out the screen.
Well, anytime, you know, anytime. You know what I mean? Like it's all good. And I'm to be honest with you, like and I didn't tell anybody. This is the first time I've ever mentioned it to anyone, even in my own group. I never mentioned it. I just kind of was like, oh, I didn't do drawings for like a few months because I was just tired. I felt I was tired or whatever. But the truth was, I couldn't see. And I remember, I was, you know, everyone knows, you know, it's. And I remember having to go and see people afterwards, and I changed my whole eating habits and lifestyle and all that stuff. And I've never been more angry, because I was just like, come on now, come on. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why I just started to be so angry and aggressive with it. So, I think it's important to be truthful with people. And I wasn't truthful then, because it's like, oh, it's personal. I can't tell anybody. These people don't know me. I'm not gonna tell them anything about this. You're like, whatever. I'm gonna live with them thinking I was unprofessional. I can live with that part. You know, I don't tell any stories, you know, that I don't like the ending of. I don't tell that story. But the truth is, now, listening to everyone talk about their truths and how they go about their business today, I felt it was important to just say publicly, yes, I had that job, but yes, I didn't do it. And I think about it all the time. I should have done it. You know, at the same time, I had other jobs I didn't do either. Spawn, all the other things too. I got some stuff done for them. But what I'm saying to people is, I think as we get older, we should be truthful about everything, you know? Yes, and I think that it's really important, you know? Like I loved working. I love working. I love being able to pick and choose the jobs, but I don't feel connected to a lot of these covers. I can do all these covers. There's tons of them, but I don't know what's happening in 2099. I don't know what's happening in this. I guess the Darth Maul Star Wars cover. I have no idea what's going on in that book, and everything is like what could be. Like I just don't know, right? Because that's not my job. My job is to make a beautiful image that they can sell and attach any story they want to it. That's the job. So when I do Suicide Squad, or when I do any, like I don't. If I get like, if they say cool shot of Godzilla, what I'm looking at, a cool shot of Godzilla, and it's fighting the characters, and then they name the 7 characters, and then I go, and I'm trying to entertain myself. I'm just saying, what would be cool here? I have no idea if this is gonna make, but they'll tailor the story to whatever image, or not. Like when I did the Black X-Men, you know, I did those covers for you know, what if in this world the Black X-Men are black, and I just did the designs. They said, do whatever you want, Ken. I said, okay. So I did whatever I want. And then when the artist did the book, he had different designs. Right. So the book comes out and I have the cover. I'm doing like all 6 covers. Oh, you know, it didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. And I kept saying, oh, is there these designs? They're like, oh no, Ken, do your thing. And then they just disconnect from the product. Right. So I'm just trying to tell you, man, it's like, it is such a bizarre business. It's a bizarre business. But I'm glad I'm doing it. I'm glad I'm doing it. And I'm glad I'm having fun with it still.
I just want to say real quick, you know, I think too, you know, you're one of the individuals, we'll go back to this Mount Rushmore, the modern artist.
Hold on a second. Keep on.
Being that you're on the Mount Rushmore, you know, like you said, you know, they just tell you to go ahead and do what you do because those books fly off the shelves when we see your art on the cover. You know, so you know, and I'm gonna say this, we can be humble all day, and I love that about you. I love. I'm gonna call it humble confidence because you know if you say something crazy, Lashley gonna get you, but he's gonna smile while he gets you at the same time. I didn't seen it.
You know, I'm a football coach, right?
Say it again.
You know, I'm a high school football coach, right?
It makes sense.
So I also coach all stars. I coach at a club level, so like guys who already want to go to university. So I don't sugarcoat it.
Right, you're not supposed to.
So I just say straight. I'm kind with it, but I let it rip. One of my
man, you know you are trash, but we're gonna let you sit at the end of the bench. But you do have a nice personality, and your mom look good. But
let me tell you my favorite line. I'll tell you real quick. I know you got to go on the next. But my favorite thing was this kid came up to me and said, "I just want to talk to you, coach." It's okay. What's up? It's like, you know, I come to every practice and I never play. And I go, me too.
Hey yo.
Me too. And the kid's like, so
hey, that was hilarious.
Is that it? You know what I mean? And he's like, yeah. I said, all right. And I put my arm around him and I moved him to the side. I go, now, are you better than Jimmy out there? I said, are you better than Johnny? No. I said, so what's this conversation about?
That's real. That's real. And as men, we gotta have these real conversations with each other because the real world doesn't care about any of that. They want to see what you can and what you cannot do. I'm gonna reiterate this again for those who just came in, and I'm gonna say this. You know, one thing about me when I'm on this channel, Paul, you know, when I start getting to my collections in Black Bag, a lot of times the conversation is going to switch from just comics, and we start to get into some real stuff. And I know sometimes people will be in the background like, man, these cats are getting all deep, but I like to get to the realness of life. You can trust me, you can catch Lashley on 1,000 other podcasts. We're gonna talk about Wolverine and we're gonna draw this and whatever, and that's fine and dandy. And it's dope too. I watch all of them, I like them, share them. But I like to be able to have these particular moments with our people in the culture so that we can sit back and have these real conversations that sometimes we just don't have. Not that we don't want to have, but it just may not be the right time.
Well, let's talk comics before the end of it. Let's go. We got 10 minutes. Let's go.
Let's do this real quick. I'm gonna need 2 of them candy bars, big Lashley. I'm gonna need 2. So I need 2 for myself. But I'm very interested in what you're working on right now. I know you're not going to show. Let me ask you this: are you able to show that Ghost Rider cover that you're working on?
No.
What about the Godzilla? It's going to be no for all of them. I'm going to ask again.
Well, it's not been out yet. If I'm working on it, then it's not out yet.
That's why I'm asking for the sneak peek. You can't just like make it go past the camera real quick so I can freeze frame it later.
Okay. Let's see how quick you are.
No, man, come on now.
Hey, that's what you said you could do. So it is what it is.
That's fact.
You know what? That counts.
This is a Black Comic Lords exclusive.
What happened?
That's the exclusive.
I was like, what's happening? That was good. What else I got here? I got See, the thing is, the absolute. I can do an absolute Batman one. You know what I might do? I'm talking to DC and Marvel about it. I'm talking about doing one of my covers live, like doing a cover on the live stream somewhere. You know,
let's go.
And I'm thinking about, because I'm doing the end 2099, the end. Marvel number 2 of the end. I'm doing all the battle variants. It was like 5 variants. And the battle variant number 2, they skipped it on purpose because number 1 is pretty good. It has a lot of characters. Number 2 is the best cover I've done in the last 3 years.
Really?
And oh yeah, it's one of my favorite covers. And number 2, and then number 3 is the Cyclops, old Cyclops and Jean Grey versus the new 2099 characters, and it's kind of like a time variant thing. But I didn't see number 2 come out, so I said to so too late for that. What are you calling me up for? But so what happened was I decided hey Marvel, we're having a number 2, and she's like, oh yeah, we're keeping that. We're keeping that for under wraps. And I was just like, okay. And so I think there's going to be, maybe it's going to be something else. It's going to be like number 2 and maybe a T-shirt and some posters and stuff. It's going to be something else, or maybe they'll use it for something else. But it is one of the things I usually like a day and a half per cover. That was a 4-day cover. That was I spent so much time on it. And when you see the cover, you're like, oh yeah, okay. So I even said to Marvel, even this week, I said, when are you going to get back to giving me covers with like one person on it? Like just you keep giving me these covers and there's like 9 people, 12 people, 13 people on it, and it's like I need to speed up the process. You guys need to do. Even I love the Darth Maul one because it was just like a one shot, and I did some poster thing, so it felt very Star Wars. But most of the time, my covers are volume, lots of characters on it and stuff. So it's I'm enjoying this part of my existence right now in comics. It's kind of fun.
You were the Marvel Comics exclusive 2099 cover guy when they first brought back the 2099.
Felt that way.
You had all these covers that had the border around.
Yeah, don't you wish they should have done them in foil like they did back in the 90s? Wouldn't have been
right,
cool?
right. And I remember that was how the ones back in the 90s were. Whose idea was it to do that border around? Because I knew which covers I need to go buy because I would just buy those. Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Wolverine.
I'll give it to somebody in here if somebody wants it.
Hey, Lashley, let me text you real quick.
I got your package here with the other one, with the other stuff.
I'll take that, Ken.
No, I'll put it in the same thing, and it goes to him. You can fight him for it whenever it comes to him, or you can do it
for sure. I'm going to say something real quick. I've said this before. We had a couple pieces. Shout out to my man Otis. We had a couple of pieces in Collections of Black of Yours. The one thing that I said about your art that's always your superhero characters feel like superheroes. Like they all look strong. They all look like, oh, this is what this is supposed to, you know what I mean? And I feel like to me, it's ridiculously dope. Like for instance,
okay. I can tell you a little bit inside of my story. I'm a old school guy, so
for sure,
like Barry Windsor Smith, Garcia Lopez, like those are the kinds of people that I really admire. Like I always love people that make you look stupid in drawing ability, right? Like I'm not a surface guy. I don't believe in, like some guys love to do pretty things that are like kind of cool. And,
for sure,
I always like people that can really really draw. So I never thought of my stuff as being that interesting until I got to the point where it's like I could be on the same page as some of these other guys, like, so my art collection is very unique. Like, so like when you see my art collection, I usually don't go after the guys who are like the hot, fun guys of the moment. I always like people that can really, really, really draw, like guys who can just bend a pencil and make you go, dang, how did that person do that? Or like the construction is so good. Right. And so, I mean, and I know a lot of people like certain artists, and they really do like these guys, and they love them, and they're good. I guess they're good, they're good draftspeople. But I always like the people that can really draw. So for me, when I do my work, I'm always thinking of, okay, man, that's nice and all, but enough with the surface thing. What's your construction like? You know what I mean? So I'm always about the construction, and that's why I can work fast, because if your construction is good, then you can skimp on the surface. Right. So you can, I did a book, an X-Men in 6 days because the construction was all there. Then I didn't do as much rendering on it. So it's fine. And it got done and it looked pretty decent. So that's why, I mean, I love those guys who are really good draftspeople. That's why I work in markers, because if I can get it down to I have it down to a certain degree. And then once it's down to a certain degree, then I can leave it and work faster because the construction is there.
So it's like having when we got a house and the structure is super strong. You can sit there and build that drawing up there, but you can't do it.
That's exactly how it is. So there's guys who do there's a lot of guys who are really famous who do a lot of surface work. Right? So their work is pretty, but their construction is terrible, and so, or they're not as strong, and they might be famous and whatever, but it's all surface work. It's all like, you took out all the surface work and just showed the construction, you'd be like, what the hell's happening here? Right? That doesn't even look like a human being, but they rendered the hell out of those pants.
And
those
yeah.
pants are thick, right? Those pants are nice. So then that's how I see myself. I see it as like I'm always trying to be the best artist I could be based on the construction. So
well, it's funny because and that goes back to what we were talking about. Like I said, when I see whether it's I think you draw one of the illest Batmans there is. Like your Batman. I see first of all, I'm like, I don't even know if Bruce Wayne is this damn strong, but I know when I see Lashley do Bruce Wayne, I feel like this dude gonna take the super serum. Like this dude's serious. And your Wolverine is super crazy. And I'll be one of my personal favorites, and we could talk about the Black Panther and all of that. But you did I love your Ghost Rider. That's why the first thing I said was, can I see the Ghost Rider cover? That was just a hint.
Okay.
I love the way you do Ghost Rider, but you did a Bashinga before. That was crazy. See, there we go again.
I love it. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But we go let that slide. For since we have a couple minutes left, I want to ask you one quick question. When and this is first and foremost, I want to thank you for coming on. 2, I just want to thank you for always keeping it 100. 3, I want to thank you for allowing us to get past comics and get to some real shit and and come back to comics. But you were talking about your own IP, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a timeline on when you're possibly going to? And can you reveal that timeline?
Well, I mean, I can put it to you this way: I have 2 IPs. I have 2 IPs that I'm working on, and I already have I had a cartoon deal with one of them, and that in development it didn't work through. Then I had the same IP went to a video game company twice, 2 different video game companies, and we were pretty far in, and then it didn't work out. So I've had this IP for a couple of years. Well, like 15. And anybody who knows me well enough knows, when are you ever going to do that? So I've decided that. So I did a cover for a studio, and I said, I have this IP I want to do, and they go, whatever you want to do, Ken. Like, here we go. Tell us when.
That's
when
the key phrase right there.
And yeah, so I'm deciding on either I do that one first and finish and do a comic version because it's made for TV.
Okay.
Or do this other IP that is really about a love letter to my children. Nice. Right? So it's like, because when I first did the first idea, I didn't have children. So it's like, what am I saying? It's like 20 years old, this thing. But it's so much fun. And I think anybody who's a media head, it's about it's just imagine, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But the second
can you tell us what genres those are in? Superhero, sci-fi, fantasy.
It's completely different what you expect from me. The first one is not. It's completely different. Imagine a cartoon version of. Imagine Primal mixed with Primal, John Wick, and Cartoon Network.
Okay. Now we can race.
It's fun. See, you can't, but it is a lot of fun. And everybody who's ever seen it is like that. We got to make that. Okay. We have to make this into something. So I've it's time for me to finally do it. And that's it. So I'm going to give this to somebody. I finished the arm.
Wow.
There we go.
Yeah, that's mine. That's mine. That's I mean, look, I have other cardboard work by you.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's the Ghost Light. You did
Ghost Light. I remember that.
OAX, a little place that Kazra Ganbari has been putting together for people.
Man, that is not a good drawing. I gotta redo that for you.
You gotta redo it for me? All right. I'll bring it to the next time you come through.
There we go. That's the one. There we go, Lassie. That's what we talk about.
Stuck it.
And if you ever feel so Ooh, if you feel so inclined to put that in that little folder that's probably over on it on.
It's a big folder, man.
It's a big folder.
It's a big folder. It's a big folder. Hey, look at this guy jacking up my thing, coming rolling up in here. How's it going, man?
Hi, Ken.
How's it going?
When you talk, I'm just listening.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Ken, before you go, we have a tradition here at Black Comic Lords.
Yes.
That when you're part of our community, you interview with us. We'd like you to look into the camera, say your name, and say, "I'm a Black Comic Lord."
Okay. So I say, I'm okay. All right. Are we ready to roll?
Go ahead.
I'm Ken Lashley, and I'm also a Black Comic Lord.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, that was dope.
That's the best one.
Did I ever tell you that my wife's a producer of television and she critiques all of these interviews I do? So after I finish it, she goes, "You talked a little fast there. You need to slow down. You need to be more of a storyteller. You need to do this. You know, inflection of your voice." So this has been 30 years in the making. So trust me, she's helped me out.
This was, you know, I'm gonna be on this was incredible, man. And it's just, look,
what you got?
All I gotta say is having Brother Lashley on here, and like I said, Collections in Black, the film ends with me winning your piece. And then with just having those conversations with you, just been super paramount.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, first of all, can't nobody see that with that raggedy light you using on the camera, dog.
Come on, man. Stop this me. This is the remark signature remark he did.
Paul. Lastly, was just showing some artwork, man. You threw up some.
Ah, damn it! You did it again.
Hey, I put up 3 covers that are not coming out for another 4 months as I went by it. So you could pause it, and then I would probably get in trouble. But I would be like, "What do you mean? That wasn't that. What are you talking about? They were just roughs. Everybody just chill, right?"
BCL exclusives. BCL exclusives.
Yeah, I have. I'm doing right now. I'm doing like about 7 or 8 covers a month, and I'm doing some DC work too. So
nice.
It's fun. Yeah,
Nice.
so I'm doing an absolute cover for number 17. So,
all we gotta say is, man, we want to appreciate Goat Lashley coming on here, and like I said about Mount Rush, you on Mount Rushmore, even though you say you not, you on there.
That's some nonsense, but I'll take it. But whatever,
you gonna take it. So we appreciate you, big dog. Hey, listen, I'm gonna be texting you later on, man. Cause I got a book coming out, and I gotta get my coins together, man. Cause I'm gonna need a Lashley cover. You know, we gonna do this for the African diaspora. You know what I mean? It's Juneteenth.
I got you. It doesn't take that much coin. It just takes, if it's something I want to do, I'm going to do it. That's how it works. As coins are for people that I'm not sure about your project. So that's how it goes, right? Other than that, I'm good, man. I'm good. Don't worry about it. Right? All right, man. We'll definitely keep in contact, and we'll talk soon. And I appreciate you inviting me on here. And this is like a great event. I had it down on my main TV and my main floor downstairs. I had it up on my computer, so it was reverberating through the whole house. Everywhere I went to, this was streaming. So
Ken, now you're official member of the Black Comic Lords squad. Family.
I wasn't until then. What do you mean? I wasn't.
No, you gotta come on, and then you have to do the ritual, and then you are official.
Okay, all right.
So now you're blessed. So
and
you gotta come back.
Support
next time you have anything you need to promote.
Right? I got to support these guys too in their show. It's a pretty amazing show. I went to the very first year, and it was an amazing event. And it was being around a lot of people who were just talking a lot of great comics and saw some crazy things that I thought I'd sold 8,000 years before. And it's pretty amazing to see this stuff. And it was a great event. Support.
We got to link back up at another one. Like I said, I met you at OAX. I mean, me and Paul, we all met. Like I said, that moment with you was just, it was literally like a life-changing moment. Like we just sat back and we always talked about that. Wow, I'm being honest. If Otis was in here, he'd go 20 hours about how important them 4 sentences you said to us were. Yeah. And it really was. And there's a moment where we're just standing there staring at you, listening to you talk.
And we actually forgot, like, we should probably be recording this.
I gotta tell you something else. Down the road, I would love to invite you guys to look at the things that I've collected and the artwork that I have saved. because
Hey,
I don't.
man.
It doesn't leave the
Say
country
less.
because I just don't carry it, right? It's just it's so valuable. But my own personal, like what I've kept, I think is like there was a time where I just didn't sell artwork. I just don't sell it, right? So I would say I have 70% of my career still in my possession, which is
just let us know when and where we'll be there.
All
Well,
right.
I'll do you one better, brother Lashley. Let's wrap, and maybe we could come up with a special collections in black, just all Lashley edition. When I come down and we just film going through your art.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's really kind of you to say. That's really kind of you to say. Now that I'm working with Olo and I'm cutting into your time, but now that I'm doing this thing with Olo, and I'm
wait. What?
I'm doing a well, Olo's a marker sponsor. They're markers.
Okay. I thought you said, I thought you said something else, almost knocked everything off this table. Go ahead, my brother.
What I thought I'd say?
I thought you said you was doing this thing with Polo, and I was about to go crazy because I'm a rock Lauren. I'm about to knock boy.
It's not that. I have I'm doing stuff with Topps. I have a series of NFL card set that I'm working with Topps right now, which is crazy and a lot of likenesses and things. But Olo markers, because they're a sponsor, the book that I'm doing is going to be done in markers, and I'm documenting it. So there's going to be documenting it. It's a bit of a mixed media thing. So some panels will be photos, some panels will be markers, some panels will be just pencil. It's going to be quite an event, and I'd like to be able to showcase that. And the pages will be really unique because there'll be a mixed media. It's going to take a little bit of time to do it, but I think when the product comes out, it'll be very, very interesting. I'm also filming it, and it's going to be like a DVD kind of. It's going to be a movie sort of speak as I create this thing. So it's going to be pretty interesting. All right, Pete.
Well, we appreciate you, brother Lashley, and you just let me know when you need me to come help you out, brother. I got you.
All right, I got you. All right, everybody.
When and where we'll be there,
my man.
Peace. Everybody. You take care of yourself.
Peace. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, man. You guys take care, man.
All right.
Now we got none other than brother Kazra. You down here in Columbus, 2 hours. You ain't but 2 hours away, man. You're supposed to be up here.
I should be a lot more fun. It took me an hour to get home just on an Uber. It was a miracle I got here. I'm still wearing my jacket, still wearing my badge. Yeah.
Yeah, but the jacket don't go nowhere. The jacket, listen, that's the official Kazra out. I swear you got like 12 of them jackets.
Yeah, it's cold up here. Did you notice how cold it is up here?
It's
85 when I left Orlando. It's like 20.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right. 20. Well, Phil, yes. We have a lot of people who are watching who may not be familiar.
Oh, my bad. I thought we were just talking. I forgot we was on.
I know we do that because this is a family event. So we sometimes forget we got people here that are watching. So why don't you introduce who Kazra is and what he's with?
So let me talk. We got Kazra, my beige brother, man, who is I call him the cool.
Is he going to be our first recruit for the Beige Comic Lords?
Beige Comic Lords. Yeah, we're doing Beige Comic Lords.
Come on, you can round up. I don't need
But he is he's like the Corleone, Michael Corleone. He's like the godfather when it comes to the original art world. He'll sit back and maybe he won't take that, but he is. When you think of the 5 families, I look at Kazra as the head of the families, and the way that he's able to round up individuals and put people in particular positions to win, and just all the different things that he has his hand in. Like, it's to the point where it's almost where big pieces of art move. Kazra's the one that has all of the information. Like, when it comes to original art, this is the man. When it comes to comic art fans, this is the guy. When it comes to OAX, it's just amazing what this brother has been able to do. And every time you talk to him, he's like, "Man, I'm getting ready to do this. I'm doing this. I'm knocking this out. I'm doing this." And it's just, it's hard to explain. Let me tell you this before I explain. If Derek can show this quick clip real quick, I just want to give y'all a taste of what this looks like. Derek, if you're ready, my brother. And Derek might not be ready. And if he's not ready,
I see him doing something. Dr. Wizard's doing something.
Okay.
Is it called?
Right on. Right on, baby. Right on. Right on.
Oaxaca, Mexico, which is where we'd rather be right now.
We can't be serious. You know, exactly. Like you just said, man, you just spent 6 months of your life.
Come to OAX.
Brother.
I'm gonna spice up.
I can't be serious right now.
Incredible. Incredible. So for people who don't know what OAX is, it's the original art expo. It's in Orlando, Florida. And it's basically it's a gathering of the greatest artists on the planet, the greatest collectors on the planet, and the greatest dealers on the planet for a weekend like none other. There's ridiculous galleries. It's something that you have to actually go there to actually understand exactly what is going on. But I'm gonna let Casper talk about what we have coming up in February, my brother. Or just do your thing, Cas.
And let me say one more thing about this before Casper speaks. The other thing that makes OAX unique, it's almost a misnomer to call it a con, because it's not like any con you've ever been to before. Right. It's much more intimate experience. We go to cons that it's your elbow to elbow with people. It's like information overload, particularly with cons they have today, because you've got your manga, you've got your anime, you got your movie people there, you got gamers, you've got toy people. Ain't none of that at OAX. It's artists, it's dealers, it's collectors. That's it. It is a totally different vibe. It's a relaxed vibe. We talked at length about how Phil and I met Ken Lashley 2 years ago at OAX. We had extended conversations with him. That's the type of intimate experiences that you have, where you could say, go to an artist and say, can you draw me this? I'd like to do this commission. And they'll sit there and draw, and they'll talk to you, and you see their process, and ask for what you want. Or you can flip through their portfolio, and you can see pieces of art that you have in your comics. And you're like, well, I got that at 9.8. Yeah, but that's just the original version. This is a 1 of 1. If you buy this, you're the only person in the world that has that. Your 9.8 is worthless in comparison to this. That's OAX. It's collecting at a whole nother level. Casper can tell it better.
Yeah, that's part of it. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. There's all the historical pieces. There's the stuff, that, your wife would leave you for if you bought. There's crazy stuff there. And, there's still the $100 pages and the $50 pages and the commissions. And there's the meeting the artist, there's the meeting the collectors. It's kind of like 4 days straight of, I don't know, maybe this sounds, I usually don't talk about this stuff, so bear with me, but imagine like the 90 artists that you had on your channel over the course of a year. You brought them all in one place for 4 days, and you basically just had 4 days long of talking. Except you're not in the chat, you're not on Zoom, you're not on StreamYard, you're not doing anything, you're right there in person. So it's kind of like, it feels like it's relaxed, but it's intense as hell too. And it just goes by so fast. And then outside the show, you got a lot of events going on. If you're interested in Magic the Gathering, you could learn how to play. You could get a deck. You could stay up till 4 a.m. in the penthouse and play that. You can talk to the illustrators. You just see art that you just can't really see anywhere else. Maybe when the Lucas Museum opens in Los Angeles in September, you'll see some of it there, and you'll see more and more of it there. But if you're coming from the comic book world, it's like Mecca. It's like a holy place. You don't have to drop all the money. You can buy what you want to buy at every price level. But it is like it's a big deal. If you read comics at all, or you've read comics for any amount of time, you go in there and you'll lose your mind. You'll just lose your mind, and there'll be people to help you. Yeah.
That's all facts.
It is possibly, in my opinion, the greatest It is by far my favorite. I keep using the word con, but it's not. It's probably one of my greatest experiences that I've had in that type of space. I mean, and maybe I'm a little biased because we did have the collection in Black Gallery in there the last time, but I would say my first time going, I was blown away. You know, the first one that you had, and I remember when Otis was like, "Man, this thing's about to happen. It's about to be something crazy," and it's just something that I would just everybody that's in this chat, like I really do. Everybody, not everybody that's in this con that's watching this, have obviously loved the arts, love the original art and things of that particular nature. This is something that you should pay attention to. And if you're in the Florida area or close to the Florida area, it is something you should try to make a move and visit it in February. And also all the different artists that are in here and all the up and coming artists. This is something you want to go and visit. And it's just I know it sounds like a plug, but it's just the truth. You know, this is the place. This is where you want to be, honestly. And as a matter of fact, I got one more short clip real quick of Derek. I want to show one particular piece. There's a scene where I'm gonna let this speak for itself. But in this particular scene, there was when Brother Otis came in and we're actually looking and talking about some of the art pieces that are laid down. And if Derek, if you could run that real quick, this is some of the stuff that happens behind the scenes, but just to show you how serious OAX is. If you could run that for me, Brother Derek, I'd appreciate it.
Emotion, like look.
Well, this is collections in black for real. It's all black.
Like if you look at their eyes, intent, equal intent, equal intent, equal intent, equal intent.
We got the wrong drawing on there.
Look at that, because he's looking at the noose.
Yep.
Talk about emotion, like. Look at this. Like he has the fear. He has the fear. Like if you look at their eyes, intent, evil intent, evil intent, evil intent, evil intent, fear. Looks at the because he's like he's looking at the noose.
Yep.
Evil intent, fear, fear. Like what's going surprise and then boom, 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 holy boom. Like I mean this.
You know what makes it crazy with that too? Because you were talking about the evil intent and the fear and the surprise, fear, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
How it switches, how he switches from how the emotion switches. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Sanford just showed emotion through artwork, and it's so easy to follow. I'm like looking at this as if I'm watching it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like watching it take place.
Right. And watch this.
What a way to cap it off. What a way to cap it off.
And the brother's holding his neck.
Right, yeah.
He's holding his neck because he's like, man, I still got this, John. This thing ain't crunched up.
Yeah.
This thing ain't. Yeah, man, he slapped on these.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And for me to give a little context to what that was, because with the scroll going down, you couldn't see it. What that was that Brother Kazzer was able to get every page from Bitterroot #1. And we had that up in the gallery, and I just brought him in and we were just discussing those particular pages. So that was just some of the things that go on behind the scenes. But Paul, you got anything that you want to get to talk about with Brother Kazzer? Because I know you in Florida too. You one of them Florida boys.
Yeah. Look, if you've been on this channel for any length of time, you've heard us talk about OAX. It's not because, it's not about us plugging it or anything like that. It truly was an experience. Moments like what you just saw on screen, that was the entire weekend. It was, oh my God, look at that. Oh my God, that's a Weird Fantasy 18 cover. That's, is that an original Jim Lee? Like, why am I looking at an original piece by Jack Kirby of Black Panther? Why am I looking at the earliest depiction of T'Challa in Fantastic Four 53? Because 52 doesn't exist. It's a ghost.
That's right.
Why when we're looking at some original pieces by Billy Graham from Black Panther, from Jungle Action, does both Sanford Green and Dennis Cowan stop at the exact same piece and said, that's the piece that inspired me when I was doing art. Exact same piece. Same piece of art by Billy Graham. Moments, I said at the beginning of this whole con, what makes our community unique, it's not just about the comics. It's about the community, and it's about the experiences. And OAX was an experience, and what made it even more so an experience was sharing it with Phil and sharing it with Otis. That was a dope moment. That was a dope moment.
Let me say this real quick, because I want to make sure Casual plugs everything that he got coming up, because this dude's going crazy. If you see you go online, he's at the Kirby joint, he's at the Frazetta joint, he is bananas. I want to say this: when we did Collections in Black at OAX, the way that me, him, and brother Khalil, and Khalil was going to surprise and come in there and Casual, but he had something he had to do.
Oh, okay.
The level of pieces that were able to be put together was unreal, in the way that it was just an incredible experience. And to see, the first time you see Luke Cage with the tiara, the first time you see him with his powers, and have those particular pages, to have all of the Jungle Action KKK pages, to have the pages where Robbie Robertson, where it's whited out, like, nah, we gotta make him black, and because he was a white character at first. There were just the first Killmonger, and like you said, seeing Dennis Cowan walk past and say, I used to trace this all day. The dopest moment was when Brian Stillfreeze and Sanford Green walked in, and we all walked and talked for like a half hour. But then the day before that, Cowan was in there giving Sanford so much love and praise for the art. It's just amazing that can be put together. But then on the other spectrum, or then when you go around, there was a Frazetta piece right next to Collections in Black. You know what I mean? And then when you go down the hallway, there's a whole thing with card art. There's, you have then you go past the dealers. Every one of your favorite covers was literally there.
Wasn't that Frazetta piece like $1 million or something like that? It was something crazy. It was more than $1 million.
And then what one just sold for 13 million? Then one just sold for like 13 million?
Yeah.
Man, so it's real money. But listen, I gotta let Casual plug what's coming up. What can we expect? Hit us with some news we don't know anything about. And,
it's February 20th through 24th?
Yeah, February 20 to 22, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Most people try to get in on Thursday and leave on Monday, but that's up to you. My whole thing is, if you go to conventions, drop one, come to ours. Drop one, come to ours. If you don't like it, let me know while you're there. We'll smoke a cigar together and we'll have a good talk about it. I'd love to hear what you got to think. Drop one, come to ours, give it a shot. The special galleries are going to be back. Sci-fi, fantasy art, illustration art, stuff that you only see in a heritage catalog, themed art. We added the Animation Art Expo, A2X this time. You're going to see all kinds of animation art, anime art out of Japan, but you're going to see a lot of stuff we grew up on here in America. A lot of cartoons, a lot of animation art, original art, all of it. Every price point. I'm not kidding. Starting at $25, going up to $150,000. Not kidding. Every price point in between. Ones you didn't even know existed. The Jack and Roz Kirby Awards. We just created those, and the first award ceremony will be Saturday night before the auction and fundraiser. God willing, in about 10 days, I'm going to put out a lot of news about the advisory board, the 7 awards, the legacy awards, the core awards, the committee that's gonna jury.
Edric, I need to stop you for 1 second because I need for you how you casually went past the Jack Kirby Awards. I need for people to understand that the Kirby Awards hasn't been around for how many years?
Well, in the mid '80s, they had it for 3 years at San Diego Comic-Con. It was called the Jack Kirby Industry Awards, and after 3 years, there was an argument by the two people at the source of it, and Jack said, "I want my name off of it." So they divided the awards into 2 awards. One of them is called the Harvey Awards that Fantagraphics took over, one of the most prestigious awards out there. The other one was the Eisner Awards.
So those two, that's how we get the Eisner Awards. And so now, how did we get this awards to come back to OAX? How did this happen?
Well, 2 years ago, we got hold of the fact that the Kirby family was interested in the possibility of an awards named after Jack Kirby, and that there were a bunch of groups sort of vying to put a proposal in. And I said, I'm going to write up a proposal. And I wrote up the craziest shit you've ever heard. I don't know if I owe someone $5 for swearing, but that's fine. It was worth it. I wrote up some crazy stuff. I wrote up like the anti-award show, the most unorthodox. I was drawn from alchemy and the hero's journey and the artist's journey and symbology and iconography. And I gave it to them. And I thought, this is the dumbest thing I've ever done, but this is what I believe in. And 100% to the credit of the family, they did not run the other way. They said, wow. They said, wow. And it took about 1.5 years of talking and meeting in person and really, putting the details in of what the awards would be. So, it was called the Jack Kirby Industry Award for 3 years in the mid '80s, when just another small-minded human being tried to take advantage of Jack Kirby, which the families had to deal with for 60 years. This is a completely different award, and it's called the Jack and Roz Kirby Awards, the Kirbys, Jack and Roz. Yeah. Nice. And again, in 2 weeks, we'll put out a press release, and we'll finally disclose a lot of information on it. And if you're at OAX on Saturday, even if you just got that 1-day ticket, that 1-day ticket will get you 3 hours of food and open bar. After the show closes, it'll get you the awards ceremony, and it'll get you 100 lot auction and fundraiser, just 3-4 hours afterwards of just fun. I don't know how to put it. They're just fun. It's a good value, even if it's 1 day.
It is.
Speaking of tickets, I heard that you had some gifts for us.
Oh, did that not happen? I give you more gifts if it happened. You can have as many as you want. I'd love to do a couple of giveaways. Weekend tickets to OAX. Is that what you're talking about? Because if it's another gift, I don't have it. I spent it. Yeah. Two giveaways. Weekend ticket to OAX. And if you can't make it, because I know, coming to Orlando in February, not everyone's going to be able to do that. You can gift it to anybody you like.
All right. So let's make some parameters. For those who are watching, we're going to pick 2 random people who are following us on Facebook, on Instagram, and right here on YouTube, that you're a subscriber to the YouTube channel. If you have those 3 parameters, we're going to randomly select 2 people to get tickets to go to OAX in Orlando, Florida, February 20th through the 22nd. These tickets are not cheap.
They're not cheap. Real quick,
and you're gonna have access to some very high level
in the building. Hey, we coming to OAX too. It's gonna be one of them.
Y'all gotta be here, man.
Hey,
nice.
Pat Cans, are you in town on Monday, right?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I get in probably Monday early afternoon.
We'll come around.
We'll come around the way.
All right,
are we getting some fish, Big Phil?
Yep. There we go.
You taking Castle to my fish joint?
Oh yeah, Castle been there.
Oh yeah. You've been? Yeah, I've been there. That's why I want to go back.
Yeah, that's my spot, man.
That's a good spot.
Yeah. My bad. I'm sorry. I messed that up. I'm sorry. Go ahead, peoples. So how are we giving these away? What are we doing again?
Oh, we'll select a couple random people that are subscribed to the Facebook page of Black Comic Lords Facebook page, our Instagram account, and our YouTube channel. If you're subscribed to all three, you're in the running to get the free tickets.
I got to add more to that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
These ain't no play tickets. There's more stuff you got to do. You also have to make sure that you follow Collections in Black on IG, as well as Comic Art Fans as well.
That's fair.
Yeah, we're not. You just ain't just gonna get some tickets and they ain't got to put no work.
You can follow Big Phil too, but you can unfollow him after you win. You know I had to go somewhere with that, Big Phil.
For sure.
Yeah.
How many tickets are you giving away, Brother Kazra?
How many you want?
Wow. Ooh.
Ooh.
I want to see. This is a test. This is a test. This is like a pearly gates test. How many you want, Big Phil?
I mean, I got mine, so I would say we could do 2. See how easy.
5?
5.
5 will work.
5.
Oh, and that covers the amount of people to help with this, put together this con. Look at that.
Oh, good.
That don't count.
That don't count.
They don't count. They don't count. They don't count. So we got the 5 tickets, and then we're gonna make it work. So let me ask you this:
if they don't get claimed and no one knows who to give them to, I understand it. It's only about 2 months out. They go to Paul to decide who they go to.
That's fair.
Cool.
That's fair.
Cool.
So let me ask you this too. So people are asking about commissions. So if people want to get more information, can you tell them what site to go to? And can you give them just a couple people that are on the commissions list, or how that works?
It's real easy. oax.art website. oax.art. Right at the top, you'll see an artist tab. Marcus is joking. He knows the only pre-OAX commission op tonight's kicking him in the balls for $50. We're going to sell 20 of those. They're going to be lined up to do it, Marcus. You go to oax.art, you'll see the artist list, and there's a tab for pre-OAX too. And anybody who is offering commissions prior to the show, they do them at home, they do them in the studio, they do their best work there. It gives you time to pay, and you show up at the show and you've got a piece completed for you. That's what the pre-OAX are. You can see there's a huge number, 50, 60 artists at least that are doing pre-OAX. There you go. And it's marked. If they're marked, if they're gone, they're gone. I'm sorry. We're selling them like crazy.
This is the type of piece you can get. This is from the last OAX that we just had. I went on the website, Comic Art Fans, OAX, and did exactly what Kazra instructed. I asked for a commission. I saw there was an artist there by the name of Dennis Cowan who was doing commissions. I ordered 2 commissions. I ordered this and a Black Panther. He drew it. In fact, he popped into one of the lives that we're doing and said, "Oh, hey, Paul, I'm almost done with your commission." About a week before we went to OAX earlier this year. So, look, this is an opportunity to get dope artwork, original artwork, one-of-ones from your favorite artist in the world at OAX. Highly recommend y'all go.
And we did try. I mean, some artists are more expensive. Some of them, we try to get a range of prices. So there's a lot of them start at 50, 75, 100, 125. Some of them start a lot higher. Just move on. Believe me, there are so many great artists there. One of the things we try to do too is there's the old guard, there's the new guard, and hopefully there's a few people you've never heard of before. If we did that, then we got it right. It's a good mix.
Can you talk about the new about the website and how it is on the phone and things of that nature? Because I know you launched that this year, correct? So the update, you know how it look different on the phone and stuff.
Yeah. 6 later, you're going to be at OAX. You best show up. You're talking about the mobile app?
Yes.
Yeah, we got a mobile app now. You just go to Google Play or Apple Store, type in Comic Art Fans, you'll find it. And it just makes life easier. It's the easiest thing in the world. And we just announced another big update for it. That includes something called Art Scout. And it's great if you're new or if you have been around way too long, like Marcus here in the in the chat.
Always comment.
You get keywords. So the free account on Comic Art Fans takes you 30 seconds to set up. Just your email and a password, confirm it, you're in. You get 10 keywords. If you're a premium member, it's only $75 a year. You get 50 keywords. What's a keyword? Well, storm, Black Bolt, Modoc, whatever you like. Sanford Green, Sanford or Green. Sanford Green is one in quotes. Those are your keywords. Favorite artists, favorite books, favorite characters, whatever it is. And what happens is our Art Scout product crawls and scours all over the world, 140 sites and 200 by February, about 300,000 plus pieces. And it'll give you a notification when a new piece goes up that has Storm in it, that has Herman Peralta, that has anything.
And the thing too, for people who may know exactly what happens with the app is that you can also upload your own art as well. And you have your own page and things of that nature. And people could rate your art, leave comments on it, and you can actually see everybody in the community what they have in their own particular collection. And
artists, collectors, their art reps, they're all on there, and it's unlimited. We don't limit them.
It is an invaluable resource. Can you tell them the app name one more time for those who weren't paying attention the first time?
Yeah, you just type in Comic Art Fans. It should be the first thing that comes up. Super easy.
Paul just wants to show off his book for whatever reason again, and we didn't give him a chance.
Whatever reason. Come on, man. You know the reason. That's dope.
Look, another thing that I thought was really good I love about OAX is the auction itself. So it's an incredible moment when everybody's chilling, eating or whatever, and then we sit back and we got the teller over there banging the gavel, and it's just a really dope experience. There's so many experiences at OAX, and the thing is that you don't have to be a hardcore collector. You could be a casual collector. You could be somebody that just likes the artwork. Just being in the building and experiencing everything is a dope experience within itself. And I'm hoping that we get enough people that once we give away these 5 tickets, there's more people that really want to go. And I think it's something that we all just need to experience. It is the mega art.
There's a reason I was showing this pictures, right? There's a story behind this. We just had Ken Lashley on. He's the one who did this piece right here.
Right.
So I asked him to do a signature and remark in this book. This book is the ultimate history of the Black Panther, illustrated history of the Black Panther. So he did that. I then saw Brian Stillfreeze. I showed him that art and said, "Hey, Mr. Stillfreeze, I was hoping you could bless my book and do also a signature and remark in this book." This is all Otis's idea, by the way. He says his goal is to get this book and fill it up with every artist that's ever drawn Black Panther and then get their signatures and remarks in the book. So I was like, that's a brilliant idea. I'll do the same thing. Brian Stillfreeze, and I kid you not, did this image within 5 minutes. Wait, which one?
That's Stillfreeze, right there. There you go.
Right there. The purple one. He did that storm in 5 minutes. I swear his pen touched the paper like 12 times and it was done. I then show it to next year. I come back. I show these images, Dennis Cowan. And he looks at Stillfreeze. He goes, wait. He's looking at the book. He's scratching his head. He's looking at the book. He closes the book, gets up, and walks over to Brian Stillfreeze's table. And he's like, "You did this? I what am I supposed to do with it? I can't do better than that. What am I supposed to do with it?" Stillfreeze is like, "I do what I do." So then Dennis Cowan went ahead and did this image afterwards. The storm at the bottom there was done by Sanford Green. This picture in the back was done by Herman Peralta, who is, he said he is emulating
Brian Stillfreeze's style.
This is this type of stuff that you can get when you go to OAX. Very personal moments where you talk to these creators, get artwork done, and I can't talk enough about it. I love the place.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. You know, if you like to get your books signed, it's a great place to get books signed. And on Sunday, for 1 hour, there's going to be at least 50 artists that opted into doing free sketches. For 1 hour, 50 artists all over the show floor. They'll be marked in your program. For 1 hour, you guys saw it. It gets a little crazy for about an hour. Everyone just running around trying to get in lines and get as many sketches as they can. Free quick sketches. Some people 1 minute, some people 5 minutes. That just depends on how they feel. Yeah.
Definitely worth it. Definitely worth it.
Yeah, I know one guy who got like 16 of them last year.
In an hour?
Yeah.
He must have had a team.
Just going crazy. I think he had a method. Yeah, he figured it out the first year. Yeah.
I'm not even going to ask you who it is. So we just going to leave it at that.
He's so confident he's got his own YouTube channel now.
Well, Kazo, it's been a pleasure to have you on, man. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Thank you. I missed out today. I was at GalaxyCon Columbus, but I'm going to watch. I'm just going to push play during the week while I'm working and listen to the whole thing. I can't wait.
Appreciate you, Kazo.
Appreciate you, Kaz.
Thanks for our support.
See you guys. Take care.
Have a great one.
All right. Dr. Wizard, can you take us to commercial before we go to our next?
Hey, before we go to commercial, if you're in Pittsburgh, make your way to the Collections of Black Winners Ball. We're about to get busy in about 2 hours. What's up? My cousin Dana in the building. People outside doing sound check. We love y'all. This is going to be a really dope event. And I'm about to change my clothes. So I might even show Collections in Black on the screen while we DJing. And I'm about to do something crazy. It's going to be dope. So y'all stay tuned for the rest of the con. There's a lot more dope stuff coming up. I want to thank Ken Lashley. I really want to thank Brother Kaz for coming on here. And I also want to thank the people who was in the collection section earlier in the day. That was really a dope moment. And keep watching. I don't care if you gotta go take the kids to basketball practice or something. Have this John playing in the background on YouTube or something, because there's a lot more going. We just getting started. I love y'all. Peace.
Where's my team? Welcome to the Black Comic Lords Con. You've just entered the nexus of Black comic reality. From comic books to pop culture, from indie visionaries to industry legends, from collectors to creators, to the fans who keep this whole thing alive. This is your one-stop shop for everything in Black media. Now, we know you're watching from living rooms, home offices, maybe even on your phone while you're supposed to be doing something else. We see you. But make no mistake, wherever you are right now, you're exactly where you belong. Because this room, this stream, this moment, it's ours. We don't just celebrate the culture, we are the culture. We're the readers who saw ourselves in heroes when the world didn't bother to draw us. We're the creators who said, if they won't tell our stories, we'll tell them ourselves. We're the collectors who know that these pages hold power, history, and legacy. So stay locked in. Watch the panels. Bid in the auctions. Grab that limited edition BCL Con gear and let the world know where you stand. This is your day. This is your community. This is your con. Our stories, our heroes, our legacy. Black Comic Lords, we got you. All right, next phase up. You know, one of the things we talked about was the idea that for many creators, the goal is to ultimately have your creations transition to the big screen or the small screen or animation. It's not easy to make that transition. And we have some guests who have done that work and have been successful at it. Here we go.
Hey.
Hello, everybody.
Well, I know two of those three faces.
Well, these are faces
Yeah, we know you two.
In 5 or 6 years. Hello, Chuck. Jeff.
What's up, Brandon? How you
Jeff
doing, man?
Thorne was instrumental in the beginning of my career, and Dawood is instrumental in the latter half of my career, with Ayanu. So, Jeff, hello. I haven't seen you in 5 years.
Look at you blowing the hell up all over the place.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing? What's going on?
Day one, day out. It's like this industry is changing day by day. But yeah, hey Chuck, hey Jeff, hey Dawood, hey everybody.
Dawood, how you doing, man? We never met.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, how you doing? How's everybody?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Chuck.
What's up?
I like how we start this out. It's like a big family reunion. It's like, hey, I haven't seen you, cousin. You all the way on the other side of the
No,
nice.
you have to understand. Jeff Thorne was so instrumental in the beginning of my career. He was like a mentor. I never had a mentor in my life.
Oh, come on
when
now.
I first got to LA, Jeff opened up. He explained a lot. I'm just being real. I'm just talking real stuff. And then Dawood on Ayanu, it was extraordinary. What you brought to the show. So I'm just giving thanks and props to everybody who deserves it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Back at you, brother.
Derek, do you have the visuals for each of these individuals you can bring up for me?
Uh-oh.
The evidence.
Is my guy there? Here we go.
Wow.
Jeffrey Thorne. On top of being the writer who wrote, as I say all the time, the best Black Panther one shot of all time to date.
Stop it.
It is. Stop. With Black Panther King in Black. He's also a noted producer and writer in the animation realm. It's funny that we have you here. I literally last night and early this morning was watching season 5 of Avengers Assemble, Black Panther's Quest, and was just going on about, God, the show was so good. The show was so good. Why can't the comics? Let me not go there.
Yeah. Well, I had a murderer's row of writers on that. Which
you did, and it's funny you should mention that, because as I'm watching the show, I saw this one episode that said, "Yeah, written by Brandon East." What?
Yeah,
Brandon Easton was on the show too.
He wrote 2 of them.
Incredible.
Great room. I got really good writers.
You also recently did a fantastic series, Eyes of Wakanda. I don't know why, this isn't like, I don't know what the awards are for animation or what have you, why this isn't up for an award. It's a fantastic show. I'm not saying it because you're on the show. I say this because it's a dope thing. And I've, watch the Jeffrey Thorne interview on Eyes of Wakanda. You'll see what I'm talking about. Which other ones do we have, Derek? Do you have the other ones? I can't tell. Brandon Easton.
There you go.
Well, an incredible series that, quite frankly, did not get enough notoriety. Mr. Miracle, the things that he did to rewrite that character, Shiloh Norman, fantastic.
Thank you so much. That was a great experience.
It shows on the paper. What you did with the character and re-envisioning the character, but not re-envisioning the character, basically fleshing out the stuff that's in between panels. It's the best. That's the best writing, where you take something that doesn't have a lot of substance. Because oftentimes, some of our older Black characters were never developed at all. They were either side characters or stand-ins or what have you. So they're not super developed. And I love when writers go back and say, you know what, I'm going to flesh out the stuff that's in between these appearances and develop the character. And you did that with Mr. Miracle in a way that completely reinvented the character in a positive way. I love that series. I think I was the first one to like post up about it in Black Comic Lords on a constant basis. Like, you people need to read this. This is fantastic.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
Has done work on Transformers and on the latest series, Iyanu, Child of Wonder. We also have Mr. Dawood Anyobwile. I murdered your last name. I apologize.
You got it.
I got it? Good.
Yeah.
Writer, one of the writer on Brother Man, which has the notoriety of being, is it the singular comic book in the African American Museum in Washington, D.C.?
Well, I don't know about the title singular. I mean, it is archived at the African American Museum, and the originals are at the Robert Woodruff Library at the Clark Atlanta University.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's been
imagine
archived,
doing a piece of work that's so incredible that it's in the National Archives, the National Museum. But beyond that, one of the things we learned when we interviewed you is beyond your comic book art, you're like an incredible art artist, like a fine arts artist. It's the other. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please check out his Instagram. His fine art is fantastic. But he has also worked on the Iyanu series as well. Finally, to round out this fantastic panel, Mr. Chuck Patton had to bring an OG into the house who's worked on Avengers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Spawn HBO series with Todd McFarlane. I want to say you also did Double Dragon as well, as if I'm not mistaken.
G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe. Your list, you got a tremendously long resume in animation. And you just announced that you had recently retired from animation.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well,
So this is your panel.
It's been 2 years now, so yeah.
2 years.
Yeah.
So this is your panel, everyone. We promised you an assembly of the best. Here you go. Here you go. Gentlemen, why don't you tell me, and this is free, you guys talk. I mean, I'm not going to point to each one of you. Just what does it take? What was your journeys getting into animation? What did it take?
Dwayne McDuffie. Yeah, I try to get on Justice League, either Justice League Unlimited or Justice League. I was like, back then they call it Boys Adventure. Chuck will remember this. And I only write that kind of stuff. So I was like, okay, well, if I can't get in writing these superheroes, I might as well hang it up. And I sent them some stuff, and they said, no, we're already doing this. It's too close to what we're already doing. And I was like, well, that's it for Jeff. And then a couple years later, I was at the Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con, and I had met Dwayne, I think, once or twice, just briefly, like, not friends, not even barely acquaintances. And I hear this voice booming out, Jeff Thorne. And I turn around and giant ass Dwayne McDuffie is standing there. And he's like, yeah, I read your comic, your indie comic. You're funny. And I'm like, I'm not funny, I'm witty. And he's like, stop talking. He said, so it was amusing, very funny. You did a good balance. We thought about writing for Ben 10 because he was running Ben 10 at the time. And I was like, no, man, you guys shot me down on Justice League. I figured that was the end of my my cartoon career, right? Like, you personally shot me down. So why would I bother, right? He's like, you talk a lot. Tell you what, don't be an idiot. You're going to pitch me some Ben 10 stories in the next 2 weeks. Like, let the comic book, let the convention hype die down or whatever. Hit me up. Here's my card, whatever. Hit me up with some Ben 10 pitches. So I did, and he hired me. And I kept writing. Every time I was on hiatus from a live action show, I'd just jump right back in those cartoon waters if there was a job for my kind of writing. And 8 years later, almost 10 years later, Marvel approached me to run Black Panther's Quest before it had a name or anything. And this is sort of Chuck will absolutely back this up. Dwayne had died at this point, and there was like nobody to fill them shoes. There was no other Black producer, writer of any kind of stature. We know this because why the hell did they come to me? I certainly was not. I was not operating on that level at all. And
because you were a producer on that show too.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, the titles are different from live action too.
Producing titles and at this stage is a lot different than being an actual producer.
Right.
Mm.
There you go. And you had to fight for stuff.
Money. They won't let us.
Yeah. And everything above my level of producer that they called me, because I was the showrunner, but everything above that, you get residuals and stuff.
Right. That's right.
Yes, he didn't. Right. But yeah, so that's how I got in. I just was just jobbing around. I wrote on a whole bunch of different projects, just like Brandon was on mine. I was a gun for hire on a lot of different projects. It was always adventure or sci-fi or something. I don't do like My Little Pony type stuff. Nothing. I got nothing against it, but I also can't write Teen Titans Go. I could never write an episode of that. But luckily, there was the kind of writing I do during this period. So people I'd worked with would call me up, "Are you free?" I would mostly say no because I mostly wasn't. But whenever I said yes, I was in there. Like I zoomed in there. And I just did that for about 8 years, 8 to 10 years. And I guess had a tiny little rep where people would call me. That's it. Like I wish it was a bumpier, weirder ride than that, but it's all about Dwayne, man. It was all about Dwayne.
Mm.
There you go.
Brandon?
Yo.
Why don't you talk about your transition into animation?
Well, I was a school teacher for many years in New York City, but before I did that, I was in Boston University, and there were a bunch of Boston University graduates in the city within Los Angeles infrastructure. I mean, other than Howard Stern and a few other people, you had Jeff Klein, who was the producer of a bunch of stuff like Jackie Chan Adventures, the Starship Troopers animation. And then I also connected with a guy named, I forgot his name, but he was the writer of the Pierce Brosnan Bond films.
Oh, wow.
And people who I had connected with by being a Boston University film school graduate. And it was also the dude who wrote the As the Years Go By, which was the Casablanca sequel in novel form. So a bunch of people in that realm had connected me to people out here. So when I came out here, Jeff Klein, who was at Sony Animation with Jackie Chan, Starship Troopers, and a bunch of other stuff, had connected me with the folks who did the Thundercats 2011 animation. So that was my initial entry into the business. So I got to write an episode of Thundercats 2011. And from that led to me working on Transformers Rescue Bots. And then things kind of progressed from there. But then eventually I got into the 2015 Disney ABC writing program, which led to me working on Agent Carter. And there were a bunch of stuff that happened after that. So my initial entry was through connections from my graduate school, and then leading to the Disney ABC program. And then after that, I got the chance, thankfully, to work on at Blizzard Entertainment on Overwatch 2 and some other stuff that I can't talk about because it never got made. But that stuff, while I was at Blizzard, the Iyanu property came to me, and I got the chance to adapt that from the graphic novel to what will become the pilot at Warner Brothers Animation, which eventually lead to HBO Max and Cartoon Network and Lion Forge. So there was a bunch of stuff that happened, and I obviously, and then I had known Jeff, so I got to work on Avengers Assemble because of Jeff, and a bunch of other stuff. So it was a very interesting kind of zigzaggy journey through the industry, from live action to animation. Well, it was animation to live action to animation to live action to animation to video games to animation. So that's kind of how it works. But that's the reality of the business,
Dawood?
Oh, yes. Before I begin, it's nice to meet you, Chuck and Jeff, and DePaul. I've been tuned in all day since y'all started this morning.
So you know how tired I am.
That's what I'm saying, man. Props to you and your whole team, man. This is my first time really experiencing this type of event, a virtual event like this, with so much talent. I learned a lot from some people I wasn't aware of, and I saw a lot of people I did know, friends of mine and associates. So just hats off to you, man. Good work, and I look forward to seeing this, just blossom from here.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, no doubt. So as far as my journey, it wasn't really like linear. Just having a opportunity to animate, because mine spans all the way back to the 90s, where after I was doing my own comic, I had a opportunity to work on a CD-ROM game. That's how far back this goes. In New York City, Pink Panther CD-ROM game, and that and that was actually my first time working in a studio, feeling like I'm working around professionals. Because the animation was still like, when I think of it now, the animators that I met back then, they were still like high-end animators. We were just working on Animator Pro, I think was the program. And,
oh my God.
Yeah. Bitmap.
Storyboard Pro, yeah.
Jesus
Christ. Now they got Storyboard Pro.
Now we got Storyboard Pro. That was like
that was PC.
Right.
And so I was doing like storyboard layouts, character design, like whatever they needed us for. And then when that company shut down, then I was at MTV Animation for a short while on the Daria show.
Oh yeah.
And then I relocated to LA, and fortunately landed on at Klasky Chupo on Wild Thornberries and Rugrats as a character designer. So, and at this time I was probably like 30, 31, 32. So all this was new, and it was at a time too where there wasn't really like a lot of Black animators and stuff that I can really reach out to. Like there was, we were kind of sprinkled out, but it's not like now. It's kind of more concentrated, and we have social media now. Back then you were kind of like you're like in this pit trying to find out, like, I remember when I was at Klasky Chupa, I think I was the only brother in that whole building on Hollywood Boulevard for the time I was there. But it was a great experience, and then I left there in 2000, came to Atlanta, and then I was at fortunately I ended up at Turner Studios, and I was there for like 10 years doing the same thing: character design, animation, background design, storyboards, hundreds of commercials, like a lot of stuff on Turner Sports with Shaq and Kobe, like where they actually fly them in, acting out the things that I drew on the boards. There's a lot of stuff that I actually don't really have on my websites and stuff, but I was doing that for years. So I was doing everything, with Cartoon Network, TNT, TBS, and a lot of the projects I worked on, there were projects where I was actually directing but didn't get director credit, because it's not easy to just be a director. Because some people say, well, how can you earn a director? I say, you don't just walk in and be a director. That's something like, I don't know. From my experience, it seemed like by chance, becoming a director. Not meaning that you don't have directorial skills, meaning carrying the title of a director. And it actually really wasn't my goal either. Like I was just happy like learning because I didn't learn these skill sets. I was kind of more so a street artist coming up. So this was like a evolution for me. So then fast forward to Ianu, which is now was ranking #1 at around the world, Showmax Africa, HBO Max, you know, #1's kids show. And so there's my directorial debut. So after all those years, for me, this is my first time really getting credit as an animation director. And I give a lot of credit to a friend of mine, Saxton Moore, who actually brought me on board to be a part of the team, because he and I worked together for years ago at Cartoon Network, and he assembled a crew of people. And that's where I had the opportunity to meet Brandon. And, you know, there's a whole plethora of great talent. And even, you know, Royal Coupe, the creator of Ianu, just working with a whole international team, you know, with Korea, Nigeria, Argentina, artists on the West Coast, East Coast. And we're doing this all remotely, you know. So to direct on an animated project and to take all these skills of things I learned years ago to apply them here and still learning. Because when I go into anything, I don't go in like, oh yeah, I know, I know that. I always go in with a blank slate. Like there's always something new to learn. And I'm always respecting the talent of people that come in where there's something to learn from them as well. So, and that, you know, that's where my journey is now. So I'm also, you know, at the same time I was working on Ianu, I was doing the Bad Boy graphic novel that just dropped. I just finished Victory Stand, The Life of Olympic gold medalist Tommy Smith, and a couple other graphic novels for Kwame Alexander. So to me, it's all interconnected, graphic novels, animation, and just to end it with this, for any like young people or even not like our peers, a lot of us have intellectual properties and we want to get these things created. You know, I would just say enjoy the journey and, you know, just appreciate life and enjoy the journey. Because sometimes if we, you know, we feel like, oh, I didn't make this by this year, oh, you know, then they're ready to quit or give up. Then it's like, were you in this for really the art and for what you love? Because some of these things, they don't come on your clock. The opportunities come when they're going to come, and people see how you move, and eventually that pays off. There's no time frame for that. So, you know, that's my advice really to those trying to break into that field.
Chuck?
Everything he said. Well, I mean, it's funny with, you know, my career I started out in comics in the 80s, mid 80s, and found that was what got me into animation was money. Honestly, a chance to make a living, to pay bills, not be jacked around anymore, going from company to company, proving yourself. You prove yourself, and then all of a sudden change your regime. One of the things I tell my young guys, whoever, or young people who come to me, is that the most important thing you need to learn besides business is connections. Make connections. Make connections. Not just with one person, but connections that evolve. That was something I didn't do. I had to learn that through the hard way. But the thing is that you never learn, you know, you never know who's going to be in charge, who's going to be looking for people. So you got to put yourself out there. That's the bottom line. Put yourself out there. I got into a situation, the opposite of that, where I became the person you needed. And that's how I came up. I didn't get into animation to be a director. I got in animation, again, for survival and to grow as an artist. And I got basically brought up from the bottom to the top. And I went as far as one can go. You know, I mean, why I know about being a producer, because I have at least 8 shows that I was listed as producer. I was a creative producer. That's the titles they don't want to give us, but creative producers, which is no different now to showrunner. But you're not in charge of the story, but you are in charge of the overall putting together a film, editing, sound, bringing it together. And your supervising director. I've done that several times. Before that, coming up through the ranks, I became a developer. So there's about half the shows that I've directed, I developed. So there's half of shows I've developed that I wasn't directing, that I didn't direct, but I brought it out from paper to visual, and then we passed it on. You name it, I did it. There's a lot of shows I don't list, or you go on my IMDb, you know. And recently, there's a show that I was associated with just before it hit the grave finally, that I was the last supervising director of. I won't name the show, but we all kind of know because it's got Black folks in it. But and if you don't see it, there's a reason why. But the thing is, what I learned from all that again was the nuts and bolts of the business, and my expertise in comics actually helped me because I was able to always step in and do a job. I did props without having attitude. You know, I knew guys who came out of Art Center, who came out of the Disney thing. I can't think of their name now. The big animation school there.
Oh, Cal Arts.
Cal Arts. They all had this vision. They all want to be animators. I was there to make a check. And if they would get uppity about something, they would throw it at me and I would get it done. And the producers and the heads of shows looked at that and went, that's the guy we need. And when I was brought into the rooms to develop a show from scratch, it's because I learned from comics how to think on my feet. Obviously, when we're breaking down stories, that was the thing I had explained to a guy. When you're in comics, you are the art department. You're also the editor, and you're also, in some ways, the director. In a lot of ways, you're the director. You're on your own. You're the one at 4 a.m. putting all this together, while the writer just wrote, he jumped through the window and 50 ninjas attacked him. Now you got to all that make sense. That was one of my first lessons I had to learn on Batman. But anyway, the thing was that when I got into animation, being able to contribute that to the writers when we're all on deadlines, not just one group, but we're all on deadlines. You being able to come in and fill those gaps and help them and visualize it when they were stuck, that got me promoted over and over and over again. Until I was eventually given a show that I didn't even want. But I was given it because they had a deadline. And I can say it was a grandiose thing. You know, I think you learn more from the things that suck than you do the things that are supposed to be brilliant. And when you do win that award, there's caveats to it. The thing that I'm proudest of is that every show I worked on, I look on as theaters of war. I survived each one. Vietnam, Korea, Civil War. I can name each show and tell you where we were. And the fact that we got it done, and the fact that we have lasted in people's minds, and these shows have gone on for years, whether it's Double Dragon or, God, again, throwing out shows again. G.I.
Dead Space.
Dead Space is probably my favorite, and someone asked me why, because they left me the F alone to get it done. And I had no money and no money, no time to do it. And we still were determined to make it happen. And that was, again, the 30 years I put into the business to help me get through that. It was no film school. My film school was actually watching film. My film school was having a devotee of television, learning the craft, looking at shows, figuring out, breaking down, why is Rockford like this? Why is Jed Clampett like this? Oh, simple, but if you can analyze and break it down, you've now learned how to be in the less than bolts of television. How scripted it works.
One of the things that you guys have mentioned, or Chuck, you specifically had mentioned, was the concept of relationships.
Yeah.
Jeff, you mentioned that Dwayne McDuffie helped you get in the game. Brandon, you said, Jeff helped you get a project. Dawood, same thing. Like, the one consistent thing you guys have all mentioned is how these relationships help you get into the business.
Mm-hmm.
Are there advantages or disadvantages?
By the way, and stay in the business.
Yeah,
and staying in the business.
That's general advice for anybody trying to come into the entertainment side. About between 50 and 70% of everything you do is going to be relationships. Like people you've worked with, people you went to college with, people you worked as a barista with, especially if you're in New York or Chicago or LA or someplace like that, because almost everybody you run into wants to do something other than what they're actually doing right now. So everybody sort of tells their dreams to each other, and some of them will turn out to be jerks, but some of them will not. And you don't know. So just be friends with decent people and you'll see. But Brandon's a perfect example of how this can work. Brandon reached out to me because he was doing a podcast before podcasts were cool about Star Trek. And that there were like, what, 2 black Star Trek novelists that had ever...
It was the Trek BBS where we connected.
Right. And he hits me up and he's like, I want to talk to you about this because aside from you and Stephen Barnes at that time, me and Stephen Barnes was it. And I ain't nobody. Stephen Barnes was the one, right? He's like, let's talk. So we talked and we hit it off. And I'm from DC, he's from Baltimore. We just started hitting it off and we kept a little bit of email contact and he just showed up in LA one week. And I was like, what the hell are you doing out here? Please don't tell me. This is the greatest conversation. I said, please don't tell me anything I said in that interview made you quit your job and move to Los Angeles. Because you can't carry that. He said, dude, you don't have that kind of influence over people. Relax. Right. But I was nervous because it's hard. But the thing is, though, is that we've come up. Chuck was in that Dwayne McDuffie crowd. They came up when there was 2 guys. I came up when there was maybe 4 guys. Right. Brandon's right after me. Maybe there's 6 guys. The reason we all kind of know each other is because there weren't that many people to know.
Right.
Like,
to give it a little bit more context, I was planning to leave New York City anyway. And what happened was I was trying to connect with black genre. Let me be more specific. Black male genre writers in the business. And me and Jeff Thorne were both on the Trek BBS. It's still there. It's not as powerful as it used to be.
Yeah.
But the whole point was that it was like Trek fans and me being a Star Trek fan with my connections. And the guy, there were 2 guys. Bruce Fierstein was the guy that wrote all the Pierce Brosnan Bond films. And Jeff Klein did Jackie Chan Adventures, Men in Black, Starship Troopers, and a bunch of other stuff. So when you did this like conglomeration of different people who I found a way to connect with, that's what led me to move out here. I was going to move out here anyway. And this is 2008 during the Bush recession. And I moved out to LA anyway. But what wound up happening was I feel that people have to take a chance and take a risk. And regardless of what anybody says, you have to take a chance on your own dreams. And if you don't do that, then it's not worth it. So when I got out here, I moved out here in October of 2008. Took a little while, but I didn't get into anything until 2010, which was the Warner Brothers Animation Thundercats reboot. That didn't show on TV until 2011. But I also had my own Shadow Law graphic novel, which was released in January 2012, which won the Glyph Award for Best Writer. So I guess my point in all of this is to, and especially in the new world, post Netflix buying Warner Brothers, which may or may not happen. I don't know if it's going to happen. But ultimately, IP is king.
Yeah.
Sure. What I want to share with people, when you adapt anything from graphic novel to animation, the thing you need to learn is never a one-to-one translation. It's usually what are the emotional beats that will connect a streaming crowd with what you're doing. So, for example, Roya Coupe created the graphic novel Ianu, Child of Wonder, got a massive deal at Dark Horse. I was at Blizzard Animation at the time. They approached me. I wrote the pilot and which is episode 101, and then I wrote episode 102, and that went over to Warner Brothers, and that's what got made, right? But the bottom line is that I understood, while they approached me, is I understood how to take what somebody made and turn it into emotional beats for the crowd that would eventually watch it. And that's the key. So while X-Men, for example, X-Men 97 worked, was because X-Men 97 hit on the emotional beats that the crowd, who through the 90s and also newer viewers, would understand and build upon, right?
Well, it really came on. It really came in on the. It really came in from the comics, because the X-Men comics is a powerhouse, and the reality is that all the shows, and I unfortunately have been involved with more than I like to admit, and but the one that made this work was that it was more akin to ushering in exactly what the comics people have been looking for and trying to do. Again, fellas, I've been on every X-Men show since the beginning, with the exception of the first, but I was against it because I had a show I was developing in rival of it. And so I got to see how it worked. And you're right. You're absolutely right. There are beats, but that's something that's typical with every show. It's not just the particular show. Each show, the good, do exactly what Brandon is saying. So whether it's, I mean, the first time I heard about, I got the picture in my head and I can't think of this, the weird little adventure show, Adventure Time. First time I saw it, we all sat there, and I mean, we all of artists and sat there and what the F? But luckily I talked to kids. And when I talked to kids and realized, oh shit, this is like, you found the cocaine for the little guys.
Yeah, it's about to blow up.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's my point, is that
gaming,
you had to find those things that were stake posts that people could relate to.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a couple
with all of this.
There's a couple of tracks too, like working on a pre-existing material, Ianu or X-Men or whatever. Those things, the company, whatever company, doesn't matter. The big giant corporation company, they've looked at the success of that and went, okay, we're going to capitalize on that success. It'd be the same thing if a toy company went, oh, everybody loves these Superman comics, let's make some Superman toys. Exactly the same.
But you know what's funny with G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe's never, until recently, and I mean the last 10 years, ever capitalized on the real connection of G.I. Joe. But what has helped it was it always sold merchandise.
Right. And that's the thing. That makes it attractive, right? That's what keeps looping back around.
But everybody who went in and loved it, they brought their backstories with it. And in a way, it's like the audience helped the show. But I sat in so many meetings with the writings and saying, can we get somebody to actually have a connection here? Can we actually have a continuity here? They didn't want it.
No.
So the next question comes from Tim Fielder.
Okay.
By the way, Tim, I want a sketch too, man. Draw me a sketch on Instagram. Anyway, I'm curious what the panel thinks about the oncoming impact of generative AI in animation, both for the mainstream and independent sectors.
Okay, I have a little bit of a soapbox and then I'll step away. If you're if you're a one-person show in Appalachia or some little town in Tennessee or someplace, and you have access to nothing except the internet, then maybe you can get your thing in your head into the world via generative AI. Okay, that's one side. That's very much the little guy. Okay, the big guy, that's why you even know that there's such a thing as generative AI. They're using that because they don't like paying people. They're using that because they don't like people who can say, well, no, that's not how stories really work. We established this in episode 1. We're going to have to pay it off in episode 5. No, the algorithm says we're going to do something else. They don't want to have those conversations. The bad side of that, well, there are many bad sides, but the primary bad side of it is generative AI is a theft machine. It plagiarizes the work of, let's say, 100 years of illustrators in this context. Okay. And it trains itself on that. I'm not even going to talk about who should be paid or who should not be paid. Okay. And it generates an image. The problem is, once you get used to having a machine that you can say, hey, Machine X, go build me a Speed Racer episode. And don't kid yourself, within the next 5 or 6 years, you'll be able to do some version of that. Okay. But the machine can't anticipate and it doesn't understand what it's doing, and it never will be able to. So it still depends on the person giving it the prompts. And almost by definition, the person giving it the prompts doesn't know jack shit about how to make artwork. Or they wouldn't have been attracted to this in the first place.
Which is why it skills. Right.
Right. So again, people are like, oh, Jeff, you're being whatever. But I'm like, that isn't even the actual issue. At some point, the bottom's going to drop out of that, because while they're selling you the here's how great generative AI is up front, the sort of magic trick of it, already people are seeing that the bubble's going to burst because it can't actually do what it's claiming it can do. But what's happening is guys like me, guys like Chuck, guys like Dawood, guys like Brendan, I'm in my 50s. Okay. Guys who are ahead of me are in their 60s. We know how to do this stuff. I can actually put my hands on a pencil and draw something.
I hate to interrupt you, but I'm already in my 60s.
Okay. So I'm saying slightly ahead.
On the road, I'm knocking the door on 70, but don't go for it.
But my point being is that what this generative AI will do is erase the ability of people to learn what we all learned how to do. No one's asking us to teach you how to do it. And some of us, myself in particular, I'm not a teacher, I'm a practitioner. I don't know how to teach. Like, I would not be a good teacher because I'm hostile to people who turn in bad work, right? And I know it, so I can't teach, okay? But what's going to happen is you're going to get a generation more and more and more who are used to giving prompts. But the prompts can only work on what artwork's already been created. And there's no new artworks getting to be created because you're erasing that group of people who creates that artwork by telling them to do prompts instead. Within 20 years, the bottom drops out and there's no one to fill it up.
It's a snake following his own tail and it doesn't know it.
Exactly that. Nobody wants to hear that story because everyone's thinking of the immediate gratification.
This is another Hollywood tale where they won't hear it until it falls down.
Until it falls apart. Right.
I mean, one of the reasons I retired was because, unfortunately, a lot of us are being phased out who have been around and have seen this and have told them, and they didn't want to hear that.
No, they don't want to hear it.
And they also didn't want to pay you to fix what was eventually going to screw up. I've made my career on being the Mr. Wolf in the room. Those who've watched Pulp Fiction know exactly what I'm talking about. I have done Mr. Wolf to death. My last video not doing Mr. Wolf was Iano. But the other thing about it was I said, make a lot of art of me, make it work. That's all I care about. Not about who's doing it. I want to see it happen. But in the meanwhile, again, those of us who've been in the front and seen this happen and coming in now and talking to studios, I hear it every week. A group of artists of mine have always, I hear what's going on right now. And it's depressing. All I can tell them is your best bet for the future is to create your own IP because this thing can't do that.
Right. It can't do it.
Talking 30 years ago. And yeah, we give you an idea, man. There were other black artists like Kelsey Shupo. They kept them separated because I known two of them. So it was like, that was our industry though. We were separated. But now, and that's the good news, because of the internet, because we have a community, because we are interconnected, that's going to be somewhat, if we're lucky, I say we're lucky because people are people. But if we bond and do that and support each other and support those who go out there and create their IPs and those who have taken the risk and even learn from these stupid things because they are tools. That's the thing too. The stigma is that it's fucking Skype. Excuse me. It's I said the F word because I've had this conversation earlier at an earlier speech. So AI is the ugly elephant in the room. It's not even cute. It's disturbing, and we have to face it. But we have to also get smart, be students of the game, use it as the tool we are, and also maintain your creativity.
Because it's not going to go away. It's only going to get more and more prevalent. So I think it's incumbent as you as artists. The thing is, the way I've seen AI used the best is with people that actually have studied art, that understand the concepts of how art is made. Because doing prompts in AI, the most effective use requires that knowledge.
But again,
when you think
I really
about
can't
it,
stress this. Picture all of the art that's ever been created that's been transferred to the web. Picture that as a forest, okay? And all the new artists, the people who are in they're 12 now. They're 13, 14, 15, 20 years old now. They are looking at the great artists, whoever they may be, Jack Kirby, Pablo Picasso, doesn't matter, okay? AI eats the forest, but it kills the ability of the new farmer to plant new trees. There's no new trees coming after that. None.
Right. Well, think about it. You don't have open the pod bay doors, Hal, from AI. You don't have the opening of Goodfellas from AI. You don't have I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse from AI. You know, you're not going to get, we need a bigger boat from AI. You're not going to get, Luke streaming down the famous scene from Star Wars, the trench run, where he's like, use the Force, Luke, and then he fires the torpedoes. You don't get that from AI because there's an emotional disconnection. You don't get the Copacabana scene from Goodfellas with Ray Liotta and Lorraine Bracco, the famous Scorsese scene. You don't get any of that from AI. So to answer the original question, there are things that are the intangibles. They're not the Moneyball things. They're not the, Las Vegas fan-based things that you can get from art.
You know what you do get, and this is why it's dangerous. You get a lot of Michael Bay moments.
Right.
You blow S stuff up. I stopped myself from saying the SH.
I love you, Chuck. I truly love you, man.
And the 210-degree shot of Martin Lawrence and Will Smith.
Yeah. You get that. You can even get the shot of Nicolas Cage using the flare to let them know not to blow up Alcatraz.
Right.
The horrible The Rock. Yes.
We talked.
Context. That's the thing that, again, going back to it, and what you're saying, Brandon, again, just underlying the human connection of why they're doing what they're doing, AI cannot do and tell you.
So nor will it ever be able to do that. It cannot do that. It's impossible.
No, it can't.
Is the key is what's important here, making sure you invest in your own IP.
Yeah.
So, because ultimately the thing with these companies, they realized quick, because they tested the waters on this and did some cases and realized, hey, everything that's generated from AI, we can't trademark or copyright that.
Yup.
So you can use it all you want, but go to the next guy.
But they're thinking about it, and that's the
They're
danger.
trying so hard to figure ways to do it.
Yeah, one friend's telling me they even got AI lawyers working on this now.
Right.
Matthew McConaughey, I want to say Michael Caine, some people I respected have already licensed their voices
Michael Caine,
to artificial.
Daryl Jones did,
See, and I'm like, there's always going to be somebody who should be on our side who's looking at that paycheck.
But the other side of that, what they did was smart. They made them pay for it. See, that's
right.
AI isn't. That's what's based on that you can do this without on a dime. That's what the corporations are excited.
But here again is the problem. You can't, if you're James Earl Jones, if you're Michael Caine, if you're Matthew McConaughey, you're like, y'all gonna pay me. I mean, they had the nerve to go up against Scarlett Johansson, and just like Marvel tried it, they messed around and they found out, do not mess with Scarlett. Don't mess with her bag, okay? And they lose. They always
The only
lose.
way
But
you're
those-
going to get their attention is to go after the thing they care about.
But you got to be a big enough dog to do that, which means all of the little guys are screwed.
Well, no,
So here's the loophole.
have to become big dogs by creating their own material.
Well, that's it. That's the circle.
You can't think of yourself as a little guy. You got to think of a guy who has protecting his
To
ground.
own something. That's right.
Right.
And you got to own it.
And I would say that anybody who has a graphic novel, or whatever,
yeah,
you can never do a one-to-one translation. What you really want to do, find your emotional beats, isolate about 6 to 8 of them to put into your pilot, or hire somebody to find a way to put 1 to 8 of your emotional beats into your graphic novel. We did that with Ianu. I did it with Vampire Hunter D and other projects I've worked on.
No, I did a Captain Planet. But the thing is, you just gave. I'm piggybacking you, by the way, but I'm with you, man. What you just said was something I've been hearing people say and been asking me, and again, because where I am, I'm not teaching, but when I can give off some words of wisdom to guide, I will. That is called a pitch Bible. That is your pitch package. What Brandon just said is the essence of a pitch Bible. A lot of guys don't know what that means. They heard it. They know that Netflix and places like that, and I hate to call Netflix the evil empire, but I will. If it fits, dangle it in front of them. But the only way you're going to get through that door and make those connections is you understand that pitch. How to put that package together. That's the only way you're going to get in. I don't care how pretty your pictures are. I don't care how many words you put into your Bible.
I guess my concern is the loophole of a company saying, look, artist, I'm going to hire you to do a design of a character for me. And I want to also hire you for your pitch, as you said. Give me the character's background. Give me the character's motivation. I'm going to pay you X amount of dollars to do that, but we're going to own it. Okay, I'll do that. I'm starving. I need to pay my bills. I'm going to go ahead and do that. So you sign your contract saying, I'm going to create this character. I'm going to sign over this pitch of this background story on this character, and you're going to give me a check, and you'll get it. I'll hand it to you, and it's yours. Cool. Thank you for that.
Right.
They then feed that character and its pitch over to the AI and say, go ahead and create me a cartoon, a comic book, or whatever.
Okay.
And they own the character.
Right.
They own the likeness. That's where the trademark and the copyrights come in. The copyright comes in to cover the pitch. The trademark covers the character design. And they use AI to generate a whole series or movie.
Right. Yeah.
Now, how that's their argument, that's their loophole around, well, we can't go ahead and trademark and copyright what AI generates because it's not about what they generate.
You're correct. Part of the reason I'm in the WGA as well as all these other ridiculous unions that I'm in. But we struck over this. Part of what we struck over was this thing. But this is the insidious aspect. Warner Brothers, MGM, Paramount. They've been making movies and TV shows since before any of us in this room were alive. Okay. When you write, talk about the evil empire, but when you write for a TV show, when you write a screenplay, the creator of record, the copyright holder isn't you anyway. It's the studio. So they already own Citizen Kane. They own Jaws. They own every great movie you've ever seen. One of these companies does, and they can train their AI on that. The AI still can't write. If you've ever seen a script, and I have seen a few, generated strictly by a trained AI, they're worse than the worst bad writer that you feel bad you hired. You're like, oh, Jesus, why did I hire? It is terrible. But that's part of the calculation, because when you hire me as a screenwriter on day one, you pay me X, right? Whatever it is, it's the max I'm going to get. At whatever level I'm at, you're going to pay me the max at that level, right? So if I'm a startup or if I'm known, I'm getting the max, right? If it's a feature, I'm probably kicked off that feature, and they're going to ask Chuck, hey, Chuck, can you come in and write another draft? Jeff did a great job, but he didn't get it exactly right. Chuck, you come in and you do draft 2. Chuck makes slightly less than me because it was my original thing. His deal is slightly less than mine. His profit share is slightly less than mine, unless he really rewrites it. And then
Again, business. You may be their guy, and they'll pay you X amount of money. They should have paid.
That's true. But here's the thing with AI. So Paul comes in with a neat idea. Let's say an elevator pitch, right? It's not even going to be Paul. It's not even going to be an outsider. It's going to be their kid or their assistant or some guy they heard standing next to him at the commissary that day.
Right.
Okay. Oh, that'll make a great movie. They're going to put a prompt into their screenwriting AI, and it's going to kick out an outline, and it's going to kick out a script, both of which will be terrible. Terrible. Not just bad, not just not good, actively terrible. But what will happen is the company now owns draft one. Then they hire Chuck or Jeff or any of the gentlemen here to come in and do, hey, we got a bad draft of our first script. Can you come in and write draft two? We're going to pay you less. You're not going to get any of the big sort of ancillary residuals, whatever the hell that comes. They're already messing with the residuals in a completely other way, right? So all of that is to take out the person who gets paid to do the thing in favor of the machine that will simply obey me and who I don't have to pay. They don't care about quality. Forget about that. They don't care. They want asses and seats, and they think explosions, boobs, hot face, hot body, space.
Yeah.
That was a whole.
You think I'm joking? You think
no,
I'm joking?
I'm like that was the whole pitch.
Right? Am I lying? Am I lying?
No, he's not. No. The scarier thing.
I'm saying,
listen, guys. I would love to continue this discussion. We probably need to do another show and have you bring you guys back.
Yeah,
so
we should.
Oh, we ate this up with AI.
Oh, I don't know. I have so much to do.
The chocolate show is supposed to start next. They're chopping it a bit. They're in the green room behind you right now.
Guys.
Gotta have chocolate.
Thank you all for joining us.
Thanks for having
real quick, tell everybody your socials so people can follow you and see what you're doing next.
I'll go fast because I ain't got a whole lot. It's Chuck Patton Art on Instagram, also on Facebook, also on Threads and Blue Sky.
My website. My website is anyabwile.com. That's my last name.com, and Brotherman Comics, COMICS.com. And IG is Dawood_Anyabwile.
I just hit you, man. I put in a follow request. So yeah. I'm jeffreythorne.com. Just one word. It'll take you everywhere you need to go.
All right. Brandon?
It's Brandon Easton Writer on Instagram. But you can also find me on Blue Sky?
Blue
Sky. I'm still on the evil place. What's that place called?
Dude, you better hit your eject button. Get off that.
It's at Brandon Easton Writer. But yeah, bottom line, you can still find me and feel free to reach out. I'm on Instagram, Brandon Easton Writer.
Awesome. Brothers, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your contributions to our culture. We'll see you next time. We'll see you next time.
Take care.
Thanks for having us.
Peace.
Dr. Wizard, take us out and let's start the chocolate show. Welcome to the Black Comic Lords Con. You've just entered the nexus of Black comic reality. From comic books to pop culture, from indie visionaries to industry legends, from collectors to creators to the fans who keep this whole thing alive. This is your one-stop shop for everything in Black media. Now, we know you're watching from living rooms, home offices, maybe even on your phone while you're supposed to be doing something else. We see you. But make no mistake, wherever you are right now, you're exactly where you belong. Because this room, this stream, this moment, it's ours. We don't just celebrate the culture, we are the culture. We're the readers who saw ourselves in heroes when the world didn't bother to draw us. We're the creators who said, if they won't tell our stories, we'll tell them ourselves. We're the collectors who know that these pages hold power, history, and legacy. So stay locked in. Watch the panels. Bid in the auctions. Grab that limited edition BCL Con gear and let the world know where you stand. This is your day. This is your community. This is your con. Our stories, our heroes, our legacy. Black Comic Lords, we got you.
The Chocolate Show.
Oh yeah, we've been waiting for it. We've been waiting for it. I'm
I
excited. Are
want
you excited?
to buy everything.
You probably do. You probably do. First and foremost, what an amazing show we put so far. I mean, outstanding to everyone that's been rocking with us in the morning. First and foremost, give a hand of applause for yourself. Appreciate. But
I'll give a hand for myself for this longevity. I'm tired.
Oh, absolutely. But, Paul, we're gonna let you go. We're gonna let you go in a few because we know that you want to recoup and get some energy in what's coming up. We know that you want to partake in the festivities. So first and foremost, a couple ground rules here, boys and girls. So right now, you've seen everyone from Ken Lashley to Collections in Black, OAX, and all these amazing pieces, and you're like, wait a minute. How do I get my hand on some of these goodies? How do I partake in some of these festivities? Don't worry. We got you right here, right now. This is the part where you get to actually go home and with some of these beautiful pieces and even some hard to find collectibles. Oh yeah. You know what, Paul? On top of that, we can't just leave them on their own. We have to leave them with a one of a kind something. Don't you agree?
I absolutely agree.
I agree. So I'm not an artist. Are you an artist?
Not in the sense that people would find interest.
Touche. My 5-year-old does better drawings than me. So we brought someone here to the con to do a live sketch, to do a live drawing, one of one, BCL exclusive, right here for you. Can we get a drum roll, please, so we can introduce this individual that's going to come through and rock the house for us tonight? The one and only Marcus Williams, baby. The one and only Marcus Williams. We showed his partner in crime, Greg Burnham, one half of the Tuskegee Air Milestone Initiative. We got Marcus Williams in the house with us, baby. Yeah.
What's happening, brothers? Can y'all hear me okay?
Oh, we hear you loud and clear.
What's going on with y'all, man? With the drum roll. Drum roll. I'm an artist sometimes. I do art sometimes.
We got drummer. We got
effects.
All day.
I do stuff sometimes.
We are fully prepared.
Is it nighttime? I can't even tell anymore. I've been locked in my room all day.
Daylight savings happening. It's nighttime out here.
All right, can I make myself a drink and just sit back and relax?
Absolutely. We got Marcus here. I think you have left the show in good hands.
I'm gonna pop off.
I'll do my best. Look, I'm glad y'all got to. I'm so sick of hearing people complain about AI, man. I'm lucky I wasn't part of that. I was so ready to just because I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of artists acting like somebody is hunting them in their house. AI ain't gonna do jack. It's a tool.
I ain't touching that subject.
I'm so glad y'all finished it off. Because I'm sitting here like, oh my God, why y'all so
You know what, Marcus?
Yeah.
I'm happy that you have this vigor, that you have this energy. Because we're going to put all of that energy towards whatever you're going to draw tonight. So before we go,
let's do it.
To the BCL crowd.
Yeah.
Marcus is going to do a one-of-one exclusive. You're not going to find this at any con. Not at Atlantic Con, not at OAX. You're not going to find this at New York Comic-Con. Right. Before he starts drawing, Paul, BCL community, give us some ideas because we are literally doing this live. Now, when I say ideas, don't go too crazy talking about I want Goku sitting on top of a pole.
No. Something very basic. We're at the BCL Con.
Thank you. Something very
basic. I'd like you to do a stylized. One of the things that you're brilliant at.
Okay.
Talk to me.
Is you do stylized versions of existing characters, right?
I'm a character designer first, so I do.
So let me. One of the things that you also do
is Absolute Green Lantern.
Well, I guess I'll be better.
I'm really excited.
He's big in doing his Swaptobers.
Yeah, didn't we just talk about the Swaptobers? Didn't we just talk about that?
So here's the thing.
Wait, what was
I,
that?
I
Was
want
that
you
bad
to
stuff?
I want you to take the BCL logo and do a Swaptober of it.
Okay.
Do a girl with 2 Afro puffs instead.
Right.
In that same BCL costume with the green outfit and the red cape and the BCL logo.
Okay.
I can see that.
With the red chucks.
Okay. That's easy.
Okay. What you can do with that. Holding some comic books.
Oh, you got to
All
give me more. The fact that he said that's easy.
Well, no, see, it's easy for me. This is what I was doing this.
For him. Come on,
I've been doing
you
this
just-
all day.
with Marcus the Visual. Come on, man. That's light work.
That's what we do.
That's light work. This is what he does.
That's like asking, Sammy Davis to tap dance. I know that's easy work. I can do that.
Okay.
Pull that out. Stevie Wonder play the piano. Okay.
Outstanding.
I'm gonna try to outbid whoever's bidding on it and see if I can get it.
So right now it is 9:00.
Right.
Marcus's sketch will be the absolute last item before we let the next panel go in.
Got it.
I need you guys to be aware of that so you know what time so you can get your clocks ready. Right now it is 9:08 Eastern Standard Time so that you guys can get yourselves ready. But even in between that, we have so many goodies. Like I told you, literally the majority of the individuals who you saw on the con today donated goodies for us to auction. And then if you guys have been to my Whatnot, first off, shameless plug, make sure, matter of fact, hold on. Shameless plug, make sure you follow my Sexual Chocolate on Whatnot. I'm going to drop a link in the chat right now, just for the BCL. If you have never, ever created a Whatnot account, don't worry about it. I'm going to give you a code that's going to give you $15 without $15 credit immediately in your account. You don't even need to purchase anything. You don't have to do nothing. The minute you use this code and you create a Whatnot account for the first time, you immediately have $15 to use for whatever you want. Have fun.
So we have to have the Whatnot account to bid on what you're going to put out tonight.
No. We're bringing Whatnot to the BCL. No.
Oh.
We're bringing Whatnot to the BCL. No. That's way too much logistics for our people. Way too much logistics for our people. However, we are absolutely shameless plug. Plugging in myself, Sexual Chocolates, every Sunday at 8:30. Make sure you go support. If you don't have a Whatnot, don't worry about it. We got you covered. We're gonna drop a code in the chat right now, and that code will give you $15 for any new account. Don't worry about it. We got you. Absolutely. Now, also for those that want to partake in the auction.
And with that, I'm out. I'm going to start auction.
Outstanding. Now, those that want to partake in the action or know what's coming up, I want to just quickly. So while Marcus is getting ready, I just want to skim through a little preview of the items that we're gonna rock and roll tonight. Just a little preview. First and foremost, for those that don't know, that is the Mass Effect Sanford Green cover. Legend has it, New York Comic-Con exclusive. Not only is it signed, this is also remarked by Sanford Green. We're gonna be running that tonight, baby. I mean, boys and girls, if this doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. Then we have the colored version of that. Once again, all the previews on my Instagram, Sexual Chocolate Comics on Instagram as well. Then we have 9.9 CGC Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22. Boys and girls, we cover all diasporas, video games. Speaking of video games, Marcus, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Tuskegee Air in a certain video game? What was it? I'm trying to remember.
We were testing some stuff with Fortnite.
It was a little game.
Bit.
What was it?
A little something.
Nothing too
Fortnite
crazy.
something, but nothing
Yeah,
too crazy.
Nothing
too crazy.
Tuskegee Air was Fortnite. Just
bit.
one of the hottest battle royales right now.
Yeah,
we
just testing some a little test. But,
a little bit.
I got something cooking.
We're gonna get to that real quick. So how do you bid? How do you pay? Outstanding. So everyone in the chat right now, whether you are on Facebook, whether you are on YouTube, when we run an item, for example, we're going to run a test item to give everyone access so they can acclimate, right? You're going to say, perfect example, Dragon Ball Z, whatever, starting bid at 5. We're going to go into increments. Once there's only one person that I have a clock. We're going to start the clock. The clock is 1 minute and 15 seconds. Once the clock goes to 0, if you're the only bidder, you win the item. Now, how do you pay? We accept Zelle, Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. I will put the information here. The Zelle will be my phone number. PayPal will be the email address, friends and family. Keep in mind, the items do not ship unless the payment is received. Once you win, you are going to DM Sexual Chocolate Comics on Instagram with your name, the item that you won, how much you paid, and your address so that we can ship it promptly. Today is Saturday. These items, once payment is received, will ship Monday morning immediately, boys and girls. Immediately, express air, no BS, no playing games. So we're just going to give you a quick little preview, Larry Stroman, Todd Johnson sketch cover, Roz. I mean, boys and girls, all items are in hand, by the way. All items are in hand. Oh, we're going to have a good time. Bitterroot signed by Sanford Green. Oh, yes. 9.8 slab by Nick Draper Ivy. What more do you want? Black Lightning #1 9.0 signed by Tony Isabella. What? Black Lightning #1 variant cover 9.6 signed by Tony Isabella. 9.8 static reboot. So this is static season 1. Olivier Coipel signed by Vita Ayala, signed by Nicholas Draper Ivy. Boys and girls, you guys know how I feel about the one and only Damian Scott. Marvel Voices 9.6 double signed and remark by Damian Scott. Boys and girls, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Yes. Sanford Green, Bitterroot #6, Do the Right Thing, signed by Sanford Green 9.8. We are rock and rolling with Grails, baby. We are rock and rolling with Grails. That beautiful icon, multiverse icon figurine. You know, Todd McFarlane is no longer making toys for DC. So this is going to be your last chance to get these bad boys right here. Oh, we're going to have fun. Just when you thought it was over, this is a sketch cover, 9.8 by the one and only Chris Cross. This is new static. Now, why do I say new? I say new because you also have the companion piece, that 9.8 static classic static sketched by your one and only Chris Cross. Boys and girls, it's gonna get crazy. Now, earlier today, this is how continuity works. Earlier today during Phil's collection panel, there was a young lady that was talking about the glass variant of Livewire, the 1 in 250 glass variant, that there were only X amount of copies sold. Yeah, that's because Chocolate bought the majority of them. Whoever wins this copy is going to get this signed by the one and only Joseph Illidge. Now, you're probably asking, why is Joseph Illidge signing this copy? Oh, because Joseph Illidge was the editor of Valiant back in the day. This is one of his imprints. Oh, you didn't know that. So you're going to get that rare glass copy in hand right now, and it's going to be signed by the Joe Illidge. Boys and girls, students of all ages, if this doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. So here we go. Marcus is lying over there. Listen. This is what the people wanted.
Listen, if you ain't excited after listening to a presentation like that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's y'all asleep. I was excited, and listen. Come on now.
Listen, this is what they wanted. So first and foremost, hope everyone can see my screen. So we have an item here. So this is going to be the first test item, right? Just so everyone can get acclimated. So this is Nubia. Stay with me, boys and girls. This is Nubia #1 by the beautiful Stephanie Williams that was here. Not only was Stephanie Williams here, you know who else was here? Aletha Martinez. Now, this is Nubia #1, double signed, boys and girls, double signed by Vita Ayala and Aletha Martinez. Vita Ayala doesn't even come to America, come to the States due to current presidential situation. She's like, no, I'm good. I'm out of here. So to get her signature, unless you're going to go cross the water, is dire near impossible. Dire near impossible. So here we have our digital clock. We have our item here. So literally right where you are, we are going to start this item. So whoever wants this item right here, we're going to start this item for what? $5. So literally you're going to say Nubia $5, and I'm going to start this bad boy, and we're going to keep it moving right here, right now, right here, right now. Let's go. Opening bid right here, Nubia and the Amazons, double signed by Vita Ayala and Aletha Martinez, opening the bid right here for $5, boys and girls. $5. Marwan, I see your first $5. Marwan, I see the first $5. We starting that clock immediately. Marwan, I see the first $5. Now, once this clock hits zeros, whoever has that bid takes it. If you want to outbid Marwan, now you need to type in Nubia either 10, 15. You can do what I call a Thanos snap and say, screw it, $15 immediately. Uh-oh. I see it, Leo, Nubia, $10. Reset that clock, start over again. That way there's no way whoa, boys and girls, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. Joe Martin with a Thanos snap. Reset the clock, baby. Reset the clock. Joe Martin, 25, guys. We have a high bid of 25. 25 is the bid to beat. 25 is the bid to beat on what? On that Nubia double sign by Vita Ayala and Alita Martinez. Boys and girls, you can't snipe because once you bid, the clock resets. There's no sniping. There is no sniping. There is no way. We have a high bid. Hold on. Marwan, I see you. Marwan with the high bid of 30. High bid of 30, boys and girls. This is what you guys came here to see. So now you guys see how it works. We're going to keep it moving just like this. You guys get it. Nubia, $30. Marwan in the lead. Clock is reset. Let's go. Clock is reset live. Whether you're on Facebook, whether you're on YouTube, wherever you are watching the BCL Con, you can participate in rock and roll. Who's going to go home with this beautiful piece of beauty? Oh my goodness. Marwan, you got a minute left, 59 seconds. Will you be able to take this bad boy home for 30? Is the BCL going to allow you to take this home? No, because Joe Martin said 35. Joe Martin said 35. You thought you had it, but Joe Martin, that's exactly what he said. You thought you had it, but no, baby. Let's go. 35. You got a minute, 9 seconds. Oh, we here on rock and roll. We have tons of goodies, slabs, Funkos. I've been sitting on an egg for weeks. Paul's been giving me side eyes because I've been literally giving out goodies. But boys and girls, we are here. Marwan 45. Reset the clock. We are resetting the clock. Marwan 45 with the Thanos snap. Keep in mind a minimum increment of 5, but you can drop whatever you want. Once again, once payment is hit, this bad boy will ship immediately. Once again. Also, we're going to give away giveaways. We can't just have you guys sitting here and not give away stuff. We're going to give away more books, tons of goodies. Boys and girls, strap in your seatbelts. This is going to be a crazy ride. If you thought the con was going to taper off, if you thought we were going to slow down, if you thought it was just going to be a little bit more quiet, guess again. BCL, we came here to play, baby. Let's go. Marwan in the lead, 42 seconds, $45 on the clock. What are we doing? You got Marcus Williams sitting here drawing an amazing sketch. Boys and girls, children of all ages, are you not entertained? 20 seconds left on the clock. Marwan, 45 seconds with a high bid. Marwan, $45 with the high bid for this beautiful Nubia #1 double sign by Vita Ayala and Alita Martinez. 22 seconds on the clock. Is he going to take it? Are they going to snipe? Will he be the first one to win?
I'm my goodness! To actually say anything right now. Am I supposed to be? Would you like me to share my screen? Or
listen. We gonna get back to you, my good man.
Okay, I didn't know if I was supposed to be doing it right.
You are good to go. Marwan, baby. Yes, sir. Marwan taking it down for $45. $45 for my boy Marwan. You put the stick on that bad boy right there. Oh, yeah. So now you guys kind of see how we moving, how we rolling. This is how we moving it. Once again, let us know how you want the payment. We have Cash App, Zelle, Venmo. Well, we ain't got Venmo. We got Cash App, Zelle, PayPal. Let us know which medium works for you. Once again, once you win, DM myself, Sexual Chocolate, on Instagram with the item that you won, how much you paid for, and your address so that we can ship this bad boy to you immediately. So, Marwan, let me write your name here because I want to make sure I got your goodness. Marwan Williams, $45 on that. So you let us know. Bang, boom. Pardon me, excuse me. All right, Marwan. Let's go. I think we all know how this works, right? We all got it. I think it's cool. We all see how this thing transpires and what's going on. I think it's about time to drop some bombs, shall we? I think it's about time to get it popping. I think it's about time. Wake up. You hear it. Sound the alarms. There's a kaiju alert. Let's go. You see what it is, boys and girls. Legend. Matter of fact, you know what? Hold on. Let me give you guys a primo look at what we got here, because maybe my camera isn't doing it justice for you. Boys and girls, right now we are running that Legend Has It. Legend Has It, signed by Sanford Green, sold out across everywhere. If you didn't get a chance to come to New York Comic-Con, this is your chance to get a piece of hip-hop history. I already have people who almost became enemies. Paul and Phil almost jumped me for this book right here, boys and girls. And here you are getting a chance to get a copy of this bad boy signed Boys and girls, you do know that this is sold out on everywhere. You can't get this nowhere else for the low. Let me say that. You can't get this anywhere else for the low. So we are now running, legend has it, #1, signed by Sanford Green. We are opening this book for $5. Let's go. We are opening this book for $5. Yes, I did say it. I said $5. We are opening this book for $5 hairs. You heard me loud and clear, baby. $5. Who's going to open it? Legend has it. Signed by Sanford Green, $5. Opening. Let's go, boys and girls. And just the tip of the iceberg. Let's go. Ooh, wait till you see this next item. Uh-oh. ABC, I see you. Let's get it. Start that clock. Let's go. ABC, I see. No. You go. Listen, you know what? I know what he means. I know exactly what he means. Start that clock. HH Comics with the mini Thanos snap for 30. With the mini Thanos snap for 30, boys and girls. Y'all thought it was a game. NBA Live Girl. So NBA Live Girl and ABC Brooks, you both came in at 35, but NBA Live Girl came in first. Remember, this is on my feed. You are always going to be faster on your own feed, but this is on my feed. So right now, the high bid is 35. NBA Live Girl has the high bid. Wait a minute. Bo Biggs with the mini Thanos snap. Bo Biggs said, no, 50. 50 on 50. Everybody talking about 50. We talking about 50. Diddy talking about 50. It's all 50 everywhere, baby. Bo Biggs talking about 50. Oh my goodness gracious, boys and girls. Legend has it. Sold out. Signed by Sanford Green. Where else you gonna get this? And you know, boys and girls, from here, it's moving on up to the east side. Boys and girls, this is what we're doing. 55 seconds on the clock. Bo Biggs for 50 on that signed. Legend has it. Oh my gosh, is he gonna get this for a steal? Is he gonna get this for an absolute banger? No, he's not, because Wiseacre Comics said 55 on the dot. Reset the clock, start it again. Wiseacre Comics in the lead. Wiseacre Comics in the lead. Said no. Mine. I'm taking it. I'm sorry. Wiseacre Comics taking it down. 55, boys and girls. Let's reset that clock. We have a minute and 2 seconds up on the clock. John C., I do see a 55, but Wiseacre came before you, so therefore Wiseacre has the high bid. Boys and girls. This is what we do. This is what you asked for. You guys said, listen, we want goodies. We want hot books. We want grails. You asked for it. We got it. Boys and girls, I haven't even... We have blind bags. Let me say it again. We have blind bags. You know what? I don't think you understand. Sound the goddamn alarm. We have blind bags, Sanford Green blind bags. One of them may have a sketch in it. Oh my gosh. Bo Big, 65. Reset the clock. Bo Big. Yes, you heard me loud and clear. We have blind bags, boys and girls. Not the rinky-dink blind bags, but BCL exclusive Sanford Green blind bags, boys and girls. We have goodies. We have sketches, remarks. You're not going to find this anyplace else. Oh my gosh. Bo Big in the lead, 65, 57 seconds on the clock. Oh my goodness. What are we going to do? Boys and girls? We have just hit the tip of the iceberg. You know what? We gotta do this the right way. What do I mean by the right way? Because Paul said, chocolate, I need you to bring that sexual chocolate energy from Whatnot here. So here's what we're gonna do. If you've been on my Whatnot show, you know how shit goes. Boys and girls. We're gonna drop it in. 2-book bundle, baby. 2-book bundle right now. 2-book bundle. You're probably like, what do you mean 2-book bundle? Right now, you are not bidding on 1 book. You're bidding on 2 books. What's the 2 books? Legend has it, Sanford Green. Silver Surfer Ghostlight, signed by the one and only John Jennings. Let's go. 2-book bundle, 65. What do we got? Oh, we got 10 seconds on the clock. You better bid, boys and girls. Oh my gosh, Marwan for the 70 right before the clock reset, boys and girls. Ooh, Bobik, I know you had it, but he said, you thought you had it. Wiseacre's coming right back at it again, boys and girls. Wiseacre's coming back at it again. This is now a 2-book bundle, boys and girls. He's dropping bombs left and right. This is how you do it. Oh my gosh, I just feel so good. I know, right? Yes, sir. Wiseacre Comics, $35 in the lead, a minute and 2 seconds. This is now a 2-book bundle. Silver Surfer Ghostlight number 3, Torn Clark cover, signed by the one and only John Jennings. Boys and girls, it doesn't get better than this. Boys and girls. You thought you were coming here for a rinky-dink show? Try again. We are the BCL. We are the top of the top, the creme de la creme. This is how we do. Oh, Bo Biggs coming right back at it again. 80, baby. Let's go. 80 on it. This is now a 2-book bundle, not one, but 2-book bundle, baby. Legend has it, Sanford Green. Silver Surfer Ghostlight, John Jennings. What more do you want from me? Yes, sir. Let's go, baby. Once in a lifetime goodies. Once in a lifetime goodies. Paul said to bring the heat. We're going to bring the heat, boys and girls. Let's do it. Bo Biggs in that lead. 51 seconds left on the clock, boys and girls. Bo Biggs in the lead with 80. 47 seconds on the clock. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. We are in a conundrum. What more are we going to do? Bo Biggs, are they going to let you take this home? Will you be able to take this bad boy home? 2-book bundle. The first bundle of the night may not be the last one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What we got? 25 seconds. It's coming down to the wire. It is coming down to the wire. I can literally feel my heart pounding. Can you feel it? 10 seconds left here, boys and girls. 10 seconds. Say it with me. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Wiseacre Comics with the snipe. Reset the clock again. Wiseacre Comics 85. You feel it. I know you tight. I know you sat there and said, oh, come on. You couldn't let me have it. No, boys and girls. There's no friends in the Lion's Den. You thought you had it. Marwan, I see your 85, but Wiseacre hit you first with the 85, boys and girls. We have Wiseacre Comics 85 2-book bundle. 51 seconds left on the clock, boys and girls. Once again, if you check it out, what we are running, Legend has it signed by Sanford Green. Silver Surfer Ghost Slide number 3, signed by your one and only John Jennings, the great one. Come on now, boys and girls. What more do you want? Let's go. Oh, I can't wait till y'all see the next package. Because it's about to get reckless. It's about to get crazy. We got to activate. We got blind bags, baby. Oh, I can't wait. We about to crack one of these blind bags open. Right here, right now. Boys and girls, we have 15 seconds left. 15 seconds left on the clock. Once again, once you win, DM me immediately on Instagram with what the item that you won, how much you paid, and your address, so that I can send you the payment method and we can send that out immediately for you. Wiseacre Comics taking it down, 2-book bundle. Let's go. Wiseacre Comics. Wiseacre. Write your name down. Boom, boom. 2 books. If y'all familiar with my whatnot, you know how we do it. 2B, 2 books, baby. 2 books. Now, before we run my DM, Sexual Chocolate Comics on Instagram. Bo Biggs, I see your hundo, but it came after the beep. It came after the buzzer, buddy. This is why we do it, to make sure we stay on time. Sexual Chocolate Comics on Instagram. You can literally see me tagged on all the BCL events. You can't miss it. You can literally see me tagged on all the BCL events. Now, before we go in and run the next item, Marcus.
Yo.
How we looking?
I was wondering how I can show you. Do I just share how does this work?
Share your screen.
Share screen. Right. Got that. And then we're gonna go straight to window.
There you go.
I think that's how we working it. Can y'all see that?
I got you right here. Whoa.
Hold on. Let me show you where we're at. This is the sketch.
Oh, nah.
I don't know if y'all can see that, but hopefully
yes, they can.
Yeah. You know, it's like that. Hold on.
Thank you.
You know, like I said, I didn't know if I was allowed to, keep it moving. But that's
no, we're gonna come in from time to time for updates. Absolutely.
Right.
Oh,
I was entertained. I was entertained by what was happening.
We brought Paul back.
Better than what I asked for.
Come on now.
We brought Paul back.
Listen, you asked me to do what I do. I'm gonna do what I do now. I'm gonna make it do what it do.
Yeah, but it's only been like 10 minutes.
It feels that way, don't it? But that's if I didn't go this fast, I wouldn't make no money. So I gotta go fast.
That needs to be on my wall. That's
right.
It's been like 10 minutes.
It's coming through. It's gonna come through. I got it. I've been around the block a little bit, so I ain't want to come on the show and you entertaining the people. with all this exuberance, and then I come and I only got the head done. That don't make no sense. So I try to match the energy and so forth. So
I think
you're
he's
gonna do
gonna
it.
supersede it. Now, you know what? I had my itinerary. Now we gotta jump ship. We gotta jump ship after. No.
We're gonna get it done. We're gonna get it
Hold on.
done.
Where is she? Where is she? We gotta jump ship. We gotta jump ship after that one. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get it done. We're gonna get it done. You
So
know,
guys, no. So Derek, can somebody? So can BCL use a digital version?
yes. But
I mean,
only one person's gonna get this copy right here.
Exactly. This is a 101. This is
right.
Okay. All right. Okay. We got to take this. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Now, do I stop sharing? How does this work?
You can leave it, and I'll
just keep working.
I'll see it, and we'll throw it up from time to time.
All right. Cool. All right,
you can leave it right where it is. Okay.
All right.
See, I had an itinerary. As you know what, on me, I had an itinerary. I had a plan where we were gonna go. Right. I had a path. I had a story to tell with the books. And Marcus literally just did what artists did. He did what artists do and just threw the whole monkey wrench into the equation. So because of that, boys and girls, here's where we're going right now. Next auction. I'm not even waiting. I'm not. Nope. And just in case, it is physically in my hand right here, boys and girls. Physically in my hand. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's get this. Let's get this right. It is physically in my hand, and I need you to see how big this baby is. Like, this is a legit situation. It's already bagged. Like, this is legit. Strowman. Oh yeah. We gonna have a fun. We gonna have a time tonight. So we running this right now. I'm not waiting. Rosalind Larry Strowman sketch. Boys and girls, we're not gonna play games. Y'all know this is a banger. Open for 50. Let's go. Open for 50 right here, right now. Let me put the clock up. Let's not play games. Open for 50 right here, right now. Open for 50 right here, right now. Let's not play. Rosalind sketch. Open for 50. You can type Roz. Fast Willie. I see you. I got you. Fast Willie. I see you. Let's not play games. Open for 50. Boys and girls, let's not play. You guys are lucky Phil ain't here. You guys are lucky Big Phil ain't here, because you know damn well that he would have took this and threw this into collections in black. So y'all better bid, because literally I think I may have spoken too soon. Y'all better bid. Boy, y'all better bid. Marlon, I see you on that reset the clock. Minute 16 on the clock. Marlon with a high bid of 60. Boys and girls, yes, with the item that you see on screen is what we are bidding on. You know what? Good lucks. You're right. Can't see the clock. Boom. So if you can't see the clock, too big. Let's remove this. Can't see the clock. Boom. Here we go. How am I going to get this right? I'll figure it out. Boom. Here y'all go. See the clock. Whoa. Mini Thanos snaps. Oh, Fast Willie with the 95 resetting the clock. 90. Kev Pitt. Kev Pitts. One of my whatnotters. Kev P. 100, boys and girls. Now, the minute we hit 100, we are moving in minimum increments of 10. So the next bid needs to be higher than 110. It could be $1.50, $1.20, $1.10 on the dot. But once we are over 100, we need to move in increments of 10. Right now, Kev P has the high bid, 53 seconds on the clock, $100 for this beautiful Larry Strowman signed and full sketch. What do you call this? Ivory board of Rosalind, boys and girls. You're not getting this no place else. Blame Marcus Williams, boys and girls. We were going to get here, but we were going to get here a little bit later. But after what we just saw, after what our eyes just unveiled, what we just saw, what we just laid our eyes on. Oh, no. We need to get this popping immediately. Kev P in the lead. 23 seconds left on the clock, boys and girls. 23 seconds left on the clock, boys and girls. Oh, yeah. 23 seconds. Make sure. Can y'all see the timer? Yes, I can. Good. 23 seconds left on the clock. This is original. Yes. This is a original sketch. Larry Strowman drove this. 5 seconds left on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Kev P! My boy Kev Pitts. Kev P! Kev P, I got your information. I already know how to get you. Marwan. Unfortunately, it is after the timer. And you put 101, my good man. So unfortunately, that is not what we consider a qualified bid, my buddy. I apologize, Marwan. That is not a qualified bid. So Kev P gets it. Kev P, you already know how to find me. Let's not play games. Kev P, you wouldn't mind. I literally put Kev P 612. Literally put Kev P 612. Kev, you know the vibes. Hit me up on Instagram. We'll take care of the fun. We'll set this out to you immediately. Shipping. Once again, all proceeds do go to the BCL. Outside of the shipping, everything will be going to the BCL so that we can take these funds and literally roll it right back into the BCL, boys and girls. Literally. All right. Next item. Oh, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do some. Where is it? Hold on. Let's do some Sanford Green blind bags. Shall we? Let's do some Sanford Green blind bags. Now, I have no idea what's in these bad boys. Sanford Green literally told me not to open it. Now, I do know that there may be some sketches in here. All I do know for a fact, there are 3 books in this pack. I know that for a fact. There are 3 books there are 3 books in this pack. They might be sketch. They may be signed. Whoever wins, we will open it live on stream, and then we'll see what we got. But I honestly don't even know what we have inside of these packs. Once again, shout out to Sanford Green for donating these goodies to us. We're going to start this right now. So we're going to call this, we're going to call this SF1 or Sanford Blind. So SF Pack 1. SF Pack 1. So we know what we bid it on. So Sanford Green blind bag, number 1. We're running that right now. We're going to open this for, you know what? Because I trust Sanford Green, we're going to open this at $20 right here, right now, boys and girls. We're going to open this at $20. Sanford Green blind bag. Oh, my gosh. Immediately with the mini Thanos snap. I said to open it for 20. The man said, I don't care. Oh, you guys can see. I didn't even move that. Immediately $40. HX Comics, $40. Immediately $40 out of there. Marwan with the Thanos snap to match, $80. Let's go. ABC Brooks, I see you're 75, but Marwan has the high bid of 80, boys and girls. High bid of 80, baby. Oh, you thought we were gonna leave the sound effects alone? Negative, boys and girls. This is what we came here for. So all I know, this is directly from Sanford Green's personal stash. I know there's 3 books in here. I know that they may be signed, they may be remarked. I do not know, but whoever wins this is going to get this bad boy home. ABC Brooks, I see you with the 85, resetting the clock. Listen, there's no friends. There's no friends in the Lion's Den, baby. Listen, everyone can participate in the auction as long as you have an account on Facebook or YouTube and you have funds. Because I am not accepting IOUs or whatnot. Payment needs to be done because I'm shipping these bad boys out tomorrow. Yes, that is correct. Each bag has 3. Oh my God, Marwan, reset the clock. Marwan with the full blown. We are at a hundo. Each pack has 3 books directly from Sanford Green's house. I do not know what they are. All Sanford told me was chocolate. There's 3 books in them. I signed a couple. I remarked a couple. Let them fly the way they go. He organized the books the way they are. I don't even know what's in here. I just know that there's books in here. That's it. That's all I know. I just know. Oh my God, Marcus is dropping bombs. You guys don't see what I see. Oh my God, Marcus is dropping bombs. Joe Martin, reset the clock. I'm not gonna lie to you. We'll see. And the BCL, they know what they're doing, right? We know what we're doing because out of all there's obviously a bunch of artists, but Marcus Williams and Greg Burnham, those are the guys that I met organically at cons, talking ish, right? Seeing Tuskegee Airs, talking big boy ish at New York Comic-Con, at Brooklyn Comic-Con, at the Schaumburg after party. So to see them, to have one of my guys here with me doing what he does best. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Literally, I remember as a fan saying, hey, I need that Nubia. and I need that icon. I need it. I need it. I need it. Literally, he came to a con. He was like, chocolate, I got it. I said, I'm not, don't waste time. Print it, pay. Here's money. Give me. Let's not play. Let's not play. Boys and girls, while I'm sitting here talking 29 seconds, Joe Martin got the high bid of 110. Sanford Green blind bag, guaranteed $3. Sanford said he signed some. Sanford said he remarked some. I don't know what's in here. Whoever wins, we're going to find out live. Let's see. 9 seconds. Joe Martin 110. 7, 6. Oh, no. Reset the clock. Boys and girls. Hold on. I already reset the clock. However, guys, once we hit over $100, we are moving in increments of $10 increments. I already reset it, so I can't stop it now. That's on me. However, guys, we are moving in increments of 10. So Marwan, I need 120 from you to really. Actually, wait, what am I saying? 110, 115. Never mind. Forget it. I'm losing my marbles. I ain't eat. I've been here all morning. Forget it. Marwan, forget it. I ain't eat. 110, 115. Let's go. I need 120 for you to make this legit. Almost can't do math. This is what happens when the sugars is low, right? Oh, everyone in the community understand what they mean when your sugar running low and you got that dot. Let me stop. We're not putting no curses on myself. That being said, 16 seconds after the clock. Marwan 115. Marwan 115. 10 seconds left. Marwan. Okay. Thank you. Okay, that made it legit. Thank you. That made it legit. 120 on my man Marwan. That made it legit. Thank you. Marwan, let me put your name down on there. Hold on, before we even do that, stop. Hold on. Let's move this camera. Let's move this camera because I don't know what's in this bad boy. I do not know. All right, so let's adjust the camera because I want to see what this is. Okay. What is this? I don't know what this is. First off, I was just about to say, Marwan, this is your pack. Do you want me to open this live? Because I don't know what this is. Do you want me to open this live? I'm assuming yes. Because we all want to see. Okay. We all want to see what this is. Okay. So 3 books. Let's move the camera. Ooh, what is this? Bitterroot, the next movement. Sign. Sanford Green. Sign. Okay. Very nice. Oh my God, what is this? Sanford, what is this cover? Where did he get these covers from? Daniel Warren Johnson, DWJ, signed by the one and only Sanford Green. Holy crap. Come on. Oh, I know what this is. Bitterroot 15, signed by Sanford Green, boys and girls. All 3 signed. Okay, so that means, okay, I see what he did here. So some packs are probably signed, and then some packs probably have some more good. Okay. Oh, man. You know what? We had so much fun with that, boys and girls. Hold on, let me put Marwan's name on this right now. Put Marwan's name on this right now. Marwan got this for $120. Marwan Williams. $120. Let's go. Marwan, $120. You know what, Marwan? Let's go right back at it again. Let's go right back to back. Let's go back to back at it again. Okay. Let me pick something nice. There we go. I'm saying pick something nice, like I know what the hell's inside of these things. Another blind bag. Let's go. Another blind bag. So this is blind bag number 2. Blind bag number 2, Sanford Green. Open for $28 again. Let's go. Right back at it again. SF blind bag number 2. Boom. SF blind bag number 2. Whoa. Joe Martin, is that legit? Joe Martin, because I'm taking that. Joe Martin, I will absolutely take that. Joe Martin, I need confirmation that this is legit. I need confirmation that you're taking that, and this didn't come after the boom. Joe Martin just made everyone go, oh my gosh, Joe Martin. Let's go, Joe Martin with the massive Thanos snap. I mean, let's go. Okay, hold on. I mean, boys and girls, children of all ages. Joe Martin said immediately $120. I don't care. Joe Martin said immediately $120. I don't care. 52 seconds left on the clock. This is what we're talking about here. He said, I'm not playing games. 46 seconds up on the clock. Oh, Joel said, listen, I am not waiting. I want this. This is mine. I'm taking it down. He said, what? Oh my God. Joe Martin said, I don't care. I'm not listening. He said, I'm playing chess, not checking. And boys and girls, we have way more. Like I said, I gave you a preview. You know what's coming up. Boys and girls. 20 seconds left. Joe Martin, 120 with the obliteration. Just move. Get out the way. Oh my goodness, boys and girls. And then here's how we're gonna do this, boys and girls. Every 2 books, we're gonna go back. This is not the last Sanford Green pack. Absolutely not. Every 2 books, we're gonna go back and check on Marcus. Every 2 books, we're gonna go back and check on our boy Marcus. So Joe Martin, 120. Once again. Oh, you know what? You're absolutely right. I had to move the camera. Once again, once you win a package, you need to DM me on Sexual Chocolate Comics on Instagram. I'm all over the BCL's wares. You need to DM me with your name, your address, payment method, and the item that you won and how much you paid, so that I can properly make sure you get it. Because like I said, Monday morning, all these items are shipping. So who got this right here? This is Joe Martin, 120. Joe Martin, 120. Oh my God. Okay, so before we run the next item, like I said, we're going to run 2 books, back to Marcus. 2 books, back to Marcus. Marcus, what's going on?
What's happening, man?
I'm afraid to show them what I'm looking at because I know that you're causing problems.
Do I need to reshare, or you got it up already? Or
nope, I got it. I just.
Oh, okay, cool. I just,
Oh Lord Jesus.
I show it, and the progress comes, and
Lord
I think we're about 80%.
80%.
About 80%. I'm gonna drop the colors. The colors are fast.
Already?
I'm inking, right? If I would have left it in sketch, we would have been in color. But I figured y'all deserve, we got to get a quality for the folks. So I'm gonna go ahead and ink the rest of this. Drop the color.
Look at that.
We said an hour, so I got to do my job.
Now let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
The face, the character, is it inspired by anyone? Because I do see the goggles, which makes me go, are we going Moon Girl? Are we going to
is it the mat? Isn't it like a little face mask, right?
Like a little face mask, correct. Little face mask.
Yeah.
It's the BCL logo, man.
I think the Moon Girl comes from the
I thought it was just a Swaptober. Hey, BCL meets whoever.
It's the Swaptober of the BCL logo.
Correct.
Listen,
I heard Afro Puff, so I put
I'm
that
highly upset that I can't even bid on nothing. Everyone keeps. I don't think people understand. Paul's sitting there saying it's perfect. It's perfect. I hope you guys know everyone can bid, including Paul, including Phil. I'm the only one that can't bid. I'm the only one that can't bid. But you know what? Speaking of bid, I think it's time to move up a little bit, right? We've been moving some books. That's nice. We've been moving some stuff. That's nice. I think it's a little too early to drop the hammer. But what we absolutely will do, somebody's going to be really upset at me right now. I don't give a damn. Because this was not a part of the preview. Because there's so much that we have. Hold on. There's so much. Let's do this. Boys and girls, children of all ages. You keep hearing about, yes, Fast Willie.
Whoa, no, pause.
Yes.
Pause. Bro, Is that the thing from Sean
Yes.
from
Yes.
Bulletproof 2 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, that's not fair.
How is that not fair?
Because I was supposed to get that. I had to go on my flight.
Okay, hold on. Let's take care of some business first. Fast Willie Jackson. This sketch that you see on the screen that the great Marcus Williams, one half of the Tuskegee Air, Popeye, I like Popeye. Okay, we can go on and on. We can go on and on. He is sketching this. This is a one-of-one BCL exclusive. You will never find this anyplace else unless you sell it. Point blank, period. That's one. Okay? Now, number two. On screen right now, what just activated Paul. You guys keep hearing about the Schaumburg after party that I created and I, brought to fruition, which essentially literally has me sitting here with my fellow BCL rocking and rolling, bringing the auction to you, right?
You're wrong for this, Chocolate.
How am I wrong? So what you see in front of you right here, boys and girls, is a culmination of that event. So this is not just a rare item that you can't get nowhere. This is literally a piece of history. You know how Phil and Paul always talking about certain items are not monetarily valuable, but it's the meaning behind it. So literally for me, this is my first official event into comics. This is signed by Larry Stroman, Greg Burnham, Greg Elize, Stephen Harris, Todd Johnson, Newton LeVeaux, and wait, there's more. Wait, Marcus, your ass was here. Why is it this? Where's your signature? You are here.
I feel like if I was sitting down at the table, I should have signed it.
You absolutely should have, because I got Greg Burnham's signature. How the hell is your signature not here?
I was about to say maybe I went to the bathroom. I'm not really sure. I can't really argue right now.
But you know what? It's okay because we'll have if there's anyone who has more copies, it's me.
There you go.
If there's anyone who has more copies, I mean, it was my event. Oh, and by the way, I'm sorry. By the way, this little thing right here, this is just a little sketch of Rosalind. What printing is this book? So this is,
The answer to that is it's irrelevant.
No. So this is the Tribe Ivory, the gold foil embossed edition, limited edition. First of all, to get this bad boy in a 9.8 with all of these signatures on it. Woo! Woo! Boys and girls, children of all ages. All right, we're not playing games. Piece of history. You heard me talk about it. If y'all know me, the chocolate is verbose. I could talk all day. Let's not play. You want this? Tribe, $70. Let's go. Not playing games. Not playing games. You want it? Let's go. With the remark, Tribe, $70. Not playing. Tribe, $70. Jamar Kane, I see you. HX Comics, immediately. Make sure y'all can see
everybody bidding on this is wrong because this is mine.
Darius Crosby, boys and girls, we have a bidding war. Y'all know what happens when there's a bidding war. I stop the clock, and when there's only one bid, I'll restart the clock. So right now we had 100, we had 120, we had a 120. Do I have 130? Do I have 130 going once? Do I have 130 going twice? Do I have 130? We are going right back at it again, resetting that clock, starting it. What's my Cash App name? TAZX2X. Literally capital T, capital A, capital Z, X2X. You're gonna see an icon of a sneaker. That is me. Oh, Leo, resetting that clock. 130. Like I said, besides shipping, all proceeds go to the BCL. Besides shipping, all proceeds go to the BCL. Black Comic Lords. He's like, listen, I'm leaving here with something, baby. He said, I'm leaving here with something.
My account? What the hell?
You got hacked. I don't know, man. I don't know. You got hacked, baby. Listen, $1.50. A minute on the clock. A minute on the clock. Guys, this is a one. Jameer Khan, I see. Oh, Leo with the 160. Leo with the 160. Leo with the 160, boys and girls. Let's go. If you are familiar with my whatnot, you know once I start looking around, that means shit's about to go crazy. Once I start looking to my left and my right, y'all know what I'm looking for. Y'all know what I'm aiming to do. Oh, man. Y'all know what I'm able to do. Shizzles 160, Leo in the lead, 54 seconds. V-Rob, you know the vibe. V-Rob, you know the vibe. We bringing that whatnot energy straight to. I gotta focus. I gotta keep it together. Grim 170, resetting that clock. Boys and girls, let me take 10 seconds to let y'all understand. Once again, you have Larry Stroman sketch this bad boy. Todd Johnson, Greg Burden, Greg Anderson Elizay, Isyana, Hammer. What? And Stephen Harris, who was here as well. Are you kidding me? Indigo Clan. What? Todd Johnson, Newton Lillavoe.
Mad that this is up for auction. Right
Newton Lillavoe literally had one of the books. Every con, y'all know it. I have literally TAZ X2X. Newton Lillavoe had one of the greatest debut books at Schaumburg, boys and girls. We talking about Keisha Demon Eater. What? Oh my goodness. Colors, boys and girls, what more do you want? All of these bad boys signed by a few of our top indie creators on a Tribe Ivory. Boys and girls, 19 seconds after the clock. 19 seconds after the clock. Leo with the reset on the clock, 180. Leo with the, you can't get this no place else. If you see anyone with this on eBay, you tell me and I will take care of it, because the only way you could have gotten this is through me, boys and girls. That is why Paul is pissed right now, because Paul wanted this bad boy to come home to the BCL, but it looks like Leo's going to take this, boys and girls. What are we doing?
I was there. Jesus, this could be my book. Come on, man.
He said, I was there. Grim 190, boys and girls. Grim 190s. Listen, if you want this book, don't end up like Paul. Don't have FOMO. This is what you need to do. Bid, boys and girls. You can take this piece of history home. Boys and girls, Phil don't have this.
This is so unfair.
Boys and girls, this is a one-of-one. When I tell you limited event, limited, when are you going to get these individuals back in the room again? When? Larry, Todd, Marcus, Greg Burnham, and Stephen Harris. Boys and girls, students of all ages. Leo coming right back at it again with the boys and girls. We now at 200. We are now at 200, boys and girls. 200. Now, y'all know chocolate is not someone that's going. The Haitian in me will not allow you to come to my house and leave empty-handed. So we're gonna drop in the trade on top of it. Bitterroot signed by Sanford Green. We're gonna double back on it right now. You're gonna get this, and you're gonna get the slab. Oh, boys and girls, 49 seconds on the clock. This has now become a what? A 2-book bundle. Yes, sir, baby. 2-book. Yes, sir. Sir Darius, you know the vibes. Dipping in that cocoa sack. 200 Leo, 34 seconds left on the clock. I want to make sure y'all can see the clock at all times. You can see the clock at all times. 200. This is now a 2-book bundle. You're going to get that 9-8 Tribe slab, and you're going to get that Bitterroot signed by Sanford Green. Boys and girls, between these 2 books together, you got what 10, 11 signatures? Goodness gracious. Great pause of files. 16 seconds left on the clock. What are we doing? Remember, after we move 2 books, we go right back to Marcus. So we got one more book, and then we're going to get back to Marcus. Oh my God. I see the colors. I see the light. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, right before the clock. I saw it. Right before the clock. Jamiri Kane at 210. John C., your bid is an unqualified bid. Unfortunately, because once we hit over 100, we need increments